Chapter 761. Going out for a night out to have fun? Supreme Castle. Main gate. After Xian waited here for about 10 minutes, Xia Funi appeared again. Okay. Let's go. Xia Funi, who had changed out of her sultry pajamas and put on a dress-like dress, smiled. Her beautiful and moving posture, her moving smile, all made men obsessed with her. Even Xian couldn't help but glare at her fiercely for several times. And then he suppressed his heartbeat and spoke for the nth time. I said I'm not going out to find wild women. Why are you still following me? Xian always felt that his image in the eyes of these women was greatly damaged, and his trust value was directly negative. Xia Funi looked disapproving. Since it's not, what's the problem with letting me follow? Xia Funi said this stubbornly. I was afraid that people would think I was making a big deal out of nothing, or that it was inconvenient. Although Xian didn't tell Xia Funi about Hediadai, he knew that with the ability of Ripple Heart Demon, this succubus must have known everything about the matter. As expected, I know what Hediadai wants to ask you for. Xia Funi glanced at Xian and said, it's better to say that it's not a secret in the eyes of some people, and my sisters basically know about it. In other words, even if Xia Funi went with her, Hediadai would not feel inconvenient. After all, you still don't believe me, right? Xian could only interpret Xia Funi's behavior of following him, no matter what in this way. Xia Funi didn't reply again, smiling without saying anything. In fact, Xia Funi didn't really care whether Xian was going to go out to find a wild woman. If she counted strictly, she could be considered a wild woman that Xian found by mistake. So why would she care about such a thing? Even if Xian really went out to find a wild woman, they were all nameless anyway. So what could it matter? Therefore, Xia Funi did not let Xian leave the Supreme Castle alone. Not to keep an eye on him, but to protect him. As mentioned before, the demons have decided that if there is no accident, one person must be left by Xian's side to look after him. This brave man. No. It should be said that this man who may be more special than the brave man. His own safety is not only related to himself, but also to them, and even to the demons. Apart from anything else, the importance of the Demon King's gem on him is self-evident. The Demon King's gem, which was taken away by the Supreme God for a whole 1,000 years, has finally returned. Whether it is out of consideration for the demons, or out of affection for the Demon King, the demons can't just watch it run around. Last night was just an accident that could not be stopped. But it also caused the 6 sisters of the demons to stay up all night, which shows the importance of this matter. In addition, Xian's identity is special, and it is no longer a factor of a Demon King's treasure. In any case, the demons have to protect him. Even if he is powerful and always has such a strong evil god with him, the demons cannot feel at ease. Didn't Xian almost flip over in the imperial capital? Didn't they also disperse when they came to the demon world? Considering these issues, no matter how many people are stuffed around Xian, it is not enough in the eyes of the demons. If they were not afraid of being too shocking and attracting the prying of those who are interested, the demons would want to arrange a full guard for Xian, and even let 2 or 3 demons join forces to protect Xian nearby. In view of this, Xia Funi immediately appeared and stopped Xian when she realized that Xian was going to leave the Supreme Castle. Not only Xia Funi herself felt that. Except for the sleepy AI in Nilu, who was simple-minded and didn't have many ideas. The other sisters, even if they were not by Xian's side, had arranged some means to watch Xian's every move. Xia Funi relied on the ability of Ripple Heart Demon to connect with Xian and spy on his every move. When Xian was about to leave the Supreme Castle, in addition to herself, Xia Funi felt that the auras of Sarah, Lid and even Kamina had moved a little. This proved that Sarah, Lid and Kamina were all watching Xian like Xia Funi. However, as the supreme of the demon clan, Sarah was probably still dealing with the affairs left over during the day, and could not protect Xian personally. Lid had to stay with Milu to prevent the girl from losing control. Not to mention Kamina. Her relationship with Xian was not very good. So the 3 did not show up at the first time. Of course, if it wasn't for Shaft appearing here and stopping Xian, then one of them would definitely appear here in the end and stop Xian. For this reason, Shaft couldn't help but sigh. Even if we look at the entire history of Omnipotence, you are the only one who can make us do this. Except for the Demon King. Shaft patted Xian on the shoulder. You must feel honored. Right? My brave lord? Hearing this, Xian laughed. Yes. I feel very honored. Okay. Your Highness the Succubus? After leaving such insincere words, Xian ignored Shaft and walked out of the Supreme Castle directly. Shatton smiled and followed closely. The two left the Supreme Castle together. About a few minutes later, in a dark corner of the Supreme Castle, a figure quietly appeared. He looked at Sheen and Shatton, who were playing and behaving intimately as they left together. On his clenched fists, the suppressed and terrifying magic power was fluctuating. Central City. Border area. There are basically no buildings here. Only grasslands, forests and even mountains. In a city, there are grasslands, forests and mountains. If it were in other places, it might be a very strange thing. But it would not be in the demon world. Because, in the demon world, there are not only demons, but also monsters raised by demons. Some monsters need to be raised in a specific environment. Therefore, in the demon world, border areas like this in the city are not uncommon. Sheen took Shaft and went into a small forest under the guidance of the parchment. There were only a few scattered monsters in the small forest, and there were no other living things. With the ability of outer awareness of destiny, she had not only noticed these scattered monsters, but also found that their levels were all above 70. Such high-level monsters were actually released in the grove? Xian couldn't imagine what level of monsters were released in those grasslands, forests and alpine lakes. Xiao Funi did explain. After all, monsters are species created by the demons. There were many monsters brought to the demon world thousands of years ago, and most of them were very high level. For us, if we want to talk about the variety and strength of monsters, only the Tagore forest in the human world is qualified to compare with the monsters in the demon world. In other words, in the demon world, large monster settlements like the Tagore forest in the human world are not rare. Not only the quantity, but also the quality is incomparable. Extreme level monsters are not counted. There are only 2 or 3 monsters of that level in the demon world. Even the demons dare not provoke them. Only demons like us can control them. But if we only talk about the legendary level, there are not few monsters of this level in the demon world. There are many even in the marginal areas of the central city. Xiao Funi's casual explanation made Xian simply speechless. I can only say that it is worthy of being known as the strongest race. There are many strong people in the demons, and even many powerful monsters. It is no wonder that the gods have to cultivate a human race to compete with the demons. While Xian was thinking about this, Xiao Funi did something that made him feel that God had no eyes. I'm tired and don't want to go. Just find a way to get around. Xiao Funi waved her hand and released her magic power. The magic power released was like a tornado, and in an instant it passed through a distance measured in kilometers and sucked a monster in. Roar! The legendary monster with a level of 92, which looked like a lion-tiger beast covered with scales, was swept by the magic power and fell to the ground with a bang. It was confused at first, and then it noticed the breath of a living person and let out an angry and ferocious roar. But when the lion-tiger scale beast cast its violent eyes on Xiao Funi, it suddenly froze. Xiao Funi said, not surprised at all. Sit down. Xiao Funi's order. The lion-tiger scale beast hesitated for only a second, and then obeyed decisively. Under the slightly collapsed eyes of Xian, it lay in front of Xiao Funi like a tame pug. The fierceness in its eyes was gone, leaving only a face of flattery. There was even a trace of obsession in its eyes when it looked at Xiao Funi, which made Xian feel like thousands of grass-mud horses galloping through his heart. Damn! Even monsters will fall? Is this succubus's unique skill sure not to be seduction or something like that? Xiao Funi didn't seem to read Xian's complaints in his heart. She just jumped onto the back of the lion-tiger scale-armored beast and sat down lazily, sitting sideways, with her jade-like feet swinging in the air from time to time, showing her comfort. This is much more comfortable. Xiao Funi nodded with satisfaction. After Xiao Funi sat on it, the lion-tiger scale-armored beast not only did not show any disobedience, but on the contrary, it had a very happy expression, which made Xian say a few MMPs again. Xian resisted the urge to curse and said as if giving up, forget it, let's not care so much. Leaving these words, Xian turned around and entered the grove without looking back. The lion-tiger scale-armored beast seemed to have only discovered Xian's existence until now. Looking at Xian's back, it actually showed a murderous look again, until a light voice came into its ears. Dare to touch him. You're dead. Okay. The laughing voice made the lion-tiger scale-armored beast startled on the spot, and it quickly retracted the murderous aura in its eyes and panted like a pug again. Follow up. Xiao Funi just threw out this sentence, and the lion-tiger scale-armored beast quickly jumped up and followed Xian happily, even wagging its tail. Fortunately, Xian didn't see the scene. Otherwise he would scold again. Unexpectedly, there are also licking dogs among monsters. Damn! Perhaps because of the breath of the lion-tiger scale-armor beast. Xian, who entered the grove, found that the several monsters that originally lived here seemed to be startled and moved away from here. Xian felt it for a while, and found that there was no breath of monsters in the grove. So he ignored it, took out the parchment, followed the instructions on it, and came to the destination. Here, in an open space surrounded by trees, a figure with the cold air fluctuating around him stood quietly. Lady Shaft? Head Jada saw Shaft riding a huge lion-tiger scale beast following behind Xian, and showed a stunned expression. Obviously, she didn't expect that Shaft would follow along. Ignore me. Xia Funi still sat sideways on the lion-tiger scale beast, yawned cutely, and waved lazily. I just followed this little man out for a night out to have fun. Don't pay too much attention to me. Xian immediately vomited blood. Het Yadai frowned and looked at Xian. Her eyes were straight, as if she was re-examining him. Don't listen to her nonsense. Xian knew that if he didn't explain, he might die socially. So he quickly said, I just came to see you. But this guy insisted on coming with me. Before Het Yadai could respond to the sentence, Xia Funi spoke first. How can you say that? Xia Funi said in disbelief. It was you who said you wouldn't look for other wild women. So I followed you out with peace of mind. But I didn't expect you to. As she spoke, Xia Funi wiped the corners of her eyes, looking aggrieved and crying. Xian, who has been a man for 2 lifetimes, could not say a single decent word at this moment. He could only say MMP in his heart, almost swearing. Just when Xian was about to get angry and prepare to have a war of words with Xia Funi, Het Yadai spoke up. I have a general understanding of the matter. Het Yadai said so. Is that so? Xian was stunned for a moment. And then, he couldn't help but feel a little relieved in his heart. Yes. Het Yadai said expressionlessly. It seems that I disturbed you too. Don't worry. My work will be over soon. And I will leave decisively afterwards. Please forgive me. The relief in Xian's heart disappeared instantly. You call this a general understanding of the matter? What the hell? Anyway, please follow me first. Het Yadai still didn't give Xian a chance to swear. After saying this, she looked at Xiafun, hesitated for a while, and sighed. If Lady Xiafun has some spare time, please come along. Okay, Xiafun immediately burst into laughter. Or rather, she didn't cry at all, and her laughter was so beautiful and moving. What could Xian do? He could only circle and cross her in his heart again and again. Chapter 762. A little bit of effort. In the deserted woods late at night, the figures of Xian and the others were looming in the woods, except for the lion-tiger scale-armored beast, which was slightly larger and looked particularly obvious. The others were completely covered by the shade of the trees, and it was difficult to distinguish the human figures. But none of the group was bothered by the endless darkness. They all moved freely in the woods. Het Yadai walked in the front and led the way. Xian walked in the middle, looking at Het Yadai's back. Xia Funi sat on the back of the lion-tiger scale-armored beast and fell to the back. She still looked lazy, but exuded boundless charm. Unfortunately, no one was lucky enough to appreciate this scene, including Xian, who was walking in front of her. Of course, Xian did it on purpose. He didn't want to talk to this woman now, so let alone appreciate her. He felt annoyed even just looking at her. Anyway, he had already seen what he should and shouldn't have seen, so it didn't matter if he could only watch it to quench his thirst. Therefore, Xian soon stopped caring about Xia Fun's existence, and just looked at Het Yadai, who was leading the way in front. After a while, he spoke. So, what exactly do you want me to do for you? Xian finally asked this question. Yesterday, Het Yadai had already said that she needed Xian to help her with something. For this reason, even though Xian broke his appointment yesterday, Het Yadai still came here silently to wait for him today, and didn't even mention it during the day. It can be imagined that this matter should be quite important to Het Yadai. This is the fact. I want you to help me save someone. Het Yadai was silent for a while, and then said this sentence. Save someone? Xian was stunned. Het Yadai nodded, and pondered for a moment, as if considering what words to use to express her request next. Then, Het Yadai spoke. Before that, I would like to ask Lord Xian, do you know the existence of the Ice Maiden clan? Het Yadai asked this question. Ice Maiden clan? Xian was confused. Seeing this, Het Yadai knew that Xian didn't know about this tribe, until a sweet, moving and lazy voice sounded. It was a small tribe with a very small population. No men. Only women. And like the Stone Maiden clan, they reproduced through special methods. But their reproductive ability was extremely weak. At the peak, there were only a dozen people in a small tribe. Xiao Funi glanced at Hediadai, then looked at Xian, and explained it leisurely. They have no fixed homeland, and have been drifting around the world before the birth of the demon realm. Due to their sparse population, only a few people or people on special occasions are lucky enough to see them. Even on the battlefield between gods and demons, it is rare to see a member of the Ice Girl clan. This shows how mysterious and rare this tribe is. But every member of the Ice Maiden clan is very strong. When they grow up, they are all level 80 demon masters. They are also extremely rare and scarce unified tribes in the demon clan, just like the Dragon clan and the Stone Maiden clan. Xiao Funi's explanation made Xian suddenly realize and confused. Unified tribe? Xian asked without shame. What is that? It refers to a tribe whose life structure is very similar, and whose soul composition is also very similar. So the awakened unique skills have almost the same effect. Xiao Funi did not feel impatient, and explained patiently. Everyone knows that there are no completely identical unique skills in the world. The unique skills of each individual are different, and they are miracles that belong to one person alone. But there are also some special tribes that will awaken unique skills with the same name and very similar effects. For example, the Dragon clan, once transformed into a human, will awaken a unique skill called Dragon Transformation. The only difference is that the effect is different. The Dragon Transformation of the general dragons can only increase their strength by about 3 to 5 times, while Yulin is an unprecedented 7 times. And AI, the Lord, Mother, and King of the Dragons, is a unique 10 times. This is the difference. But in addition to the difference in effect, the dragon's humanoid demons all have unique skills with the same name. Such a group that can awaken a unique skill with the same name is the so-called unified group. The Stone Women of the Succubus territory is also a unified group. Once the people in the group awaken their unique skills, they will have an ability called Stone Magic Eyes, which can gradually petrify the individuals they see into inorganic matter, depending on the amount of magic power of the user. Some people can even petrify everything they see into statues, which is very powerful. Xiao Funi's words made Xian think of the first time he saw Liel and almost fought with her. At that time, Liel's eyes had become very strange, as if they contained extremely powerful power, which made Xian a little serious at that time. Now thinking back, that should be the ability of the unique skill called Stone Magic Eye. Unified tribes like the Dragon clan and the Stone Maiden clan are all very powerful. They are born with extremely strong power, and they will definitely rise to a certain level when they grow up. They are the best among the demons, standing at the top of the demon world, envied and feared. Speaking of this, Xiao Funi also felt regretful. Unfortunately, there are too few of them. In the entire demon clan, there are less than 5 such unified tribes, and each has its own problems. Like the Dragon clan, they were originally incarnated from dragon species. Only a small part of them that successfully transformed into humans can successfully awaken unique skills. This small part of dragon species is probably less than 1% of the entire dragon clan. In addition, the number of pure-blooded dragon species is already scarce, resulting in less than 10 dragons in the entire dragon clan that can transform into humans. Even so, the dragon clan is known as the strongest clan in the demon world, which shows how powerful they are. The Stone clan is also like this, because there are only women and no men. They reproduce in a special way, so the population must not be that large. And those who can successfully awaken their unique skills are even rarer. As a result, they still become the first clan in the Succubus territory. This is the so-called unified clan, a very special existence in the demon clan. Although it is rare, it is powerful. If there are more such clans, then perhaps it would be very difficult for the former god clan and human clan to compete with the demon clan. As one of the unified clans, the Ice clan has the sparsest population. But everyone can awaken a unique skill called Ice Luo Qianlu, which can control the cold winter. In the past, they were even regarded as the Ice Goddess clan of the Demon clan, which means that their abilities are not inferior to those of the goddess, who controls the concept of winter. Xiao Funi suddenly laughed. Because of this, the Ice Maiden clan is also known as the strongest clan under the Dragon clan, and is ranked higher than the Stone Maiden clan, which is also a unified clan. In addition, they are all clans composed of only women. The Stone Maiden clan has always regarded the Ice Maiden clan as a strong rival, and they are secretly competing with each other in the past and now. Hearing this, the corners of Xian's mouth twitched. No wonder that neurotic Stone Maiden stared at Hetye all day long when she came here. She had originally thought that there was something wrong between the two, but now it seems that it was the result of the competition between clans. However, we, the Ice Maiden clan, have never regarded the Stone Maiden clan as an enemy. What Hetye said lightly was enough to make Leal go crazy on the spot. I think it's very interesting. Xia Funi covered her mouth and laughed secretly. It's a pity that Hetye doesn't want to join my succubus territory. Otherwise, my succubus territory would be lively. This succubus is just looking for trouble. Hetye just shook her head lightly. The Ice Maiden swore to be loyal to His Highness Moon Demon a long time ago. As a member of the Ice Maidens, I will naturally not disobey the oath made by the tribe. Even if the target of poaching is a demon like Xia Funi, who is extremely charming. Hetye insists on this point. Of course. This is why I have no interest in you later. I don't like obedient puppets the most. Xia Funi pouted and muttered, otherwise, the Ice Maidens, whose hearts are frozen and whose temperament is cold enough not to fall in front of me, really suits my hobbies. Xia Funi's favorite is people who can be calm in front of her, can resist her charm, and don't obey her. The Ice Maidens are cold by nature, and even when facing Xia Funi, they can resist Xia Funi's charm to a certain extent. Logically speaking, they should be loved by Xia Funi. However, the Ice Maidens are not only cold by nature, but also have frozen hearts. That is not ruthlessness, nor is it coldness, but a group of people who will only follow the principles of the tribe like a machine, without regrets, and will not have any objections or even abnormal fluctuations. In view of this, although the people of the Ice Girl clan are powerful, they rarely express any opinions, and they rarely have their own opinions. They are born unable to live a unique and wonderful life, and can only be led by others and obey others. Perhaps, for many superiors, such Ice Girl clan can be regarded as the best and most trustworthy subordinates. But for Xia Funi, this kind of obedience is what she hates the most. If she conquers Hetye, then even if Hetye can be calm in front of her, what can she do? In the end, she still obeys her orders? So, Xia Funi lost interest in the Ice Girl clan. On the contrary, it is the Stone Girl clan. The hearts of those girls are as hard as a rock and difficult to conquer. They are most disdainful of things like love, and sometimes even look down on men. Shaft developed some interest in them, so she accepted Liel. Although the girl now obeyed Shaft's orders, Shaft had spent a little bit of effort to conquer her. This little bit of effort was enough for Shaft to give Liel a 10. Right? Chapter 763. That's you. Xian had no interest in Xia Funi's personal comments. This BXXXH is just hypocritical. She still wants to play. Has she forgotten how she turned over in her hands? If you were not a demon, you would have turned over in a deep ditch somewhere if you had not been playing like this for tens of thousands of years. Xian kept complaining in his heart, completely forgetting that a certain succubus could read minds. Feeling Xian's thoughts, Xia Funi was so angry. But when she thought that she had indeed turned over in the hands of this guy, she was frustrated again. Why was she so unlucky? This has been the case for tens of thousands of years. I have always been the only one who played with others. Why did I turn over in the hands of a man who I had only known for less than a few days at the time? And lost the most important thing? A succubus, the most beautiful woman in the 3 realms. A peerless beauty who has made countless heroes fall in love with her. And billions of lives have been intoxicated by her. But she can't get her, and can only live a miserable life. But she lost her virginity to a man she has met less than a few times? If this matter were to be exposed, it would turn the entire omnipotence into a purgatory on earth, and make countless men and even women cry, feel despair and pain. This is not a big deal. What is really outrageous is that this person is her brother-in-law who is about to marry. This is very coquettish. Fortunately, he is the one chosen by his mother, and he is very special, very different. Not the type she would hate. On the contrary, Xia Funi has already rated Xian at 98 points in her heart's ranking, almost catching up with Yi, who ranked first. Therefore, although Xia Funi's mood is very complicated, she actually does not have much repulsion. In addition, she could often read Xian's mind and know some of his thoughts. With these reasons, Xia Funi gradually developed a good impression of Xian. You know, Xia Funi, who possesses the Ripple Heart Demon, can read the minds of many people. Xia Funi knew exactly what those people who had already fallen for her were thinking. including the jealousy that Xiao Funi had just felt in the Supreme Castle. Xiao Funi had already noticed it clearly. But Xiao Funi didn't care. Over the years, Xiao Funi has peeped into the hearts of all kinds of people, and can be regarded as seeing through all kinds of human beings and all the ugly hearts. There are even some crazy people among them, whose desire for her is so explicit and strong that even she frowns and hates it. Only Xian, who had clearly gotten her, not only did not have any ugly thoughts towards her, but he also often despised and cursed her in his heart. He just now was circling and crossing her, and treated her as an ordinary person. Of course, he was not without desire. Sometimes he would be blatantly attracted to Xiao Funi, and even wickedly fantasize about all kinds of postures that would make her grit her teeth and blush. But that was only temporary. As soon as he turned his head, he would immediately change his mind. This proved that Xiao Funi was attracted to him. But he would not lose his mind for it. His acceptance ability was very strong. Even abnormally strong. He could easily pick up and put down anything. Some people might think that this was heartless. But Xiao Funi, who could read minds, knew that he had a heart and feelings. But he was very open-minded and free and easy. There were several figures in his heart, which always emerged silently. And every time they appeared, Xiao Funi would feel a strong warm emotion. That kind of emotion went beyond simple desire. Xiao Funi could feel that whenever Xian thought of him, his heartbeat and throbbing for himself would plummet, and even completely calm down. What does this show? It shows that even the most beautiful succubus in the 3 realms is not as good as her lovers in his heart. This surprised Xiao Funi more than once. After all, in the past, no matter how infatuated a man was, he would decisively abandon his former lover and be obsessed with her when he saw her. Even those famous heroes and heroes, after seeing Xiao Funi, even if they would not abandon their original lovers, the status of those lovers in their hearts would instantly be ranked behind Xiao Funi. Xiao Funi was extremely contemptuous of this. The former vows of love were completely overturned because of a love at first sight. Such so-called heroes and heroes are nothing but vulgar mortals. Therefore, Xiao Funi disdained those heroes and heroes, and even looked down on those emperors and kings with 3,000 beauties in the harem. Only Xian was the only one she had seen in tens of thousands of years, who still loved others, and those confidants who loved him after seeing her and even getting her. On the contrary, she herself could do nothing except arouse his desire. He had no love for her, let alone affection. Only occasional desire. This made Xiaofun feel resentful. Sure enough, good men belong to others. Xiaofun could only sigh like this. On the other hand, Hediadai had actually been paying attention to Xian and Xiaofun, because, since the two came to the central city, their behavior was very unusual. Especially Xiaofun. This succubus who disdained everyone and had no interest in others, actually behaved so intimately with a man for the first time, which really surprised the cold-tempered Hediadai. Tonight, Xiaofuni followed Xian and came out alone, explaining to Xian, talking to Xian, and even playing with Xian. All of this told Hediadai how special Xian was to Xiaofuni. As expected of a brave man who could win the heart of His Highness the Dragon Demon, Hediadai didn't think too much. Just sighed a few words. Xian didn't know yet how the two women who were both high-class women in various senses were evaluating him in their hearts. He just looked at Hediadai again and asked the most fundamental question. Is the person you want me to save a member of your Ice Maiden clan? Xian realized this. Yes. Hediadai was silent for a long time, then nodded and said, I am the only one left in the Ice Maiden clan now, and all the others are frozen. Frozen? Xian raised his eyebrows. That's right. Frozen. Head Jade affirmed. Xiao Funi took the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. The Ice Maidens are very strong. Very strong. They can even compete with the dragon-like humanoid dragons at the same level. Their unique skill Ice Luo Qian Lu is considered very powerful even by demons like us. If the magic power is sufficient, even fire, lightning, magma or volcano can be frozen. In theory, it can even freeze the sun. But if you want to do that, you can't do it without magic power that can't even reach the transcendent level. There is no need to explain how strong such Ice Maidens are. But in this world, not everything is better the stronger it is. The Ice Luo Qian Lu of the Ice Maidens is really too strong. But the owners of this ability are indifferent by nature and don't care about their own lives. This kind of mentality causes them to often burst out with power that they can't even control. The final result is that they are affected by their own Ice Luo Qian Lu, and even they are frozen, and can never get out of trouble. Xiao Funi said something that was speechless. Hediadai did not deny it. I have never reached this point because I have broken through to the limit level and have the most powerful hard power. I have rarely had any rivals. Hetyadai just wanted to say that she has never reached the point where she needs to recklessly burst out a force that she can hardly control. Therefore, she did not follow the footsteps of her tribe. In addition to the problem of reproduction, there is another important reason why the population of our Ice Girl clan is so small. That is, we do not cherish our lives. Hetyadai evaluated herself. Or rather, evaluated her tribe. In a tone as if she was talking about someone else's affairs. From ancient times to the present, the powerful Ice Girl clan rarely died at the hands of others. Because, when we encounter a strong enemy that is difficult to deal with, we will only choose to fight to the death and freeze the enemy, including ourselves. Even if we don't encounter a strong enemy, if necessary, we will use Bing Luo Qian Lu to freeze everything and make everything return to silence. Het Jade used plain words to tell what should be very sad. For them, this does not seem to be worth being sad about. Nor is it an honor. It is just a very plain action plan. To be honest, it is difficult for Sheen to agree with this mentality. But this is someone else's business. He will not say anything and make self-righteous comments. So, Sheen only asked in confusion, is there no way for those frozen tribesmen to escape? With Het Jade's ability, it should not be difficult to lift the frozen state of a group of tribesmen who are not at the extreme level. Even if it is impossible, can't the demons do it? As Sarah's capable subordinate, and one of the only 3 extreme-level strongmen in the demon world, Het Jade should be able to ask Sarah and even other demons to take action. When Sheen thought about this, Xia Fun shook her head and denied his statement. The ice of the ice women is different from ordinary ice. Even the sun can be frozen in theory. How can such ice be ordinary ice? That is not a force acting on the temperature, but a force acting on space or time. The object of freezing is the space where the enemy is and the individual time, not the enemy itself. Xia Funye said so. To remove such ice, either someone with far superior power or the ability to act on space and time must be there. Although we can meet the former, we cannot guarantee that even the ice maidens who are sealed in it are safe. As for the latter, probably only the goddess of fate Lidas and the 3 goddesses of time and space can do it. In addition, there is another person, the brave holy sword that can purify all evil and restrain all demon power. Xia Funya looked at Xian. That is you. Chapter 764 The Power of Freezing Time and Space. Hetiyadai's purpose is self-evident. That is, she wants Sheen to use the holy sword to free her frozen tribesmen. She herself has said before that this matter may be very troublesome for others. But for Sheen, it is just a piece of cake. Therefore, Hetiyadai will not hesitate to go to the human world in person after knowing that the hero has appeared again. Originally, I wanted to ask Her Highness Rosie Lusty, the kingdom treasurer of the Mitra Kingdom, to take action. But that princess has not grown up yet. Her talent and potential are terrible, but she may not be able to cope with it in terms of strength. In addition, she has a special identity, and there are goddesses of fate Lidas and many goddesses of the gods behind her. Even I dare not act rashly. Hetiyadai told Sheen. Over the years, I have been looking for people with abilities related to space and time. But regardless of whether there are people with such abilities, even if there are, they may not have enough power to release the frozen state of the Ice Maiden tribe. When the Ice Maidens become adults, they are demon masters of level 80. And some of them are even legendary. When such beings burst out with power that they cannot control at the critical moment of life and death, and use the ability of Ice Luo Qian Lu, you can imagine how strong this power will be. At least, Hetiyadai, an extreme-level strongman, can't do anything about the freezing of these tribesmen. As long as they are legendary-level Ice Maidens, the power of Ice Luo Qian Lu released after their uncontrolled explosion is enough to threaten extreme-level existences like Hetiyadai. Even for those Ice Maidens who have not yet reached the legendary level, their Ice Luo Qian Lu may not threaten Hetiyadai. But Hetiyadai wants to use her own power to remove the freezing without affecting them, which is also an uncertain thing. As for the demons of the transcendent level, their power is too strong. And unlike Hetiyadai, who has the ability of Ice Luo Qian Lu, it seems that they are not professionally matched. And if they want to solve it, they can only rush. But in this way, it is difficult to guarantee that the Ice Maidens in the ice will not be harmed. In short, this problem is still quite tricky. Xia Fui shrugged and said helplessly, it's not that we can't solve it, but it just happened to be stuck at a very uncomfortable point. So we don't know how to make a move to ensure that it is foolproof. If the Ice Maidens were weaker, then there would be no need for the demons to take action. And Het Yadai could easily solve it. The problem is that there are no weak people in the Ice Maidens. Adults are level 80. The power released under the uncontrolled explosion, even the weakest person, can completely freeze a legendary strongman and make him sleep forever. This is a unique skill. A power beyond the ordinary, which always works wonders in some unexpected places, or causes unpredictable troubles. Some people's unique skills will even cause them great trouble. For example, the L's unique skill allows her to grow horns. Some people's unique skills are to have 3 heads and 6 arms, which can turn a good person into a monster. Some people's unique skills will even bring unimaginable side effects, endangering their own lives and even endangering the people around them. Compared to this type of people, those who have awakened unique skills that are useless are actually lucky. The Ice Luo Qianlu of the Ice Maiden clan is very powerful. So powerful that it should not be possessed casually, without a matching mentality, spirit, and realm, but with too much power. The final result is definitely out of control and rampage. The fate of the Ice Maiden clan is a living example. In the past, when the Demon King was still alive, he could easily solve this problem. Even if I lost control and ran away, that person could free me with a wave of his hand. Right? Het Yadai said this, and then closed her mouth. Yes. Xia Funi restrained her smile, as if she was reminiscing about something, and murmured, although she always behaves ruthlessly, as long as she asks us to do something, she will complete everything. The atmosphere suddenly became a little heavy. Xian glanced at Het Yadai, then at Xia Funi, and suddenly spoke. According to what you said, I can do the same thing with a wave of my hand. But I am not ruthless at all. Okay? With one sentence, the heavy atmosphere was immediately broken. You guy. Xia Funi rolled her eyes at Xian. But she also knew that Xian deliberately changed the subject. So, Xia Funi continued to talk along with Xian's words. If you can really solve the problem of the Ice Maiden clan, the power of the demon world will probably undergo a great change. Isn't it? As the second largest group in the demon clan after the dragon clan, the Ice Maiden clan has a small population. But everyone can awaken the powerful unique skill Ice Luo Qianlu. Everyone is a strong person. And there are even many legendary strong people. The Stone Maiden clan, known as the first group in the Succubus territory, has 3 legendary strong people. And the Ice Maiden clan, even if Het Yadai is not counted, has no less than 5 legendary people. In addition, the rest of the Ice Maidens are also time bombs that may explode at any time, dragging the enemy with them and freezing time and space. If such a tribe reappears in the world, how much turmoil it will bring to the demon world is imaginable. Of course, as the pinnacle of the demon clan, the demons must be happy to see this scene. After all, this means that the deterrence of the demon clan has become much stronger. Now, my baby Leela is going to be anxious. Xia Funi said this happily, not at all distressed. You are a devil. Right? Xian said this very seriously. Het Yadai made a more serious promise to Xian. This time, if you can help me rescue my people, the Ice Maidens will owe you a big favor. No matter what happens in the future, we will repay it. Het Yadai's promise was not serious, and the content did not seem sensational. But Xian felt that the more so, the more unimaginable the benefits were. There is no other way. The people of the Ice Maiden clan keep their word, and will not go through too many twists and turns. Since they have said that they will repay you no matter what, then even if you ask them to risk their lives for you, they will probably do it without hesitation. Right? Xia Funi smiled at Xian. You have picked up a big bargain this time, my brave lord. Indeed, Xian has picked up a big bargain. For him, it is not difficult to remove the ice of Bing Luo Qianlu. It is just a piece of cake. With just a piece of cake, he can get the full support of a team with 1 extreme level, 5 legendary levels, and several demon masters. It is simply a pie in the sky. Although Xian has more powerful helpers around him, Bing Luo Qianlu is so strong that even the demons don't know how to deal with it. It is definitely a good thing to attract a force with such ability. Okay, I will try my best. Xian nodded and agreed to this matter. Thank you. Het Yadai relaxed her face and whispered thanks. The words were simple, and the tone was not solemn, but very sincere. Xian felt very comfortable listening to it, and followed Het Yadai to the deepest part of the grove. Here, there was a sudden snowfield. In the snowfield, the amazing cold air was spreading, and Xian, who was protected by Wai Tua Tianming, couldn't help but shiver and felt a little cold. Almost subconsciously, Xian spread the perception ability of Waiju Tianming. This spread? Xian immediately found the clue. The space here has been frozen. Xian's eyes flickered. See, this is the effect of being Luo Qianlu. Xiao Funi looked normal, and even had time to tease Xian. Xian ignored her, just silently felt it, and came to some conclusions. Here, teleportation cannot be used. Magic power cannot be released. And the magic power in the atmosphere does not even flow. In such a situation, no matter how strong the magician is, he may not be able to use a single magic. Right? The ability to freeze time and space is indeed impressive. No wonder Sarah sent Hediadai to receive the Apostle of Original Devil. With this ability, it is impossible for the frozen gold to escape. Hediadai even transferred it to 10,000 meters underground. It is estimated that it is also using the effect of Ice Luo Qianlu that is enough to interfere with time and space. Right? Although my unique skill is a plugin. This unique skill. Well, I am a little greedy. Xian tried not to show his envy. His unique skills are very powerful. And there are two more, both of which are foul-level abilities. Unfortunately, both Grace and Numerology are unique skills that assist growth. And they do not add to Xian's combat power. As Xian becomes stronger and stronger, he has learned all kinds of skills and integrated them into 7 destiny skills. His level is almost up. And these 2 skills will completely lose their function. Just like now. Xian has no idea how long he hasn't learned new skills. And the 7 destiny skills can no longer be integrated further. Only when he upgrades. The growth value of all aspects is increased to the maximum. This effect is still somewhat useful. However, when Xian reaches the limit level, this effect will also be lost. In this case, Xian would certainly hope that his unique skills can exert powerful power like Bing Luo Qianlu. Well, greed is insatiable. I should be content. Xian restrained his wild thoughts. We are here. In front. Het Yade also stopped and slowly spread her hands. Buzz. In the snow filled with cold air. The whole world began to tremble suddenly. Rumble. The ground trembled frequently, causing snowflakes to fly. The cold wind raged, causing the frozen space to become disordered. Not long after, icicles rose from the ground. In the snow, a rather spectacular scene gradually took shape. Chapter 765 The Missing Person. In the woods in the middle of the night. In a snowy area. The white cold air spread rapidly like fog. And it was many times thicker than before. They enveloped the surrounding area, covering many trees. Although the trees covered by the white fog did not freeze into ice, they seemed to be locked in space. Even if there was a strong wind, no leaves moved. The space in this area was completely frozen. Roar! The lion-tiger scaled beast under Xiao Funi sensed the crisis and let out a terrified cry. And then the cry stopped abruptly, causing it to condense there, as if it was frozen and unable to move. Really powerful, Xiao Funi exclaimed, and layers of magic rolled up on her body, like a burning flame, preventing the white cold air from approaching. Clang! A brilliant light shone from the holy sword that Xian had pulled out of his hand at some point and released the seal, protecting Xian, who was trapped in the white cold, faced with a cold that could freeze even time and space. Xian did not arrogantly think that he could resist it with the protection of Wei Tua Tianming alone. So he released the holy sword without hesitation. And with the help of the power of the holy sword, he resisted the extreme cold that was about to erode him. With the holy sword in hand, Xian placed himself in this icy cold as if walking on flat ground. But Xian's eyes were already attracted by the scene in front of him. I saw that in front of Het Yade, who was surrounded by white cold air, a column of icicles stood. Some of them seemed to be ready to soar into the sky and stand tall. Some of them looked like sharp blades of ice, and looked extremely sharp. Some of them looked like statues. Some like rock plates made of ice. Some like glaciers made of magic. And some like huge sharp barbs. And inside them, there is a figure, frozen inside as if sleeping. That is, Ice Maidens. Xian murmured. Yes. Hegyadai also looked at the scene, as if looking at the past time, and said, they are my people. Respectable and formidable Ice Maidens. Some of them are Hegyadai's acquaintances. Some are predecessors that Hegyadai has never seen. And some are even her former friends and family. It's a pity that in the long years, they have contributed themselves and sacrificed themselves on the battlefield to become what they are now. Indeed respectable and formidable. Xiao Funi looked at this scene. Her eyes swept across several icicles. And then she smiled bitterly. Obviously, there are also a few people here that Xiao Funi has paid attention to. Hetyadai's voice spread faintly. Among them, some people have been frozen for more than 10,000 years. And some have been frozen for 1,000 years. 1,000 years is already the smallest number. Because, in the final battle 1,000 years ago, all the Ice Maidens sacrificed themselves, bursting out with power that they could not even control, and fell into a semi-permanent sleep with the ability of Ice Luo Qianlu. Only Hetyadai, who was already at the extreme level at that time, did not encounter such a situation. After all, it is impossible to force such a Hetyadai to explode out of control unless it is a transcendent existence. At that time, the only transcendent existences of the gods and humans were the brave Mitra, the three goddesses, the goddess of justice, and the three goddesses of time and space. The brave Mitra rushed directly to the demon king under the cover of everyone, and naturally would not face Hetyadai. The three goddesses, the goddess of justice, and the three goddesses of time and space were divided by the 6 demons. Therefore, at that time, an extreme existence like Hetyadai could be regarded as an invincible and unparalleled general on the battlefield, and no one could force her to self-destruct. Even in the second half of the war, when she met the famous sun goddess of the gods, an extreme existence in charge of light and heat, Hetyadai fought her on equal terms. In view of this, until the end of the war, Hetyadai was not forced to risk her life. As a result, she was the only one who survived in the entire Ice Maiden clan. Afterwards, the war that lasted for countless years between the gods, humans and demons ended, and the demons began to integrate into the world of the gods and humans. But 1,000 years was still not enough for both sides to let go of all their grudges and help each other selflessly. So, I did not ask the goddess of fate, Lidas, nor did I contact the three goddesses of time and space to ask them to save my people. Until now, 1,000 years later, when I heard that the treasure of the Mitra kingdom inherited Mitra's holy sword, I thought that I would wait until she grew up and ask her to help me save my people. But I didn't expect that before that. The adults came to this world. As she spoke, Hetyadai turned around and bowed to Sheen. Lord Sheen, please help my people get rid of them. Hetyadai's tone was somewhat emotional until this moment. This made Sheen understand that the Ice Maidens were just cold by nature, not heartless. Perhaps what was frozen by Ice Luo Qianlu was not only their enemies and their bodies, but also their hearts. When did I become so sentimental? Sheen laughed slightly in his heart, and immediately looked at Hetyadai. Don't worry. Without saying much, Sheen simply nodded and agreed. Be careful. Xiaofuni was also paying attention to all this, and immediately said, the holy sword is poisonous to the demons. You can cut the ice that freezes them, but you must never touch their bodies. Understand? Otherwise, it is not saving people, but harming people. Got it. Sheen would understand. So, Sheen tightened the holy sword in his hand, felt the power flowing from it, stepped forward, and came to the nearest ice pillar. The person frozen inside was a little girl who looked about the same age as Ai, Milu, Lilith and others. She looked like she was not yet an adult. But through the peak of outer awareness of destiny, Sheen found that the level of this little girl was as high as 88. Although the people of the Ice Maiden clan can reach level 80 when they become adults. That refers to the situation where they have not undergone any training and are allowed to grow naturally. If you consciously train yourself since childhood, then with the talents of the Ice Maiden clan, it is also easy to reach level 80 before adulthood. Right? And if there are geniuses in such an Ice Maiden clan, it is not impossible for them to reach level 88 at a young age, close to the legendary level. It is really a cheating clan. No wonder the population is sparse. After Sheen's visual estimation, all the Ice Maiden clan members here are no more than 20 people. This shows that the population of this tribe is very small. Then come on. Sheen calmed down and raised the holy sword without any hesitation. Bang! Without charging or making any indifferent movements, Sheen slashed the holy sword as if he was doing it casually, turning the holy sword covered with a layer of brilliant light into a running golden light, slashing through the ice pillar in front of him. Silence appeared in an instant. A few seconds later, crack. A crack suddenly appeared on the ice pillar in front of Sheen. Crack, 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 crack. As if a chain reaction had been triggered. When cracks appeared on the ice pillar, cracks followed one after another, making the cracking sound endless. Bang! Until a certain moment, the ice pillar covered with countless cracks exploded. Inside, the little girl of the Ice Maiden tribe, who was freed from the ice, fell down. Sheen reached out his hand reflexively and took the other person into his arms. Woo! After a while, The little girl made a sound like a warning and slowly opened her eyes. The ice blue eyes appeared in front of Xian and reflected his appearance. Looking at this little girl from the Ice Maiden clan, Xian said something inexplicably. Okay. It's okay. Hearing this, the little girl stared at Xian for a long time. Immediately, as if she had lost her strength, the little girl closed her eyes again and fell into a deep sleep. However, this time, she would wake up sooner or later. In the following period of time, Xian used the holy sword to cut open the icicles in the snow one by one, freeing the members of the Ice Maiden clan one by one. Like the first little girl who was freed, they all fell into a coma after a short period of awakening. That was a manifestation of overdrawn magic power, who made them burst out with power that they couldn't even control before being frozen. With such an explosion, it is normal for magic power to be overdrawn? Xiao Funi helped to check it, and said one sentence at the end. They will wake up after a period of rest, and there will be no major problems. Then, the return of the terrifying tribe in the history of the demons is just around the corner. Is this good? When Xian freed the last ice pillar and handed the Ice Girl tribe member who came out of it to Xiao Funi, his mission was accomplished. However, for some reason, Het Yadai, who was still taking care of the tribe members just now, stood there in a daze and fell into a long silence. What's wrong? Xian asked in confusion. Het Yadai did not answer immediately. She just stared at the surroundings tightly, and after her eyes circled around, confirming that there were no other ice pillars, waves emerged in her eyes that no one could understand. Gone. After a long time, Het Yadai finally squeezed out such a sentence. What? Xian and Xiao Funi were both startled. Het Yadai was silent for a long time, and then said, there is another icicle, which is gone. Xian and Xiao Funi were surprised at the same time. Het Yadai stared at the snow here in a daze. After a long time, she murmured like a dream. The reproduction method of the Ice Girls is different from that of ordinary people. They do not need to give birth, so they have no concept of relatives. But if an elder of the Ice Girls feels that time is running out, she will also give birth to her own offspring at the cost of exhausting her vitality. There are not many Ice Girls born in this way, accounting for about 20% of the entire Ice Girls, and I happen to have a younger sister. Having said that, Het Yadai said no more, but both Xian and Shaf could understand what she wanted to say. In other words, Het Yadai's sister was gone. Completely. She had disappeared. Chapter 766 Moon Demon Territory. Central City. This is a space located 10,000 meters underground in the central city. At first glance, this place looks like a stalactite cave buried deep underground, with sharp rock spikes everywhere, and the sound of water drops constantly echoing, which is extremely clear in this underground where you can hear a pin drop. A closer look shows that in the center of this stalactite-like underground space, there is an ice pillar standing. Gold's figure is clearly visible in the ice pillar. That's right. This is where Het Yadai imprisoned Gold. Gold was frozen here and completely lost consciousness. Logically speaking, it is impossible for anyone to come here at a depth of 10,000 meters. But at a certain moment, a figure appeared here silently. That was a woman with a cold and beautiful face and a relatively gentle aura, like a fairy descending from the moon. But her eyes were full of coldness, which made her look even more dangerous. The woman looked at Gold, who was frozen here, and snorted coldly. What a waste. As she spoke, the woman stretched out her hand and placed her slender palm on the icicle. Swish. The white mist on the icicle immediately fluctuated and climbed up her body along the woman's hand. The ice cast by Het Yadai was naturally impossible to touch casually. The extreme cold that could freeze even time and space. If touched casually, the end result would definitely be frozen into an ice sculpture in an instant, following the footsteps of the people in the icicle. However, the woman ignored the cold. On her hand, a soft moonlight-like glow lit up, and it was entangled with the cold that was wrapped around her arm. In a blink of an eye, the moonlight and the cold cancelled each other out. That moonlight actually eliminated the extreme cold that could freeze time. So, the woman manipulated the moonlight and let it attach to the icicle. But after a while, the woman frowned. Sure enough, the freezing that the woman cast with her own hands could not be easily eliminated by me. Although it was not like the brainless women of the Ice Maiden clan, who exerted the terrible freezing ability through rampage and loss of control. The woman was the same as herself, and the freezing she cast with her own hands was not so easy to eliminate even if I wanted to. Unless, ignore the life and death of the people in the ice? Just like the demons did not dare to act casually, fearing that they would hurt the Frozen Ice Maiden clan members. If the woman wanted to eliminate this extreme cold with her power, it was not impossible. But she could not take into account the safety of the people inside. In this case, you go. The woman let the moonlight surge without any hesitation, completely covering the icicle. Bang! The next second, the icicle shattered into ice dust. Along with him, the frozen gold was also shattered. A top legendary warrior, a former cadre under the poison demon, was wiped out just like that. The woman withdrew her hand, as if she had done something unpleasant. At this time, after all, he is your apostle. Isn't it a pity to abandon him so simply? A gentle and elegant voice came from behind, causing the woman to pause and turn around coldly. The next second, a polite demon man sat on a rock, surrounded by black-robed demon fighters guarding him, which caught the woman's eyes. It was Donna's. The woman looked at Donna's coldly. Do you have the right to say that about me? The woman said very coldly. Isn't the demon spirit that was doing all kinds of things in the Tagore forest also your apostle? In the end, wasn't he abandoned by you? This is really unfair. Donna spread his hands and said innocently, she was killed by the hero because she was too reckless. I didn't kill her. Even if you didn't kill her yourself, you abandoned her. Otherwise, you were clearly there at the time. Why didn't you save her? The woman wanted to say this, but she held back. She knew that no matter what she said, as long as there was no solid evidence, she would not be able to do anything to the man in front of her who only knew how to play tricks. Even if she blamed him and pointed out his abnormality, he would just perfunctorily smile. So, the woman hated him, and had always been so wary of him, and had no trust in him at all. Even if he was the son of that adult, it would be the same. It's not your turn to say what I should do, the woman said with an increasingly cold tone, in order to prevent the information of the original demon from being leaked. Just an apostle. Just abandon it. Is that so? Donna's didn't think so, and his expression gradually became intriguing. There's no way. Are you sure you're doing this for the original demon's information not to be leaked? Not for your own information not to be leaked. Donna said this. What do you mean? The woman was silent for a long time, and squeezed out these words. You should know what I mean. Donna's didn't care. Just continued to look at the woman and laughed. Soon, Donna spoke little by little. If she knew that you had already escaped, joined the original demon, and became the original demon's great apostle, your sister's expression should be very interesting. Don't you think so? Miss I agreed. As soon as these words came out, the air in the entire underground space changed. The temperature seemed to drop sharply, and the entire underground space was instantly covered by the extremely low temperature. That was no longer just a normal low temperature, but an unimaginable ultra-low temperature that could instantly destroy everything. Boom! The entire underground space collapsed instantly under the cover of the unimaginable extreme ultra-low temperature, and was completely turned into powder. Bang! In a remote place outside the central city, a figure was protected by several black-robed magic fighters, and broke out under the vibrating magic power, and came to the ground. Swish! A ray of moonlight also broke through the ground and appeared in an instant, causing the temperature of the entire world to drop by several levels. Oh! It's really scary. Donna's patted his chest, looking like he was still in shock, and was heavily guarded by the magic fighters. And in the moonlight that cooled the world, the cold and beautiful woman also appeared quietly. Do you really think I dare not kill you? Donna's. The woman Aya Green looked at Donna's with a murderous look in her eyes that she had never seen before, bathed in such murderous aura. Donna's felt as if the space around him was frozen, which made him feel uncomfortable. Fortunately, the magic fighters protected Donna's in the middle, and the magic power was shaking, so Donna's was still protected. Donna's felt chest tightness, but the smile on his face did not diminish at all. As expected of a woman who survived the experiment, she not only raised herself to the extreme level, but also mutated the power of Ice Luo Qianlu to such a terrible level. Donna's ignored Aya Green's murderous eyes and talked to himself. But, Miss Ice Girl, I heard that people in your tribe are naturally indifferent and rarely care about anyone or anything, including their own lives. Now you can't help it just by mentioning your sister of the same tribe. This doesn't fit the characteristics of your tribe at all? As if challenging Aya Green's limit, Donna spoke provocatively with a gentle and elegant expression. Aya Green wanted to kill this pretentious young master, but was hurt by his words. I have long forgotten that woman. Aya Green could only suppress her inner emotions and deny it in a low voice. Really? Donna said with a smile, You can be so excited for a person who has long been forgotten. You are more humane than I thought. My noble apostle of the moon. Aya Green was silent. The moonlight around him, that seemed to crush the space, was taken back by him. The low temperature that enveloped the whole place also gradually disappeared, allowing the frozen space to return to its original state. Aya Green looked at Donis coldly again and said this. Don't let me catch the opportunity. Otherwise, I will definitely kill you. After saying that, Aya Green disappeared from the spot. Donis watched the scene, and the smile on his face gradually faded. Instead, there was a trace of fear. This woman is really scary, Donis murmured. Behind him, a girl's voice sounded. Is this the Ice Maiden clan? The girl sighed. No wonder they were able to reverse the situation on the battlefield 1,000 years ago. Even the ability to freeze time and space is really amazing. Yes, Donis said frankly, not to mention, the woman's ability has evolved. Not only can she freeze time and space, but she can also crush and destroy time and space. Such power. Even if her sister comes, I'm afraid she can't catch up. I'm very curious about what kind of experiment she went through to become so powerful. The girl said so. Don't do it. Donis smiled and advised, believe me, you will never want to know. Although it is not as profound as the ritual of the refining of your great spirit, the degree of cruelty is much higher than that. Okay, then I won't ask. The girl gave up very simply and said, you'd better not provoke such a strong woman casually. Otherwise, you can't do anything to her with your puppets that only have power but no unique skills. I know, Donis said calmly, but don't you still have me? Oh. The girl seemed to raise her eyebrows and said, you want me to take action? It depends on the situation. Donis did not deny it and said, that woman has always been suspicious of me, wary of me, and even secretly investigating me. In this case, I am afraid that I will have to kill her sooner or later. What he wants to do is indeed shameful. At least, not now. I understand. If necessary, I will take action. The girl agreed indifferently. Thank you. Donis nodded and smiled indifferently. Chapter 767, Are there more cunning people who want to harm me? At the same time, in one corner of the human world, a young lady who was drinking tea in a mansion full of birdsong and flowers suddenly paused and raised her head. Young lady? Beside her, a girl who looked exactly like her, but was wearing a maid's uniform, holding a teapot in her hand, ready to pour tea for her young lady at any time, spoke with a little doubt. The young lady did not pay attention to her maid who looked like a twin at the first time, but kept looking out the window, as if peeping at something. After a while, the young lady gently put down the teacup in her hand, and said something to her maid with an inexplicable tone. It seems that the experimental subject who once took away my power has appeared. A simple sentence made the maid's action of preparing to pour tea suddenly pause, because she knew very well what this sentence meant. So, the maid was silent for a long time before speaking. Are you sure? The maid only asked this question. I think so. The young lady seemed indifferent and said, although the feeling is very faint, the other party may have some emotional fluctuations, which makes it impossible to conceal the fluctuations of power like before. So I feel it. In this case, this matter can basically be regarded as almost certain. What is the young lady going to do? The maid asked in a low voice. Me? The young lady's eyes flickered, and finally she suddenly smiled and said, I will do nothing. The maid was slightly startled. Don't worry. Seeing this, the young lady said directly, I have a hunch that the other party will come by himself sooner or later. If so, she doesn't need to do anything more. Just wait here. Of course, if this hunch is correct, the problems involved may be very big. The reason is nothing else. The meeting between the three tribes will be held in the capital of the Mitrok Kingdom in a month. But I have a hunch that the other party will come by himself. The young lady said leisurely, from this point of view, the meeting in a month will not be peaceful. Apart from that incident, the young lady could not think of anything else that could attract those crazy people. At that time, your hero might be involved. The young lady said this in a rather unpleasant tone. The maid did not respond to this, but silently poured tea for the young lady, and remained silent. Seeing the maid's performance, the smile on the young lady's face gradually disappeared. She knew that the other party was worried that something uncontrollable would happen after she regained the power. After all, if she regained that power, she would become a real demon king body. Add to that the maid who looked like twins, the gathering of two demon king bodies. Perhaps, it would really lead to something happening. That's not certain. But she had to take back that power. Not for anything else, but because if she kept it, the people of the old demon clan would definitely use it, making more experimental subjects appear and causing more people to suffer misfortune. That was her own power. Although she also got this power from the existence called the Demon King. It was better to keep it by herself than to let it continue to fall into the hands of the old demon clan. 1 month of the 3 clans meeting. The girl, Laixia, continued to look out the window. Laixia watched this scene quietly, without saying a word for a long time. At the same time, Aya Green also appeared in another corner of the demon world. She was lowering her head, accepting the accusation of a cold voice. I should have told you that if it is not necessary, you can't use that power too much. You don't seem to listen to it. Aya Green. Hearing this, Aya Green lowered her head deeply. She did not refute or beg for mercy, as if she would not even blink if her head was cut off by the other party. This attitude made the voice become much softer. However, the other party's tone was still ruthless. Remember, without my order, you must not fight without authorization. Otherwise, I will take back the power I gave you and recreate a more obedient apostle. Leaving such words, the other party seemed to disappear. Aya Green did not raise her head at the first time, but maintained this posture for a full 10 minutes before raising her head. The power given to me? Aya Green could only talk to herself in a self-deprecating manner. If possible, I really don't want these so-called powers. Unfortunately, whether in the past or now, she seems to be suffering from power. Because, whether it is the power in the past or the power now, it has only brought her misfortune. 2 powers. One from the bloodline of the tribe, and the other from legends and anecdotes. However, none of them can be easily controlled by Aya Green. If I am as strong as my sister, can I completely control these powers? Aya Green's voice spread slowly. But I am stronger than my sister. The lonely confession echoed in the moonlight for a long time. Moon Demon Territory. Central City. In a suburb far away from the hustle and bustle, a small tribe appeared at some point. In the tribe, the Ice Maidens have woken up and are surrounding Hetyadai, obeying Hetyadai's orders. From today on, this is where you will temporarily live. Hetyadai spoke one sentence at a time with a cold tone, as if she was not facing her own people. This place is very remote, and with the order of Lord Sira, no one will come here, and no one will disturb you. You can stay here with peace of mind. Take care of your body first, and then slowly recover your state. You have been sleeping for too long. At least 1,000 years. The 1,000 years of freezing, coupled with the uncontrolled outbreak before freezing, have made your bodies weaker than ever before. Therefore, for your safety, and to give you a place to recuperate, Lord Sira will allocate this place for us to use. Remember, take care of your body, so that you can continue to serve Lord Sira. Hetyadai gave the order one by one. The group of Ice Maidens also listened quietly there, without response or objection. Even like Hetyadai, they all had expressionless faces and indifferent expressions, as if they didn't care what would happen to them next. And they were not happy about waking up, and just accepted the arrangements of others indifferently. This scene made Yulin, who had heard about the strength of the Ice Maidens, and was eager to try, suddenly lose interest. Don't these women know how to express their emotions? Yulin was very dissatisfied. Lilith didn't know whether she understood what Yulin was dissatisfied with, and nodded directly. Is this the Ice Maidens? Xian, who was holding Lilith's hand, was secretly shocked. It must be said that the people of the Ice Maidens are really indifferent. The performance that they didn't care about their own life and death, let alone what to do in the future, made Xian understand why Xiaofuni felt that they were boring. They really were like puppets without hearts, and they didn't care about anything. This kind of character, no matter how powerful it is, will only make people feel chilling. But the happiest person for their return is the eldest sister. Xiaofuni smiled and said, now, the combat power of the demons can be raised to a higher level, no matter how turbulent the situation will become in the future. This is a shot of adrenaline. On the side, Yi, who was holding a pillow, also nodded. Thousands of years ago, the performance of the Ice Maidens on the battlefield was too good. The explosion caused by their self-sacrifice caused countless disasters to the warriors of the gods and humans. If they knew that they had reappeared in the world, the gods and humans would probably have to reevaluate their attitude towards the demons. As a demon who has witnessed the contributions of the Ice Maidens over the years, Yi knows very well that in terms of strategic significance, the Ice Maidens are much greater than the dragons. The power of Bingluo Qianlu is so dangerous that every member of the Ice Maidens can be regarded as a time bomb. Or a bomb that even the transcendent beings will find a bit tricky once it explodes. With their existence, the demons are like having nuclear bombs for deterrence. Sarah, the Demon Supreme, can probably think of countless tactics based on this. In addition, they are loyal, will not betray, and are not stingy with sacrifice. For the superiors, such subordinates can be very satisfying. Of course, now is a peaceful time. Can you not always think about what will happen if the war starts? Xian rolled his eyes. Do you still have the nerve to say it? Ai glanced at Xian and said, I haven't heard your explanation yet. You suddenly slipped out in the middle of the night and brought back so many women when you came back. What's going on? So didn't I say it? Xian said in annoyance. I was entrusted by someone. Can you not think of me as going out to fool around? Little Ai is blaming you for not telling her and not waking her up. Xia Funi covered her mouth and chuckled, of course. She is more likely to be jealous of me. After all, Xian didn't bring Ai with him in the middle of the night, but brought Xia Funi with him. This really is reason to make people feel dissatisfied. As expected, Ai would not admit it. Who is jealous? Ai tried to refute. Unfortunately, no one paid attention. Only Grady and Bellotti, looking at the powerful Ice Maidens, felt a sense of crisis in their hearts. Unexpectedly, they returned. Now, the status of our Dragon Clan is in danger again. The two founders of the Dragon Clan only felt Alexander. The power of the Ice Maidens has always threatened the dominance of the Dragon Clan. If their number was not too small, the position of the strongest clan of the Demon Clan might not belong to their Dragon Clan. Now, these Ice Maidens are back, and it is impossible for Grady and Bellotti not to feel pressure. Sure enough, we must quickly make the Dragon Clan stronger. The two Dragon Maidens turned their green eyes to someone. Hiss. Xian felt a chill rising up and shuddered. Another villain wants to harm me? Chapter 768 We are innocent. The group chatted for a while, playing around from time to time, and seemed quite comfortable. There were only two people staying aside, and their mood seemed a little unhappy. No, to be more precise, it should be said that there was one person and one beast. This person refers to Leal. This stone woman is now staring at a group of indifferent ice women in the village, as if she was looking at some mortal enemy, and she almost jumped on them to challenge them. Even the Dragon Clan, known as the strongest clan, felt pressured by the return of the Ice Women, not to mention the Stone Women clan, which was originally inferior to the Ice Women clan, and had always been ranked behind the Ice Women clan. How could Leal feel happy about this? What made Leal feel extremely unhappy was that her beloved master actually came out alone with Xian in the middle of the night, and witnessed the return of the Ice Women clan. However, she, a loyal servant, stood guard outside her master's room all night, unaware that her master had sneaked away, and foolishly guarded an empty room all night. When she learned about this, Leal was dumbfounded. Therefore, she experienced what it meant to be doubly unhappy. From the beginning, she had been standing by with a stern face, and she was just short of painting it with the color of stone, turning into a real stone statue. And next to Leal was the lion-tiger scale beast. Yes, this licking dog monster actually came along. It seemed that it was completely inseparable from Xia Funi. Since that night, no matter where Xia Funi went, it followed her happily, trampling the dignity of a legendary monster under its feet, and became a pet that obeyed orders. Leal wanted to stew it, and in front of everyone, to tell everyone that not just any cat or dog can go in and out of their master's side, strongly implying someone. But Shaft threw down a sentence. Forget it. Just keep it first, and take it out for a ride when you are tired. Faced with Shaft's remarks that were like treating pigs and dogs, the lion-tiger scale-armored beast, well, it did not get up from the coffin, but was overjoyed. So, this licking dog monster appeared here, staying by Leal's side, ready to go forward at any time and act as a mount. But its master seemed to treat it as if it didn't exist. Not only did he not ride it anymore, but he kept going in and out of the human who didn't look very delicious. In view of this, the lion-tiger scale-armored beast's mood also became not very beautiful. In this situation, Leal stared at the group of ice girls. The lion-scale beast stared at Shaft, and Grady and Bellotti stared at Sheen. A strange scene of the four of them being silent appeared here. Lilith accidentally glimpsed this scene, and as always, firmly and slowly typed a question mark. Don't look. You will be infected. When Yulin saw it, she immediately covered Lilith's eyes and took her away quickly, as if she had seen some virus. Yi and Xiafun were completely unaware of this, and kept arguing beside Xian. One teasing the younger sister, and the other refuting the older sister. The two demons were chirping in his ears. If it weren't for their really nice voices and beautiful looks, Xian would have said that they were a little annoying. It wasn't until a long time later that the ice maidens gathered in front seemed to have accepted the instructions and began to disperse around and find houses to live in. They were obviously a group of extremely powerful people. But at this time, no one had any objection to living in a remote village. I have to say, it's really easy to support them. Xian looked at it leisurely, but suddenly felt a very obvious sight cast on him. But when Xian was about to follow the sight, Hetye came back. Thank you for accompanying me. Her Highness Xiafuni and Her Highness Ai. Hetye first apologized to Xiafuni and Ai. Don't mind it. Xiafuni said indifferently, my elder sister has already said that your people are in a weak state now. It is better to take care of them to avoid being murdered by someone with ulterior motives. In addition, she had also planned to come and see. So Xiafuni naturally had nothing to do, and came with them. For her, watching a group of ice maidens was just a side job. Otherwise, she really had no interest in coming. Ai was more direct. I just followed him here. Ai lightly attributed the reason to Xian. Well? Xian spread his hands and said, I just care a little bit. Just think of me as a random person. Hearing this, Hetye did not say anything hypocritical and nodded. Then, she began to talk about the current situation. At present, the return of the Ice Maidens has not been announced. Lord Sarah said that in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, it is better to wait until the tribesmen have recovered before announcing the news. For this reason, before recovery, my tribesmen will live here, and Lord Sarah will send people to take care of them. If nothing unexpected happens, Lord Sarah will come to visit in person after a while, and set up a barrier to protect the Ice Maidens here. Hetye told everyone about the situation of the Ice Maidens. Really cautious? Xiafuni muttered. Indeed cautious. Ai frowned. She had also knew why Sarah would arrange so carefully. Is it because of your sister's disappearance, and the disappearance of the apostle? She sighed. These are two very unusual things. I really didn't expect that even after using Bingluo Qianlu to completely freeze the apostle, and imprisoning him in a space 10,000 meters underground, something still went wrong with the apostle. The guys from the old demon clan original demon are really omnipresent. Xiafuni curled her lips. To be able to unlock your ice Luo Qianlu, it must be someone of your level or even higher than you. Right? And I looked at Hetye. I don't know. Hetye was silent for a while. Then said, generally speaking, even if it is the same level as me, it is impossible to unlock my ice Luo Qianlu without special abilities. For people like the Ice Maidens, when they are frozen, the time and space around them are completely frozen. To unlock it, either a power far superior to the power of freezing is required, or an ability that works on space or time, and the holder of the ability cannot be too weak. In this way, the person who can unlock the ice Luo Qianlu set by a person of Hetye's level, even if he is of the same level, must have a special ability with corresponding conditions to successfully unlock it. Even so, the other party cannot rescue the imprisoned person intact. Hetye said calmly, so, I think the other party may have destroyed my detention in order to silence the witness, regardless of the life or death of the target. At this point, Hetye paused and apologized to Sheen. Sorry, Lord Sheen. I have already said that I will take good care of your captives. But there is still a mistake. Hetye really doesn't know how to explain to Sheen. Others saved their own people, but I failed to take good care of the captives that others valued. This is simply incompetent. I have begged Lord Sarah to send someone to investigate the detention area. There has been a large-scale destruction there, and it is very likely that there will be some clues left. With Lord Sarah's eyesight, she may be able to see something. Hetye cast her eyes on Sheen. I will give you an explanation for this matter sooner or later. Hetye has made such a decision. No matter who it is, she will settle accounts with her for the guy who made her unable to complete the benefactor's instructions and lost face in front of the benefactor. Sheen seemed to see what Hetye was thinking and waved his hand. Now that things have happened, there is no point in being upset. Sheen has let it go and said, those guys are omnipresent. I have experienced several incidents so far. There are shadows of them. The feud has been made long ago. Even if I can't get anything out of them now, I will settle accounts with them sooner or later. At this point, Sheen met Hetye's eyes. But you? What about your missing sister? Sheen's words made Ai and Shaft look at Hetye. And Grady, Bulati, Leal, Yulin and even Lilith also turned their eyes. However, Hediadai's expression did not change at all. Lord Sarah is already investigating this matter. Hetjade just said this. The disappearance of a member of the Ice Maiden tribe could be a big or small matter. Perhaps the shadow of the original devil is behind it. Lady Sarah has already taken it seriously. The implication is that she will treat this as a business matter. Even if the other party is her sister. It is the same. Okay. Xian said nothing more. But this incident has made him realize that perhaps the infiltration of the original demon into the demon clan is more thorough than he imagined. How many things did the other party do in secret that others don't know? What will this incident mean? Xian was thinking wildly. And suddenly felt that obvious sight again. This time, Xian followed the sight to find it. As a result, he saw a little girl hiding in the corner, looking at him quietly. She is? Xian almost didn't remember who the other party was. Hediadai seemed to have seen it too, and spoke directly. She is the little girl who was first rescued from the ice by you last time. Hearing what Hediadai said, Ai and Xiaofuni subconsciously looked at each other. The other party was not afraid at all. Still standing there, quietly looking at Xian. That look seemed to be particularly impressed by Xian. Everyone looked at each other. It seems that she liked you very much. Hediadai made such an evaluation. Ai and Xiaofuni looked at Xian with one cold and the other half smiling. Worthy of being a silly master. Yulin threw out such a feeling, making Lilith nod repeatedly. As for Leal, Grady, Bulati and others, they looked at Xian with contempt. Xian blinked his eyes. We are innocent. Chapter 769. It's normal to feel itchy. Ice Maiden Village. This is the name that Shaft gave to the village where the Ice Maidens lived before she left. There is no culture, no particularity. It is very simple and crude. And Xian doesn't know whether to complain or not. But Hetjade accepted the name with a normal expression, which made Xian wonder if this woman would accept it without changing her expression if it was called Mitiangdong Village. The people of the Ice Maidens will temporarily live here, and they are not expected to be born before they recover. Xian even seriously suspected that Sarah would simply hide them all, and use them as a secret army to quietly do things that cannot be told to outsiders. At least, Xian was warned by Ai and Shaft that the existence of the Ice Maiden Village must be kept secret. In conjunction, Yulin, Lilith, Leal, Grady and Bulati were all warned. I'm not that big-mouthed. This was Yulin's response. Lilith is still the same Lilith. Probably doesn't understand anything. But this makes people feel at ease. I don't bother to use despicable means to attack those ice girls. If you want to defeat them, you have to do it in an upright way. Leal shouted, looking like a single-celled female gangster with no brains and only knows how to yell. As for Grady and Bulati, they didn't say much. Compared to that kind of thing, I think we have more important things to do. Master, if possible, I hope you can give us some time. We have something to discuss with you, and may need to borrow your people. The two dragon girls said this to Ai. Xian always felt that these two women were planning to do something bad to him. Along the way, the two women kept staring at him. Their eyes were green. If they didn't plan to do anything bad, Xian would never believe it. This made Xian want to run away. But before Xian was ready to run away, Ai stretched out her little hand, exerted her terrifying strength, grabbed his collar, and almost pulled him to death. What are you doing? Xian complained. Ai didn't even give him a bit of face. What did I say last time? Ai said with a bad face. I said I would take you to a place. But in the end, did you forget everything? Hearing Ai's words, Xian immediately remembered this matter. Is it the good place you said to improve your strength? Xian's eyes lit up, and he immediately gave up the idea of running away. A good place to improve your strength? Beside him, Yulin's eyes also lit up. On the contrary, Leal, Grady and Bulati seemed to have thought of something. Could it be there? Leal showed a surprised expression. Grady and Bulati spoke hurriedly. No way. Master, how can you use that place casually? And it is not effective for humans. The two dragon girls were a little anxious. What? What place are you talking about? Yulin was curious and took Lilith to come over to find out. Unfortunately, they were all driven away by Ai without mercy. You don't understand. So don't ask so many questions. Ai interrupted the cadre's attempts to stop her very neatly, and said to Yulin, and you? It's useless to be excited. You are already at the extreme level. Even if you reach there will be no improvement at all. Che Yulin smacked her lips in disappointment. Lady Xiaofun. Leal looked at Xiaofun and hesitated to speak. That's it. Shaft didn't give Leal a chance to speak. and said calmly, "We know our limits. So you can go back to the Supreme Castle directly. And don't wait for us. You too," AI said to Grady, Bulati, and even Yulin and Lilith, "go back to the Supreme Castle first. Remember? Don't leak the news." Leo, Grady, and Bulati looked at each other, and finally had to obey reluctantly. Yulin had some objections, but when she thought about this related to Xian's promotion, she was the first to hold Lilith, spread her dragon wings, and flew away directly. Compared with before she turned into a human, this dragon girl has matured more than a little. On the other hand, Lilith seemed reluctant to leave Xian, but in the end, she was obedient and followed Yulin to leave under AI's persuasion. The group disappeared in the blink of an eye. At the scene, Xian, Yi and Xiafun were the only 3 people left. Seeing this scene, Xian felt a little guilty for some reason. If he was alone with either party, there would be no problem. But now, one is his fiancée with whom he has a formal engagement, and the other is his underground lover with whom he has an unclear relationship. They are also sisters. Will nothing go wrong if they get along like this? When Xian was thinking about this, a jade hand suddenly slapped him. Xian said he was seriously frightened. Second sister? Yi was also slightly startled by the sudden situation in front of him. Just now. Of course. It was Xiafun who slapped Xian hard. "It's okay." Xiafun withdrew her hand lightly and said, "My hand just suddenly felt a little itchy." Xiafun, who was so calm, was indignant in her heart. "What is an underground lover? When did we become your secret lover? Don't think that you have taken advantage of me. I have become your secret lover. Even if we have an ambiguous relationship, I have never thought of becoming your secret lover." Obviously, the angry succubus once again knew what Xian was thinking through Ripple Heart Demon. Ahem. Xian coughed dryly and said, "It's normal to have itchy hands. I also have itchy hands from time to time." "Yes, that's right." As he said that, Xian waved his hand as if he wanted to prove it. Snap! With a crisp sound, our little Yi's head was hit by love. Yi was stunned and could only type question marks. When she came back to her senses, the little girl was silent, and her eyes looking at Xian burst out with murderous intent. What? What happened? Xian actually regretted it after he made the move, but he didn't dare to say it, let alone ask. So he could only be forced to be tough and try to get away with it. There is no doubt that he failed. Bang! With a sound like an explosion, a huge rock on the roadside was smashed by a small fist. Little Yi retracted her small fist and said expressionlessly, "Next time, if I feel itchy, I hope you don't think it's too strange." The slightly childish voice of His Highness the Dragon Demon silenced the tough hero. Looking at the huge rock that was broken on the ground, Xian twitched in his heart and slowly turned his eyes to the source of all this. Puff! His Highness the Succubus laughed out loud in a very unkind way, looking like she couldn't help laughing. And she was so happy. Xian watched silently, and finally couldn't help it, and waved his hand again. Snap! After another crisp sound, Xian moved in an instant and disappeared from the spot. Ah! After a while, a scream rang out. Damn it! Xiaofuni jumped, and felt a burning pain in her buttocks, telling everyone where Xian's big hand finally landed. Don't run! Xiaofuni gnashed her teeth and chased after him. Only I was left standing there, confused for the second time. What just happened? After a few seconds, Long Yatu, who confirmed that everything that had just happened was real, spread her dragon wings and started the chase with a murderous look on her face. Central City. Outside the city gate, in an open space away from the main roads, several demons came one after another silently. Here they come! Milla fell from the sky with a cheer and landed on the open space. Big sister, you are here. Lid sat on Milla's head and looked at Sarah, who was there. I just came too. Although Sarah didn't look tired after handling affairs all night, she couldn't help but yawn a little. In addition to Sarah, Carmina arrived first. Haven't Yi and the others come yet? Carmina asked, and then gently tapped a tree next to her, making the tree wither and shrink quickly, looking extremely scary. Don't destroy the flowers and plants casually, Carmina. Lid blamed her, and then said they should still be with Xian, with the Ice Maidens. Woohoo! Milla hugged Lid on her head, holding her in her arms like a doll, and said aggrievedly, Milu, I want to go too. Don't go. There's nothing fun. Carmina verbally taught Milu a lesson, and then said, have the Ice Maidens really returned? Indeed, they have returned. Sarah smiled slightly and said, fortunately, before the hero was ready to come to the demon world. I had anticipated it and made arrangements in advance. Otherwise, the news of the return of the Ice Maidens would definitely spread immediately. Right? Sarah had indeed guessed everything in advance. After all, she also knew exactly how to liberate the Ice Maidens. And she knew even more clearly that Headjade had gone to the human world. It was self-evident what her purpose was. Therefore, when all the other demon cadres who went to the human world without permission were punished, only Headjade was not punished by Sarah. Because Sarah knew very well that Headjade went to the human world not to cause trouble for the hero, but to ask him for help. So, when it was confirmed that Sheen would come to the demon world, Sarah was certain that Headjade would ask Sheen for help to liberate the frozen Ice Maidens. Under such circumstances, Sarah naturally made all preparations, so that she could arrange all matters of the Ice Maidens in a short time. But she didn't expect that Gold would also have problems, and Headjade's sister was actually missing. Thinking of these things, Sarah's mind turned rapidly. The one who can unlock Heartjade's ice, Luo Qianlu. It's not that Sarah didn't have some bold guesses. But, after all, it was just a guess. And it was hard to say it directly. But she already had a direction. And believed that she would be able to catch the rat's tail soon. Chapter 770. A hard-working person like me. The four demons chatted with each other in the open space for a few words. And then waited for the person they were waiting for. Swish. With a faint sound of breaking through the air, Xian's figure appeared in the eyes of all the demons. The demons immediately cast their eyes on Xian. You, Sarah, the leader, was ready to say an opening speech. However, before Sarah could speak, Xian had already taken the lead. Hiding behind her, Sarah was stunned. Lid and Carmina were also stunned. Hide and seek. Only Milu, after reacting, immediately cheered and hid behind Sarah like Xian. But this time, Xian was bumped out. Seeing this, Xian's desire to survive exploded immediately. And he quickly hid again. Ah! Milu was fighting with Xian for the position behind Sarah. She probably thought that Xian was playing with her. Right? This led to the two of them either hiding their heads and showing their tails, or hiding their tails and showing their heads. And they were fighting for each other, causing a quarrel behind Sarah. Milu, get out and give me the position. No! I want to play too. I'm not playing. Pills. Pills. I'm really a pill. If you don't give me the position. Hee hee. Fun. Life is hopeless face. The two of them were playing and almost squeezed Sarah, squeezing the demon supreme to the ground. What are you doing? Sarah couldn't help but speak. Lid and Carmina also looked at each other. However, at this time, two figures flew out one after another and appeared one after another. Xian Boztut. Zion shouted with an angry face. Damn it! Ai also fluttered her dragon wings and looked angry. As soon as the two appeared, they immediately rushed towards Xian, before waiting for the other sisters to greet them. However, go! Along with such a voice, a petite body was thrown over. Ah! Milu exclaimed. Xian didn't want to talk to Ai and Zion, and threw a Milu at them. Milu, be careful. Zion and Ai had to stop immediately, and quickly catch the Milu that was thrown over. But this time, the two were undoubtedly even more angry. You hateful hero. How dare you throw my sister? Xia Funi was furious. I will definitely teach you a lesson today. Ai even threw away her pillow. And the towering mountains rose and fell with her rapid breathing. But when the two were about to rush towards Xian, Xian spoke. Now! Milu! Catch them both! Hearing Xian's call, Milu, who was caught by Xia Funi and Ai, immediately obediently, stretched out her little hands, and grabbed Xia Funi and Ai one by one. Milu. You? Xia Funi and Ai were stunned. But Milu looked happy. I want to play. I want to play. This child thought Xian. Xia Funi and Ai were playing games. Let me go! Milu. I want to play. Sister Milu. If you don't let me go, I won't be polite. If you want to play, you have to play. You, I. The three demons twisted into a ball. And for a moment, no one could get away from each other. And they were directly entangled together. This, Sarah, Lid, and Carmina were all stunned. Oh, they have such a good relationship. Xian came out from behind Sarah at some point, clapped his hands, and looked like he had completed some extremely hard work. His expression was so satisfied and relieved. What are you doing? Sarah was speechless, And it took a long time before she asked Sheen this question. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. Sheen waved his hand, trying to get away with it, and deliberately changed the subject, saying, Are you waiting for me? It was Lyd who responded reflexively, saying, Today, the 6 of us sisters will accompany you there. Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Sheen. Then let's go. Don't waste time. Sheen looked impatient. Why are you so anxious? Even Carmina began to doubt. But Sheen said righteously, You are born demons, and you don't understand the feelings of those of us who have come to this point step by step from level 0. Sheen said firmly in a resounding voice, As long as there is the possibility of improvement and the possibility of becoming stronger, people who work hard like me will be so anxious. Is that so? Sarah made a rebuttal and said, But as far as I know, you have only been reincarnated in this world for half a year, and you have almost never upgraded one level at a time since you upgraded to the present. Instead, you have jumped several levels or even dozens of levels in a row. With this appalling growth rate, you have soared all the way to the legendary level. Right? That's right. Carmina also reacted, staring at Sheen, and said, Moreover, there is no concept of level 0 in this world, and the lowest level is level 1. The 2 demons refuted Sheen's tear-jerking remarks with reason, almost causing Sheen's resolute expression to collapse. Fortunately, Sheen held on. Don't worry about the details. Sheen turned his eyes away and said, In short, I'm very anxious, and you must want to get off work early and go home. Do your own things, and find your own mothers. In this case, let's set off quickly. Sheen didn't want to listen to these demons whining, and directly picked up Lyd, who was thrown to the ground by Milu, who just wanted to play. What are you doing? Lyd raised an objection. Let you lead the way. Sheen once again said righteously, I don't know the way. Lyd, really want to say, let's go together. Bah! Isn't it better for everyone to set off together? Unfortunately, Sheen didn't want to talk to her, although he had nothing to throw in his hand. He directly reached out and blocked Lyd's mouth. Woo woo woo. Lyd struggled. What? You told me to leave quickly? Are you in a hurry? Sheen said he understood and said, Got it. Then let's go. After saying that, Sheen hugged Lyd and flew straight into the sky and flew far away. Wait! Stop right there. Seeing this, Xiaofun and Yi hurried to catch up. Hee. Mila was still hanging on the 2 of them, with a happy expression. Everyone come and play with me. Greater than or equal to less than or equal to, / In this way, everyone left in a dusty manner. Only Sarah and Carmina were left, staring at all this in a daze. What should we do now? Big sister? Carmina was puzzled for a long time, and could only say this. What else can we do? Sarah said unhappily, Follow up. Carmina stopped talking. Although I don't quite understand this development, I just want you to be happy. Omega. Finally, Sean and his group of 7 went on the road smoothly. Sean's speed was good, and with the ability of instant movement of outside destiny, he was not caught up by Xiaofuni and AI. Finally, when the 2 saw that they were almost at their destination, they could only yell at Sean to come back, saying that they would not bother with him anymore and had forgiven him. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Sean knew that women's mouths were deceiving, and his idol's mother taught him on TV when he was a child that the more beautiful women were, the more likely they were to lie. And the 2 women chasing him were more beautiful than each other, and one of them was even the most beautiful woman in the world. In this way, it was impossible for these 2 women not to lie to him. So Sean decisively refused and continued to tease Xiaofuni and AI until they lost their temper. Of course, Sarah and Carmina, who were chasing after Sheen, Shaf, AI and others, also ran out of energy and almost lost their minds. Originally, they were planning to use the crystal pen to teleport and reach their destination in one breath. But who knew they would be dragged onto the long-distance marathon track? Who should I go to for justice? On the contrary, Mila really thought that everyone was having fun, and her smile never stopped from beginning to end. For her, today is probably the happiest day of her life. Right? The sisters who were either too busy or would only stop her from playing on weekdays actually played hide-and-seek with her today. As I said, happy. Under such circumstances, the group chased and ran all the way, playing and fighting, and successfully arrived at the destination of this trip. It was a huge lake. Moreover, it was not a lake on the ground, but a lake on the mountain. Is this a volcano? She held Lyd and looked at the volcanic mountain below, and then looked at the place where the crater was originally replaced by a huge lake. Suddenly, he felt like he saw the Tianshan mountain in his previous life. The rest of the demons had already landed beside him, looking at the lake with him, as if they didn't want to talk to him. Except Milu. Go in. Go in. Milu threw herself on Xian's back, as if she was having a lot of fun. She hung on Xian's back and urged him. Go in? Xian pointed to the lake on the mountain and said, Do you want me to go into that lake? It was not Milu who answered this question, but Lid, who was held in Xian's arms. There are treasures left by our mother. Lid raised her eyes and looked at Xian, saying, If the inner temple left by the Supreme God is the treasure of the human race, then the treasure left by my mother is the treasure of the demon race, and its value is not inferior to the inner temple of the human race. So that's it. Xian understood. The Supreme God can leave treasures for the human race to enhance their strength, to increase their own combat effectiveness and the chance of winning the war. There is no reason for the Demon King, who is stronger than the Supreme God in terms of strength, not to leave something. Even if the Demon King is not as omnipotent as the Supreme God, but his strength is high to a certain extent, he can also solve many problems. And now, Xian is about to get a lot of benefits from it. Chapter 771 Another Demon King's Pavilion. Boom! Amid the loud sound of water, a group of 7 people fell from the sky and rushed straight into the huge lake on the top of the mountain, causing huge splashes of water. Xian rushed into the water and subconsciously held his breath, but found that he could actually breathe underwater. Not only that, his clothes were not wet at all, as if he had entered not a lake, but a cloud pool that looked like a lake, and he could not even feel the water pressure. This made Xian curious. Go. Keep going. Lid, who was held in Xian's arms, urged. Her voice was also transmitted underwater without any hindrance. Only when she opened her mouth would a series of bubbles appear, as if water was poured into her mouth. Xian tried to open his mouth, and bubbles also appeared, but the water did not flow into his mouth. It was neither magic nor science. After leaving such a feeling, Xian hugged Lid and rushed to the bottom of the water. The other demons followed immediately and continued to dive. As the group continued to dive, the visibility did not decrease, which was very unmagical and unscientific. But Xian was no longer surprised, so he just dived down without expressing any feelings. After diving like this for an unknown period of time, Xian finally saw the bottom of the lake. There was a mansion there, standing quietly like an underwater villa. What is that? Seeing this mansion, Xian could not help but stop diving. The reason was that this mansion was not unfamiliar to Xian. Although Xian had only seen it once, he was still impressed by the mansion with birds singing and flowers blooming, like a paradise. The mansion also has a name, Huaming Pavilion. Or it could be the Demon King's Pavilion. It was when they were in Lemijin that Lexia had invited Vivian's team and Xian to enter the mansion that was said to be the private villa of the Demon King. On the side, Sarah spoke. That was the Demon King's mansion, the treasure left by the Demon King Claudius to the demons. As Sarah said this, she also noticed Xian's stunned expression and asked, What? Is there a problem? No. Nothing. Xian shook his head subconsciously, but couldn't help asking, Isn't the Demon King's mansion in Lexia's hands? Lexia? Sarah was startled at first, and then immediately realized who Xian was talking about. The rest of the demons also raised their eyebrows, but no one spoke. The existence of Lexia, and even the existence of Laxia, these demons are naturally clear. One is a magical life created by using the magic power of the Demon King as the core medium. One is a magical life created using the devil's body as the core medium. The twin master and servant are both closely related to the Demon King. They are the only 2 Demon King bodies in the world. That is, the remaining replicas of the Demon King. It is impossible for the demons not to know the existence of the master and servant. However, the demons obviously do not want to bring up this topic, including Sarah, who only said one sentence. You are talking about the space magician who rebelled from the killer faction, stole the mother's body from the palace of the Mitra kingdom, and took away the mother's villa. Right? Sarah avoided the main point and said, although the one in her hand is also the Demon King's mansion, there is nothing special about it. The only special factor is probably that the mother used to live there. Right? The Demon King's mansion in front of me is different. This is not the mother's villa, but the Demon Clan holy land forged by the mother herself, which has the effect of drawing out the magic power of others, turning it into pure power, and passing it on to others. Sira's explanation once again surprised Xian. Adopted power? Xian looked at Sira in surprise. But the other demons spoke at this time. Don't be surprised. It is indeed adopted power. Shan said, the inner temple left by the Supreme God to the human race can allow the human race to directly contact the existence of reason, thereby improving perception and strength. But the demon kings, like us, cannot do such a magical thing. That's right. Lid also spoke, saying although, in terms of power, the demon king is definitely higher than the Supreme God. But the Supreme God is the truly omnipotent goddess. And even the world was created by that person. The demon king can destroy the world, but he can't create the world. This is the difference between the demons and the gods. Kamina spoke up and said, the demons are famous for their powerful strength. Their pure strength is undoubtedly better than that of the gods. But the gods' unique abilities in various fields, the magical effects that the power called power can achieve, are beyond the reach of the demons. This is why the demons are so strong. But they still cannot solve the problem faced by the Ice Maidens, and cannot remove the frozen state of Ice Luo Qianlu. On the contrary, there is more than one goddess in the gods who can do this. The demons are undoubtedly more powerful than the gods. But the gods also have their own advantages. They can exert unique powers in various fields. Each goddess is in charge of different fields and different concepts, and can do things that the demons and humans cannot do. Therefore, as a true omnipotent goddess, the inner temple created by the Supreme God can allow the human race to easily contact the existence of reason without any side effects, gain extraordinary insights, and thus improve their combat effectiveness. On the other hand, the demons are proud of their strength, but they can't do such a thing. Of course, as mentioned before, when the power reaches a certain level, many impossible things can also be done. For example, magic is a concept created by the Demon King, a system of using power, and the gods can only follow suit and create magic, such as the Holy System and the Recovery System. Monsters are also a race created by the demons. They use the power of magic to create life. This is how the organism created magic. But it is undeniable that what can be done by relying on power alone is definitely not as perfect as the gods. For example, the original intention of the demons to create them was to imitate the gods to create the human race and use them as combat power on the battlefield. Unfortunately, the monsters created by the demons are generally not very intelligent, and they are violent and cruel. They only know how to eat raw meat and drink blood like wild beasts. In the end, most of them do not obey orders, unless they are domesticated. Even the creators of the demons cannot make them obey orders. This shows that the demons are not as clever as the gods in areas other than power. The Demon King is also like this. Although he can build a Demon King Hall to improve the combat effectiveness of the demons, it is undoubtedly flawed compared to the inner temple created by the Supreme God. Its flaw is that it needs materials to improve its power. And this material is magic power. It is not the ownerless magic that exists in magic crystals, magic sources, or even the atmosphere of the world, but the owner magic that is born with power, through the sacrifice of the people who provide magic. This part of the magic will be converted into pure power by the Demon King's Hall and absorbed by others, thereby achieving the purpose of increasing power. In the past, many people in the Demon Clan used this Demon King's Hall to train their descendants. AIE spoke of the cruel history in a calm tone. Some demons who are already old and about to die, or demons who have hidden dangers due to injuries and are about to die, will bring their descendants here when they feel that their time is running out, and sacrifice all their magic to increase the power of the younger demons. Therefore, the use of the Demon King's Hall is not like the inner hall of the human race, which is gentle and has no side effects, but is based on a lot of sacrifices. Of course, since the end of the war 1,000 years ago, the Demon King's Hall has been sealed here by the 6 of us, and it will not be used unless there are special circumstances. Sarah pointed to the surrounding lake water. Don't think you came in easily. That's because we came with you. If someone breaks in here without permission, the water will turn into a deadly poison in an instant. Even if a super-level being comes, it will not end well. A deadly poison that even a super-level being cannot avoid? Could it be? Xian turned to Kamina. It was the means I arranged. Seeing this, Kamina immediately said directly, not only me, but my sisters also left their own means. Yes. Milu raised her hand and echoed, Milu also left it. In other words, if you want to break in here and enter the Demon King's mansion, you must pass through the various protective means left by the 6 demons. Looking at the entire omnipotence, the only person who can do this is probably Lita's, who is known as the strongest goddess of fate. Right? And the goddess shouldn't be interested in such a Demon King's Hall. The result is that there are almost no people who can break in here and enter the Demon King's hall safely. However, why did you bring me to such a place? Xian hit the bullseye. This is a matter of course. According to the demons, they want to let themselves enter the Demon King's hall and use the effect of the Demon King's hall to enhance their own strength. But the premise is that someone is willing to sacrifice himself and offer his magic power for Xian to absorb. And the people who came here today, except Xian himself, are only 6 demons. What does this mean? Xian has guessed it, but he dare not believe it. But his guess is undoubtedly correct. We have already discussed it. Ai looked at Xian and said word by word, "Let us provide the magic power for you to absorb." Ai's words perfectly hit Xian's guess. These demons actually intend to use their own power to help Xian grow. Okay, let's go back. Xian turned around without hesitation and prepared to leave. It's not that he doesn't want to improve his strength, but if the price of improving his strength is the sacrifice of others, then he will lose interest. Especially the 6 demons present. Either his fiancée or his underground lover. The rest are also friends. Even Carmina has the identity of sister-in-law. Let them sacrifice their own power to help themselves. Forget it. Just when Xian was about to leave, Xiaofuni hugged his arm, as if she had expected this scene. Don't get excited. Xiaofuni said with a smile, this will not affect us as much as you think. That's right. I also grabbed one of Xian's hands, looked at him, and said, we are demons. And each of us is stronger than the goddess of life and nature combined. If it were us, we only need to sacrifice a little bit of power, which would be enough to benefit you a lot. Moreover, we are 6 people sacrificing together, and each person needs to sacrifice less power. Lid also advised, saying, in this way, the impact of the sacrifice will be negligible to us, and you can also improve in one fell swoop. This is the decision made by the demons at the meeting that day. It is a gift to Xian, and it is also to confirm one thing. Don't worry, Sira said to Xian, if there is no accident. Even if you break through to the limit level, the cost will become insignificant when it is shared by the 6 of us. This is not that Sira and others are deliberately coaxing Xian, but it is true. 6 demons. Each of them only needs to share a little bit of power. And that little bit of power added up, for those who have not yet transcended, is very amazing. As long as Xian can absorb it, he has every hope of taking this opportunity to break through to the limit level in one fell swoop. The power of the 6 demons will not be lost much. It may be an exaggeration to say that it is not worth mentioning, but it will not cause too much impact on them. Otherwise, let's not talk about Ai and Xiaofun. Whether the other demons are willing to pay so much for Xian is another matter. Are you sure? Xian was silent for a long time, and then stared at the demons. The demons nodded one by one, including Kamina. The same is true. You can put your mind at ease. If you really have to sacrifice so much, don't say that I don't want to. I won't watch my sister and sister sacrifice to this extent for a foreigner. Kamina said this very directly and realistically. But such a claim really reassured Xian. At the same time, Xian also understood that he might owe these demons a lot of favors. Perhaps, to them, this little power is nothing. But Xian finally gained a lot from it. Is this the demon clan's attempt to win him over and show him goodwill? Or is it all arranged by Ai or Shafn? Don't think too much. Sira is not as good as Shafn in reading Xian's mind. But she can see through Xian's thoughts at this time, and smiled at him suddenly. We help you like this. In addition to you are about to become our family. There are also other considerations. Not all for you. You can accept it with peace of mind. There is no need to worry too much. The other demons also laughed, nodded, or disagreed, and some were even very happy. But in the end, they did not seem to be deliberately doing favors to Xian. Xian didn't know why they made such a decision, but he could not trust Sira, Lid, Carmina, and even Shafn and Milu. But he absolutely trusted Ai. So, okay, I understand. Xian nodded and agreed. This also means that Xian has remembered this favor. Chapter 772, The Magic Pool. The reason why Sarah and others helped Xian was that they had their own purpose, and it would not affect them much. So they just let him accept it with a clear conscience. Help is help after all. Even if the other party did not want to deliberately show him favor or win him over, Xian did not think that he could accept this help with a clear conscience. This is different from the situation in the inner hall at that time. In the inner hall at that time, Xian exchanged the opportunity to enter there for the merit of defeating the killer faction. And this matter itself would not cause losses to anyone. So he naturally accepted it with a clear conscience. But this time, It was the 6 great demons who helped him improve by consuming their own power. So Xian would accept this favor no matter what. Of course, there is no need to say this. Xian just needs to understand it in his heart. Then, he followed the 6 demon sisters and entered the Demon King's pavilion. Compared with the Demon King's pavilion in Lai Xiao's hands, this Demon King's pavilion is not much different in appearance. Except for some details that are not too exquisite. Probably because there is no maid who is good at taking care of it. The rest of the scenes are roughly the same. However, after entering the Demon King's mansion, the difference between the two began to appear. The Demon King's mansion in Lai Xiao's hands is the other mansion where the Demon King lives. So naturally there are all kinds of arrangements, including a hall, a canteen, a room, a reception room, a bathhouse, and even an open-air balcony specially used for afternoon drinking. However, after entering the Demon King's mansion here, there is no decoration. There is only an extremely vast, direct access to the ceiling of the hall, a hot spring below, and only walls on the left and right. It looks like a large bathhouse, not a mansion. After Xian came in, his eyes were cast on the steaming hot spring at the first time. The hot spring is a bit like the one he used in the Elves' land. The spring water contains rich magic power, but it is not the source of magic power. Instead, there is an inexplicable force operating, causing the magic power to flow back and forth in it constantly, rotating mechanically. This is the magic pool, Sarah explained. It can absorb the magic power released by people who enter it and transform it into pure power. People who come here absorb the magic power released by the sacrificer and improve their strength. Sarah winked at Xia Funi. Xia Funi immediately came forward with a smile. What are you doing? Xian suddenly became alert. The smile of this woman told him that there was a problem. Nothing. Xia Funi naturally would not show the problem on her face, and said very considerately, I just want you to sleep. Sleep? Xian blinked. But before he could react, an unbearable sleepiness suddenly flooded into his mind, making him sleepy. You plotted against me? Xian pointed at Xiafun with a look of surprise, and finally couldn't resist the rising sleepiness and fell down. Yi subconsciously stepped forward and planned to catch Xian. Among the people present, except for the heartless Milu and the inhuman Lid, she was the only one who would not mind Xian leaning on her. Right? This thought just flashed through Yi's mind, and the scene that surprised her also happened. Oops. Xiafun stretched out her hand without any concern, caught Xian, and let Xian fall into her arms. Sister Xiafun? Yi was stunned. The other demons also turned to Xiafun. What's wrong? Xiafun naturally knew what it was, but pretended to be innocent and asked. Sarah didn't say anything, just looked at her with a meaningful look. Second sister, you are willing to let a man lean on you like this? Right? Lid stared at the scene, like a blind student who just discovered the beauty, her little face full of surprise. It's really unlike you. Carmina's speech is still so straightforward. Hug. Mila wants one too. Mila hasn't realized the seriousness of the matter yet, and she's acting coquettishly there. Well, this guy is special. You know? Xia Funi smiled indifferently. But as her sister, the demons will naturally not be easily fooled. Speaking of which, Sister Xia Funi, you seem to have a close relationship with this guy. Ai suddenly said this in silence. Did something happen with this bastard in the succubus territory? Ai actually wanted to ask this question a long time ago. After all, she couldn't fail to see the unusual sense of distance between Xian and Xia Funi. There was no chance to ask this question before. Now, Ai felt that she had to take this matter seriously. But she wanted to be serious. But Xiafun looked joking. Don't worry, little Ai. I won't steal your partner. Xiafun said this as if jokingly. Ai didn't say anything, just stared at her, as if trying to see through her heart. Sira spoke instead. Pay attention. Sira said to Xiafun, after all, he is Ai's fiancé. The implication is that if Xiafun does something to steal someone's love, it's not a joke. With Sira's understanding of Xiafun, she easily saw that Xiafun was playful again. So she wanted to tease people. But this guy obviously understands his own charm. But he still indulges his playfulness and teases others casually. If he is not careful and Xian really falls in love with her and abandons Ai, it will be a big joke. Considering this, Sarah felt that it was necessary to warn Xiafun. Unfortunately, Sarah only thought that Xiafun was in a playful mood again and wanted to tease Ai. So she deliberately acted so close to Xian, but completely ignored the posture of Xiafun holding Xian, which was not unnatural at all. She even let Xian's head rest on her greatest place. And the posture was as ambiguous as possible. AI saw it and wanted to say something. Who hasn't had it yet? In the end, shame made her hold back. Stop playing, Sister Xiafun, and do business. At the moment, AI could only warn her coldly. Okay. Do business. Xiafun rolled her eyes and complained, if it weren't for me, it wouldn't be so easy for you to knock this guy down. And now you blame me again. Indeed, at this stage, the only person who can knock Xian down so easily is Xiafun. With the connection between her and Xian, as long as she uses the power of Ripple Heart Demon, she can easily bypass the protection of the Holy Sword, blessings, skills, etc., and let the power act directly on Xian himself, and take effect on him immediately. As for the reason for doing this, it is also very simple. Just in case, cover his eyes as well, Sarah said with worry. It's ready. Carmina immediately raised her hand, and a steel eye mask flew out automatically, covering Xian's face, and fit tightly together. Remember to block his perception, so that he won't wake up suddenly, or subconsciously check something, Lid also told Milu. Okay. Mila didn't have any objections, and immediately did it, letting waves of ghost energy surge out, filling the entire space at the scene, isolating all perceptions. In this way, even if Xian wakes up, he will definitely not see anything, nor feel anything. Okay. Sarah was relieved a little, looked around at her sisters, and whispered then, let's get started. All the demons nodded. The next second, rustling sounds began to appear on the demons one by one. These heavenly girls actually began to remove their equipment. That's right. Since they are going to hold a ceremony in the hot spring, they must be honest with each other. In this case, as the top of the demon clan, how could the 6 heavenly girls let Xian take such a big advantage for nothing? No. Lid may not care. After all, she is just a furry little beast. Who cares about eggs? Mila probably won't care either. And she probably hasn't cultivated her defense against men yet. Xiafuni. I guess she won't care if necessary. I.e. the same? Well, in the end, only Sarah and Carmina would care about this. And in order not to be exposed, Xiafuni had to follow. Ai was not thick-skinned enough to face Xian in front of her sisters. And the two of them had not even reached that point. Milu herself did not care. But her sisters would not let her do whatever she wanted. In summary, a plan to knock Xian down and add a lot of insurance came into being. If Xian was still awake and knew about this, I wonder what he would think. He would definitely think it would be better if he didn't wake up. There is no way. We took off our clothes, so this guy has to take off his clothes too. Right? Little IE. It's time to test your ability to serve your husband. Right? How about I do it? Wait. Wait until I turn around. I'll do it. All of you get out of here. In the hall, the 6 sisters had such a conversation. If Xian was still awake, he would probably faint on the spot due to this shameful scene. Right? The sound of water soon came from the magic pool. Xian and his group of 7 finally moved to the pool and soaked in the water containing magic power. Xian was in the middle, wearing a blindfold, sitting there, sleeping soundly, and had no idea what was happening. The 6 demons came to a corner respectively, forming a hexagon, surrounding Xian in the middle. At this time, the 6 people also put away their thoughts of laughing and playing, and began to be serious. This moment has finally arrived. Carmina seemed to have been waiting for a long time, looking impatient. Whether he is as the eldest sister guest depends on whether the magic pool can successfully work on him, Lid said in a deep voice. The other demons fell silent. There is one thing they did not mention to Xian. Although the magic transformation pool in the Demon King's Hall can enhance the power of a specific object by absorbing the magic power of other individuals, it is only effective for demons. Xiafuni said this. Logically speaking, as a human, he should not be able to use the magic transformation pool. Ed looked at Xian steadily, with a complicated tone. But if he can use the magic transformation pool smoothly, it proves that my guess is correct. Sarah's eyes flickered. The demons decided to use this place to enhance Xian's power just to verify this. Moreover, the magic transformation pool was created by my mother, and together with the rainbow magic diamond, it is a sacred object for us demons. Sarah said so. Through the magic transformation pool, we can pour our power into Xian's body, and feel our magic power, and the power left by ourselves when we were alive. Then the consciousness of my mother in the Demon King's gem is likely to awaken. In this way, they may have a chance to have a conversation with their mother. Thinking of this, the emotions of the 6 sisters inevitably fluctuated. That was excitement. That was trepidation. That was uneasiness. That was anticipation. When they thought that they might see their mother, whom they thought they would never see again in this life. Whether it was the rational and smart Sarah, the playful Shaft, the mature and steady Lyd, the cruel and ruthless Carmina, the innocent and romantic Milu, or the quarrelsome AI, they could not hide their various feelings in their hearts. They really missed her too much. Especially the younger Carmina, Milu and AI, who lost control and ran away because of her death, and almost caused the death of all living beings. If it weren't for the 3 sisters Sarah, Shaft and Lyd who stopped them, perhaps 1,000 years ago, most of the demons would have followed Carmina, Milu and AI to fight and die with the gods and humans. Now, 1,000 years have passed. This 1,000 years is not a long time for the demons. Among the 6, even the youngest AI has lived for more than 10,000 years. Not to mention the oldest Sarah. But in these 1,000 years, they lost the demon king, their mother, and the king of the demons. It is conceivable how painful it was for them. Therefore, this 1,000 years is definitely the longest 1,000 years that the 6 demon sisters have ever lived. They thought that such long years would continue in the future. Who would have thought that the mother, who was thought to be impossible to come back in this life, has the possibility of returning? Even if there are many strange things in this, the 6 sisters still hoped to see that person. To see the mother, who had been looking into the distance from the highest floor of the castle, not knowing what she was thinking, and often crying in sadness. Let's start. Sarah took a deep breath and said these words in a slightly resolute tone. Yes. Xiaofun, Lyd, Carmina, AI, and even Milu nodded heavily. Boom. Sarah was the first to release magic. Boom. 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 The rest of the demons followed suit and released their magic, causing the terrifying magic to stir up air waves and turn into gusts of wind, lingering around for a long time. Of course, if they wanted, they could release magic that was enough to smash the ceiling and even blow away the entire Demon King's mansion. But they didn't do that. They just released part of the magic and let it melt into the water. Suddenly, the magic in the water also began to work. They entangled the magic released by the 6 demons, as if pulling the magic in one direction. In this process, the nature of the magic seemed to change, turning them into rainbow-like air currents. The airflow rushed towards Sheen and then penetrated into his body. Chapter 773 Appear. Clouds move in all directions. Boom! Just as the 6 rainbow-like air currents penetrated into Sheen's body, the magic power in Sheen's body began to burn. That magic power was not released in a restrained manner like the 6 demon sisters, but burst out in one breath. In other words, the vast ocean-like magic power in Sheen's body was all burning at this moment. The air waves raised by the terrifying magic power turned directly into a storm, and even turned into a shock wave, shaking the entire Demon King's pavilion. Good guy. Sarah's face condensed slightly. Such a strong magic power. Carmina also had a solemn face. As someone who had a brief confrontation with Sheen when they first met, Carmina knew very well that Sheen's own magic power was very strong. So strong that it was no longer a level that a being bound by the limits of life could possess. But now it seems that Sheen's magic power is even stronger than she had seen before. Such a powerful magic, without any use, just simply released, can cause damage no less than that caused by a large-scale superior magic. Right? Milu. Lyd had already turned into a beast the size of an adult, looking at the terrifying magic that shook the entire Demon King's pavilion, and hurriedly shouted at Milu. Sister Xiaofuni. I couldn't help but speak out. Good. Milu immediately opened her small hands as if she understood, letting the ghost energy blow through the entire Demon King's pavilion like a gust of wind, intercepting the erupting magic wave. It's really worrying. Xiaofuni also raised her hand. I don't know which admirer's power she borrowed with Ripple Heart Demon, but she actually made the space fluctuate and directly locked the space of the entire Demon King's pavilion. Under such circumstances, the magic power burning from Sheen's body was extremely terrifying. But it was first intercepted by the dense ghost energy, and then was trapped in the air, unable to sweep around. Strengthen it a little more, Sarah said without relaxation. He will upgrade and break through one after another next time, and his strength will definitely become stronger and stronger. As soon as Sarah's voice fell, the magic power on Sheen's body became stronger with a bang. The flame-like magic power kept burning and even soared into the sky, trying to break the ceiling of the Demon King's hall and go straight into the sky. Upgraded, Carmina shouted. That's right. Sheen upgraded. Under the effect of the magic pool, Sheen finally went to the next level, and his level was raised again, from 95 to 96. It's just a level up. But he became so much stronger. Lid looked at the magic power that kept burning from Sheen's body, felt the huge momentum, and showed a surprised expression. Although, at the legendary level, each level increase is a huge growth. But Sheen's growth rate is a bit exaggerated. No, it's not just that the growth after the upgrade is more exaggerated. He absorbs magic faster. Xiao Funi exclaimed. I saw that the rainbow light flowing from the water and drilling into Xian's body became much thicker than before. What does this mean? It means that Xian has absorbed a lot of power and more magic from the 6 demons. This trend made all the demons understand. Today, Xian is afraid that he will really break through several levels in one go. Although the magic pool can allow people to absorb the magic of the sacrificer and become stronger, it also has a limit. If a person's potential is limited, then even if more people are willing to sacrifice magic to him, he can't absorb it. If a person can only rise to a certain level, and then his potential will be exhausted and he can't grow anymore, then his upper limit is so much. And this upper limit will not be broken because someone is willing to sacrifice magic to him. Otherwise, there must be many tribes in the demon clan who are willing to sacrifice a group of old people, wounded, disabled, and even ordinary tribesmen of no value, and use their power to forcibly pile up extreme-level existences. Those tribes without legendary-level strongmen are definitely willing to forcibly pile up a legendary-level strongman at all costs to improve the status of the tribe in the demon clan. The reason why this did not happen is that the use of the magic pool cannot unscrupulously pile up strongmen one by one, but depends on the potential of the opponent. In other words, the role of the magic pool is equivalent to shortening the growth rate of this person and stimulating the realm that he can reach in advance. If the opponent does not have the potential to grow into a legendary strongman, then even if he uses the magic pool, he will never be able to be promoted to the legendary level. The same reasoning applies. If there is no potential to grow into an extreme level strongman, then it is impossible to be promoted to the extreme level anyway. In view of this, from ancient times to the present, there are many demons who use the magic pool, but most of them have only reached the legendary level. Even if you look at the entire history of the demons, there are less than 3 who can use the power of the magic pool to reach the extreme level. It is precisely for this reason that the extreme level is still an extremely rare existence among the demons. And there are only 3. But Xian's potential is beyond doubt. Among the heroes of all generations, even the weakest one can grow to the top legendary level. And there are many who grow to the extreme level, and even break through to the transcendent level. Xian may not be a hero, but his potential can be seen from his growth in the past 6 months. At least, compared with those heroes in the past, his potential is definitely higher. In fact, if he is really so special, then his potential is probably beyond the reach of those heroes in the past. Therefore, the demons do not doubt that he can be promoted to the extreme level here. However, if she wants to reach the extreme level, the magic power he needs to sacrifice may be much more than the demons imagine. His growth potential is extremely high, and each level upgrade means a huge growth. And the power increased after the upgrade is also very large. Sarah explained the reason. In other words, he needs more magic power to continue to break through. Right? Xiao Funi exposed this fact. The price required to use the magic pool to increase power is the magic power of the sacrificer. The more power is increased, the more magic power needs to be sacrificed. This caught the demons off guard. After all, according to the original plan, the 6 of them sacrificed together, and only a little magic power was needed to sacrifice, which was enough for Sheen to reach the extreme level, and it would not have much impact on them. But now it seems that this little bit is likely to become 1 billion points. Thinking of this, the demons felt that they were not well. Only AI, after being silent for a while, actually released more magic power expressionlessly, turning the magic power into rainbow-colored streams and entering Xian's body. AI? Carmina's face changed. This guy is really my nemesis. Xiaofian was also silent for a while, then sighed, and released more magic power like AI. Second sister, Lit couldn't help but speak out. However, the ignorant Miller saw this situation and increased the release of magic power, keeping up with AI and Xiaofian. You? Carmina didn't know what to say. Sarah looked at this scene and smiled bitterly. Since things are like this, let's go for it. Sarah said so. What else can Lid and Carmina say? If they didn't join together, AI, Xiaofun and Milu would definitely lose more power. Only the 6 sisters could join together and share the losses as much as possible, so that the losses could be minimized. You got a bargain, kid. Carmina increased the release of magic power. I hope the result won't disappoint us. Lid's body swelled again, growing to more than 3 meters tall, occupying a large part of the magic pool. But the output of magic power also increased. Sarah would naturally not let her sisters pay alone, and followed immediately. A stream of strong rainbow-colored air rushed into Xian's body, making his breath become stronger and stronger. Boom! Not long after, Xian broke through again. Boom! After a while, Xian improved again. Boom! After a while, the magic power burning from Xian's body surged several times, setting off the most terrifying air wave so far. The wind wave was so strong that even Milu's ghost energy could hardly be intercepted. Only by relying on Xiaofuni's blockade of space could the power be completely blocked. Level 99. Carmina's voice became much louder. In the Demon King's hall, because of Xian's magic power, the wind was strong and violent, like a typhoon, making all the demons feel like they were in a storm. They could only speak loudly against the wind wave. The rest of the demons were naturally refreshed, and they all increased their magic output involuntarily. At this point, the loss of magic power was much more than the demons had expected, although it did not cause a big loss to them. If the loss was only negligible and had little impact on them, then now, the loss of some power has already caused some impact on their strength. This impact is not big, but it is not small either. For example, if they were to fight with their predecessors now, they would surely lose after thousands of rounds. This is a big loss. Xiaofuni complained. If I had known earlier. Carmina wanted to say something, but stopped inside. If I had known earlier, what would have happened? Even if they knew this would happen in advance, they would probably still do it without hesitation. It's nothing. Just because this is something they absolutely cannot ignore. As long as they can succeed and see that person, then no matter how much they pay, it is worth it. Among them, AIE is the most open-minded. Anyway, it's good for Xian. Even if there is no other purpose, she will also be willing to give this small part of her strength for him. Xiaofuni also thinks so. Even though the relationship between the succubus and Xian has not been established and is in a very delicate stage, in general, she is still willing to do this for Xian. After all, there is a bad fate, and it is right to pay for it. Just like those who are infatuated with me. They are definitely willing to dedicate their strength to me. Now, this person has just become me, even if I am not infatuated with the man in front of me. But, isn't there a saying like this? The one who is moved first loses. That's it. So, with their own thoughts, the demons looked at each other, as if they saw the emotions in each other's eyes, and suddenly released a large amount of magic power at the same time. The rainbow-colored airflow has turned into beams of light, sinking into Xian's body, as if washing his whole body, making him reborn. Bang! The ghost energy around Xian that was originally used to shield his perception was blown away. Bang! The steel eye mask on his face also shattered, turning into a pile of fragments that fell down, and his aura suddenly rose. Finally, he successfully broke through that limit. Boom! When the huge aura of the extreme level swept out from Xian's body, Xian was shocked. Clang! The holy sword placed by the pool instantly shone brightly, and actually directly shattered the 3 seals, turning the steel blades into fragments, revealing the brilliance and magnificence that the holy sword should have. At the same time, a burst of light also shone from Xian's body. That was not the brilliant light of the holy sword. No, it should be said that it was not just the brilliant light of the holy sword. At this moment, 3 rays of light shone from Xian's body. One was as bright and dazzling as the holy sword, and extremely sacred. One was as blue as a gem, dazzling and transcendent. One was as red wine, captivating. 3 rays of light caused 3 kinds of power fluctuations to appear on Xian's body, entwined with each other, never leaving each other. What was that? AI, Xiaofun, Lid, Carmina and Milu opened their eyes wide. Sure enough, Sarah stared at the scene, feeling the 3 familiar power fluctuations, and finally confirmed that her absurd guess was all true. Of course, at this time, Sarah couldn't think too much, because the scene that made the 6 of them excited finally appeared after much anticipation. Buzz, accompanied by a tremor, A red gem emerged from the top of Sheen's head and slowly floated in the air. It just turned around and shone with a red light. Mother! Carmina stood up excitedly. The rest of the demons were the same. And they all stood up excitedly. Even the innocent and romantic Milu. And Xia Fun, who had seen this scene more than once, were like this. Yi was no exception. Bao Yu was actually on him. Yi suppressed the fluctuating emotions in her heart. But her hands had already clenched. The 6 demons all looked at this scene excitedly. They had no idea how many people were stimulated by the appearance of this scene. Did the result come out? In the temple, Nian looked at the light screen reflected from the fluctuations of the space in front of her, and looked at the scene in the Demon King's pavilion and the demon pool, with a complicated expression on her face. This feeling? In an unknown mansion on the outskirts of the royal capital, the demon clan lady who was still drinking afternoon tea seemed to have a feeling. Covering her chest and looking at the horizon, the maid stood aside, silent for a long time. Only the pulse in her heart kept getting stronger. Then, in a sea of flowers that no one could reach, a goddess who was sleeping in the flowers finally moved her eyelids. Then, she opened her eyes. Chapter 774. The dream continues. In a daze, Xian felt that he saw a dream. It was a very old and somewhat familiar dream. In the dream, the world had not yet been born. There was only boundless nothingness and endless darkness. As if there was no celestial body or starlight in the universe. Xian was suspended in such a place, looking at the darkness and nothingness in front of him. After thinking for a long time, he remembered where he had seen this place. Is it the dream I saw when I met the supreme god Omnis in the Holy Land? Xian didn't dare to confirm. But he still flew in one direction, as if he had a feeling in his heart. He flew for a long time. So long that even he himself forgot the concept of time. But what was incredible was that for some reason, Xian didn't feel bored at all. Nor did he have the slightest impatience. He seemed to be pulled by something, and kept flying forward. Finally, Xian saw it. 2 familiar light sources appeared in the boundless darkness. The light source was the only thing that was incompatible with the darkness in this boundless void. However, what was even more incompatible was the existence inside. The 2 girls were extremely cute, and had an incredible beauty. They seemed to be sleeping with their eyes closed, just like babies in the womb, waiting to be awakened. One of the little girls had shoulder-length silver-white snow-white hair, and the other had shoulder-length black hair. One had a pair of green eyes faintly visible under her trembling eyelids, and the other had a pair of red eyes faintly visible, like twins of opposite nature, which was impressive. But what was more impressive was that they were holding a gem that looked like a star in their arms. One of them was a blue gem, and the other was a red gem, both of which were shining with charming colors. It was indeed this dream. Xian finally confirmed that what he was seeing now was the dream he had seen in the sanctuary. He still remembered the sequel of this dream. The little girl holding the blue gem would wake up first and leave. As soon as Xian finished speaking, the little girl with silver hair holding the blue gem woke up quietly as he said. Her pair of blue eyes were like the vast ocean and the blue sky, and they looked so beautiful. It was a pity that there was not much emotion in those beautiful eyes. And this little girl was just as Xian said. After waking up, she looked at the black-haired little girl quietly for a long time. And then, as if giving up something, she looked away and looked at the blue gem in her arms that was like a celestial body. The gem suddenly burst into dazzling light, creating a blue world in this void where there was nothing. When Xian saw this scene for the first time, he had not yet realized what this scene meant. Now, he knew. This is the Almighty Goddess creating the world. Yes, this is the Almighty Goddess, the Supreme God Omnis, who used her power for the first time after her birth, thus creating the world. The silver-haired little girl holding the blue gem in front of him is undoubtedly the newly born Supreme God Omnis. In this case, is she the newly born Demon King? Claudius? Xian turned to the black-haired little girl. After a careful look like this, Xian found many details. For example, at first glance, this little girl really looks a bit like Lesha or Lasha when she was a child. And the red gem in the little girl's arms also quickly attracted Xian's attention. This gem. Xian frowned. He felt that he had seen this gem. And it was also in a dream. It's not the dream now, nor the dream that was exactly the same as this one before, but the dream that Xian had again after seeing this dream in the sanctuary. Xian still remembers that he was so bold that he hugged the Supreme Goddess and slept in the sea of flowers for a whole night. It was also on that night that Xian had a dream. He dreamed that this red gem flew directly into his body and drilled into it. since it was confirmed that this gem belonged to the demon King Claudius. Sheen didn't think that it would be just a simple dream. What happened? Sheen couldn't think of an answer, but this didn't stop Sheen from continuing to watch. At this moment, the supreme god Omnis, who had completed the first creation of the world, had already flown to the world created by herself with a gem in her arms. She didn't realize that at the same time she left, the little girl who was born with her woke up. At Sheen's muttering, the black-haired little girl's eyelids trembled for a moment, and she actually opened her eyes. Last time, Sheen's dream ended here and then stopped. But this time, the dream seemed to be ready to continue. The black-haired little girl who woke up held the red gem and kept drifting in the void. Although there was no fluctuation in her red eyes like rubies, people could clearly feel the emotions in them. That was loneliness. That was loneliness. The loneliness was so strong and thick that Sheen felt a slight pain in his heart, and he had the urge to hug her. And just when Sheen was so distressed, the little girl finally moved. She turned her head and saw the blue world. At this moment, a faint light appeared in the little girl's pair of red eyes. She wanted to enter the azure world, and didn't want to stay in this void, lonely and desolate. She did so. Like the little girl with silver hair before, she flew towards the azure world. But just when she entered the azure world, an accident happened. Clang! A red glow suddenly flashed from the red gem in her arms. Just like a beast that saw food, or a hunter that saw prey, the red gem shone with light and released terrifying power. That power was like an invisible tide, instantly overturning the entire azure world. In this case, the sky was broken. In this case, the earth collapsed. The entire azure world was shattered and disintegrated in an instant by the terrifying power released by the red gem. Not long after, the azure world was completely destroyed. The black-haired little girl stared at the scene blankly, and seemed to be at a loss. At this time, the silver-haired little girl holding the blue gem appeared. She looked at the black-haired little girl coldly, as if she was looking at her mortal enemy, and raised the blue gem in her arms very angrily, allowing the blue gem to release amazing power. Unfortunately, the power was wiped out by the red gem in the black-haired little girl's hand before it touched the black-haired little girl. The silver-haired little girl frowned immediately, and a trace of fear appeared in her eyes when she looked at the black-haired little girl. The black-haired little girl reacted and looked at the silver-haired little girl. At this time, the silver-haired little girl turned her head and left, as if she wanted to stay away from the black-haired little girl, and flew out. The black-haired little girl moved her red lips slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but she couldn't say it. The silver-haired little girl naturally ignored her, just flew away, and then raised the blue gem again. The next second, a new world was created. The silver-haired little girl flew into it, leaving the black-haired little girl alone in the endless darkness. Loneliness and solitude once again lingered around her. She looked at the blue world, with hesitation and desire in her eyes. In the end, desire overcame hesitation, and she couldn't help but enter the blue world. Seeing this, Sheen guessed what would happen next. "Don't go in!" Sheen couldn't help but shout. His voice, however, could not reach the other party's ears at all. The black-haired little girl entered the blue world just like that. The red gem in her arms released a terrifying power for the second time. Without any suspense, the new world was destroyed. This time, the angry little silver-haired girl no longer had any scruples and rushed directly to the black-haired girl. The black-haired girl had to fight back. So, in the endless darkness and nothingness, two streams of light, one red and one blue, kept chasing and flashing back and forth at an astonishing speed, colliding again and again. Every time they collided, terrible ripples would be aroused, shaking this piece of nothingness. Every time they chased, it seemed to cross time and space, leading a fierce confrontation, especially the power released from the two gems, which made Sheen terrified. Those two gems, one could create the world in an instant, and the other could destroy the world in an instant. It was impossible for the movement caused by such a full-strength collision not to be terrifying. If there was nothing here, not even the concept of time and space, it would be more than just this kind of movement. The destined twins kept colliding like this, and finally ended with the absolute advantage of the black-haired girl. The little girl with silver hair was no match for the little girl with black hair, so she could only retreat. The little girl with black hair was silent for a long time when she saw this, and then followed her. Everything that happened next was like it was repeating all the time, without any changes. The little girl with silver hair created the world again and again, but in return, The little girl with black hair destroyed it again and again. When the little girl with silver hair created a piece of heaven and earth, the little girl with black hair could not bear the loneliness, and finally entered that piece of heaven and earth uncontrollably. And her power was undoubtedly very terrible. And it was something that she could not control at that time. Unlike the little girl with silver hair, she seemed to be born to know everything. And she perfectly controlled her power from the beginning. But she could not defeat the little girl with black hair. In this way, the little girl with silver hair kept creating the world. And the little girl with black hair kept destroying the world. And then the little girl with silver hair fought with the little girl with black hair angrily, but was defeated by the little girl with black hair every time, and could only retreat very unwillingly, and continue to create a new world. It's not that she didn't think about avoiding the black-haired little girl so that she couldn't find her, but she found that no matter where she was, the black-haired little girl could find her. She was no match for the black-haired little girl, so she could only create the world in a more perfect, more solid, and less likely to be destroyed. I don't know how long these days have passed. Unconsciously, the silver-haired little girl turned into an extremely beautiful goddess. Unconsciously, the black-haired little girl turned into an equally beautiful demon king. They fought again and again, repeatedly creating and destroying the world. And the final result was the birth of a world called Omnipotensen. This world is undoubtedly the most satisfying world created by the goddess. At this time, the demon king was finally able to control his own power, and would no longer be forced to destroy the world. She entered the world called Omnipotensen with great expectations. At this time, she had no idea that this world was not friendly to her at all. There, she saw a second life different from her own besides the silver-haired goddess. That happened in an endless sea of flowers. At that time, she suddenly emerged from the flowers, and came in front of her. "Who are you?" The girl with long straight black hair like her looked at her in disbelief. She could feel that the girl in front of her was very weak. Very weak. So weak that she could easily kill her with just one finger. But at the same time, there was a power in her body that made her fearful, and had to pay attention to. That power was in her hand. It was an extremely gorgeous sword with a stream of light flashing constantly. That sword was a threat to her. That's how she judged it. Instinctively, she wanted to destroy the sword, including the girl holding it. However, the long loneliness and solitude made her silent for a long time, until the girl felt more and more incredible. And then she slowly spoke. "My name is Claudius." This is the first time that the demon king named Claudius has spoken in his life. The girl was completely unaware of this, and just blinked her eyes. Immediately, the girl smiled. "My name is Nien, and I heard that I am a brave man." The girl smiled cheerfully. "Please give me more advice, Claudius." As she said, the girl stretched out her hand to the demon king. The demon king didn't know what this meant, but he couldn't resist the sparkling look in the girl's eyes, so he could only stretch out his hand mechanically. The girl immediately held the demon king's hand, and smiled even happier. "Great. I've been here for a while, and finally I see the second person besides that boring omnus." The girl kept shaking the demon king's hand, and said something that the demon king would never forget in his future life. "From today on, we are friends. The best friends. Protect me from being bullied by that bad goddess. Okay, Claudius?" In this way, the hero and the demon king became friends. The dream ended here. Before waking up, the last thing she saw was a smile. A very beautiful smile that had never appeared on the face of the demon king. Chapter 775: The Man Who Summoned the Hero. At the same time, in the demon king's hall's rotating magic pool, the red gem was still spinning on Sheen's head, emitting a red light and illuminating the entire demon king's hall. The demons looked at the red gem excitedly, and even couldn't help wanting to step forward and take it off. However, the red gem suddenly turned and released a terrifying magic power. That magic power was completely different from the magic power in the normal state. If the magic power in the normal state is a stream of gas, then this magic power is a solid condensed from extremely dense gas. If ordinary magic power is like a line, then this magic power is a needle. That is the difference in quality. Therefore, facing this magic power, the demons only felt stiff all over, and they couldn't even move. "Mother!" The demons couldn't help but shout. This situation was just like that person rejecting them, which made them very sad. However, immediately afterwards, the terrifying magic power began to fluctuate again, and actually turned into rainbow-like airflows through the magic pool and flowed into the bodies of the demons. The demons' expressions were all lifted, and their auras suddenly surged. This phenomenon made the demons startled at first. And then they reacted. Is Mother making up for the lost power for us? Carmina discovered this and showed joy on her face. The other demons were the same. The terrifying magic power released by the red gem, after being transformed by the magic pool, made up for the small part of the power that the demons had just lost. In other words, the demons not only did not become weaker this time, but also successfully pushed Xian to the limit level. However, compared to this, the demons were more concerned about another thing. Have you awakened? Mother! Lid shouted. Sarah, Shaf, Milu, Ai and others also looked at the red gem with expectation. They only hoped that all this was done by their mother, and that it was a sign that she had awakened. In this way, they would have a chance to see their deceased mother. This was what they were most looking forward to. Unfortunately, the gem did not move at all, but just kept turning there, like an emotionless instrument, with no reaction except power. Mother! Mother! Sarah and Shaf could not help shouting. The demons spoke one after another, trying to summon the existence they had been thinking about day and night. Mother! Ai also murmured, with endless sadness on her face. Under such circumstances, the red gem finally moved a little. It first floated up and down for a while, and then flew out. Its speed was very slow, so the demons could clearly see every move of it. It was like a very gentle hand, passing in front of the demons one by one. Every time it came in front of a person, it would stop and stay for a while, and then fly to the next person. The demons only felt that they seemed to see a familiar figure, accompanied by the movement of the red gem, appearing in front of them. The owner of the figure seemed to be looking at them, and seemed to be touching their cheeks, so that they could clearly feel a trace of warmth. Mother! The demons couldn't help but shed tears after all, including Sarah, including Xiaofuni. All of them were like this. In a trance, they seemed to have returned to the past, back to the time when they were not yet born. At that time, they were just small lives nurtured in the magic power of the Demon King, without power, without form, like drops of water in the vast ocean that suddenly had consciousness. At that time, it was the vast sea-like magic that had been gently nourishing them, giving them warmth and life, and gradually making them what they are now. The feeling at that time was exactly the same as the feeling at this moment, because their mother's magic appeared again, and once again gave them warmth, helping them to make up for the lost strength. The red gem was like this, passing through the demons one by one, gently wrapping them with its own magic, as if telling something. Finally, the red gem flew back to the top of Xian's head, and under the gaze of the demons, it re-entered Xian's body without a trace of nostalgia. Mother! Mother! The demons subconsciously pounced on it, but in the end, all they could do was hug the burning body. Xian had already slowly retracted his magic, and the 3 rays of light on his body retracted into his body. Soon, Xian slowly opened his eyes. However, as soon as those eyes opened, they instantly widened to their maximum because of the horrifying scene in front of him. Looking at the beautiful girls in front of him, who were crying and hugging him tightly, and were still naked, Xian's brain completely crashed. What is this situation? Not long after, Xian's out-of-control screams rang out in the Demon King's hall. For a long time, it did not subside. God Realm. A remote sealed place? In a temple. Nian looked at everything presented in the light screen in front of her, and looked at Xian, who was hugged by 1,000 charming beauties, and was in a crashed state, and sighed silently. This is difficult. Nian was a little distressed. Recalling the 3 extreme brilliances, Nian muttered, after this stimulation, the power in his body is probably about to awaken. Again, no one knows Xian better than Nian. This is the hero she summoned, and she is also the goddess in charge of summoning, the incarnation of the supreme god who exists with hero summoning in this world, except for the omniscient and omnipotent true goddess. No one can understand the hero better than her, especially Xian. As early as the day when Xian was successfully summoned, Nian knew how special he was. Of course, Nian also knew how terrible power was hidden in Xian's body. To be honest, that power is not comparable to that of a mere hero. However, that power is very dangerous, uncontrollable, and hidden very deeply. If possible, Nian really doesn't want it to awaken. She only hoped that Xian could become her hero, and the rest was completely unnecessary. Therefore, for Nian, Xian only needed to grow up steadily as a hero. Even if it was just like this, when Xian broke through the limit of life and entered the transcendent level, he would definitely not be weaker than the goddess of fate, Lita's, An existence of that level is already invincible in this world, where the Demon King has passed away, and the Supreme God has also hidden from the world. That's enough. This is already Nian's greatest expectation for Xin. Who would have thought that in the end, she not only got the Demon King's gem, but also the hidden power in his body was stimulated. The Demon King's gem has been active in his body. This time, the 6 demons used magic together to stimulate his potential and enhance his strength. In addition, he has grown to the limit level, the theoretical limit of life. Under the wash and induction of multiple factors, he finally succeeded in awakening that power. Although the power was only initially awakened, Xian certainly had no way to control it, use it, or even feel its existence. But as Xian broke through the limit level and entered the transcendent level, perhaps, the power would be completely stimulated. By then, Xian could no longer be a simple hero. Should I take action? Nian was hesitating. She wanted to take action and use her own power to seal the hidden power in Xian's body, with the connection between her and the hero. It was not impossible to seal it before the power was fully stimulated. But, if you do that, Nian muttered something. But at this moment, another voice sounded, interrupting Nian's murmur. If you do that, you will use up all your strength and can no longer maintain the body of the goddess. You will collapse and disintegrate, turning back into the original form of the summoning ritual. When such a pleasant voice without much emotion reached Nian's ears, Nian's heart was shaken violently. She turned around suddenly and looked behind her. There, at some point, a figure appeared. She had her back to Nian and did not turn around. Only her long silver hair that reached her knees was swaying gently, as if it was moving without wind. Her limbs were slender, and her back was so beautiful that people could not help but imagine it. Her bare feet revealed a transcendent temperament. She just stood there, without releasing any power, and it seemed that she had no power at all. However, no matter who saw her, they would feel worship in their hearts. That was the instinct of life telling them that the person in front of them was the creator, the origin of everything, the beginning of everything, the mother of everything, the creator of everything, the supreme existence. She is God. You? Nian could not help but step back. Her face was full of shock. There was no way. Impossible. Nian could not believe her eyes. Because, having you fallen into an eternal sleep and will never wake up again? Nian spoke with a trembling voice. Hearing this, the goddess raised her head. Indeed, I am no longer interested in everything in this world. If possible, I will not want to wake up again. The goddess sang in the sky, and the sound of the valley echoed in the temple. At least, before falling asleep, I decided so. In other words, now something unexpected has happened. There is an existence that deserves her attention and even causes emotional fluctuations in this world. So, the goddess who should have been sleeping forever has woken up. If the gods knew about this, they would be overjoyed. Right? Especially the 3 goddesses. They would cry with joy and lose their composure. The goddess in front of them is their belief, their supreme spiritual pillar. How many goddesses have hoped that she would wake up, and even shed tears when she was about to sleep forever? But they could not wait for the response of the mother goddess for a long time. So they could only take over the management of the world and guide the direction and development of this world for their own gods. Now that the supreme god they believe in is woken up, it is conceivable how excited the gods will be. At least, it will definitely not be inferior to the demons who have seen the Demon King Baoyu. It's a pity. Since it has been decided, why wake up? As the only one who does not welcome the goddess in front of her, Nian made a hostile voice. This world no longer needs you, and there is no existence worthy of your attention. You should go back to your sanctuary and continue to sleep. Nian's speech can be regarded as extremely rebellious. For the creator of all things in this world, the truly omnipotent goddess, Nian has reason to be wiped out just because she dared to show hostility. Nian certainly knew how dangerous it would be to say such words in front of this true god. But like the demons, she couldn't hold back the emotions gushing out of her heart. For the existence in front of her, who should be her mother goddess, Nian only had hatred in her heart. And she also knew that in front of this truly omnipotent goddess, any hiding was useless. She could easily see through a person's true nature, essence, and even future. The only existence that could show resistance in front of her was the Demon King. Nian was not a Demon King, and she did not have the power of a Demon King. Therefore, she could not make any resistance to the existence in front of her, including hiding her inner thoughts. In this case, why bother pretending? Nian showed her true emotions. The goddess did not express any feelings about this, but remained silent, as if she was looking at the human man in the distance, and remained silent for a long time. This made Nian very irritable. But before Nian was about to vent, the goddess spoke. He is not only your hero, but also my hero. The words of the goddess finally made Nian explode. No! He is not! Nian shouted as if she was touched by the reverse scale. He is just my hero. It has nothing to do with you. The goddess was very indifferent to Nian's loss of composure. I am just stating the facts, the goddess said indifferently, since the power in his body is awakened. I can't sleep anymore. The implication is that the Supreme God is about to be born. Don't worry. I won't do anything to interfere with him, the goddess murmured, but I will keep watching him until he comes to me again. Hearing this, Nian almost rushed forward. But she held back. He is mine, Nian said expressionlessly. Even you can't take him away. Really? The goddess said coldly. Then let's wait and see. After that, the goddess turned around and looked at Nian. Her face, which was exactly the same as Nian's, had an emotion that Nian couldn't understand. Then, the goddess said this. By the way, there is one thing that you may have misunderstood for a long time. What is it? It's very simple. In fact, I only knew of your existence 1,000 years ago. The goddess revealed a shocking secret. Before this, I didn't know that summoning the brave had a will, let alone that I had an incarnation in this world. As soon as these words came out, Nian's pupils shrank. She wanted to deny it loudly. If that was the case, who was the person who had ignored her will, used her as a simple summoning ritual, and kept summoning heroes? The goddess saw through her thoughts. So, that person was not me. The person who had been using you to summon heroes was also not me. In this life, I have only summoned a hero once. It was not me who used you, but a poor woman who hoped to use the power of the hero to complete her self-salvation. Leaving these words, the goddess disappeared. Only Nian was left, and she was shocked by this sudden fact and could not recover for a long time. Chapter 776. Demon King's Mansion. At this time, all the noise has calmed down. Xian and his party have also come out of the magic pool and put on their clothes. While Xian was putting on his clothes, he would occasionally take a peek at the demons present. Don't get me wrong. He didn't want to feast his eyes. Although the scene that appeared after he woke up would probably remain in his mind, and he would never forget it for the rest of his life. Xian was more worried about being beaten than taking a peek afterwards. After all, he knew how cruel women could be when they were unreasonable. In this situation, Xian felt that it was not my fault. You guys rushed over. I haven't blamed you for knocking me down without a sound and stripping off my clothes. There was no point at all. Therefore, although he seemed to be putting on his clothes, he was actually ready to use instant teleportation to escape at any time. However, the demons didn't seem to be in a good state. They didn't blame Xian, nor did they force titles like pervert, beast on him unreasonably, and then beat him up. Instead, they seemed to have been hit by something and were in a very low mood. They kept their heads down from the beginning, and were silent collectively. They even ignored Xian and put on their clothes in a lost state. To be honest, Xian couldn't imagine that these demons would show such a lost expression. In his eyes, no matter which demon they were full of personality, and almost none of them were cowardly. Even Milla looked innocent and romantic. Once she got ruthless. She was so cruel that it made people palpitate. When would she show such a lost expression like this? Especially Sarah and Shaf. One of them is the supreme demon, extremely smart, and the other is the most beautiful demon princess in the world, charming everyone. Only others feel lost because they can't get her favor. But they themselves have always been so calm. Even if they were picked by Xian, they have never been as lost as they are now. This made Xian couldn't help but think wildly. I said, "What happened to you?" Xian said, "Did something happen, causing your power loss to be too serious?" Xian only thought of this possibility. If this is the case, then he has an unavoidable responsibility. It's a pity. It has nothing to do with you. Don't think too much. Lid didn't need to put on clothes. After getting ashore, she just shook her body, shook off the water, and then waited quietly by the side. This would naturally be the first time she had time to answer Xian's questions. "What are you doing?" Xian pointed out tactfully. Lid remained silent. The rest of the demons also remained silent. Obviously, they didn't want to bring up this topic at all. "Okay, I won't ask." Xian had no choice but to frown and not mention it again. But he finally broke the silence and eased the heavy atmosphere. The demons recovered a little and cast their eyes on him. What about you? Yi spoke first and asked, how do you feel? Me? Xian scratched his head, a little confused, but also said directly, I think it's not bad. As he said that, Xian felt his current state. He could clearly feel that his strength had become much stronger than before. Apart from other things, his magic power alone had increased by a lot, and it could even be said to have doubled. With his current magic power, if he used it to cast Reincarnation Destiny, it should not be a problem to maintain it for 30 minutes. In other words, now Xian is equivalent to being able to burst out a transcendent level of combat power for 30 minutes at his peak. No. If it was just a normal transcendent level of combat power, then even if he did not use the amplification of Reincarnation Destiny, he could enter it with the blessing of the Holy Sword alone. Now Xian's level is the life limit that everyone in this world can reach. LV.100. At this level, Xian can be said to have caught up with the top strong men in terms of level, and become a true extreme existence. And I can feel that I can control the power of the Holy Sword freely. Saying this, Xian stretched out his hand, and the Holy Sword on the shore suddenly flew over and fell into his hand. The seal on the Holy Sword has been broken, and it can no longer conceal its sharpness and power. But Xian felt that the Holy Sword now seemed to have become an extension of his arm. It was just holding it in his hand, and the power was continuously transmitted. This power is still as strong as before. However, the power flowing from the Holy Sword is no longer like before, which makes Xian only passively accept it. Instead, it stops flowing when Xian thinks about it, and the bright light and sacred fluctuations on the Holy Sword are restrained. Such a Holy Sword looks like a gorgeous and luxurious sword. It is no longer like before, shining all the time, and the fluctuations of the sacred power cannot be hidden. In this way, Xian no longer needs to worry about it being recognized and sealed. From now on, the Holy Sword does not need to be sealed. Anyway, his identity has been exposed, so it doesn't matter if he can't hide the sacred fluctuations of the Holy Sword. Not to mention that he has the ability to hide it. When Xian doesn't need to use it, it is just a flashy sword. But when Xian pulled it out, it could show amazing power at any time. According to Xian's own feeling, he felt that even if he did not use the special skill Reincarnation Destiny with side effects, he could rely on the Holy Sword to fight against the transcendent existence of the level of the Goddess of Life and the Goddess of Nature. In other words, without restrictions, Xian also has the combat power of the transcendent level. So, Xian was still very happy. The only problem is, Xian quietly opened his skill bar. On it, in addition to the 7 destiny skills and 2 magic skills, there should be 3 more skills. Blessing of the Supreme God is self-evident. It must exist. In addition, there are 2 unique skills, Heaven's Grace and Numerology. But now, taking a closer look, these 2 skills have disappeared from Xian's unique skill bar. Yes, disappeared. Instead, there is such a skill. Unique skills. The power of the cosmic truth. A mixture of the 3 supreme concepts. Currently unusable. Looking at this so-called unique skill, Xian didn't know how to express his feelings. Tianen and Numerology. These 2 unique skills have helped him a lot. And now they suddenly disappeared inexplicably. It's impossible to say that he is not panicking. But thinking carefully, I thought before that when I reached the extreme level, these 2 unique skills would not be of much use to me. Today, Xian has grown to the limit of his level, and has learned most of the skills that can be learned in this world. So Tianen is naturally no longer useful. As for Numerology, it has reached its limit to help him fuse and tamper with the 7 destiny skills. There is no way to make any changes to these 7 destiny skills later. In this way, unless Xian spends a lot of effort to learn a new skill system, its role will stop here. But Xian's combat system has been completely stabilized, and it is no longer necessary to spend a lot of effort to learn other skill systems. In view of this, it is not so much that these 2 unique skills have disappeared, but rather that they have retired. But what is the matter with this unique skill that appeared inexplicably? Judging from the effect, it seems to be quite high-end. But why can't it be used at present? Xian just felt a headache. However, he did not choose to say this. Haven't there been enough strange things happening to him? This wave, to Xian, just seems to have opened another inexplicable cheat. This is all basic operation, and there is no need for people to shout 666. So, Xian simply expressed his feelings like this. I feel that I can beat 6 of you alone now. That's how arrogant I am. As expected, the 6 demons reacted to this. 1 against 6 of us? Sarah rolled her eyes at Xian. Are you sure? Xiaofuni also smiled. I have lived for so long. And this is the first time someone has said such a thing to me. Lid felt a burst of laughter and tears. Even the goddess of fate dare not say such big words. Carmina sneered. Do you want to fight? Milla looked confused. It seems that you have gained a lot. Which can make you so blind? Ai had a blank expression. The mood of the 6 demons seemed to be much better. Seeing this, Xian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was arrogant, he was not completely clueless. No matter what, he didn't think he could really fight 6 people by himself. If he breaks through to the transcendent level in the future, it will be possible. Now, facing the existence of demons, he is still a quick hand of 30 minutes. No, that's not right. 30 minutes can be called a real man at least. Not a quick hand. Right? Of course. If it is the current me, in the half hour when reincarnation destiny is effective, it should not be as difficult as before to fight against the existence of demon level. Conservatively speaking, it should be no problem to fight back and forth. Fight to the point of collapse. And even gain some advantages. How are you? Xian's eyes swept over several demons in succession and asked, does the loss of power really have no effect on you? Hearing this, the demons looked at each other. Don't worry, Cyrus said, we didn't lose anything. Even if the process was a bit bumpy. In terms of the result, the demons really didn't lose a bit. Even the little loss that was estimated in advance did not exist. Now it is in a completely perfect state without any flaws. But you completely made up for the power lost by the demons, so that they had neither loss nor gain. It was not a blessing in disguise, but it was much better than originally expected. The demons' goals were basically achieved in this trip to the Demon King's mansion. First, they successfully upgraded Xian to the extreme level, allowing him to touch the limit of life. Second, they also confirmed some of their previous speculations and confirmed Xian's origins. Third, they also successfully met Baoyu. And it is even possible that he awakened the consciousness of the Demon King. However, that person did not appear in the end to talk to them. When they thought of this, the demons could not hide their depressed mood again. But they have also confirmed that the Demon King's jade is indeed in Xian's body. Their mother has not completely left, but is by their side. Although she has not been resurrected now, and has been staying in the body of the brave man in front of her, silently guarding him. There may be other opportunities in the future. Thinking of this, all the demons stared at Xian. Why are you looking at me like this? Xian couldn't help but feel a little scared. These women, won't they want to settle the score later? Should I run away? Xian thought seriously. Fortunately, the demons seemed to have really given up on investigating what happened in the magic pool. They just thought so. Since the mother chose to stay by his side, we must protect him. All 6 demons had this idea. Xian no longer represents only himself, but also represents their beloved and always missed mother. If he gets into trouble, Baoyu will definitely get into trouble too. So, he must not get into trouble. Even if we have to use all the power of the entire demon clan, we must protect him. Sarah, Lid and even Carmina all had this idea. Shafin was no exception. As for Ai, she was the one who had the strongest desire to protect Xian. And this would undoubtedly become even stronger. The 2 people he loved most in his life were now in one individual. Double the happiness. Double the sense of mission and determination, which naturally made this dragon demon's desire to protect him completely burst. At the moment, Ai said, from now on, don't leave me for a single step. Ai declared this with a very serious look on his face. Xian blinked his eyes, looking confused. But in confusion, he subconsciously asked a question, including taking a bath and sleeping? As soon as this question came out, Xian knew that it was bad. Sure enough, Ai's serious face was instantly marked with a red cross. But when Xian thought she was going to lose her temper, she fell silent. Ai? Xian called out tentatively. Ai looked at him coldly and finally sighed. Including. After saying this, Ai spread a pair of dragon wings and flew away. The rest of the demons also thought about it, and then flew away one by one. Only Xian was left standing there. What did she say just now? You and me under the confused tree. It is about Xian's current state. After a long time, Xian reacted. Then, he realized, his good days have come. Chapter 777, Xian's Path to Transcendence. In the distant horizon, 7 streams of light were flying at high speed, heading towards the central city. Xian followed the 6 demons, looking at their backs, but his mind was completely on himself. At this time, Xian felt that his whole body was full of strength. and the magic power in his body was flowing more smoothly than before. Even his spirit was unexpectedly good. And he felt like he had been reborn. Is this the extreme level? After calming down and experiencing it, Xian sighed. This is not the first time that Xian has experienced the feeling of upgrading. Every upgrade can be regarded as a sublimation for Xian, which greatly improves his strength. However, there is a clear difference between the previous upgrade experience and this upgrade experience. In the previous upgrade, even if it was upgraded to the legendary level, Xian only felt stronger, but did not experience other aspects. But this time, after reaching the limit level, Xian actually felt that his vitality had been greatly improved, as if every cell in his body had become active, which was very wonderful. This feeling had never been felt in any previous upgrade. It seems that there is a big difference between the limit level and the level that has not reached the limit, Xian thought silently. It does not refer to the difference in strength, but the difference in the essence of life. It is as if before reaching the limit, all upgrades are just normal growth and development, and only after reaching the limit can it be considered fully mature. Faintly, Xian even felt a barrier, an interception in front of the existence of life, so that they can only stop here and cannot break through further barriers. This made Xian understand instantly. As long as I break through this barrier, I can break through the limit that life should have and enter the transcendent level. This idea was recognized. After all, the limit level is the real limit, which is an inevitable limit for all living things. Once you can cross it, you will naturally be completely transcendent and no longer limited to the general level of life. The person who said this was none other than Xia Fun, who could read Xian's mind. I saw that this which came to Xian's side without knowing when, and said so while looking at him, who was lost in thought. However, the limit of life is the rules and laws that exist in reason. The truth of the world itself, as long as it is life, cannot cross that barrier. This is not a question of whether it can be done, but a question of whether it can be done. It's like a game. The cap level is there. How can you cross the system design and raise your level to a higher level than the cap? It's impossible to do it. In the world of omnipotence, the so-called reason is the game system. It stipulates that apples will fall down, and apples will fall down. It stipulates that water will only flow to lower places, and water will flow to lower places. It stipulates that fire can burn, and fire can burn. It stipulates that people will be born, grow old, get sick and die, and people will be born, grow old, get sick and die. It is the law of the world, the rules of the world itself. If the world of omnipotence is a game, then reason is undoubtedly the system of this game. In this case, as long as it is a living being, it can only be upgraded to level 100. This is the truth and rule of the world. If you want to cross this limit, unless the game designer has dealt with it, or a bug that can even destroy the game appears, it will never be possible. The 3 goddesses and the 6 demons are all born transcendent. The former is the daughter of the game designer, equivalent to an existence with administrator privileges, and the latter is an existence derived from a bug, and naturally can also destroy the rules of the game. Other transcendental beings, or beings that involve transcendental realms, are also inseparable from the influence of these 2. Only heroes who belong to another world, not this world, and are as famous as the Demon King and the Supreme God, can cross that barrier and successfully transcend by their own efforts. Xia Funi looked at Xian and said so. Although there are not many heroes in the past who can successfully transcend, I think you can definitely do it. Xia Funi gave Xian the highest evaluation. Xian also knew that since he could feel this barrier, it should not be impossible to cross it. I'm afraid that other extreme level beings can't even feel this barrier? Only by being able to see the obstacle can you cross it. If you can't even see the obstacle, how can you talk about crossing it? Extreme level beings other than heroes are like this. They can't see the wall that can be crossed, so they can only wander in the same place. Only special beings such as half-demons and great spirits can bypass this wall through special methods and see the world behind the wall. Unfortunately, they just bypassed it and didn't cross it at all. Therefore, even if they can see the world behind the wall, it is only temporary. It does not mean that the wall no longer exists and will no longer hinder them. Xian thought about it, then turned his eyes and looked at Xia Funi. Then how can I break through to the transcendent level? Xian asked the most fundamental question. Now he is also an extreme level existence, and there is a possibility of crossing to the transcendent level. In this case, Xian naturally has to find a way to transcend. By then, he will truly step into the realm of demons, and the holy sword will also transform and transcend. no longer limited to the power that can be shown in the data, and will show its original appearance. At that time, Xian was really not afraid of anyone. However, don't ask me. I don't know. Xiao Funi actually said such a thing, and said, don't ask others. Others won't know either. Xian was confused. As a transcendent existence, he didn't know how to break through to the transcendent level? What a joke. I'm not kidding. Xiao Funi seemed to see through Xian's idea and laughed. Haven't I said it many times? From ancient times to the present, only the brave can break through to the transcendent level normally. Hearing Xiao Funi's words, Xian understood. You mean, you are all born transcendents and don't know the normal way to break through? Right? Xian said his thoughts thoughtfully. The answer is correct. Let alone breaking through from the extreme level to the transcendent level. We have never experienced the upgrade after the training and growth of normal life. Xiao Funia shook her head and said, those unfinished transcendent beings are the same. They all rely on their innate characteristics or external forces to have the combat power of the transcendent level. Even if you ask them how to break through to the transcendent level, they can't answer this question. The only people who can answer this question are those heroes who have successfully transcended. But, as far as I know, the methods for heroes to break through to the transcendent level are not fixed. Xiao Funia said this to Xian. Like Mitra, he entered the inner hall after reaching the limit level, and with the enlightenment he gained in the inner hall, he broke through to the transcendent level in one fell swoop. Other limit level beings cannot break through even if they enter the inner hall. People's gains in the inner hall are not consistent. Some directly increase their levels, some gain some special skills, and some simply increase their magic power. It can be said that there are all kinds of gains. In view of this, even if Xian enters the inner hall, he may not be able to successfully break through. Furthermore, Xian had already entered the inner hall once and could not enter again. In history, there were other extreme level warriors who had entered the inner hall and wanted to break through with the understanding of the inner hall. But the only one who succeeded was Mitra. The understanding of the other warriors in the inner hall was not enough to allow them to break through to the transcendent level. Xiao Fun talked freely. There were also warriors who did nothing but exercised as usual, but suddenly broke through inexplicably. Even some warriors killed enemies on the battlefield. And when they came to their senses, they had broken through their original limits and completed transcendence. In this way, no one could understand why the warriors broke through their limits and entered transcendence. In summary, the method of breaking through to the transcendent level is not clear to anyone at all, and it cannot be copied. I think that the ways of breakthrough of the warriors are different, and the experience of the predecessors may not work for you. Xiao Funi chuckled and said, if you want to break through, you probably have to find a path that belongs to you alone. A road that belongs to me alone? Xian fell into deep thought. As a result, except for Xiao Funi, the other demons also appeared around Xian unconsciously. Don't worry. Sarah comforted him. Your potential is extraordinary. Even that Mitra can hardly reach it. If it were you, you would definitely be able to break through smoothly. That's right. Lid nodded and said, maybe. If you settle down for a while, you will be able to find a way to break through. Of course, transcendence is not so easy to achieve. Carmina poured a basin of cold water and said, for tens of thousands of years, there have been countless heroes in this world, and there may be only a few who have successfully transcended. Well, Nila nodded seriously and said, many heroes are very weak. Such an evaluation is enough to make many heroes of all generations cry in the toilet. At this time, Yi also spoke. You have just reached the limit level. It is too early to think about transcendence now. Ai said directly, I think you don't need to worry about this matter at all. When it is really necessary, the blessing on you will definitely guide you and let you encounter the opportunity of a smooth breakthrough. After all, it is a blessing left by the Supreme God. This blessing, which is equivalent to being protected by the world itself, will definitely guide Xian in the future and find the opportunity for a breakthrough. Xian's path to transcendence is smoother than that of the heroes of all generations. What is lacking may be just a little time and opportunity. Okay. Xian could only nod. Chapter 778. Afterwards, Xian and his party flew directly to the central city and returned to the Supreme Castle. No one knew that when Xian came back from this trip, he was already an extreme-level strongman. Xian did not mention it to anyone, except for telling Yulin and a few cadres who knew where Xian went this time. No one knew what level Xian was at now. Even those cadres were guessing what level Xian had reached now. Leal, Grady and Bellotti wanted to compete with Xian to see what level he had reached. But Xian did not agree. Soon it would be the meeting of the three tribes. Don't think about fighting all day long. Think more about how to deal with this matter. Sheen threw down such a statement and drove away all the cadres who were very competitive. Of course, Leal was not mentioned for the time being. But Grady and Bilotti were pestering Sheen. They tried their best to recommend the Dragon Demon territory to Sheen, and seemed to want Sheen to go to the Dragon Demon territory with them. But Sheen had already seen through their conspiracy, and knew that it would be difficult for him to come out again. At least, it was impossible to come out without a weak leg. So, Sheen rejected the invitations of the two dragon girls again, and fled in their gnashing teeth and resentment. On the other hand, Yulin saw that Grady and Bilotti had been entangled with Sheen, and she dragged the two great elders of the dragon clan out, and had a big fight when she could no longer bear it. As a result, Yulin successfully got a double kill, so that Grady and Bilotti never mentioned this matter again. Sheen immediately gave Yulin a thumbs up without hesitation. "My dragon is awesome." Sheen praised Yulin fiercely. That's it. Yulin was also flattered by the praise, and it seemed that she was very pleased with the praise from Sheen. If this dragon girl had a tail behind her, then her tail must have been shaking. Right? Not bad. It was quite cute. And after seeing this scene, Lilith had the urge to find Grady and Bilotti to fight one-on-one, so as to get Sheen's praise. Of course, Sheen and Yulin tried their best to stop her. If this girl took action, it would not be called a one-on-one fight, but a massacre. So, Sheen's life in the demon world began to become sparse and normal. Every day, he either played with Lilith and Yulin in the Supreme Castle, or took someone to the street to play, and his life was so comfortable. The demons did not leave the Supreme Castle either. I don't know if they had a private agreement to stay in the Supreme Castle until the start of the three-tribe talks. And Sheen would meet a demon from time to time. Sometimes it was Xian. Sometimes it was Lid and Milu. And sometimes even Carmina appeared. Especially when he was not with him, and was sleeping in the room. Sheen would always meet a demon and be entangled by him. Therefore, when Sheen went in and out of the Supreme Castle, there was always a demon accompanying him. This incident not only confused Sheen, but also surprised many demons. What happened to the princes? Why are they always around that hero? It's okay for His Highness Dragon Demon. After all, the two are already engaged. Yes. But what about the other princes? The demons were puzzled, especially when they saw Xiaofuni and Carmina would follow Sheen from time to time and wander around. They were even more puzzled. Didn't His Highness Poison Demon have no good feelings for that hero? It is said that when that hero came to the Supreme Castle, His Highness Poison Demon even attacked him. Why are they always together? And there is the succubus. How could the succubus always follow a man? It must be an illusion. In this way, Sheen gradually became a being scrutinized and even hostile in the mouths of the demons. The 6 demon sisters are the pinnacle of the demons, and they are also the flowers of the mountain that no one can reach. I don't know how many demons secretly admire them, and many of them became subordinates of the demons because of their admiration. Now, seeing a group of demons hanging around Sheen all day, many demons naturally can't stand it. Among them, those cadres who are directly under the demons and closest to the demons are the worst. Sheen can't count how many times Leal has picked on him. Hart also turned around and walked away when he saw Sheen, without even paying attention to him. Even Gray, the former prince, who volunteered to be Shatten's guard and came to the Moon Demon territory with her, looked a little strange when he saw Sheen recently. Sheen knew that he had become a thorn in everyone's eyes. But I am really innocent. Sheen just wanted to cry out for injustice. He really didn't know what these demons were doing, and why they were around him all day. It was natural for AI to follow him, and there was no problem. Recently, Sheen had been allowed to sleep in the same bed with this girl every day, and he was just short of taking a bath together. Sometimes, he would not be beaten even if he had sex with her. The relationship was going well. It could be said that they were in the passionate period, and it was normal for them to stick together all day. It was not surprising that Shaft appeared around him. He had a delicate relationship with her, and she was so playful that it was understandable that she would take the initiative to appear around Sheen and stare at him. But Lid, Carmina and Milla would appear around him from time to time and rely on him, which made Sheen himself puzzled. Occasionally once or twice would be fine, but now they appear from time to time, and they don't want to leave once they appear. Is this normal? Especially Carmina. This girl used to dislike me and spoke to me in a very aggressive tone. But for some reason, she always appeared around me and followed me wherever I went, as if she would not lose me. It was really abnormal. It's not that Xian didn't ask this question to the demons. Unfortunately, the demons avoided the question and gave various reasons. But none of them sounded reliable. Could it be that these guys were secretly resentful of the time I saw them naked? So they planned to join forces to punish me? Xian was 120% alert for this. However, the demons seemed to have seen nothing, and still did what they should do. So that there were always demons around Xian. On the contrary, Sarah, the demon supreme, did not appear around Xian, and was still doing what he should do as before. However, during this period, the demon supreme seemed to be preparing something in secret, and would leave the supreme castle from time to time. And even Hetyadai did not know where he was going. Xian only remembered that he went to the Ice Girl village to hang out once. Saw Hetyadai, and asked her about this matter. And Hetyadai said this. Lord Sarah has been doing a lot of things recently. Sometimes collecting information about the Valley of Gods. Sometimes looking for the traces of the mastermind behind Gold's assassination. And sometimes claiming to catch some lost goddess. In addition, the three-tribe meeting is about to begin. And the Lord is quite busy. Even I rarely follow her and serve her at any time. Hetyadai was entrusted by Sarah with a task, which is to take care of the bodies of the Ice Girls and protect their safety, so as to prevent any villains from targeting the Ice Girls. Naturally, Hetyadai was obliged to do this task. She had been staying in the Ice Girl village recently, which led to Xian coming in to take a look whenever he passed by the Ice Girl village. It is worth mentioning that every time he came, there was always a little girl from the Ice Girl clan secretly hiding in the dark and observing him. It was not that Xian had not thought about talking to that little girl, but every time he approached, the little girl would run away. Over time, Xian no longer cared about this matter. If she likes to watch, let her watch. Xian just felt that he had been in love recently, and was always troubled by women's affairs. In this way, Xian's reputation among the demons was ruined. The main reason was that there were too many excellent women around him, and it was impossible not to be jealous of them all the time. On this day, Xian just left the Supreme Castle for a while, and was entangled by Xia Fun. This woman has been getting more and more unscrupulous recently. Sometimes she would lean on Sean intentionally, and in front of everyone. She and Sean acted as intimately as if they were a couple, causing Sean to be showered with countless murderous glances. If it weren't for his own strong strength and the deterrence of the Holy Sword, many demons would still be quite afraid of him. At this moment, he would have been challenged by countless people. After returning to the Supreme Castle, Xian finally sent Xia Fun away. Before he had time to complain, he was found. Is it you? On the corridor back to the room, Xian looked at the person who suddenly appeared in front of him and raised his eyebrows. The other party had an extremely beautiful appearance, like a perfect Prince Charming, handsome and elegant. Just standing there was enough to attract the attention of women, and even make girls scream. The person who came was Gray. Gray suddenly appeared and blocked Xian. Xian took a look and gradually found something unusual. A closer look showed that although Gray was still so handsome, his eyebrows were full of gloom, and his eyes were no longer as deep as before, but a little gray. He looked at Xian with a complicated look. Xian's raised brows gradually frowned and narrowed his eyes. Are you free? At this time, Gray finally spoke. What do you want to do? Xian did not answer his question, but went straight to the point. Let's talk. Gray did not fall into Xian's rhythm, and said so calmly. Okay. Xian nodded indifferently. Then, the two left here together. After a while, a figure quietly appeared, looking at Gray who was taking Xian away. His eyes were quite cold. Chapter 779, She Shouldn't Belong to Anyone. In the suburbs of the central city of the Moon Demon Territory, under Gray's leadership, Xian followed his footsteps and came to a wilderness. There were waves of roars rising and falling here, and there must be many monsters active here. Xian and Gray seemed to have entered a no-man's land, ignoring many monsters along the way and going straight into the wilderness. Seeing that Gray wanted to continue moving forward, Xian stopped. Okay, let's stop here. Xian said so. Gray immediately stopped and landed in front of Xian. Xian was not polite, looking at the back of the former prince, and said very directly, what do you want to talk to me about? Although this was a question, Xian had actually guessed the other party's intention. I don't know if Gray knew it in his heart. He didn't turn around and spoke like this. I said, I want to talk to you. Gray's voice seemed particularly heavy. What does the prince want to talk to me about? Xian said indifferently. You know? Gray was silent for a while. And then he said, I gave up everything and came here just for one person. The implication is that the things he cares about are only related to this person. But Xian did not cooperate with him. What does this have to do with me? Xian pointed out calmly. Does it matter? Gray finally turned around and stared at Xian, saying, don't pretend to be ignorant. Brave Xian. You know, I want to talk to you about the matter of Her Highness Xia Fun. Sure enough, Gray went to Xian just for Xia Fun. Xian could naturally guess the reason. Because Xia Fun and I are too close. You can't help but come to warn me. Right? Xian's tone was slightly sarcastic. I didn't mean that. Gray frowned, looked directly at Xian, and said, I just want to know. What's going on between you and that prince? Gray thought about this question for half a month. But he couldn't figure it out. He really didn't understand. Why did you suddenly become so close to that prince? Is it because you are her brother-in-law? Gray shook his head and said, I can see that it is not the main reason. So what? Xian didn't answer but asked, you want to learn from me how to get closer to Xia Fun? I said, I don't mean that. Gray's tone fluctuated inexplicably. Xian knew that the mentality of this prince might have been unstable. But Xian still didn't take his mood into consideration. There was no way. What do you mean? Xian said directly, you suddenly asked me out and said you wanted to talk to me about Xia Fun. If it wasn't because of how Xia Fun and I get along. What was the reason? Xian could still see through Gray's mood at this time. You saw that the distance between me and Xia Fun was getting closer and closer. So close that you felt something was wrong. So you couldn't help but come to me like this. Right? Xian spoke Gray's thoughts. His mood was actually very simple. You are envious. Even jealous. And feel that your efforts for more than 20 years are not as good as a junior who has only been in the demon world for a month. You are very unwilling. Right? Xian directly tore off Gray's fig leaf. Gray had nothing to say. And only his clenched hands told others that he was definitely not calm. Xian looked at Gray with sympathy. I said, Your Highness, it's about time for you to realize the reality. Xian said mercilessly. There is no possibility for you and Xia Fun. A simple sentence. But it directly pierced Gray's heart. His breathing became heavy, and the magic power gradually surged out, making the atmosphere hum. Xian seemed not to notice, and continued to speak. For more than 20 years. You have not even entered her field of vision. And she has no interest in you or most people in this world. Do you think you can really impress her? The cruelest reality was exposed by Xian. This is what Gray is most reluctant to face. He is not a fool. Nor a fool. How could he not know that according to the current situation, even if he invests another 20, 30, 40 years, or even all the time for the rest of his life, it is impossible for His Highness to look at him straight in the eye? How cold and ruthless Xia Fun is to people who are not interested is well known to the world. Countless heroes and heroes throughout the ages are examples. They gave their all for this woman. But who can really get what they want? Let alone fulfilling his wish. Even letting Xia Fun take a look at him was an extremely extravagant thing. He was just a very small and insignificant person among countless people. Therefore, his so-called infatuation could not be exchanged for anything. Of course, although this made people feel heartbroken, it did not make Gray feel desperate. Anyway, no one could get it. So why not spend his life for this unforgettable love? Gray no longer dared to hope to be favored by Xia Fun, but just hoped to see her figure and hear her voice in the place closest to her. That was enough. For other things, he really didn't dare to hope too much. Originally, he had already prepared himself mentally, and this was how he would live his life. However, Xian's arrival broke this peace. Seeing this younger generation of heroes getting closer and closer to the prince in less than a month, and even the atmosphere seemed more and more ambiguous. Gray's mentality was directly unbalanced. If no one can get it, then he can naturally accept his failure. But if someone succeeds in touching his wish, then he will naturally not be able to maintain his calm. No one wants to see his beloved woman being held in the arms of another man. Especially this woman is the most beautiful woman in the world, known as the first beauty in the 3 realms, and the enchanting magic princess, who makes countless heroes bow down. If such a person is obtained by others, even an unrelated man will feel envious and jealous. Not to mention the admirers, who are already obsessed. Gray is like this, watching all this more and more restlessly, watching Xian and Xia Fun getting closer and closer, finally unable to bear the anxiety in his heart, and came to Xian. What he wants to do is actually very simple. I know that the prince will not look down on people of my level, Gray said in a deep voice, but you already have Anqi's daughter. You have the dragon demon prince. And I even heard that you have other confidants. Aren't you satisfied? Yes, Gray just wanted to tell Sheen that he should be satisfied and should not touch people he shouldn't touch. But? Is this really a warning to me? Sheen said more sarcastically. But don't you think you are too nosy? Your Highness? To be honest, at this moment, Sheen really looked down on Gray. Originally, Gray took the initiative to abandon his hometown, relatives, and even his country for a woman he couldn't get, and ran to the unfamiliar demon world. He was willing to guard her for more than 20 years just to see her a few times. To put it nicely, it's called infatuation. And to put it bluntly, it's a humble dog. If he could get the beauty, it would be another matter. But Gray just wanted to see her a few more times. So he completely abandoned the country and relatives who had high hopes for him. This behavior is simply humble to the extreme. However, if someone wants to lick, Sheen won't say anything. Anyway, it has nothing to do with him. He at least gave Gray enough face and treated him as an elder. But he licked, and actually wanted to take care of himself. Then Sheen really didn't need to be too polite. I gave you some face because you are the elder of the Luoshi family. But in the end, you have already abandoned your country and relatives. So I don't need to give you this face. Do you understand? Sheen has been very straightforward. What do you mean? Gray's expression became extremely ugly. My meaning is very simple. Sheen said bluntly. You and I have no intersection. I won't take care of your business. And I hope you don't take care of me. After that, Sheen turned around and prepared to leave. Wait! Gray suddenly flashed behind Sheen and grabbed his left shoulder. Let go! Sheen shook his left shoulder violently, shaking Gray's hand away. But Gray did not retreat. Instead, he exerted greater strength and grabbed Sheen's right shoulder. And this grab, Gray suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Because, I say it again, let go. Sheen did not shake him away again, but just said this sentence. The tone was very calm, but it made people palpitate. Gray had the urge to let go, but he held back. Since it has been said to this point, Gray will naturally not let go easily. I will say it again. Gray said in a deep voice, that princess should not belong to anyone, but should always sit on the top of the cloud. Anyone can only look up, but cannot touch her and pull her down from the top of the cloud. Is that so? Sheen said calmly. Pulling her down from the altar will disappoint you? No. Gray's tone gradually calmed down. And he said, it's just because if she is pulled down, then those of us who can't reach her will have a chance to reach her. Sitting on the altar, no one can reach her. Then everything is fine. But if the goddess descends to the earth and falls off the altar, then everyone can reach her. In this case, it is clear what will happen. That is, everyone will go crazy to grab and grab. Gray didn't want to grab. He just wanted to help this goddess to the altar again. Let her continue to sit on the top of the cloud. Always so high and so far away. The same sentence. She shouldn't belong to anyone. Gray said word by word, including you. Hearing this, Sheen laughed. The laugh was extremely sarcastic. Self-righteous dog. Horrifying magic power surged out of Sheen's body. Get out of here. Chapter 780 Prince of Thousand Blades. Bang! In the depths of the wilderness outside the central city, a storm of magic power suddenly swept up, stirring up gusts of air. Gray was shocked by the oncoming magic storm and retreated on the spot, flying hundreds of meters away before he reacted. He was not a small figure, as a level as high as 99, whose strength might even be above Aridia. Gray mobilized his magic power almost instantly, letting the magic power vibrate around his body, shaking off all the forces acting on him. Then, Gray crushed the ground under his feet without saying a word and rushed towards Sheen. The speed was as fast as a flash of lightning, which flashed away in an instant. It sounds complicated, but in fact, from Sheen shaking Gray back to Gray rushing back to Sheen's back, the whole process took less than a second. In less than a second, Gray attacked again, stretched out his hand, and grabbed Sheen's shoulder. But Sheen naturally couldn't be touched by this guy again. He turned around suddenly, and kicked Gray's outstretched hand mercilessly. With that kick, strong winds whistled one after another, telling Gray how hard Sheen hit him. Gray's face changed slightly, but he didn't want to be outdone and changed from grabbing to slapping, and slapped Sheen's foot hard. Bang! With a loud collision, the palm and the foot collided heavily, causing the shock wave to explode. Sheen and Gray retreated at the same time in the impact. However, Sheen only retreated one step, while Gray retreated 4 steps. The difference was immediately determined. Sheen glanced at Gray, who looked a little embarrassed, and said sarcastically, "You are determined to humiliate yourself. Right? Former prince? Sheen's ridicule made Gray look very ugly. He knew that if he fought with Sheen, he would probably not get the upper hand. Although Gray had never seen Sheen use his full strength, had not seen him kill 4 apostles, and a great apostle of the original demon, and even blocked a half-demon. But when he came to the central city and arrived at the Supreme Castle, Sheen and Kamina's momentum collided, and Gray was present. Therefore, Gray knew that Sheen was very strong, and much stronger than he had expected. But in Gray's view, Sheen was still at the same level as him. And the reason why he could fight with Kamina should be because of the blessing of the Holy Sword. As a member of the royal family of the Mitra Kingdom, Gray had also seen the Holy Sword left by his ancestors, and even tried to inherit it and get its recognition. Unfortunately, he failed to get the recognition of the Holy Sword. But Gray had seen the power of the Holy Sword, knew its strength, and knew how much his strength would be improved if he could use it. If he also had the Holy Sword, he would also have the confidence to fight the demon. After all, Sheen was too young. It was a miracle that he could achieve the legendary level at such an age. But it was impossible for him to surpass himself. Among the heroes of all generations, there were also some geniuses who became legendary at the age of 20. But none of them could become the extreme level at this age. Even Mitra became an extreme level at the age of 30. And with the help of the understanding of the inner hall, he transcended in one fell swoop. Therefore, in Gray's view, Sheen was probably on par with himself. And he might even be worse than himself. Even if he was stronger than himself, he was not much stronger. With the power of the Holy Sword, he could resist the suppression of the demon's momentum. If he used the Holy Sword, then even if he used his unique skills, he might not be his opponent. The problem was that Sheen didn't even draw the Holy Sword. But he was at a disadvantage. This was not a very comfortable thing for Gray. He asked Sheen out, not without thinking about fighting with Sheen. He also thought of some countermeasures. Relying on his understanding of the Holy Sword, he drafted some means to restrict the Holy Sword. In his opinion, as long as Sheen's Holy Sword can be sealed, it is not impossible to compete with Sheen and even win with his own strength. Who would have thought that Sheen would be able to force him back without even drawing the Holy Sword? In addition, Sheen's words were not at all sarcastic, which was sharp and vicious. Gray's head was almost hot in an instant, and the magic power of his whole body burst out. Buzz! In the trembling sound of the atmosphere, Gray gathered the burning magic power in his body, and with a casual grip, the crimson magic light surged, and gathered into a crimson magic sword. Seeing this scene, Sheen raised his eyebrows. Magic sword? Yes! This is the trump card skill of the melee system magic sword. However, Gray did not use weapons to perform the magic sword skill, but relied on his own magic power to condense a magic sword formed entirely of magic power. Sheen could see at a glance that this was a skill that could only be accomplished after raising the control of magic power to the extreme, and after years of hard training and adjustment. In Gray's skill column, the skill called Magic Operation was at the maximum level, which also proved this point. Draw the sword. Gray raised the magic sword and pointed at Sheen with a cold expression. The magic sword formed entirely of magic power was extremely red and solid, and looked like a red light. In fact, the terrifying power contained in it was not an exaggeration to say that it could split mountains and break seas. After all, Gray's magic sword skill was also at the maximum level. And even the two major weapon skills, one-handed sword and two-handed sword, were at the maximum level. In addition, there were several full-level skills and several 8th and 9th level skills, all combined together to form an extremely gorgeous skill column. From this, Sheen could see that the former prince of the Mitra Kingdom was indeed not an ordinary person. No wonder he could counterattack as a collateral branch and become an orthodox prince recognized by the royal family. However, there is no need to draw the sword to deal with you. Sheen shook his head, although he did not show any contempt or disdain. The meaning of his words was that he did not regard Gray as an opponent at all. Gray stopped talking. The magic sword in his hand was slashed down fiercely while he looked indifferent. With this slash, the sky and the earth changed color. Boom! After the magic sword in Gray's hand was slashed down, it suddenly exploded and turned into a huge magic sword, smashing the ground, blasting the ground, and making countless gravel and strong winds swept up like a sandstorm. With just this one blow, a huge gully appeared on the ground, which was terrifying. However, Sheen disappeared at the moment when the magic sword fell, and suddenly appeared behind Gray. Gray felt something in his heart, turned around suddenly, and without hesitation, slashed out the magic sword in his hand again, carrying a terrifying force, and blasted it towards Sheen. Sheen did not change his expression, but uttered a spell. Grant a spell. The invisible ripples spread out, causing the magic sword that suddenly rose and fell to dissipate at an astonishing speed. When it was close to Sheen's head, there was only a ball of wind and waves left, which could only mess up Sheen's bangs. Bang! At this moment, Sheen kicked hard, landing on Gray's chest, kicking him away. Gurgle. Gray only felt a sharp pain in his chest, causing him to groan, and the whole person fell to the ground, rolling a long way away before stopping. Swish. At this time, a gust of wind came from Gray's side again, as if he was not going to let anyone off the hook. Sheen suddenly appeared beside Gray and kicked him. Bang! The muffled sound came out again, and the strong wind spread along with it. But this time, Gray blocked it. At the critical moment, he actually stretched out a hand, gathered magic power, and forcibly condensed a shield formed by magic power. This is simply the shield version of the magic sword. Magic sword can actually be used like this? Sheen was surprised. He didn't know that this was Gray's specialty. After losing the right to inherit the holy sword, Gray felt that no weapon could match the legendary strongest weapon, so he became uninterested in any weapon. At that time, he was at an age of high spirits and complacency. After seeing the power of the holy sword, he looked down on the highest level magic weapons forged by the magic weapon masters of the dwarves and the best blacksmiths in the kingdom. So, he suddenly had an idea and used the magic sword skill as the core and the magic power operation skill as the aid to hone a technique that could gather magic power into any weapon. This technique not only requires high-level magic sword skills and high-level magic operation skills as hard conditions, but also requires a special manipulation method, which can be regarded as a self-created special skill. In view of this, when he was still in the human world, Gray even broke out a name of the Thousand-Blade Prince, and was famous among the human race. He was a household name at the time. It was not until Gray met Xiaofuni and fell into depravity, abandoned the country, resolutely entered the demon world, and joined the demon clan that he was regarded as a shame by the royal family. The former king also issued a ban, strictly prohibiting people in the kingdom from mentioning this prince again. Now, more than 20 years later, all the legends of this prince have become unknown and forgotten by the world. He is indeed a genius. Although he is still one step away from the extreme level, he is already not inferior to the extreme level in many aspects. Boom! At that moment, the magic power on Gray's body burned up, and directly turned into a bunch of scarlet magic swords around him, causing the atmosphere to tremble. Don't underestimate me. At this moment, Gray felt as if he had returned to the time when he dominated the world. The gloom in his heart turned into domineering, causing him to grab Sheen's foot that was kicking on the magic shield. And at the same time, he blasted down the magic swords around him, making them fall like cannonballs. Boom! 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 Suddenly, the magic swords fell one after another and smashed on the ground, causing continuous roars. The earth was ravaged and kept shattering and collapsing. The scene was like the end of the world. Chapter 781. You can't even break my defense. Boom! 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 Deep in the wilderness, the rain of magic swords was still pouring down, constantly destroying everything on the earth, causing the ground to break and collapse, and instantly turned into a ruin. Such power is more terrifying than the highest level of destructive magic cast by the legendary magician, turning everything within a radius of several kilometers into rubble. Roar! Ah! Many monsters active in the surroundings were unfortunately affected by this natural disaster. They either fled in panic while wailing, or were killed by the rain of magic swords, leaving only a pile of blood. Even a corner of a relatively close forest was severely cut off and razed to the ground, and the beautiful scenery was gone. Under such a disaster, even a top legendary strongman, without any extraordinary means to protect himself, can only die here. Gray originally thought that even if this move would not hurt Sheen, he would be able to peel off a layer of skin from him. Unfortunately, that's it. In the rain of magic swords, Sheen stood there straight, allowing the surroundings to collapse and destroy continuously. The magic swords that fell were also extremely powerful. He was like an invincible god of war. Surprisingly, he was not hurt at all. What? Gray's pupils shrank. Sheen, however, ignored the destructive power of the magic sword and said with a smile, "It seems that you can't even break my defense." As he said that, Sheen shook Gray's hand that was holding his foot away, and let his saws be printed on Gray's chest. Bang! Gray was kicked away again, and even hit a falling magic sword, causing the magic sword to explode on the spot. As a result, Gray's figure was completely shrouded in the smoke and dust, and he didn't know whether he was dead or alive. The rain of magic swords that kept falling from the sky also condensed and dissipated. Sheen patted the dust on his body, looking so relaxed and at ease. If there was a third person present, seeing this scene, he would definitely feel pity for Gray, because Sheen's appearance was simply a portrayal of not taking it seriously, let alone the holy sword and the power of reincarnation destiny that he was proud of. Even if it was his normal strength, Sheen might not have used much. But even so, Gray fell into such a fate. Cough cough. In the midst of a cough, Gray, whose clothes were stained with blood, pushed away the rubble covering him in the smoke and dust, knelt on one knee on the ground, and looked at Sheen with disbelief in his eyes. How could you be so strong? Gray couldn't believe it. With his own strength, he couldn't even shake the opponent. Just as Sheen said, he couldn't even break Sheen's defense. Such a result was undoubtedly a major blow to Gray's confidence. But how could he know? When I was less than level 30, I was able to defeat Beto, the leader of the killer faction. And when I was only level 55, I was able to fight against a legendary strongman. When I entered the inner hall, I gained some insights, integrated all my skills, and formed a complete set of skill systems. When I reached level 77, I was even able to defeat Aradia, the strongest of the human race. Even if I fought against an extreme strongman, I was not without a chance of winning. For the first time, Sheen recounted his legend in front of others. Now, I have reached the limit of my life, and my strength has improved a lot compared to when I defeated Aradia. Even if I don't use the holy sword, what can you do to me? In half a month, Sheen had already sorted out his own strength and roughly knew his current realm. Now that he has reached the extreme level, even if he does not use the holy sword or the power of reincarnation fate, he can reach the state of half a step into the transcendent level, just like he did before when he used the reincarnation fate with a double amplification. In this case, even in normal times, Sheen can win the extreme level strongman and make a fool of the top legendary strongman. If he uses the holy sword, he will directly enter the transcendent level and can compete with the level of the goddess of life and the goddess of nature. This does not count the restraining effect that the blessing of the Supreme God brings to Sheen. The blessing of the Supreme God can completely prevent Sheen from being interfered with by the power of the gods. Not to mention the goddess of life and the goddess of nature. Even the power of the goddess of destiny cannot act directly on Sheen. With the effect of the blessing, Sheen can probably fight with the goddess of life and the goddess of nature without using the holy sword. Once he uses the holy sword, or even the power of reincarnation fate, then Sheen believes that he can now wrestle with the goddess of fate. Therefore, after thinking about it, Sheen believes that his current strength can be roughly divided into 3 stages. The first stage is normal, half a step beyond the level, can ravage the extreme level strong, unless the opponent has extremely powerful or special unique skills, like Parian's Red Sun Hell or Het Yadai's Ice Luo Qianlu, which is as powerful as that, can make Sheen have some scruples. Otherwise, ordinary extreme level strong, it is impossible for him to be a match. The second stage is to use the holy sword, completely beyond the level of combat power, with the help of blessing of the Supreme God, even able to win the level of the goddess of life and the goddess of nature, even if the opponent is a demon. Relying on the holy sword's restraint on the demons, it is not impossible to fight. Only Sarah, who has activated Hazy Moon Tour, and Xia Fun, who is Ripple Heart Demon, will make Sheen feel difficult to defeat at this stage. The third stage is to use all means. Use the holy sword to defend against the enemy, and use reincarnation destiny to increase tenfold, and go all out. At this stage, Sheen may be as powerful as a demon-level strongman, and he has the holy sword to counter the demons, and the blessing to suppress the goddess. Even if the opponent is Sarah, who has activated Misty Moon Pilgrimage, Sheen has the confidence to fight her to the end. Even if it is the goddess of destiny who is praised as the strongest in the 3 realms, he can also fight her. In view of this, although Sheen has not yet entered the state of transcendence, he has already initially possessed the qualifications to be invincible to omnipotence. Although the use of reincarnation destiny is time-limited and extremely consuming, at least he is no longer afraid of any opponent. Moreover, even if there are some concerns about the use of reincarnation destiny, which prevents Sheen from unscrupulously using the third stage combat power, The use of the holy sword has no side effects. In other words, Xin can use the combat power of the second stage anytime and anywhere. Even if it is only the second stage, Xin is at the same level of combat power as the demon. Unless it is Sarah who has stimulated the power of Misty Moon Pilgrimage, and is as powerful as the goddess of fate. Or Shafn, who uses Ripple Heart Demon to exert various abilities, and can directly act on Xin. Otherwise, she no longer needs to be afraid of the power of the demon level. Of course, for such Xin, Gray is just a small role. Even without using the holy sword. With the half-step transcendental combat power now, Xian does not need to be afraid of a former prince, who is not even at the extreme level. If you really want to be my opponent, then use your unique skills, Xian declared bluntly. If your unique skills are strong enough and special enough, maybe I can draw my sword. That's it. If you want to threaten Xian before the transcendental level, you can only rely on the power of unique skills. Except for the unique skills that can exert extraordinary abilities. If you are not at the transcendental level, you are not qualified to be Xian's opponent. Don't tell you that you haven't even awakened your unique skills? Xian said with a smile. I will be very disappointed. For the self-righteous Gray, Xian no longer has any respect in his words. Only cruelty. And more cruelty. Gray naturally can't stand such contempt. I don't believe that you, a young upstart, have reached the extreme level. Gray stood up with gritted teeth. Even if you are a brave man, today, I will also dampen your spirit. As he spoke, Gray's body was burning with surging magic power. Then, an invisible field seemed to expand from Gray's body, covering the space within 1 kilometer at an astonishing speed. What is this? Xian's heart moved, and he fully unfolded the perception of external awareness of destiny. This unfolding surprised Xian, because, in his perception, one enemy reaction after another began to appear. Xian immediately felt something in his heart, and moved away from the original place in an instant. This departure, an incredible scene appeared. Roar! I saw that. With a beast-like roar, Xian was in the position where he was a second ago, as if an invisible big mouth suddenly appeared, biting there, and biting off a piece of the ground fiercely. Xian flashed out from a distance and looked at this scene. Before he could think about it, he sensed the enemy's reaction, which made him move away from here again. Roar! Roar! The roars of the beast appeared without any warning, and the area was bitten off piece by piece in an instant, as if by several invisible beasts. Xian flashed out directly in the sky, watching the scene, and seemed to understand something. Invisible beast. Xian's murmur was exchanged for Gray's response. It's just an invisible attack with the concept of beast. Gray took out some bottles and jars from somewhere, and while treating his injuries, he spoke to Xian. I can perform invisible attacks, making the attacks appear in the form of beast attacks, attacking all areas within my sight. This is my unique skill, beast without face. As he said, Gray looked at Xian. With this ability, as long as you are within my sight, you will be unable to escape. As soon as the words fell, countless beasts seemed to appear around Xian, and surrounded her with roars. Roar! Roar! The next moment, countless invisible sharp teeth bit towards Xian and landed on him. Chapter 782. Put an end to this farce. It must be said that Gray's unique skill is indeed unique. In the area where his eyes can see, he can turn the attack into an invisible beast, chasing and biting the enemy. And it is not limited to one, but can form multiple invisible beasts to form a siege. If this ability is not too limited and can form invisible beasts at will, then Gray only needs to sit on the top and take in the entire battlefield from a high position. Even if there are thousands of troops, he can defeat them by himself. Right? Even if the enemy can discover the existence of invisible beasts based on their extraordinary perception, they can only dodge and cannot make other countermeasures when facing these invisible beasts, because they are essentially attacks, not creatures, nor invisible helpers. Not only are they invisible, but they are also untouchable. Even if you swing your sword to cut, you can't cut anything. In this way, Gray doesn't even need to take action himself. With the attacks caused by his eyes, he can easily carry out an uninterrupted siege on his opponent until he is exhausted. Even if this ability is not as good as the coldness of ice Luo Qianlu that can freeze time and space, it is not inferior to Volta that Aradia is famous for. From this, it can be seen that Gray's strength is indeed above Aradia. If there is no Xian, Gray would be the real first strongest person of the human race. Unfortunately, there is no if in this world. Clang! When the invisible bite fell on Xian, it did not provoke a sudden flash of blood, nor the flesh and blood of the flying sword, but a sound of metal clashing. Clang, 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 clang. The attacks of the invisible beasts fell on Sheen one after another, and the sound of metal clashing was aroused, causing sparks to burst out from Sheen's body. Gray's face suddenly changed. On the contrary, Sheen looked normal. That look made Gray's ears echo the words again, "You can't even break my defense." Gray was furious and suddenly became ruthless. Not only did he deploy countless invisible beasts to bite Sheen, he also raised his arms high, gathered magic power, and made countless magic swords appear and bombarded Sheen. For a moment, the visible and invisible attacks formed a torrential rain, covering Sheen from top to bottom. In response, Sheen actually slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, Sheen expanded the perception of external awareness of destiny to the maximum extent. In his perception, whether it was visible attacks or invisible attacks, they all seemed to become rays of light in the darkness, and he could see them all. In this situation, Sheen raised his hands and clenched them into fists. Ding! A violently shot magic sword was knocked away by Sheen's punch and shattered on the spot. Clang! An invisible beast's mouth was about to fall on Sheen's body, but it was also bounced away by a punch, causing a crisp sound like ringing a bell. Sheen just closed his eyes tightly, and his fists turned into a violent storm, hitting the incoming magic swords and beasts at an astonishing speed. Clang, 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 clang. In the fierce and crisp sound, Sheen's fists were like the wind, and he actually blew away all the incoming magic swords and bounced away all the invisible beasts that pounced on him. Suddenly, the magic swords that were blown away exploded around Sheen, and the invisible beasts also disintegrated on the spot. The former was broken, and the latter was released by itself. Since it is essentially an attack, they will naturally disappear after the attack is over. Sheen suddenly showed his power and blocked all of Gray's attacks with just his hands. Impossible. Gray opened his eyes wide. He couldn't believe that his full-strength burst would result in such a result. Unfortunately, all this is reality. Your unique skills are indeed interesting, but the attack power is not high after all. For me, no matter how mysterious it is useless. Sheen opened his eyes and looked at Gray. Since you have already used all your strength, I should also put an end to this farce. Saying this, Sheen's figure slowly floated up. On his body, the earth-shaking magic power was surging. With the vast magic power, the aurora from the sky is drawn. Sheen chanted magic. Tears of the sky, rain of stars, bright and numerous sky, can now shine on the earth. Accept the call. Accept the dispatch. Use the sword of glory to punish the world. Descend. Stars. The terrifying magic power rolled up from Sheen's body instantly turned into endless starlight. So, the night sky also lit up. Countless stars appeared, gathering the starlight from Sheen, and gradually began to shine. A terrible sense of crisis fell on Gray at this moment, making Gray's face change drastically. Then, Aurora's meteoric. Sheen released the most powerful and destructive move among the magic he mastered. The stars in the night sky fell at this moment, turning into meteors, dragging long tails of light, falling from the sky to the earth. That scene was extremely beautiful. However, beneath the beautiful scenery, there is a disaster where huge meteorites are burning and crashing towards the earth. Sean Bostut. Gray only had time to let out such a shout that resounded through the heavens and the earth. The next second, the meteor shower drowned his figure. Central City. Supreme Castle. At this time, many people poked their heads out from the windows, balconies, open spaces, gates, etc. of the castle and fell into the noise. They looked at the gorgeous meteor shower that suddenly appeared from the horizon. But no one sighed for this beautiful scenery, because there have never been meteors in the demon world, and meteor showers have never been so close to others, let alone falling outside the city one after another, causing waves of earth-shaking tremors, and the entire central city fell into chaos. Many people in the demon clan have been alarmed by the meteor shower, and they are ready to send people to the outside of the city to find out without saying a word. As the saying goes, a skilled person is bold. Unlike humans, most of the demons are just civilians without any fighting power. Instead, all of them are powerful. Even children are at least level 10 and have 1 or 2 skills, which can form effective fighting power. In addition, there are many tribes in the demon world, and many powerful tribes living in the central city have expressed great concern. So many people are ready to go to the suburbs to check the truth of the meteor shower. Until a voice stopped everyone. All demons listen to the order. No one is allowed to leave the city and approach the location of the meteor shower. Those who violate the order will be severely punished. This is the voice of the Demon Supreme. And no one will admit his mistake. Thanks to this, the demons who were preparing to leave the city gave up their ideas. And even the riots were calmed down a lot. Although I don't know what's going on. Since the Supreme has an order, naturally no one will disobey it. What's more, the demons don't think that anyone will come to make trouble at this time. After all, during this period of time, the 6 great demons were all gathered here, without a single one absent. With the 6 great demons sitting here together, even the goddess of fate, Lidas, dared not act recklessly here. So, all the demons stopped leaving the city, just pointing at the meteor shower in the distance. And no one knew what they were talking about. Only on the top floor of the Supreme Castle, on an open-air balcony, did a few demons appear. There were Lid, Milu, Carmina, and AI. But there was no sign of Syrah. AI looked at the meteor shower and said lightly, "Was the voice just now from Sister Shaft?" Yes. Others might hear that voice as Syrah's voice. But the demons would not. They almost guessed at once that the voice just now was disguised. There was no way. First of all, Syrah was not in the central city at this time, but was out on business. Secondly, the sound just now was not transmitted to everyone's ears by magic, but sounded directly in the heart. This kind of thing can only be done by the second sister's ripple heart demon. Lid said so. In other words, this meteor shower was caused by my second sister? Carmina asked. The one who answered this question was not Lid or AI, but Milu. Not my second sister? Milu shook her head and looked at the meteor shower falling from the sky, her eyes full of happy stars. It seems that this girl likes the beautiful scenery of this meteor shower falling from the sky. As for how dangerous it is, what does it have to do with Milu? She only knows that the thing is beautiful and good-looking. So that's okay. Ayi also spoke calmly. It's indeed not my second sister, but my wife. Ayi can roughly guess what happened. Of course, Carmina can't guess. What? Is he in danger? Carmina almost straightened up instantly, looking like she was going to rush out. Fortunately, Lid stopped her. It shouldn't be in danger, Lid said, otherwise the second sister wouldn't ask everyone not to go over there. That's right. Carmina thought about it and felt that it made sense. So she relaxed. Let's all go back. Ai said directly. It seems that it's not something worth mentioning. After leaving this, Ai turned back to the house. The other demons also nodded one after another, except for Milu, who was a little reluctant. None of them had any nostalgia or worries. With Xia Funya by Xian's side, everyone didn't think there would be any problems in such a close place. Besides, Xian's current strength is also different from the past, and may not be inferior to them. So the worry is completely unnecessary. Even Yulin held Li Lixi's hand and had this conversation on another open-air balcony. Let's go back. Sister Li Lixi. Yes. The two of them went back to the house leisurely, without worrying about Xian's safety at all. Perhaps this was what Xia Funi did with the Ripple Heart Demon, which calmed everyone unconsciously. Only one person looked at the meteor shower in the distance, feeling uncertain. Finally, this person could not help but turn into a stream of light and flew out of the city. Chapter 783 What for? This meteor shower lasted for a very long time. With the substantial improvement of Xian's strength, this extremely terrifying celestial magic can now be regarded as a natural disaster that can destroy the world. If this is not the demon realm, with a vast land and strong people, and the environment near the central city is inhabited by monsters except for a few main roads, Xian would never use this magic in personal combat. This magic is not used to deal with one person, but a large magic used for wide area annihilation and destruction. Logically speaking, using such magic to deal with one person is the same as using a nuclear bomb to kill one person. In other words, it is like using a cannon to kill a mosquito, which is a waste of talent. And this time, Xian is no longer as merciful as before. But for the first time, he did not restrain himself and used this celestial magic to its full extent. As a result, not only did the meteor shower last for a very long time, but next to the central city, a wilderness that was larger than a city was mercilessly razed to the ground. There, in addition to the constantly rolling sand and dust, the wilderness has become the surface of the moon, covered with huge deep pits, which looks extremely shocking. Sure enough, I played too much. Xian was suspended in the air, looking at the terrible scene below, scratching his head, and the magic power on his body gradually subsided. But Xian's face did not show much worry, because he had already felt that Gray's magic reaction had disappeared. In this situation, either the other party is dead, or the other party is no longer here. Xian is more inclined to the latter. If you want to say why, the woman who had been peeping also disappeared. It should be her hand, right? Xian curled his lips. Forget it. He was originally her licking dog. Let her deal with it herself. Xian had no intention of competing with the lick dog. The reason why he took action today was because he was angry about the former prince's opinion. It's your business to want to be a lick dog. We can live in peace. I won't have any opinions on this. But you want to impose your ideas on me. That's your fault. So Xian took action. And even used heavy hands in the end. In his words, that is, I have been quite lenient. After leaving these words, Xian turned around and disappeared. Not long after, a figure swept out from the central city and came to the scene that turned into the surface of the moon, full of huge deep pits. He first looked at it blankly, then gritted his teeth, changed direction, and continued on his way. This is the halfway up a hill. Bang! With a heavy thud, Gray fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Where is this? Gray immediately jumped up, with amazing magic power surging all over his body, and his face looked frightened. Obviously, Gray had not recovered from the devastating natural disaster just now. He only knew that in the previous second, he was still looking at the falling meteors in despair, and huge meteorites were smashing towards him and drowning him. In the next second, he was suddenly attacked by a dizzy feeling. When he reacted, he had already arrived here. Is this H.L.? Gray still looked a little frightened. Until, unfortunately, there is no H.L. in this world. Only the devil world. A calm and cold voice came into Gray's ears. But it made Gray tremble all over. There was no way. This voice was so pleasant and familiar that Gray would never mistake it in his life. Gray turned his head and looked behind him as if he couldn't believe it. There, as if all the glory of the world was gathered in one body. The charming magic girl, like a star that everyone was paying attention to, stood in the wind. Your Highness? Gray opened his eyes wide. His expression was dazed. But Xia Funi just looked at him indifferently. Her expression was unusually calm. The indifference and calmness made Gray's heart tremble, and the trance on his face turned into panic, because he had never seen Xia Funi like this. You know, in the past, Xia Funi would either ignore or be bored no matter who she saw. And she was not fake to anyone. She would never treat someone coldly. And she would never face others with such an emotionless and calm expression for no reason. This is not because she is so kind and friendly. On the contrary, this disregard is the most helpless thing. Xia Funi, who showed this attitude, didn't even think that others were qualified to make her indifferent. Therefore, Xia Funi would not be indifferent to someone for no reason, and would only completely ignore those who she was not interested in. But when she showed this expression to someone, it proved that someone really pissed her off. That calm performance, like before the storm, made Gray feel scared and terrified. In this situation, although Gray was finally looked at by the goddess of his dreams, who he had been obsessed with for more than 20 years, he was not happy or joyful at all. And there was only a chill in his heart like falling into an ice cave. Then, Xia Funi spoke. Do you know why I saved you? Xia Funi's tone was also very calm and indifferent. No. I don't know. Gray shook his head subconsciously, his face full of confusion. Xia Funi nodded. I saved you not because I didn't want to see you die, but because I felt that it was really unpleasant to let you die like that. Xia Funi looked down at Gray, who fell to the ground, and said, Do you know why? Gray still shook his head with a blank look on his face. Xia Funi smiled immediately. The smile was particularly emotionless. Because you, a guy who I don't even want to look at on weekdays, actually spoke so shamelessly to my hero. As soon as the voice fell, a bunch of magic swords suddenly appeared around Gray, like thousands of arrows, constantly cutting through Gray's body. Puff! 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 With the sound of tearing, the magic swords that kept crossing and flying cut a series of wounds on Gray's body. In an instant, blood flashed. Ah! Gray, whose skin was torn, was attacked by the severe pain without any defense and screamed in pain. Those magic swords were naturally the work of Xiafun. Gray's special skill was actually taken out by Xiafun and used on its creator. Xiafun watched this scene without joy or sadness. In fact, I am really not very interested in you. Xiafun muttered to herself like this, saying, Not only do I have no interest in you, But I have no interest in what you do. Xiaofun continued to condense the magic sword while speaking, letting the magic sword cut Gray. The cut was not deep, and each one was just a superficial wound. But sometimes, it is precisely these superficial wounds that torture people. Xiaofun then cooked Gray bit by bit, saying so in Gray's screams. If you just move around me and don't affect me, then I don't care what you want to do. Xiaofun still talked to herself. I don't plan to ask you to do anything for me, even if you keep saying that you can give me everything. At this moment, Xiaofun's voice seemed so ruthless. But this is Xiaofun's true thought. To me, you are really insignificant people. I won't even remember your names, let alone ask for anything from you. We are two lines that will never intersect with each other. Even if you are full of love and dedication, I am not interested in you. I really am not interested. In this case, you do your own thing. I do mine. And we are just strangers to each other. Isn't this good? Xiaofun looked at Gray indifferently. But you have to position me and the people I am interested in because of your so-called love and so-called infatuation. I ask you, what is your basis? This time, Xiaofun was really angry. Just as she said, since she herself has no interest in others and is destined not to give anything to others, she has never expected others to give anything for herself. Whether others want to love her or want to have anything from her, that is their business. It is enough for her to do her best. Although these people are all ruined because of her, Xiaofun has never seduced anyone. So why should she be responsible for it? Anyway, she believes that her attitude is clear enough. She is not interested in these people. And she also hopes that these people are not interested in her. They go back to their own homes and find their own mothers. The two sides are destined not to have any real intersection. But if the other party is full of love and infatuation and is ready to do something to her or the people around her who care about her, it is just offending her. Should I sit on the top of the cloud? That guy should be satisfied and should not associate with me. Who stipulated it? You? Who are you? What qualifications do you have to teach me and that guy to do things? Is it because of the love and infatuation you mentioned? It's a joke. Xiaofun dispersed the magic swords in the sky. Bang. Gray immediately fell to the ground, and a large area of blood appeared under his body in an instant. His body was also torn apart, which was horrible. Xiaofun spoke coldly without any mercy. If you do it again, believe me, I will send you to H.L. Even if there is no H.L. in this world. Leaving such words, Xiaofun turned around and left slowly. Lady Xiaofun. Gray stretched out his hand in the direction of Xiaofun, as if he was trying to say something. But Xiaofun didn't even look at him again, and flew away directly. Gray's hand was suspended in the air, and finally fell heavily. Chapter 784. Things I Refusal to Understand. Supreme Castle. In front of the gate. When Xian returned here, the enchanting witch had already returned. Thank you for your hard work. Xiaofun acted as if nothing had happened, and seemed to be comforting Xian. She completely lost her previous cold and ruthless behavior, and only had the same playful smile as usual. Xian rolled his eyes, and stepped forward. Solved? Xian asked this question casually. I think so. Xiaofun also didn't seem to care much, or didn't care about the follow-up of this matter at all, and said, if someone else doesn't have eyes, then I don't mind playing with him. Really? Xian smiled and said, if it really becomes like that, I might be happy instead. After all, it's better than being completely ignored. Right? Therefore, there must be many people who would rather be hated by Xiaofun than ignored by Xiaofun. Of course, even if Xiaofun understood this, she would not be interested. It doesn't matter what they want to do, as long as they don't affect me. As a succubus, Xiaofun's request is very Buddhist. Xian naturally won't say anything else, whether it is for him or Xiaofun. This matter is just a trivial episode. Go back. Okay. The two of them talked to each other in a very natural tone, and then entered the Supreme Castle together and went to the direction of their rooms. Outside the central city, halfway up the hill, faintly, Gray seemed to find someone approaching him. He tried to open his eyes, not letting the blood flow into his eyes, and saw the full appearance of the person who came. A person stood in front of Gray, looking at him lying in a pool of blood, without saying a word, but his face was full of sadness. Hart. Gray called out the name of the visitor with a hoarse voice. The visitor was Hart. Hart did not respond, but took out a bottle of magic medicine, uncorked it, and poured it on Gray, hoping to help Gray heal his injuries. Unfortunately, The magic medicine did not work at all. It was useless. Gray naturally knew the reason, and said in an emotionless voice, "That was the wound that His Highness used the power of Ripple-Heart Demon to directly carve into my body and mind. Although it was only a superficial wound, it would never heal. Ripple-Heart Demon is so terrifying. Once the connection is too deep, the user can interfere with the other party's state at will, including strength, memory, appearance, and even existence itself. Shaft directly carved these wounds into Gray's body and mind, making these wounds never heal. In other words, Gray will always have to endure the pain and state brought by these wounds on his body until the end of his life. This is the cruelest punishment that Xiaofuni has given Gray. Heart actually saw it a long time ago. If these wounds are really that easy to heal, then with Gray's ability, even if it is not fully healed, at least the bleeding will stop. But Gray has been bleeding so much that the blood on his face has disappeared. If he is not a top legendary strongman who is only one step away from the extreme level and has extremely strong vitality, he would have died of excessive blood loss. But Heart still used precious magic medicine on Gray. Even if the wound will not heal, at least the blood can be replenished. Heart said in a tone that suppressed the sadness in his heart, "If everything goes well, you can still use your ability to suppress the bleeding of the wound, so that you will at least not lose blood again." This is the only thing Heart can do to help Gray. So, Heart poured bottle after bottle of magic potion, and finally restored some color to Gray's face, and the wound stopped bleeding. Then, Heart took off his coat, and put it on Gray's body to cover Gray's shocking wounds. Then, Heart helped Gray up, let one of his hands cross his shoulders, and supported his body. Gray stared at all this, and he didn't speak until his body was propped up. "Hey, Heart," Gray whispered, "am I wrong?" Gray asked this question without any prefix. Heart, who had just arrived here, didn't understand what happened. Gray's question would only be inexplicable to Heart. However, with his understanding of Gray and his speculation about the whole thing, Heart still easily understood what was going on. In this case, Heart was silent for a long time before responding. "You are not wrong." Heart said so, but that person said, "I have no right to manage all this." And that brave man also said that I am self-righteous. Gray could not hide his pain and said, "They are right. I am just a guy who has ruthlessly abandoned his country and relatives, and betrayed the cultivation and expectations of many people just for his own selfish desires. What qualifications do I have to teach them how to do things?" Gray's heart also became scarred along with the wounds on his body. It can be said that every word of Sheen and Xiaofuni is like the sharpest blade, deeply piercing his heart. Heart can definitely understand Gray's pain now. That is definitely more painful than death. It must be said that Xiaofuni is indeed very cruel, making a person who admires her so much live a life worse than death. But this admiration was originally spontaneous on Gray's part. Shaft had never given him a positive response, nor had she done anything to let him down. Instead, Gray, driven by jealousy, approached Sheen, intending to use force to force him to give up approaching Shaft. It is not worthy of sympathy for him to end up like this, both emotionally and logically. Gray had already made up his mind to die. Perhaps, until this moment, he realized how humble his love was and how insignificant it was. However, Heart would still say so. "You are not wrong." Heart suppressed the emotions that gushed out of his heart and said in a trembling voice, "After all, this is a dying struggle that small people like us have to make." This sentence made Gray's heart tremble slightly. He knew that the small people in Heart's mouth did not refer to the status of the two in the eyes of the world, but to the status in the eyes of Xiaofuni. They had never entered Xiaofuni's field of vision, so they were naturally small people who could not be smaller. And the fate of small people is either to be lost in the crowd or to struggle desperately. Whether it is Gray or Heart, they were the former before, but they may become the latter at any time. Yes, dying struggle. Gray seemed to understand and murmured, "Only in this way. The adult may look at us more. Right? In the final analysis, everything is just jealousy and unwillingness. That's why I have to struggle to do something." Seeing this, Heart said nothing, carried Gray on his back, and began to fly out of the mountain. After a while, Gray's voice sounded from behind Heart. "I miss our past a little bit." Gray's voice was full of weakness and nostalgia. Heart's nose was sore. "Me too." The trembling voice finally made Gray's face smile. Heart carried Gray on his back and left together. They did not return to the central city. It took them a while to return to the succubus city. After returning to the succubus city, Heart only did two things. One was to resign from the position of the chief of the Bayan tribe. The other was to take Gray and disappear together. From that day on, the demon tribe lost a cadre and a human prince who betrayed his country. But there is a pair of mysterious brothers who travel around the world, experience all kinds of adventures, travel all over the world, and almost travel all over Omnipotensen. At the same time, a beam of light passed by at an astonishing speed in a territory far away from the moon demon territory, and finally exploded in midair. Sarah's figure appeared from the light, holding a crystal pen in her hand, looking like a goddess descending from the sky. Extremely beautiful. Should it be here? Sarah looked around, and after a while, fixed her eyes on a place in the air. There, a rainbow-like light flickered. Haven't you arrived yet? Amid the overlapping voices of frustration, a real goddess appeared in the rainbow light, flying weakly. Found you. Sarah curled the corners of her mouth, and with a flash, she blocked the other party. Ah! The goddess was startled and uttered a cry. Sarah looked at the other person steadily and smiled. Long time no see. Goddess of space and time. Sarah greeted her in a friendly manner. The goddess of space and time saw the whole picture clearly. You are the moon devil, Sarah. The goddess couldn't help but cover her mouth, looking extremely shocked. Although Sarah felt that the other party was making a fuss, she also knew that the other party's brain circuit was strange. And no matter what she did, it was not worth being surprised. Sarah was about to speak when she was about to speak. Aren't you raising your 10th child? Why are you running around? The goddess of space and time said such a shocking statement. Sarah was stunned. Raising a baby? Or raising the 10th baby? What the hell is this? Ah! At this time, the goddess of time and space seemed to remember something again, and covered her mouth with both hands. I almost forgot that this is the original time. The other party seemed very upset. Sarah was silent. Reason told her that this goddess with a strange brain seemed to know something extremely important to her. Combined with the other party's just mentioned speech and the other party's power, the smart Sarah almost instantly thought of a possibility. But the brain seriously refused to understand. Therefore, Sarah almost instantly decided to seal this memory, as if she had just appeared and knew nothing, and looked at the goddess of time and space. I have something that I want you to help. Sarah said this. What? The goddess of time and space was stunned there. Sarah spoke directly. Take me to the Canyon of Gods. This is the reason why Sarah came to find the other party in person. Chapter 785. Finally meet. The goddess of time and space. She naturally didn't know what happened to Sarah. He only knew that the next day, when he just woke up, Sarah sent someone to call him. Someone is looking for you. I wish you good luck. Sarah said this after seeing Xian. Xian could only bear a head full of question marks and a blank look on his face, until a figure wrapped in a rainbow appeared in front of him. I finally found you. Brave. The other party's voice was very unique, as if there were several childish voices overlapping, and it sounded like an ethereal valley. However, for some reason, the other party's beautiful voice was full of a sense of relief, as if a long journey had finally ended, and a trace of indescribable emotion. Xian couldn't help but take a step back, and then he saw the other party's appearance clearly. I saw a girl, who was wrapped in rainbow-like light, with a very slender figure and limbs, and a feeling of a graceful lady, floating in the air, looking at me with a face full of tears of joy. That's right. Tears of joy. I have been looking for you so hard. Do you know that? The other party floated in front of Xian with tears in her eyes, and complained without saying a word. The human world and the demon world are really too big. Much bigger than the divine world. We often get lost in the divine world. After coming to the human world, we got lost for a long time. After following you to the demon world, we got lost for a long time again, and finally found you. You said, you are a human. Why don't you stay in the human world? Stay in the capital of the kingdom of Mitra, and wait for me to find you. Promise me. Don't run around next time. Okay? As she spoke, the goddess stared at Xian with tears in her eyes, as if she would cry immediately if she didn't agree. Xian's mouth twitched, and he turned to Sarah. Where did you bring back such a top-notch product? Xian felt that he couldn't communicate, let alone understand the other party's words. So he refused to communicate and asked Sarah directly. Unfortunately, Sarah was busy all night last night and didn't rest at all. Therefore, Sarah just waved at Xian. Don't ask me. I don't know anything. You go ask her. I'm going back to sleep. Leaving this, Sarah turned around and left. Wait. Xian was about to stop her, and the goddess of time and space immediately floated in front of him. opened her hands, and looked like she didn't want him to pass through here. You are not allowed to run around anymore, the goddess said very firmly. I don't want to look for you for hundreds of years. Why is it that I can understand every word this woman says, but when they are put together, I can't understand a single sentence? Xian could only rub his temples and look at the goddess in front of him. This time, Xian found something wrong. First, Xian found that although the other party's words and deeds were as difficult to understand as the heavenly book, there was an indescribable breath lingering around her, as if she did not exist here, but existed anywhere else, which was very wonderful. Secondly, the other party contained extremely powerful power in her body, and the brilliant rainbow light around her body faintly made the surrounding space fluctuate. And the fluctuation amplitude was so large that it made people wonder if there was a hole there, or an invisible passage appeared. Finally, his external awareness of destiny could not see the other party's level. All these signs told Xian that the goddess in front of him was not an ordinary person. She is a super powerful person. Are you the goddess of justice, Artemis? Xian asked in surprise and uncertainty. There are only 3 goddesses of transcendent level in the entire god clan. Namely, the goddess of justice, the goddess of evil, and the 3 goddesses of space and time. And Xian has known and met all the 3 goddesses. The goddess of evil Lilith is his little cotton-padded jacket. Thinking of this, the other party can only be the goddess of justice Artemis, or the 3 goddesses of space and time. But the other party is obviously only one person, not 3. So, Xian would first guess that the other party is the goddess of justice Artemis. However, no, the goddess said angrily. I am not the evil goddess, who is always strict and only tells people to work hard and not to play. Xian was confused. Not the goddess of justice Artemis? Then you are the 3 goddesses of space and time? Xian said curiously. But aren't the 3 goddesses of space and time 3 people in the Trinity? Yes. The goddess smiled, put her hands on her hips, and said proudly, we are 3 sisters of the Trinity. This posture is just what we look like after we become one. With these words, the rainbow light on the goddess suddenly surged. Xian couldn't help but take a step back and raise one hand to block in front of himself, blocking the dazzling light while seeing the scene in the light through his fingers. Under Xian's gaze, the figure of the girl suddenly turned into light and shadow in the rainbow light and suddenly separated. Then, 3 petite figures appeared in the light one after another. They were 3 very distinctive little girls. Standing in the middle was a little girl who looked soft and cute with medium-length straight hair. Standing on the left was a little girl who looked more intellectual with a single ponytail. Standing on the right was a little girl who looked more lively with double ponytails. 3 little girls who were as cute as dolls and combined softness, pride and cuteness into one group appeared in front of Xian. I am Nord, the eldest daughter. The soft and cute little girl spoke to Xian in a weak tone. I am Vilt, the second daughter. The proud little girl had a stern face, looking very serious and cute. I am Shierti, the youngest daughter. The silly and cute little girl spoke with full energy. Seeing this scene, Xian confirmed it. The 3 youngest and least experienced goddesses in the god clan, but the most special, really came in front of him. They were born only more than 2,000 years ago, and compared with other goddesses in the god clan, they are undoubtedly very young. But these 3 youngest goddesses of the god clan fought against the poisonous demon Kamina in the final battle 1,000 years ago. The 3 goddesses of time and space. Here came. Of course, for Xian, this is not necessarily a good thing. Perhaps knowing that Xian needed time to sort out the current situation, Sarah seemed to have deliberately instructed people not to approach this room. Xian was alone with the 3 little goddesses, who suddenly appeared and chatted with them. That being said, the one Xian was actually chatting with was the second daughter. Vilt, the eldest daughter. Nord had always been hiding behind Vilt with a timid expression. The youngest daughter, Shirti, was a naughty child who could not grow up and could not sit still. After a while, she wandered around, looking here and there, like a silly girl who had never seen the world. In addition, although Vilt looked calm and a little adult, it was difficult to hide a little nervousness in her words and behavior. The communication between Xian and the 3 goddesses was extremely difficult. In this way, it was not until an hour later that Xian figured out the whole story. In other words, you were sent by Najula to watch me, right? Xian finally figured it out. It took Xian a whole hour just to figure it out. This made him feel bad. On the other hand, the 3 goddesses of time and space were also relieved to see Xian understand the situation. Lady Nanajura said that you are a brave man. very important to the gods. And you must not lose anything. So you must send someone capable to watch you and protect you. Violet said this very seriously. Yes. Yes. Nord mustered up his courage, but could only say these few words. This is the most important mission we have received in the past 1,000 years. And it must be completed perfectly. Shieri even became excited. But you spent so much time just to find me. Xian really wanted to say this. From the three little girls, Xian had learned that they were sent out when he left the land of elves. But now, at least a month has passed since the day I left the land of elves. It took these three people a month just to find him. Xian felt that this was as unreliable as it could be. Fortunately, Xian didn't know that in order to find him, these three people forced the passage of time and space to open, not only causing the passage of the demon world he was passing through to collapse, but also the three culprits wandered in different time and space for hundreds of years before they successfully returned to this time and space. If Xian knew this, he would not think that these three people were unreliable, but that they were here to make fun of him. And if Xian knew that even after returning to this time and space, these three people were lost for a whole half-month and still couldn't find him, he would probably doubt his life on the spot. It can only be said that sometimes, it is also a kind of luck that people don't know too many things. Of course, after being found by these three goddesses, Xian may not be so lucky anymore. In short, from today on, we will all follow you. Violet directly threw out the conclusion. Yeah. Nord nodded repeatedly, feeling like he was the incarnation of Lilith. Hey, big brother. Is there anything fun here? Shieri seemed to have forgotten the mission, and directly entangled with Xian, with shining eyes, as if she really wanted to go out and play. Xian suddenly felt that his future life might become darker. Are these three goddesses? These are simply three scumbags. I just became a god not long ago, and I have to lead three scumbags? To be honest, can I run away? Chapter 786. Let's go. A long time ago, Xian saw a statistic on the internet. According to this statistic, when there are more than 2 children in an occasion and the relationship between these children is very good, the probability of this occasion becoming chaotic is about 73%. Xian didn't know how this probability was derived, but he already knew what chaos was. Are you the evil god Lilith? The strongest evil god. So powerful. Shieri likes powerful people. In Xian's room, or Xian and Ai's room, 3 little goddesses appeared here, surrounded Lilith in the middle, and Lilith looked confused. But the 3 goddesses didn't seem to notice this. After confirming Lilith's identity, they gradually became noisy. Can I call you Lilith directly? You can also call me Shieri directly. Hey, Shilty, you can't be so rude. Goddess Lilith was born 10,000 years ago. She is much older than us. You should be more respectful. Then call her Lilith Sama. But she looks about the same age as us. Calling her Sama is too polite. Nord, I think you are too casual. Idiot. Woohoo. Vilt is angry again. Yes, you are always angry. That's why people think you have a bad temper. Nord, I don't have a bad temper. It's you guys. You're so mad. Woohoo. The 3 little girls gathered around Lilith and chattered. Some of them kept laughing. Some kept getting angry. And some kept crying. They have distinct personalities. But they are very noisy. At least, Ai, who was woken up, was in a bad mood. Why did you bring these 3 annoying guys here? Ai asked Xian with an unhappy look on his face. Do you think I am willing? Xian himself was almost annoyed. If these 3 little guys hadn't been sticking to him, acting like 3 little tails that couldn't be quiet at all, he wouldn't have brought them into the room. As a result, Yulin came with Lilith, and was naturally caught by the 3 goddesses. Are they the 3 goddesses of time and space? Yulin looked at the 3 chirping little goddesses and said with doubt, Are you sure they are not 3 idiots? Xian had nothing to say. His impression of these 3 goddesses can only be clearly expressed by describing them as 3 idiots. But these 3 idiot goddesses are indeed the 3 goddesses of time and space. Although I am reluctant to admit it, these 3 goddesses are indeed the 3 goddesses of time and space. Ai rubbed his eyes while pretending to be in a bad mood after getting up. Okay. Yulin accepted this fact, but said, I heard that as a trinity of goddesses. They can even fight against demons when they join forces. And they tied with Sister Carmina 1,000 years ago. Is this true? No wonder Yulin is so suspicious. Not only because the performance of the 3 goddesses is really unsatisfactory, but also because Yulin has seen that although these 3 goddesses are all extreme level powerhouses, at the same level as herself, The three extreme level powerhouses combined will definitely not be able to beat a demon. Not to mention demons. It is difficult to beat the lowest level transcendental existences, such as the goddess of life and the goddess of nature. So, Yulin is more skeptical. She always feels that any of these three goddesses may not be able to beat herself. In this case, it is just a joke that the three goddesses can beat the demon together. But, don't look at their appearance. In fact, their power is quite powerful. Ai gave an objective evaluation. As goddesses of time and space, the three of them jointly control the concept of time, can control time and space, and even travel through time and space. It can be said that although they are only extreme level, they can rely on the power of controlling time and space to defeat even Hard Jade, who possesses Hyro Senryu. Any one of them is much stronger than the average extreme level. If they join forces, they can completely control the flow of time and control the past, present and future. Only three goddesses like this can compete with demon-level beings. It is normal that Kamina can't do anything to them. Sheen also knows that people can't be judged by appearance. Once these three little girls merge into a complete goddess of time and space, they will definitely be beyond the level. But I always feel that even if they are ordinary people, that Lollipop can easily deceive them to doubt their lives and easily defeat them. Sheen couldn't help but speak out his thoughts. Ai and Yulin were silent at the same time. Obviously, they couldn't refute it at all. At this time, Lilith seemed to be annoyed and a little scared. She squeezed out of the encirclement of the three goddesses of time and space, trotted towards Sheen, and plunged into his arms. Don't go! Lilith. Be friends with Shierty. Shierty rushed over without thinking. Stupid Shierty. I told you to be polite. Violet yelled and tried to catch up. Don't leave me alone. Nord saw that his two sisters had run away, like a frightened child, and hurriedly followed. The three of them gathered in front of Shien, ignoring Shien, and kept talking to Lilith, and quarreled with each other from time to time, making the whole room full of chattering sounds. Shien felt as if there were hundreds of ducks quacking in his ears, making him dizzy. I'll go to sleep with Sister Lid. I couldn't stand it anymore and ran away without hesitation. I'll go practice with Grady and Bellotti. Seeing that the situation was not good, Yulin also spread her dragon wings and flew out of the window. Wait. Shien wanted to call out to these two guys who abandoned their husbands and masters, but the voice was drowned out by the chirping sound as soon as it sounded. The dragon demon and the powerful dragon girl left together. Shierty actually felt like following them. Don't follow them. Shierty! It will be terrible if you get lost again. Violet immediately scolded Shierty and stopped her. But the reason was so powerful that people couldn't complain. I don't want to follow them. The dragon demon is fierce. And the dragon is also fierce. Nord shook his little head like a rattle. The three little guys immediately started arguing about whether to leave here and go out for a walk. Sean and Lilith looked at each other. Immediately, Sean spoke. Let's go too, Sean suggested. Yeah. Lilith was still the emotionless nodding machine. But this time the frequency of nodding was undoubtedly faster than any previous time, telling Sean that this little goddess with no scheming was also annoyed. So, Sean held Lilith and began to tiptoe out of the room. Unfortunately, Sean was discovered in the end. Ah! Nord. Violet. The hero is going to run away. The over-energetic Shirty was the first to discover this, pointing at Sean, as if she had caught a criminal. Wait! Why are you running? Violet looked over, looking surprised, as if she didn't understand why Sheen sneaked away, and she had no idea at all. Alas? Nord was completely at a loss. Seeing this, Sheen was silent for a while, and then ran without hesitation. Don't run. Brave. Shierty shouted without saying a word, with an excited expression on her face. You are being monitored by us now. Violet was also anxious. Wow. Nord was still at a loss. The next second, the three ran out of the room together and chased after Sheen. At the same time, Carmina also came out of her room. She did not bring the cadres with her, but walked alone in the corridor. Around, many demons passed by, and when they saw Carmina, they immediately bowed respectfully. However, their eyes were filled with fear of Carmina, and they moved away from Carmina in a panic. Some even dared not to approach the path Carmina had walked, as if they were trying to avoid Carmina. Carmina had a blank expression on her face, as if she had gotten used to this scene. There was no way, because she was a poison demon. As a poison demon, The breath she exhaled might contain terrible poison, enough to instantly poison a legendary warrior and make him die silently on the spot. Under such circumstances, naturally no one would be willing to get close to her, let alone touch her. Even the road she walked on. Others dared not walk casually, because they didn't want to be poisoned for no reason, let alone die for no reason. Kamina, who had already understood this, was not surprised at all. Of course, her mood was not as calm as it seemed on the surface. One or two of them were like cowards, and they didn't even dare to get close to the road I walked on. This situation made Kamina always disdainful. In normal times, Kamina might not have too many feelings about it. However, since meeting Sheen, Carmina couldn't help thinking, a human dared to hug me directly. The difference is really huge. In Carmina's mind, the way Sheen hugged her recklessly that day was still vivid. When will my demon race have such an interesting person appear? Carmina held such a thought. And for a moment, she was a little absent-minded. As a result, she didn't notice at all that a chaotic sound of footsteps approached her at an alarming speed. When she was about to turn the corner, Carmina found something wrong. But it was too late to react at this time. So, bang! With a loud collision, the three figures and Carmina collided heavily. Ah! Ah! Exclamations and cries of pain rang out almost at the same time. Chapter 787, Enemies from 1,000 Years Ago. It hurts. At the corner of a corridor on the top floor of the Supreme Castle, she already fell on her buttocks, and her forehead was red. She covered her head and buttocks at the same time, and tears came out of the corners of her eyes in pain. Carmina also fell to the ground, and fell harder than Shierde. But because she was taller than Shierde, Shierde's head hit her body. Although it hurt Carmina, it was not as painful as Shierde's head. Shierde, are you okay? Having witnessed this scene, Nord and Vilt, who ran a step slower than Shierde and did not hit her, hurriedly helped their sister up. Ouch. It hurts. Shierde still had tears in her eyes, rubbing her forehead, like a naughty kid who got his head stuck by the door. Really? I told you not to run so fast. Violet started to lecture him angrily. Right. Nord was about to apologize to the person who was hit by Shierde. At this time, Carmina was also a little angry and covered her chest, raised her head, and was ready to see who was so bold to hit her so hard. Thanks to this, Carmina and the three sisters met at the same time and saw each other's full appearance. The next second, both sides opened their eyes wide. It's you, Poison Demon. Carmina. The three goddesses of time and space recognized this former rival at once. Of course, Carmina also recognized these three idiots. How come you are here? Carmina stood up suddenly, and the expressions of the three goddesses all became ugly. There was nothing she could do about it. Thousands of years ago, the two highest level combat forces belonging to the gods and demons had the most intense clash, and each was the strongest enemy of the other in that battle. At that time, in order to cover the heroes going to the location of the Demon King, the demons were successively blocked by the top warriors of the gods and humans. Sarah and Shafn were stopped by the goddess of faith, Lidas, who was considered the strongest goddess. Lid was besieged by the gorillas of the 13 heroes. Milla fought with the goddess of justice, Artemis, and the earth was broken. Ai was stopped by the goddess of life and the goddess of nature. In the end, even Carmina herself was stopped by the Trinity goddess of the gods, and she fought a world-shaking battle with the other side. She fought desperately with the other side until the moment when the Demon King was killed and the war was declared over. It can be said that the battle was not inferior to the battle between Carmina and Lilith a while ago. In fact, in terms of danger, that battle was far more dangerous than the battle between Carmina and Lilith. After all, they were on the battlefield at that time, and the two sides were in a life-and-death relationship. Unlike Carmina and Lilith, who seemed to fight fiercely at first glance. In fact, neither of them wanted to kill each other. So, if Carmina saw Lilith as just a little bit of a competitive spirit and didn't want to lose to her, then these three goddesses were Carmina's true enemies. During the period when the Demon King had just passed away, Carmina still hated these three sisters very much. If it weren't for these three sisters who wanted to hinder her and prevent her from rushing to the Demon King, then perhaps, with her support, the Demon King would not have been conquered. With this idea, Carmina hated these three sisters to the point of being deeply hated at that time. At that time, if Carmina had taken a wrong path, was unwilling to bow down for the peace of the three tribes, and wanted to avenge the Demon King, then it is certain that she would first find the three goddesses of time and space. From this, we can see how Carmina felt about the three goddesses of time and space. Naturally, the three goddesses were hostile to Carmina. Bad guy. Nord called out weakly. I actually met you here. Violet's face was full of vigilance. Why are you here? Chiardi was even more straightforward and turned the tables. Me? Carmina laughed as if she was extremely angry. Saying, this is the demon realm. The central facility of the demons like us. Is it strange that I am here? It is these guys who suddenly appeared in the Supreme Castle. Which is a strange thing. Could it be that the goddess that the eldest sister mentioned a while ago caused the collapse of the channel of the demon realm and had a way to take him to the Valley of Gods? Is you? Carmina finally thought of this. Indeed, if it is these three people, there is really a way to help the eldest sister find the Valley of Gods. In this case, were you brought back by the eldest sister? Carmina asked bluntly. Unfortunately, the three goddesses of time and space did not answer her question at all. Who said we were brought here? Vilt said indignantly. Can't we come here by ourselves? Yes. Yes. Nord hid behind Vilt, poked his head out, and echoed. The two were unwilling to expose the embarrassing process they had experienced in front of their rivals. But we are not lost. Chiardi actually said such a sentence loudly. Chiardi! Idiot! Nord and Vilt were speechless one after another. So that's it. You lost your way. So you were brought here by the eldest sister to settle down. Carmina seemed to have seen all this. And sneered, you are worthy of being the three most naive and immature goddesses in the god clan. And Nadura's face will be completely lost by you. Carmina's ridicule made the three sisters furious. No. You are not allowed to say bad things about goddess Nadura. Nord summoned up the courage to shout. We are not childish. It is only Chiardi who is childish and immature. Violet was also furious. This goddess has always considered herself to be the most mature and intelligent of the three sisters, and has always hoped to gain the recognition of Nadura, and regarded Nadura as her idol and role model. Now that Carmina said this, it is impossible not to be angry. Only Chiardi was still struggling there. We are really not lost. Nord. Violet. Don't you think so? Chiardi turned to her two sisters, hoping to get the support of their friends. But soon, Chiardi reacted. Why do I feel like I am being scolded innocently? Poor our Chiardi. Tilting her head. Wondering there. This girl. Always confused like this. It is impossible for Carmina not to know the nature of these three goddesses. She curled her lips in disdain and said something. Whether you are lost or not. And no matter how you got here. It has nothing to do with me. Carmina said coldly. But what about the fact that you bumped into me? As she spoke, Carmina's body gradually fluctuated with intense toxicity. The toxicity was like miasma, lingering around Carmina. Although it was perfectly controlled by Carmina, the little bit of it that leaked out was enough to make the air full of toxicity. I believe that facing such a toxicity, even the existence of the transcendent level would feel difficult. On the other hand, the three sisters, except for the weak and timid Nord, all looked indifferent when they saw this scene. Cut off. Violet even stretched out her little hand, letting her fingertips glow. The poison that permeated the air was instantly locked by the long river of time, as if time was flowing backwards, and it disappeared completely. This is not that the poison was eliminated, but the period of time when the poison was produced was eliminated. Violet used the power of time to cut off the period from the generation of the poison to the spread of the poison, resulting in the present tense in which the poison did not appear from beginning to end. The other two goddesses also exerted their powers. Nord went back in time, causing the time of the poison itself to regress and eliminate the poison. Chiardi accelerated time instead, causing the toxicity of the poison to gradually become thinner in the continuous acceleration of time, and finally dissipated itself. Three goddesses. One represents the past, one represents the present, and one represents the future. Therefore, without merging or joining forces, the three of them exerted their time powers. One could control the past time, one could control the present time, and one could control the future time. Past, present, and future. Three concepts combined together is the complete time. In the past, these three goddesses used the power of time to suppress Carmina's poison. TSK. Seeing that the poison she carefully made was easily removed, Carmina couldn't help but be amazed. These three goddesses are obviously idiots. Why do they have such powerful powers? The three goddesses don't know how Carmina criticized them. They only know that after 1,000 years, this poison demon has attacked them again. Poison us again? Violet was very unhappy. Do you want to fight? Chiardi was more straightforward. We are not afraid of you. Nord used the most cowardly tone, and said something that was not very hard. But this is what made Kamina angry. Originally, Kamina was not a good-tempered person. This time, she would be confronted by these three fools, with new hatred and old grudges. It was clear what kind of action she would take. Well, that's fine. Carmina said coldly, let me settle the account of 1,000 years ago with you all at once. As she said this, Carmina's whole body was filled with amazing toxicity. Here it comes! The three sisters were all surprised. And then, they held each other's hands without hesitation, letting the colorful light bloom. Boom! On the top floor of the Supreme Castle, the ceiling in a corner suddenly exploded and shattered, allowing a colorful figure and a purple figure to rush out together. Boom! The world, in an instant, trembled under the action of amazing power. What happened? At this moment, many people were awakened by this scene. Sheen, who was running away with Lilith, also noticed this scene and stood there in a daze. What happened? Sheen looked confused. Lilith also tilted her head in confusion. The two looked at each other, and finally hurried back without hesitation. A good show is about to begin. Chapter 788, Transcendental Level Battle. What is the battle between Transcendental Level and Transcendental Level like? Presumably, most people in this world can only read about this in books, but have never seen a battle between strong people of this level. Right? It is better to say that since the Demon King was conquered and the three tribes moved towards peace, it is almost impossible for Transcendental Level beings to go to war again. After all, they are all at peace, and Transcendental Level beings are the top figures of each tribe, so they naturally cannot fight whenever they want. Even Sheen has never seen a battle between Transcendental Level figures so far, if he must count the Transcendental Level battles he has experienced. The battle with Moroa can be counted as one of them. At that time, Moroa did have the power of Transcendental Level at the last moment, and Sheen also took out all his means, unsealed the Holy Sword, used the power of Reincarnation Destiny, and also had the combat power of Transcendental Level. Unfortunately, both of them were weak at that time. One exploded after one move, and the other would collapse after the explosion. They only fought each other once, and the winner was decided. Therefore, that battle, if it really started, could not be regarded as a battle between transcendent beings. Lilith and Kamina had fought before, but unfortunately, Sheen was not there at that time. In other words, the battle between Kamina and the goddess of time and space was the first real transcendent battle that Sheen witnessed and experienced. Boom! When she arrived at the scene holding Lilith, a thunderous roar had already appeared in the sky above the Supreme Castle. The ripples of magic power mixed with the shock wave, spreading in a ring shape to the surroundings, making the atmosphere tremble. The central city also trembled frequently, as if it had encountered an earthquake, causing exclamations to sound from all directions. Even Sheen felt his ears buzzing, and his mind went blank for a moment. And then he saw the situation clearly. I saw that the battle between the demon and the goddess had already begun above the Supreme Castle. One of them was wrapped in poisonous fog, raising waves of poison and bombarding the other, and the other was shining with colorful light. They had already merged into one, becoming the real goddess of time and space, summoning waves of halo. The poisonous waves and the halo collided with each other, causing a roar like the collapse of the sky and the crack of the earth. And then, they were deadlocked, although it was said to be a stalemate. In fact, the poison gas and the colorful light were in fierce conflict with each other. The poison gas wanted to erode the other party, and make the other party infected with terrible poison. However, the rainbow-like halo was mysterious and unusual. It was actually raising waves of time and space while blocking the poison gas constantly, and even destroying it, so that the waves of poison gas quickly disappeared. That is the power to control time? With the extraordinary perception of external destiny, Sheen was able to get a glimpse of something. The ripples of that time and space are a very unstable time flow. Wherever it passes, the time of everything will be completely disrupted. That is a very scary thing. For example, if a person falls into such a time and space flow, the time on his body will be accelerated, reversed, cut off, etc. In other words, in less than a second, he will make part of his body age and decay, and then make part of his body rejuvenate, and time will go back until he returns to the state before he was born, turning into nothingness, and even the time of the internal organs in the body will be cut off, as if they had never existed. The final result of such chaotic time distortion is that the moment it touches the time flow, it will collapse and disappear in an instant. Such destruction is more thorough than the destruction of physical or magical properties. Even existence itself will become uncertain, and then it will become the most chaotic state in this time and space, and be corrected by the world. If it becomes like that, even if there are means to reach the sky, it is estimated that there is no way to restore it to its original state. Therefore, it is a death sentence for anyone who touches it, and it is absolutely impossible to heal or recover, which fundamentally eliminates all rescue and even protective means. If you are hit by such an attack, then unless the Supreme God takes action, no one can save you, including the demon himself. Therefore, the poison released by Kamina, which even the transcendent beings cannot ignore, will not only be blocked, but will not have any effect in the face of this terrible time stream attack. If someone else is the opponent, even if they block Kamina's poison, it will be useless. Because even if Kamina's poison is blocked, the toxicity that penetrates into the atmosphere will spread until it touches the opponent, corroding and poisoning the opponent silently. The poison of the poison demon is the most terrible thing in the world. Some are visible to the naked eye. Some are invisible to the naked eye. Some are colorless and tasteless. And some can be integrated into the atmosphere and dissolved in water, which is hard to defend against. Because of this, Lilith was inevitably poisoned after the battle with Kamina, and it took a lot of effort to expel the poison from her body. On the other hand, the goddess of time and space does not need to worry about such things. In front of the time flow that can distort everything, the poison gas will not have a chance to spread. Once it touches, it will immediately eliminate the cause of its production from the root. Even if there is an invisible poison at work, the goddess in the unstable time flow will not be affected. At worst, she can go back to her own time and return to the state before being poisoned. But Kamina is not a vegetarian. Her poison is certainly difficult to work on the goddess of time and space. But her poison affects not only herself, but everything around her. As long as the poison gas is spread to every corner, and one layer after another, continuously attacking the opponent can only block it and consume physical strength and magic power. This battle was a time-consuming and laborious protracted war. Anyway, Sheen saw the waves of poisonous gas surging back and forth in the sky, and the rainbow-like time flow was flying across the sky. The two sides kept colliding in the sky, and the movement was just like Mars hitting the Earth. Every roar could shake the whole world. If such a fierce battle was carried out on the ground, the central city would have been gone long ago. Even if it was carried out in the sky, countless buildings in the central city were shattered and cracked, and the ground was shaking frequently, giving people a feeling of imminent collapse. The clouds had long been dispersed by the waves of poisonous gas and the rainbow time flow, and the sky was also occupied by the two. Carmina and the goddess of time and space seemed to lead two armies respectively, one controlling the huge waves of poisonous gas to surge out, and the other controlling the time flow to distort everything, which was extremely terrifying. Gradually, more and more screams appeared in the central city, and some poisonous gas began to spread to the city, causing many people to be poisoned. These two crazy women. Sheen had already grasped the holy sword and pulled it out. Seeing that the central city was about to collapse, Sheen said something to Lilith in his arms. One person on each side. Stop them. As he said that, Sheen let go of Lilith. Lilith immediately spread out 12 black wings, and an astonishing evil spirit surged around her body, rushing into the air. Her target was Carmina. There was no way. The power of the goddess of time and space was too dangerous for her, and Sheen would not let his little cutie take risks. Instead, Sheen himself, after performing a few instant teleportations, rushed into the air and intervened in the battlefield faster than Lilith. Boom! Sheen's whole body was burning with magic power, and he rushed into the time flow that just happened to be rushing over, like a dam releasing floodwaters. Danger! The goddess of time and space finally noticed Sheen's arrival. Seeing him rushing over here and facing the distorted time flow she had raised head-on, she couldn't help but shout anxiously. What? Kamina also happened to raise a tsunami-like poisonous wave again, letting it surge out and facing the huge time flow. But because of Sheen's sudden intervention, it turned to rush towards Sheen's back. Sheen was caught in a pincer attack. There was a terrifying time and space distortion in front of him, which would kill him at the first touch and could not be cured. There was a tsunami with astonishing toxicity behind him, which could corrode and transcend. At this moment, Sheen seemed to be in a desperate situation. However, he rushed into the time flow summoned by the goddess of time and space without looking back. like a bullet going upstream, riding the wind and waves all the way, and rushing towards the goddess of time and space. The power that could theoretically distort and collapse everything in the world had no effect on Sheen. The goddess of time and space, was surprised. On the other side, the poisonous tsunami raised by Carmina was also blocked by Lilith in time. Boom! Lilith's body rolled up the dark evil energy, which turned into another tsunami, blocking Carmina's poisonous sea and even pressing it back. Is it you? Carmina saw what Lilith did. But Lilith ignored Carmina, and the black wings behind her suddenly expanded and opened up. And then everything was clear. And she actually split Carmina's poisonous sea that covered the sky and the sun. Carmina subconsciously wanted to fight back. Lilith did not give Carmina such a chance, and directly waved her black wings and rushed up. At the same time, Sheen also broke through the impact of the time flow and came in front of the goddess of time and space. Choke! The holy sword glowed, and under Sheen's swing, it turned into a dazzling sword light, slashing towards the goddess of time and space. Wait! The goddess of time and space panicked, facing the holy sword that can kill the devil. Even if you are not a demon, you will not want to face its edge directly. If you are hit, even if you don't die, you will lose half your life. So, in order to protect herself, the goddess of time and space couldn't help but stretch out her slender hands, and the whole person merged into the ripples of time and space and disappeared. However, this didn't have much effect. Puff! The holy sword sank into the ripples of time and space, and shone brightly. Bang! The ripples exploded, and a rainbow-like figure flew out from it. Woo! The goddess of time and space let out a mournful cry. Swish! At this moment, Sheen teleported behind the goddess of time and space, stretched out his hands, and tied her up. Boo! A strange sound sounded at this moment. Ah! The wail of the goddess of time and space turned into a scream. Chapter 789, I almost didn't recognize you. Sheen swore that he really didn't mean it, although the unexpected thing of the goddess of time and space frightened him. When he thought that this person was essentially the same three idiots, Sheen didn't even have a little fluctuation in his heart, and even felt a little disgusted. Therefore, the scream of the goddess of time and space did not make Sheen show mercy. Instead, he raised the holy sword and hit the goddess of time and space on the head. Ding! The crisp and loud knocking sound immediately resounded in the air. It hurts! The scream of the goddess of time and space once again turned into a wail. She just covered her head and squatted down, with a tearful look, as pitiful as it could be. On the other side, Lilith also successfully broke through to Carmina. The 12 black wings behind her spread out and turned into evil chains, taking advantage of Carmina's failure to react in time. They twisted and intertwined and entangled Carmina. Carmina wanted to fight back and break free, but was hugged by Lilith. This is what Sheen taught Lilith to do. Lilith's strength is on par with Carmina's, and unlike him, she has no means of restraint. Even if she can catch the other party off guard because of the sudden intervention, when the other party reacts, it will soon be counterattacked. If she is counterattacked, it will not be so easy for Lilith to control Carmina. So, Sheen directly ordered Lilith to hug the person and immediately remove the defense of her whole body after hugging him. In this way, Carmina will not dare to struggle too much, and will subconsciously stop breaking free to avoid hurting innocent people. What are you doing? As expected, Carmina stopped struggling and glared at Lilith. Lilith turned a deaf ear to her and just hung on Carmina, her eyes already looking in the direction of Sheen. At this time, Sheen had already brought the tearful goddess of time and space to Carmina. Now, no matter how impulsive Carmina was, she knew that these two people were here to stop her from fighting. Before Carmina could ask a question, Sheen spoke first. What are you doing? Sheen asked. Do you want to destroy this place? Sheen pointed to the city on the ground. There, the demon residents in the city still looked a little scared, and kept making noises. There were also many people looking at this side, looking at Sheen and his party, with a look of fear and trepidation. The central city became a little dilapidated, and cracked ground and partially shattered buildings could be seen everywhere. Naturally, the demons and cadres living in the Supreme Castle could not have failed to notice the situation here. Now many cadres were being sent out from the Supreme Castle to go to the streets to appease the citizens and deal with the aftermath. Sheen even saw Yulin, Grady, Bulati and even Leal flying out of the Supreme Castle, paying attention to the situation here. As for Carmina's sisters, although they did not show up, everyone could still feel their sight, especially one of the sights. Very cold, fell on Carmina and the goddess of time and space, making both of them feel a little chill. Obviously, the other party was in a very bad mood. Very bad? Who this person is, there is no need to deliberately explain. After all, whose territory is this? And who brought the goddess of time and space back? Everyone knows. If Xian had not taken action, then the demons might have all gone out and tied up the two girls who made trouble. Right? Thinking of this, Carmina and the goddess of time and space almost didn't think about it, and pointed at each other. It was this stupid goddess who provoked me first. It was this bad-tempered woman who started it first. The two people's voices overlapped, telling others that they were accusing each other in unison. Then, the two glared at each other. Who has a bad temper? You are the idiot. The two of them started to curse, and were just about to roll up their sleeves and continue fighting. Of course, they felt waves of magic power that could not be ignored fluctuating around them. And a series of vague sights also fell here, staring at themselves tightly. Neither Carmina nor the goddess of time and space took action again. Otherwise, the next scene would definitely be a brutal domestic violence scene. Xian was a little annoyed by the quarrel between the two, so he spoke directly. Are you little ghosts? Are you little ghosts? You know how strong you are, but you still fight because of a conflict of 1 or 2 words? Should I praise you for being awesome? Xian's original intention was to make a few sarcastic provocations to make them angry and embarrassed, but unable to refute. Who would have thought that these two girls were not the kind of people with normal thinking? Are you helping her? You are really a superficial man. Carmina turned to Xian with an unhappy look on her face. I was just thinking that you are completely different from others and a very special person. As a result, you are just like those heroes in the past, only knowing how to lick these goddesses. I love you in vain. The goddess of time and space has a more unique way of thinking. If you hadn't run around randomly, we wouldn't have met this bad-tempered woman. It's all your fault. The goddess turned around and blamed Xian, as if Xian had done something infuriating and made her so hard. Xian was confused. I came here to mediate with good intentions. But what happened? You guys are blaming me. Right? Very good. Isn't it just a fight? Come on. I'll fight with you. The hero who just kept saying that he knew how strong he was, but he still fought because of a conflict of 1 or 2 words. Now he became the first one to be detonated. However, Lilith still obeyed Xian's orders. Seeing that Xian was angry, she also spread out her 12 black wings again with an angry look. Carmina and the goddess of time and space are naturally not in vain. Fight! Carmina's whole body was full of poison. I'm not afraid of you. The goddess of time and space also touched the bump on her head. And there was only one thought in her mind. That is revenge. The original 2-person single-handed duel suddenly turned into a 4-person team battle. Under such circumstances, the demons in the Supreme Castle finally couldn't sit still. You really think I don't exist? Right? Sarah showed up angrily, with a look of lack of sleep and being woken up by unreasonable noises. I think you are all a bunch of idiots. Lid also showed up. And as soon as she showed up, she started to scold. Fight! Bad? Mila condemned seriously. But for some reason, her eyes were full of eagerness to try. On the other hand, Xia Funi and Ai, one of them seemed to be watching a good show, and even blinked at Xian. And the other also had a face that looked like she was woken up. And that face was as black as the bottom of a pot. The collective appearance of the demons caused another uproar among the demons in the city below. After all, except for the people in the Supreme Castle, it is not an easy thing for ordinary demons to see 6 demons gathered at the same time. Now, the demons collectively appeared above the city, and it was impossible not to cause a commotion. Only the goddess of time and space, seeing this scene, instantly became timid. This is the enemy's base camp. There are 6 demons, but the goddess is only me and Miss Lilith. This doesn't look like a situation where we will get help. If I am surrounded and beaten by 6 demons, I can only run away. But if you are not pregnant, I almost can't recognize you. The goddess of time and space couldn't help but whispered. Now, all the demons have question marks on their heads, and even their faces are dark. What do you mean you can't recognize it if you are not pregnant? Is this stupid goddess slandering them? At that moment, Xia Funi, Lid, Carmina and Ai stared at the goddess of time and space, as if they wanted to eat her. Shut up. Sarah was even more upset. Others may not be able to associate what this idiot said, but she knows it clearly. Being too smart is not a good thing. You will think of things you don't want to know or even think about in an instant. It's really a pit. Sarah could only seal her thoughts in an instant once again, and took a deep breath. I can probably guess what's wrong with you. But unfortunately, I'm very tired now, and don't have the mood to care about you. So I'll just say one sentence. Sarah's eyes swept over Carmina, and the goddess of time and space one after another. Don't do it again next time. Understand? This is an unquestionable order. Of course, such an order is not easy to accept without thinking. Carmina wants to say something. Do you want me to tell you how I took care of you when you were just born? Carmina? Sarah said this expressionlessly. Carmina's mouth, which had just opened, suddenly trembled and immediately turned. I want to say, I understand. The most brutal demon was defeated by his sister in a very shameful blow. Then I, the goddess of time and space, wanted to express her reluctance. Unfortunately, I often interact with Najula. When you were just born, I also know exactly how Najula took care of you. Sarah glanced at the goddess of time and space. The goddess of time and space's reluctance instantly turned into compromise. I want to say that if she can understand, then of course I can understand it too. The goddess who controls time and space now has only one idea. That is, whether she can travel back to the time when she and others were just born to erase those unbearable black histories. So, a brutal demon and a noisy goddess. Both became two partridges in front of the demon supreme. Very good. Sarah nodded with satisfaction and said, let's end it. After saying that, Sarah left first. The other demons also left one after another. Only Xian looked for a while, and then couldn't help asking curiously, what did you do when you were born? This sentence made the two transcendent beings run away without stopping. Chapter 790. Is this a public execution? A war of transcendental level, under the obstruction of various forces, eventually came to nothing. In this era, it is really difficult for people of this level to fight from beginning to end. Even the previous battle between Lilith and Carmina was stopped by Sarah, who rushed over. It can be imagined that the battle between people of this level is no longer something that the times can tolerate. Unless the war occurs again, it should be difficult to see the existence of this level really win or lose once. Xian understood this, and went back to the Supreme Castle honestly. There is no way. If he runs away again, those three stupid goddesses will do something more outrageous. He just ran away for a while, and these three guys directly confronted their former mortal enemies. If he really slipped away and never came back, they might make a bigger fuss. Sarah also thought of this. So she asked Xian, don't let them out of your sight. And don't leave their sight, even for the sake of this world. The dignified demon clan supreme, Moon Demon Sarah, said such a serious word in order to deal with the three stupid goddesses. Frankly speaking, Xian refused in his heart. But? See that our 6 sisters pushed you to the limit. Please help us. When Sarah said this, Xian knew that he couldn't refuse. Who made him owe a big favor to the 6 demon sisters. They even wanted to sacrifice part of their own power to fulfill themselves. In this case, such a small favor must be done by themselves. So, Xian compromised. But what followed was a very cruel treatment. Since you plan to take these 3 stupid goddesses with you, then go back to your original room. And I threw him out of his room very ruthlessly. Obviously, this dragon demon didn't want to be disturbed by 3 noisy guys every day. Sister Lilith should stay with me. Master. Yulin also appeared quietly, and took Lilith away quickly. It was as if she was worried that her lovely sister would be infected by the idiot, and led astray by the fool. Xian wanted to say, you have changed. You all have changed. However, it was not only Ai, Yulin, Lilith and others, but the other demons who used to come in and out of his surroundings disappeared collectively. Xian knew that they didn't want to come. Needless to say, Carmina definitely didn't want to see the 3 stupid goddesses. Lid and Mila were probably the same as Yulin and Lilith. One was worried that their little cotton jacket would be led astray, and the other was protected. So they didn't appear again. Xian's treatment has clearly expressed her attitude. Sarah is always busy. She didn't show up before, and it's even less likely that she will show up now. Only Xiaofun is left, and she did express it. Well, compared to boring guys who only know how to obey orders quietly, I prefer some noisy and disobedient people. But if it's these 3 stupid goddesses who can get into trouble inadvertently, I also want to stay away from them. The implication is that she doesn't want to come here either. Xian looked up at the sky and was speechless for a long time. What sin did I commit to become like this? Is it necessary to form a group with 1 god and 3 pits? Spare me. At this time, the 3 goddesses of time and space naturally didn't know what Xian was thinking. When they returned to the Supreme Castle, They collectively changed back to the original three people, following Xian and secretly watching him. Xian noticed this scene and spoke with some lack of interest. If you have something to say, say it. If you don't, leave the court. Xian is tired. Well, tired. Unfortunately, the three stupid goddesses didn't seem to see anything. When they saw him speak, someone immediately raised their hands. Can we ask you some questions? This is Violet's voice. Violet, who plays the more mature role among the three goddesses, has been hesitant to speak since the beginning. She seems to care about something and wants to ask something. Asked. Xian didn't bother about these, and still said without interest, but each person can only ask one question. He was really tired, and didn't want to be asked some weird questions by these three idiots. So, he took the initiative and put restrictions on these three girls. As a result, Nord was the first to raise his hand weakly, indicating that he wanted to ask questions. Undoubtedly, she was also concerned about something. And what she cared about was very simple. Why can you ignore our power and not be affected by the distorted time flow? Nord asked this question carefully. Yes. This is what the three goddesses care about. So you are thinking about this? Xian suddenly realized, but did not hide it, and said directly, because my blessing can prevent me from being interfered with by the power of all the goddesses of the gods. So, your power wants to act directly on me. That is impossible. Blessing? Nord was stunned. Can a blessing that can prevent people from being interfered with by the power of all the goddesses of the gods? Violet hurriedly said, I have never heard of the existence of such a blessing. But this is a fact. Xian shrugged and said, whether you believe it or not, I can ignore your power because of the power of blessing. You have to admit it. Then can you tell us? Violet frowned and asked, who gave you that blessing? Are you sure you want to ask this question? Xian said leisurely, this should be counted as your question. And you won't have the opportunity to ask questions again later? Hearing this, Violet's face showed a little entanglement. But this little girl obviously cares about this matter. So, not long after, Violet nodded heavily. I want to know. Please, Violet asked with a serious face. It seems that when there is no noise, there are still reliable people among these three little girls. Xian thought about it and spoke. My blessing was given to me by a goddess named Nian. As soon as this was said, the three goddesses were immediately stunned. Nian? Nord looked confused. Who is that? Violet was also confused. Is there a sister with this name in the god clan? Even Shirdi was confused. The three little ones were born only 2,000 years ago, and compared to other goddesses in the god clan, they are very young. In addition, they have always looked carefree. Obviously, these three people can't think of whether there is a goddess named Nian in the god clan for a while. Unfortunately, they don't know that no one knows about Nian's existence. Even the three goddesses don't know her existence, let alone them. If the goddesses have some experience, they can still associate this name with the first generation of heroes. But unfortunately, these three stupid goddesses don't know about the first generation of heroes. And they don't know that although the blessing of Xian was given to him by Nian, this blessing is not the blessing of Nian herself. Xian's blessing is essentially given by the Supreme God, but it was taken out by Nian without authorization and imposed on Xian. In view of this, even if the three goddesses racked their brains, they could not figure out which goddess Sean's blessing came from and who gave it. Sean did not give the three idiots time to think, and turned directly to Shierdi. It's your turn. What question do you want to ask? Sean said this. Me? Shierdi blinked first, and then she didn't know what she thought of. Her eyes lit up, and she shouted very loudly, and asked happily, what does it feel like when we merge? Puff. Sean sprayed. Shierdi! Nord came back to his senses suddenly. His pretty face was flustered and flushed. What weird questions are you asking? Violet was also broken. Oh, I'm curious. Shierdi was not ashamed, but said in a dissatisfied tone, we three don't usually get together. And when we get together, we basically have things to do. So we don't take a shower or sleep. So people are very curious about what it feels like when we get together. The consciousness generated after the three merged is not a new consciousness, but a collection of the consciousness of the three. Just like the soul that was originally divided into three parts is restored to one. The goddess of time and space after the merger has the memories of Nord, Vilt, and Shildi at the same time. But it is not someone else, but themselves. It can be imagined that the three grew up in the same direction and finally grew into people with completely the same personality, ideas, etc. That is the goddess of time and space that appeared after the three merged. but they can also separate again at any time and become the original three. Therefore, as Shilty said, after the merger, they basically had to do it and had no chance to do anything else. So they naturally felt extra curious about themselves after the merger. If you must use an analogy, it is to want to know what it feels like to grow up. Right? However, compared with Nord and Vilt, Shilty, who is innocent and playful, must be a more heartless and non-shy person. So, she asked this question directly. Aren't you curious? She already asked Nord and Vilt. The two goddesses were immediately speechless. Indeed, I am a little curious, Nord said in a low voice. Although only a little. Vilt tried to act less childish. That's all. She already didn't care about that, and turned to Sheen again. So what? How does it feel when we touch it? Big brother. Shierdy's sparkling eyes were full of curiosity. Nervous. Nord and Vilt also looked over, with evasive curiosity in their eyes. Sheen fell into a long silence. Is this a public execution? Damn. Chapter 791 The Hero Who Protects You. As expected, Sheen escaped. Even Sheen couldn't express how it felt to touch three little girls, who looked like they were not yet adults. Especially since these three were troublemakers. Sheen always felt that once he made an inappropriate comment, it would not take long for the comment he made today to be known to the whole world in a way that could not be washed away even if he jumped into the Yellow River. By then, he would have social death. So, Sheen escaped without hesitation, leaving the three little girls shouting behind him. If he wasn't afraid that they couldn't find him, and would cause trouble again, Sheen really wanted to disappear with a teleport. In the end, he took these three pitfalls back to the room where he lived when he came to the Supreme Castle. As a matter of course and logically, the three stupid goddesses also moved into this room. We have a mission. Yes, we have to watch you. This is an important mission given to us by Goddess Nadura. The three goddesses chirped and said so. Sheen must admit that he has never hated Nadura as much as he does now. What hatred or grudge makes you send these three top-notch people to torture me? I hate you. Nadura. Huh? In a corner of the god realm, Nadura suddenly sneezed for no reason. Why does it feel like someone is calling my name? Nadura covered her face slightly, as if she wanted to cover up the sneeze just now. But her big eyes were full of confusion. At this time, a voice sounded in front of Nadura. What's wrong? Lady Nadura? This is a sweet and pleasant voice, which sounds unusually crisp and clear, and makes people feel as comfortable as the autumn breeze. The one who made such a sound was a girl. She was wearing a magician's robe, with long green hair like willows, delicate and lovely appearance, and a pair of long ears. She was a pure and beautiful elf girl. At this time, the elf girl sat cross-legged on the ground, as if she was practicing to mobilize magic power. If someone with keen senses was here, he would definitely be able to find that the magic power mobilized by the elf girl seemed slight. But in fact it was extremely condensed, heavy and huge, and very unusual. What's more unusual is that between the heaven and earth where the elf girl is, there has been a vague magic power flowing towards her direction and injecting into her body. Thanks to this, the magic power in the elf girl's body is almost growing all the time. Such ability is really terrible. Najula looked at this very special elf girl with tenderness and love in her eyes. You are getting more and more proficient in controlling your power, Melika. Nadura has been urging her to practice, and she has witnessed how she grew from an insignificant elf to her current level in just a month. So she is praising her generously. Elf girl Melika is also very happy. This is all thanks to the help of Lady Nadura. If Lady Nadura hadn't let me enter the inner hall, I wouldn't be able to control such a powerful force so easily. Melika expressed her gratitude to Nadura. Nadura shook her head. The inner hall was originally a treasure given to the human race by the Mother Goddess. The purpose of its existence is to be used by the human race, and to help the human race cultivate talented heroes. As long as you have enough ability, it is easy to enter the inner hall. Even if I don't help you arrange it, you will be able to enter the inner hall sooner or later. Nadura said so. Moreover, everyone's understanding of entering the inner hall is different. This time you entered the inner hall, you not only successfully controlled your surging power, but also awakened unique skills, and made great progress in strength. This shows that your own qualifications are not low. In this case, helping such talents is what the gods, who are responsible for guiding the human race, should do. And if this person is still your child, a member of the elves, then you should help her even more. So, you don't have to thank me. It's better to say that I should thank you for letting me get such a good blessing. Najula smiled and said, if you must thank, Then don't thank me. But thank that person. Who is that person? Melika knew it without Najula saying it. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have such a terrible experience and reached such a realm. During this time in the God realm, Melika has been missing each other, and even saw him in her dreams countless times, which shows how deep her lovesickness is. Of course, although Melika was in the God realm, thanks to Nadira, she knew the other party's current situation very well. Is he okay now? Melika couldn't help asking this question. Don't worry, Nadira said in a comforting tone, although his status as a hero has been exposed. Thanks to the timely remedy of Moon Demon Sarah, the chaos among the three tribes has gradually subsided, and the demons are no longer as fierce as before. Except for some people who are making trouble. Whether it is the God realm, the human realm, or the demon realm, it is relatively calm at present. That being said, the hero is now in the demon realm and has an engagement with a dragon demon. Such a thing has caused quite a stir among the gods. There is no way. Since ancient times, the hero has always been the trump card of the gods, the partner of the gods, the person who should be assisted and helped by the gods, and the reliable comrade who fights side by side with the gods. In other words, in the eyes of the gods, the hero should be on their side. But now, the hero actually has an engagement with one of the top demons and has been won over by the demons. This has indeed aroused a lot of reaction within the gods. A while ago, many goddesses said that the hero should be brought back immediately and should not be allowed to stay in the demon world. Some goddesses even thought that even if he was getting married, the hero should marry a goddess of the gods. Why should he marry a demon of the demons? Especially a few more irritable and impulsive gods of war. Gods of war. Evil gods or demons. Who couldn't help it at that time and almost rushed to the demon world to rob the hero. Well, the same is true for a goddess of fate who is easily out of control. At that time, she wanted to rush to the demon world to ask for people. If she and Anima hadn't tried their best to stop them, the demon world would have exploded. Fortunately, in the end, all the goddesses were appeased by Najula and Anima. Judging from the current situation, if the gods dare to go to the demon world to ask for people, the demons who have finally calmed down will definitely become suspicious again, thinking that the gods really want to use the power of the heroes to eliminate them. In summary, the gods will not take action. Otherwise, how could they watch their heroes being abducted by the hateful demons of the demons? It's just helpless. However, such things should not be worried about by Melika. So, Najula didn't plan to say it. Basically reporting good news, but not bad news. However, Najula still told Melika about the engagement of Xian and I. There is no way to hide this. The whole people of Omnipotence already know about this. Even in the gods' world, you can hear the goddesses discussing it from time to time. Melika can hear it as long as she goes out for a walk. You can't keep her locked up all the time. Right? Fortunately, this elf girl is a very kind, simple, and easy to satisfy person. Even if she knows that her lover is engaged to another woman, and the other party is a dragon demon, she is not frustrated. Rather, she feels that she is the one who comes later, who made the relationship between Xian and Ai always good from the beginning. Although Melika was the first one to come, she is not as close as Xian and Ai. If it weren't for the Peace Festival, perhaps this girl would still be a little transparent beside Xian, now that she can achieve good things with Xian as she wishes. This is the happiest thing for the elves, who have always had only tragic love. Even if Melika is no longer the same as before, and is not weaker than most women in the world, it is the same. I have a gift for you, Melika. Najula took a staff while saying this. A staff made of wood, but as crystal clear as amber, with a top that blooms like a tree root, wrapped around an emerald green gem. Melika was attracted to this staff almost instantly, just because this staff is surrounded by an extremely amazing magic power. With this point alone, Melika can be sure that this is definitely the highest level staff in the world, and its power may even surpass the scepter in the hands of the elf queen and passed down from generation to generation by the elf royal family. For a magician, it is absolutely as important as the holy sword to a brave man. This is a staff made by the best forging god of the Protoss, using the branches of the magic tree that I have nurtured for thousands of years, and the core of the magic crystal vein. Najula stroked the staff with her hand, as if stroking her own child, and spoke very gently. I call it the staff of nature. I even used it myself for a while before. It is my favorite equipment. As she said, Najula handed the staff of nature to Melika. With it, plus your unique skills, at your current level, You can fight even against the ultimate strongman. Najula was ready to give such a precious weapon to Melika. This is too precious. Melika was immediately terrified. Don't refuse. Najula shook her head and said very seriously, you are my blessing. And also the companion of the hero. In this era, many strange things have gradually appeared that even we, and the demons of the demon clan have not yet fully understood. I have a feeling that something extraordinary will happen in the future. This is a thing that the tops of the 3 clans have recognized. I hope that by that time, you will have enough power to protect yourself. And even protect your hero. Najula spoke like this. This time, Melika was silent. After a while, she solemnly took the staff of nature. The intersection of magic power and magic power caused waves of terrifying fluctuations. Chapter 792, I might be cuckolded. In this way, 10 days passed quietly. At this time, there was not much time left for the start of the 3-race talks. In a few days, the 3-race talks will officially begin. Therefore, in these days, people have been coming in and out of the Supreme Castle. Coming and going. And it seems very busy. I believe that the gods and the human world must be like this at this time. The top of the 3 races, the gods, the humans and the demons, gathered together to discuss. This is the first time since the end of the war 1,000 years ago. It can be said that this is the highest level meeting of the entire omnipotence, and not only the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons will be present, but also the leaders of the major forces in the human race will come. For example, the kings of the major countries of mankind, the leaders of the dwarves and orcs, the queen of the elves, etc., will definitely be present. Under such circumstances, the closer to the 3-tribe meeting, the busier the tribes will be. They need to make various preparations, and even arrange guards and entourages. They are so busy. Take the demon tribe for example. Now it is not only Sarah who is busy dealing with affairs. The major demons also have to make some arrangements. After all, it is the top of the tribe going out collectively. The demon tribe is large and powerful. In order to prevent the forces like the old demon faction from taking advantage of the situation and making trouble in the demon world, the major demons naturally need to arrange manpower to see who will leave with them and who will stay in the territory. Even defense plans must be prepared. In addition to the security issues during the meeting and the preparations for various problems that need to be faced. Not to mention Xiaofuni, Lid and Carmina. Even Milu and AI are reluctantly busy under the instructions of their sisters. Thanks to this, Sheen and his party became the most idle people in this supreme castle. But if possible, Sheen really wants to give a few big slaps to those who think they are idle. The reason is simple. Just because there are people who are causing trouble for him. For example, 3 stupid goddesses, 3 stupid goddesses, and 3 stupid goddesses. These 3 stupid goddesses who said they would keep an eye on Xian have caused Xian a lot of trouble in the past 10 days. For example, when Xian was walking on the road, these 3 guys suddenly disappeared, causing Xian to look for them all over the city. But when he found them, they had lost their way and were out of the city. These things are just basic operations. Then, there is something like sleeping in the middle of the night, suddenly feeling something wrong with the body. And when he opened his eyes, he found 3 little girls who were curious about studying men's bodies. Or when he was taking a bath, someone suddenly fell from the ceiling and hit him on the head. Even when he wanted to go to the demons to complain, he was filled with a burst of demonic sound and was dragged away by the noise and told not to go to those bad women. Anyway, after thinking about it for a while, I felt like crying without tears. But the demons who had been in and out of my surroundings disappeared collectively and never appeared again. This made Sheen really want to flip the table. Seeing that the people in the Supreme Castle were getting busier and busier, and the little girls around him were getting more and more troublesome. Finally, Sheen made a decision. On the top floor of the Supreme Castle, in the meeting room of the demons, Xiaofuni suddenly frowned, as if she had noticed something, showing a little surprise and helplessness. What happened? Xiaofuni? Sarah, who was discussing many issues that should be dealt with during the meeting with her sisters, saw the scene and couldn't help but ask. What happened? Lid also turned around. Could it be the work of those 3 stupid goddesses again? Carmina snorted coldly. Good thing? Mila tilted her head, puzzled. Only Ai, for some reason, had a bad premonition in her heart. As expected, our hero seems to have left. Xiaofun shrugged her slender and weak shoulders and said such words. Gone? The demons did not react immediately. You mean? Sarah was the first to think of something. But she was not feeling well. That's right. Xiaofun immediately smiled and said, he is probably ready to leave the demon world. Leaving a note in little Ai's room. And then teleported and disappeared directly. No longer in the central city. As soon as these words came out, not only did Ai's mouth twitch, but all the demons also changed their faces. Leaving the demon world? Carmina reacted the most. Standing up and anxiously saying, where is he going? The other demons also looked at Xiaofun. Xian's safety cannot be lost. This is the consciousness that the 6 people have already reached. Although the demons have not appeared around Xian for a while, they have shown their magical powers. It is not easy to watch Xian without being discovered by him. But it is not impossible. Especially Xiaofuni, who has the super god level ability of Ripple Heart Demon that is hard to defend against. Not to mention watching Xian. It is easy to share vision and senses with Xian and experience everything he is experiencing. Xian thought that these demons were scared away by the 3 naughty children. But they didn't know that the demons were still paying attention to him. Therefore, as soon as Xian left, Xiaofuni, who was connected to him by Ripple Heart Demon, immediately discovered this. Xiaofuni even knew where Xian was going. In fact, this is not difficult to guess. He wanted to go back to the kingdom of Mitra first. Right? Sarah guessed it. Yes, Shafn said with a smile, although there is a big stall in the kingdom of Mitra that needs him to deal with. He seems to prefer to be chopped by a hatchet than being dragged to death by the 3 goddesses. Hatchet? Milla tilted her head again. What hatchet? Carmina was also confused. Obviously, no one can understand such a new and strange term in the other world except Nian and Shafn, who can read Xian's mind. Of course, this kind of thing is not the most important thing now. Now, there is only one most important thing. Since he ran back to the human world, shouldn't we have someone to look after him first? Lid raised this question. AI, who had been silent all the time, spoke immediately. I'll go, AI said, as if she had no choice in the human world. I have always been the one who took care of him. Hearing this, the demons complained in their hearts. You take care of him? Is it true that he takes care of you? A lazy little sleeper? Thinking of AI's sleepiness, the demons were obviously not confident in giving her this task. You better forget it. You haven't finished the arrangements in your own territory yet. Sarah rejected AI's proposal. Isn't it okay to leave that kind of thing to Grady and Bellotti? AI frowned and protested. I am his fiancé, and I am familiar with his family. It is most appropriate for me to go there. Unfortunately, the demons still rejected it unanimously, making AI feel that these sisters are deliberately hindering her. And her face turned black. Lid even said, unless you can guarantee that no matter how deep you sleep, you can wake up at the first time. And you can't sleep more than 7 hours a day. One sentence made AI completely silent. This is a sure way to grasp her weakness. Me. I'll go. At this time, Milla raised her hand in high spirits and proposed this. You can't do it even more. But this time, all the demons, including AI, rejected it. Milu immediately puffed up her cheeks and was unhappy. But no one dared to let this girl go to Sheen. That would not only protect her, but also cause trouble. Just like those 3 stupid goddesses. Then, I definitely can't go. There are still many things I need to deal with. Sarah was the first to abstain. Since we are going to the human city, I probably won't be welcome. Right? Kamina also said this expressionlessly. As a demon with poison all over her body, entering the human city is simply a nightmare for humans. Therefore, Kamina definitely can't go. Same as above. Lid sighed. She is not the type who can fight casually. If she wants to exert a certain combat power, she must become bigger. If there is a battle that even Sheen can't solve, she will not be able to help unless she gives her all. Once Kellet exerts her full strength, she can crush a human city with just one step. She is just like Carmina, and it is impossible for her to act recklessly in the human world. In this case, can I go alone? Xiaofuni raised her eyebrows, and a flower-like smile appeared on her face. That smile was so beautiful that all the demon sisters felt that they couldn't take their eyes off her. Looking at Xiaofuni like this, Ai had to raise her hand. I object. Ai followed the subtle anger in her heart and said, if Sister Xiaofuni goes to the human world, it will cause chaos in the country. If the peerless demon princess, who is so beautiful and charming, walks around in the human world, how much turmoil will be caused? Just think about it. Besides, Ai was always wary of this playful second sister. Always worried that her LSP would be fascinated by this charming second sister and not know himself. If that guy becomes a tool for Xiaofun to play with, Yi will probably flip the table. But, besides me, who else is suitable to go? Xiaofun said innocently, my ability is also the most suitable for protecting people. No matter what situation he encounters, I can find it in time, and I will also know where he goes. It's perfect. Right? Sister Xiaofun. Yi's mood is getting worse and worse. Maybe it's a psychological effect. She always feels that this annoying second sister is looking at her with the eyes of a winner, making her feel that she might be cheated? Such Yi has no idea that she has already been cheated. In terms of the degree and speed of the relationship, she, the nominal fiancé, has been left behind by her second sister. In the end, it was Sarah who made the final decision. Let Xiaofun go. Lid and Milu, you go and keep an eye on those 3 stupid goddesses. They can't find anyone now, and they may have gone berserk. Find a time to throw those 3 goddesses back to the divine realm. In this way, the demons finalize the next actions and also determine the fate of some people. Chapter 793. Is it right to take care of it? In the human world, there is a large continuous mountain range. This is a very famous mountain range, because there are 3 large sources of magic in the mountain range. It is called the Source Mountain Range, where many high-level monsters live, and it is regarded as a forbidden place by adventurers. Although it is not as good as the Tagore Forest, which has various ancient monsters that have disappeared from ancient times to the present. It also has 3 legendary monsters occupying the 3 large sources of magic here. These 3 legendary monsters also lead a group of monsters, and gather various monsters of all sizes under their command, including some high-level monsters of level 70 and level 80. They can be said to be the 3 real overlords in this area. In the nearby cities, whether it is adventurers or the private knights of the nobles, they are all afraid of this place. So it is considered peaceful for the time being. However, the peace here was broken on this day. Boom! I saw that in one of the large magic power sources in the Source Mountain Range, a huge splash of water suddenly exploded. A dark giant shadow emerged from it, bathed in the water, and swept all the way to the sky. Roar! Roar! The monsters living around this large magic power source were immediately awakened. And then, they were furious, roaring at the dark giant shadow in the air one by one. Roar! The dragon-shaped monster closest to the large magic power source, almost lying on the shore, was drenched by the huge splash of water, and was stunned for a while. When it reacted, it was furious on the spot, and roared hysterically at the dark giant shadow in the air. A closer look reveals that this dragon-shaped monster is no different from a dragon except that it has no wings. It not only has sharp claws and solid dragon scales, but also has scorching magic power pulsating in its head, as if it is ready to spit out breath at any time. Undoubtedly, this is a dragon species. Although it is not a pure-blooded dragon species, it is also a land dragon, one of the sub-dragon species, except that it has no wings and cannot fly. Its other abilities are no different from those of a real dragon. This land dragon is the occupant of the large magic source here, and is also one of the 3 legendary monster overlords in the Source Mountain Range. Its level is 93, plus the dragon breath ability that can break through all defenses, even if it is a top legendary powerhouse. The first thing he thinks of when encountering it is definitely to temporarily avoid the edge. This dragon has been dominating the Yuanquan Mountains for a long time. Now it seems that some blind guy has disturbed its rest and embarrassed it. How can it not be furious? Unfortunately, this earth dragon has really hit a wall today. In the falling water, the pitch-black giant finally gradually revealed its full appearance, and a pair of huge wings slowly flapped up and down in the air, stirring up gusts of wind. It just stopped in the air, and the terrifying momentum released from its body made the roar of the furious earth dragon stop instantly. Not only the earth dragon, but also the shouts of the monsters in the surrounding area led by the earth dragon seemed to be strangled and could no longer be heard. The pitch-black dragon looked down at these ant-like monsters, and its golden dragon eyes were full of coldness. The moment they saw the scene, all the monsters, including the earth dragon, realized one thing. That is, this pitch-black dragon is definitely not an existence that they can be hostile to. It is a genuine pure dragon species, known as the king of monsters. Moreover, the opponent's level is very high, and very strong. Even if it is a legendary earth dragon, if it dares to shout again, it will be burned to ashes in an instant. Awoo! The earth dragon made a low groan very sensibly, and laid down towards the black dragon in the sky. That was a sign of surrender. And even the leader knelt. How could the rest of the monsters continue to stand? They followed suit and lay down one by one, offering their surrender to the black dragon in the sky. On this day, the unrivaled Monster King landed in a corner of the Source Mountain range. If it wanted, it would only take a short day, and all the monsters in the entire mountain range would naturally submit to it. Right? Unfortunately, the opponent had no idea about this at all. While flapping its wings, the black dragon spoke human words. This time I passed through the passage smoothly. Master. The black dragon's words were not directed at any other place, but at the master on his back. There, a human noble young man was holding a cute little girl like a jade sculpture, standing on the back of the black dragon, facing the wind. It's good to be able to return smoothly. The young man also breathed a sigh of relief and said, I have been worried that this time I will get through halfway and the passage will collapse. In that case, his mentality will probably collapse as well. Right? The human noble young man was Xian, who returned from the demon world. He couldn't bear it anymore. So Xian, who only left a note for AI, hurriedly took Yulin and Lilith back to the human world. Finally, I got rid of those 3 stupid goddesses. And I can also get rid of those demons in the Supreme Castle who envied and hated me all day long. It's great. Xian looked like he had been reborn. Lilith was still confused and didn't understand what happened. At the same time, in the Supreme Castle of the Demon Realm, after playing around for a day, the 3 goddesses were at a loss when they found that Xian had not appeared yet. Where are the people? Nord looked at the empty room and stayed there. Ah. 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 Violet seemed to have seen the future of the mission failure, holding her head and screaming in pain. Want to play hide-and-seek with us again? She already became dissatisfied, as if she had not yet understood the current situation. After a while, the 3 goddesses got angry. Go find someone quickly. Ah! He ran away again. That hero. The 3 goddesses hurriedly ran towards the door. However, several figures appeared and blocked their way. Hee. Milu opened her hands, as if she would not let the goddesses pass through here. Sorry. Goddess of time and space. As you can see, our hero doesn't seem to want to be dragged down by you. Cough cough. It's surveillance. So he has already run away. Your mission ends here. Go back to the god realm immediately. Lid lay on Milu's head and said so. The 3 goddesses were silent. After a while, the 3 of them looked at each other, feeling that something was wrong. Then, the 3 of them turned around without hesitation and fled from the window. Don't run away. Lid seemed to have been prepared for a long time and spoke loudly. Hey! Milu instantly turned into a ghost and rushed up. The combination of the demon sisters and the combination of the 3 goddess sisters began to play a chase game, while they were having fun. On the other side, Xiaofuni, who was about to leave for the human world, looked at Aie, who was silent, with a smile. Don't worry, little Aie, Xiaofuni said with a smile. I will help you take good care of your man. That charming and seductive tone can simply stir up the evil fire in the hearts of all men in the world. As expected, Aie felt no emotion when hearing such a voice, and even wanted to curse. With this tone, are you sure you are taking care of it for me? No. It should be said. Are you sure you are taking care of it properly? Why do I have a bad feeling? Sure enough, I'll go back by myself. Aie couldn't feel at ease at all, so she spread her dragon wings and wanted to rush out directly. Unfortunately, you are still too young. Little Aie. Xiaofuni came later and raised her slender hand. And Aie's figure was wrapped by a wave of space and instantly teleported to an office. Looking at the people in the office, Aie was speechless. The eldest sister really guessed it. And in the end, you will definitely be sent here by the second sister. Carmina was speechless. Sarah glanced at Aie while looking at a document, and then spoke lightly. Be good, little Aie. With just one sentence, Aie had to give up. She just wanted to hurry over these few days, and the day of the 3 tribes talks would come quickly. In this way, she would have a slight chance to rescue her man before he was eaten up by the evil and hateful woman. I don't know what Aie is thinking, but Xiaofuni, who has been eaten up, has already set off. The human world? Xiaofuni murmured. I haven't been there for hundreds of years. As she said that, Xiaofuni remembered the figure of the man with whom she had a subtle relationship. As she thought about it, a beautiful smile appeared on Xiaofuni's face. You took advantage of others so much and still want to leave? It's not that easy. Right? Leaving such a word, Xiao Funi disappeared on the spot. Afterwards, a certain stone woman who regarded her master as her life found a parchment with a message in her master's room very smoothly. I'll leave first. You stay in the demon world. And don't disturb me and that little man. Okay? Hard. Looking at such a message, the stone woman who regarded her master as her life began to tremble, with her hands holding the parchment. Lord Xiao Funi. A cry that made everyone cry and everyone sad resounded throughout the Supreme Castle on this day. At the same time, the dragon-like Yulin had already flown out of the Source Mountain range. She carried her little master and little sister, looking at the familiar environment below, and asked with a little excitement, "Are we going back to the Mitra Kingdom directly?" "Master?" Yulin asked. Xian hugged Lilith, and the beautiful face that could be called the first of the human race appeared in his mind. Then, Xian smiled. "Let's go back to the Mitra Kingdom directly." Xian gave such instructions. "Got it." Yulin responded loudly and flew forward happily. The brave man in the eyes of the world has returned here. Chapter 794. The center of the world, the capital. The Kingdom of Mitra. The capital. Recently, the capital has become more lively and more heavily guarded than ever before. No matter which gate you look at, the gatekeepers have become very high-level knights. Instead of just some knights of level 30 or so standing guard as before. On the city wall, soldiers and knights are patrolling one by one, with more force than ever before. Soldiers and knights have serious expressions on their faces from beginning to end. Meticulous and methodical, not daring to be negligent at all. If someone with keen senses were observing the capital at this moment, they would find that the capital's protective barrier is not only operating at full power, but also has many obscure magic spells and even magic props set up in all directions of the capital, forming a very powerful protection system that protects the capital inside and out. Under such circumstances, long queues formed in front of each gate of the capital. All people entering the city had to go through strict inspection by the guards, whether they were civilians, caravans or nobles. Especially the nobles, who had impatience written all over their faces, but still had to accept the inspection by the guards. This shows that the capital is on high alert today. There is nothing that can be done about it. At this time, in the streets and alleys of the capital, there were fleets of convoys that looked gorgeous and luxurious passing by frequently, which caused a lot of discussion among the citizens. Is that the fleet of the king of the neighboring small country in the south? There are also the king's guards of the western countries. Over there seems to be a fleet of high-level people from the dwarves. And over there, it is the fleet of the priests of the orcs. The citizens watched those luxurious fleets passing by in front of them, and sighed. It was the first time I saw so many big foreign figures appear every now and then. Who isn't? Originally, I thought that it was already amazing that so many princes and young masters from foreign countries and races appeared when Her Highness Roxalusty was choosing a son-in-law. Who would have thought that? Not long after, the capital welcomed so many big figures again. This time, they are the top figures of various races, countries, and forces. They are all real high-level people with real power. Much better than those princes and young masters who rely on background. I heard that the big figures of the gods and demons will also come to the capital later. The 3 goddesses and the 6 demons. Originally, I thought that it was impossible for common people like us to see big figures of that level. If we are lucky this time, maybe we can see it. I want to see the goddess Nadura of the gods. I heard that the goddess Nadura is the most perfect goddess of the gods. I have admired her for a long time. I want to see Her Highness Xiao Funi of the demon clan, who is said to be the most beautiful woman in the world. I would rather see Her Majesty the Queen of the Elf clan, because I heard that Her Majesty the Queen of the Elf clan is as beautiful as Her Highness Rosie Lusty. Her Highness the Saint of the Orc clan is not bad either. But the elders have said that fox people are basically as beautiful as elves. The goddesses that I never dared to think about in the past are now coming to the capital. I hope I can have a chance to see them. In this way, citizens are discussing various things happily, showing the liveliness and prosperity of the capital to the fullest. This scene may continue to appear for some time to come. After all, the 3 clan talks are about to begin, and the big figures of various clans, countries, and forces will continue to appear in the capital, making the capital unprecedentedly lively. Everyone knows that this place has been chosen as the venue for the 3 tribe talks. So those legendary figures that were impossible to see in the past are really possible to appear. This makes the citizens of the capital excited and proud. It is the honor of our Mitra kingdom to be chosen as the venue for the 3 tribe talks. After all, this is the country of heroes. There is really no place more suitable for the 3 tribe talks than here. This is a fact. At the beginning, when deciding the venue for the talks, the gods and demons did not consider their own territories, but they denied it in the end. Who made the gods and demons still doubt each other at that time? The demons believed that the gods secretly summoned the heroes and prepared to make trouble. And the gods also believed that the demons planned this unexpected summoning of heroes and intended to start a war again. At that time, no one was willing to believe that the other party was innocent, and they also had some doubts about each other. In this way, both sides naturally do not want their leaders to step into the enemy's territory, so as not to fall into a trap. Therefore, it can be said that it is an inevitable event to set the venue for the talks in the human world. In the human world, what place can be more representative and symbolic than the kingdom of Mitra? The country of heroes? Thousands of years ago, it was the brave Mitra who defeated the demon king. And it was the brave Mitra who ended the war. The brave Mitra also established this country in the place where he killed the demon king, and held the first meeting of the 3 tribes here, bringing together the top leaders of the 3 tribes of gods, humans and demons to jointly conclude a peace treaty. In view of this, the final meeting place will be set in the capital of the kingdom of Mitra, and this brave country will host this meeting. This is naturally an honor, but it is also a lot of pressure. Although the Mithraic kingdom is one of the most powerful countries in the human race, and its military strength is second only to the Ragnar Empire, which is known as the #1 in the human world, and its status is high. But if it is placed on the map of the entire Omnipotentin, the power of the Mithraic kingdom is actually not that great. After all, the kingdom of Mitra is only one of the countries of the human race, and one of the countries of the human race in the human race. It is only a small part of the human race, not to mention the entire human race. Compared with the elves, dwarves, and orcs, it is a bit reluctant. On the other hand, the gods and demons, what is the belief of the entire human race, and has been guiding the creator of the human race since ancient times. Its status and strength are only possible above the human race, and the other is even better than the gods. It is recognized as the strongest race in Omnipotentin. Even if the gods and humans join forces, they will lack in pure combat power. If compared with the human race alone, it is a complete crushing, and even the human race as a whole is not as good as it is. And it is even just one of the countries of the human race in the human race. If the kingdom of Mitra wants to entertain all the big figures from foreign countries, races, and forces, it is undoubtedly a very challenging task. In addition, they have to arrange the venue, prepare all the security-related protection matters of the meeting place, and handle the balance between countries, tribes, and forces to prevent conflicts. After dealing with these things one by one, how much hair will the royal family and nobles of the kingdom lose recently? Just thinking about it can make you feel like a picture. But even so, at this juncture, the kingdom has no choice but to go ahead. They are not afraid that someone will not give the kingdom face. The brave man who has been separated for 1,000 years is a noble of our Mitra kingdom. Our kingdom has a real brave man in charge again. Moreover, he is the fiancé of the kingdom's treasure. Even His Highness the dragon demon of the demon clan has an engagement with our brave man. There are also goddesses of the Protoss clan. It is said that a goddess named Lilith has a close relationship with our brave man. The goddess of fate, Letas, and the goddess of life, Anima, among the 3 goddesses, have both attended the engagement banquet of the brave Xian. The priests of the elves and orcs also publicly expressed their support for the hero Xian, saying that the hero Xian is their eternal friend. With such a hero in our country, who dares to make trouble openly? That's right. The citizens are full of confidence and pride in this. However, there are also some opinions that hold the opposite opinion. A dignified hero actually left Princess Rosie Lusty and got engaged to a demon from the demon clan. It's really laughable. Princess Rosie Lusty was betrayed. Right? She was already engaged to the kingdom's treasure. Why did she openly announce her engagement to a demon from the demon clan? Could it be that the hero Xian wanted to abolish Princess Rosie Lusty's position as the main wife and let Princess Rosie Lusty be the demon's concubine? If he really dares to do this, he must cancel the engagement. That's right. What reason does our country's treasure have to become a foil for the demon clan? Her Highness Rosie Lusty is such an outstanding, beautiful and noble princess. It would undoubtedly be a shame for her to be a concubine. I think this Count Boztu has been completely won over by the demons. Secretly, such remarks have been appearing in every corner of the capital, and even in every corner of the kingdom. In the past, how amazing was the engagement banquet of Sheen and Rosie. Now, how strong is the backlash? You know, The kingdom celebrated the engagement banquet. And all the cities, big and small, across the country were celebrating. The people finally recognized such a princess and son-in-law. And they were envious and jealous of the fact that the other party could marry the kingdom's treasure. As a result, the other party turned around and got engaged to someone else. It was impossible not to be indignant. Fortunately, the kingdom has never publicly accused Sheen, and the royal family has remained silent on this matter and has not responded. In addition, Sheen is a brave man, and brave men still have a very high status in the hearts of the people. After all, there are only a few people who are hostile to him. Whether these few people will ferment and make the situation out of control, no one knows. But people know that when the three tribes meet, not only will the big figures of each tribe, country, and power be present, but the hero Sheen himself will also be present. At that time, not only the many matters of the hero's summons, but also the marriage between the hero and the demon and the kingdom's treasure will definitely be put on the negotiation table. What will be the result of this negotiation? Many people are waiting to see. At this juncture, a pitch-black dragon finally descended from the sky above the capital and arrived here. Roar! The dragon's roar resounded through the sky and reached everyone's ears. At this moment, there was a brief silence in the capital. Immediately, it broke out completely. Chapter 795, the most high-profile return. Roar! The dragon roared like an earthquake, like an invisible sound wave, one after another, echoing in the capital. At this moment, all the citizens in the capital were stunned on the spot. And when they reacted, they opened their eyes wide one after another. Not to mention these ordinary citizens. Even those bigwigs from all over the world who had entered the capital to attend the three-tribe meeting in a few days reacted violently. One by one, all ran out of the carriages, mansions, and buildings, looking at the sky. The scene of the black dragon spreading its wings and roaring to the sky deeply shocked everyone's heart. And along with the shock, there were also emotions such as astonishment, hesitation, joy, excitement, etc. What is that? Atrus's black dragon. It's Atrus's black dragon. As people of the capital, the citizens were the first to recognize the origin of this pitch-black dragon. After all, not long ago, this dragon had been flying over the capital, appearing from time to time. Everyone knew who its owner was. Now that it has returned, no one would not know what that means. That lord is back. Lord Earl Bostad is back. Our hero is back. Many citizens cheered one after another. He is back. Finally back. Finally back. Those nobles who also lived in the capital and had some kind of relationship with Sheen, or had no relationship, but knew Sheen, all had complicated expressions. That's it? Ah, that's it. The big men from all over the world who came to the capital for the first time and saw Yulin for the first time were deeply shocked and did not react for a long time. In the center of the royal capital's noble district, at Bostad's house, servants and maids had already run out of the mansion one after another. Seeing the familiar black dragon, they were all surprised. Mr. Sheen? Lumia looked at the black dragon in the air and was very surprised. Are you willing to come back? Vivian was still wearing armor, carrying a huge shield, with a gentle smile on her face. Beside Vivian, there were two people. One was Thiele, who was wearing a black robe and a half mask. Thiele stared at Yulin in the air, his eyes flickering, neither happy nor sad. There was another person, who was a long-lost acquaintance. That was the dragon that was said to have been subdued by him. There was a little brilliance in Lei Li's eyes as she stared at Yulin, the daughter of the Lazahad family, the president of the Lemisian Adventurers Guild, Vivian's childhood friend who had helped Sheen forge his identity and provided Sheen with many conveniences, finally returned to the royal capital. Of course, it wasn't just Riley who returned to the capital. A closer look revealed that there were 7 small figures following Lumia, looking at Yulin in midair with fear, timidity, admiration, or awe. In the suburbs of the capital, in an unknown luxurious mansion, 2 figures appeared one after another, and saw the black dragon roaring in midair. This guy still knows to come back? Laixia said unhappily. I thought he was already enjoying himself in the demon world. Laixia stood beside Laixia, as if she could see the figure standing on the dragon's back, and her red eyes were filled with a light that others could not understand. All those who were familiar with Sheen, unfamiliar with him, had a good relationship with him, or had a bad relationship with him, were all attracted by the dragon shadow in midair at this moment. Of course, the people in the palace could not avoid it. He was very impressive. And he made such a fuss as soon as he came back. Did he want to show us a warning? Anchi appeared on the open-air balcony of a palace without knowing when. Looking at Yulin in the air, with an extremely unfriendly look. Arida stood behind Anchi. Silent. But there was a little fighting spirit in his eyes. And even the aura on his body fluctuated. Faintly stronger than the last time he fought with Xian. Leah was also in her bedroom. Standing by the window. Seeing the pitch-black dragon in the air. And spoke with some resentment and some relief. It's good to know to come back early. Leah can imagine what her sister is feeling now. Brave. Shania also stood behind Leah. Looking at the air with complex eyes and a little admiration. Not only Shania. Many people who are familiar with Xian. Unfamiliar. Good or bad relationships with him inevitably become like this. After all, Xian today is completely different from his previous identity. Before, no matter how good or strong Xian was, in the eyes of many people, he was still a very talented person who could climb from the bottom of the common people to the position of aristocracy. And finally climbed to the top and became the fiancé of the kingdom's treasure. People will admire such an existence. But they will also be unwilling and resentful. But today, Xian is no longer just the Count Bastutu, but a real brave man. It is conceivable how special this identity is in the Mitra kingdom, which is a country of braves. When it comes to the fact that the famous Count Bastutu has suddenly transformed into a brave man who has not appeared for 1,000 years and should not have appeared in 2 months. Many people can't help but feel complicated. Only one person is looking forward to Xian, but not his identity as a brave man. On the balcony of a bedroom deep in the palace, the figure that seemed to have taken away all the glory around stood in the wind for a while, and a pair of golden eyes seemed emotionless. Humph! After a while, the other party snorted coldly, and the gold in his eyes faded, turning into the original wine red, and gradually a strong emotion surged. Dong-dong. It was as if such a rhythm appeared in the other party's body. Mysterious and mysterious. This rhythm was successfully transmitted to the figure in the sky. Dong-dong. The movement of the heart pulse appeared in his chest, which made Xian, who was standing on the dragon's back, holding Lilith, and looking at the capital below with great emotion, seemed to have felt something, turned his head, and looked in one direction. That direction is the center of the capital, the location of the lake island, or the location of the palace located on the lake island. Across the long distance, the man and woman with pulsating hearts seemed to let their sight penetrate the space and meet each other. It was as if they could see each other at this moment. Xian just maintained the posture of looking out, looking in that direction for a long time. Lilith, who was held in Xian's arms, didn't know if she noticed anything, and tilted her head in confusion. It's okay, Xian reacted, touched Lilith's little head, and calmed her down. Immediately, Xian took a deep breath and spoke to Yulin under him. Okay, let's go in. With Xian's order, Yulin seemed to have waited for this moment for a long time, roared happily, and then rushed to the capital below. This scene was naturally seen by everyone in the capital. Wait! Many people couldn't help but exclaim. Among these people, there were Anchi, Leah, and most of the nobles, because they knew best that the capital at this moment was no longer the same as before. For the sake of safety during the talks and order management in all aspects, the capital's high altitude has been banned from flying, and even the barrier is running 24 hours a day. So it is impossible to fly into the capital from midair. Now the capital can only be entered and exited from the city gate, and it needs to be strictly checked. In addition to the city gate, other places are simply not allowed to enter and exit, including the high altitude. Of course, no one doubts that the dragon can't fly into the capital, even if the level of the barrier of the capital is higher, facing the dragon's breath that can break through all defenses. It is absolutely impossible to stop a dragon if it is not the strongest defensive magic clean flower curtain that the elves are proud of. If Yulin flies down like this, either he will be stopped by the barrier or use the dragon's breath to break the barrier and come in. There is no third possibility, and people are only afraid that the latter will happen. So, those who know the situation exclaimed, "It's a pity that they underestimated Xian." Swish! Just when Yulin was about to touch the barrier, its figure suddenly flashed, and it passed through the barrier as if it had teleported, and came into the interior of the barrier. Under such circumstances, Yulin continued to fly down, with no obstacles along the way. Many people, including Leah, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. That kid just came back, not only gave me a warning, but also planned to scare me to death? Anchi was angry. Can he even pass through the barrier of the current capital at will? Aradia noticed something else. which made him look deeply into the air and said, "It seems that he has become stronger again." "Has he become stronger?" Anshi calmed down and murmured, "Indeed. As a brave man, he will only become stronger and stronger. And it is impossible for him to stay in the same place. I don't know whether this is a good thing or a bad thing. Anyway, the other party still owes the royal family an explanation. The engagement with the dragon demon is something that some people are indignant about among the general public, not to mention in the palace. If it weren't for the fact that his overly outstanding daughter had already achieved the goal and completely transformed herself, so that the royal family no longer dared to arrange her affairs casually, then this matter would have caused a lot of rumors and problems of standing in the palace. Now, the other party is back and has become stronger. This is really not a good thing for the royal family, who want to have an explanation with the other party. Could it be that he had anticipated this situation a long time ago? So he returned so high profile and showed his ability to shock those who were thinking about it. Anshi had to doubt it. "It's very likely," Aradia said lightly. "How is your majesty going to deal with this matter?" How to deal with it? Anshi was also very distressed. After a while, he snorted coldly and said, "Let's see what attitude that guy has towards this matter first." After speaking, Anshi turned back. Aradia followed silently, and the hand holding the sword couldn't help but tightened. Aradia is not very concerned about the affairs of the royal family now. That was a political issue, and Aradia never paid attention to it. Compared to this matter, he wanted to know how strong Sheen had become. "Can I touch him now?" Aradia thought thoughtfully. In fact, Anshi really guessed it this time. With such a high-profile return this time, Sheen did have the intention of deterring some villains. He knew that when he was officially engaged to Luoshi, he suddenly got engaged to someone with higher status and even higher strength than Luoshi, which would definitely make the royal family feel very difficult. They certainly would not want to see their princess become someone else's foil. And they would not want the kingdom's treasure, the orthodox royal brave descendant of the Mitra kingdom, to be a servant to others. Therefore, even if Sheen had not expressed his position, those people would definitely have some small thoughts. Sheen could even guess that many people would take this opportunity to openly propose that he and Luoshi's engagement should be cancelled, even if he is a hero. And the country of heroes is not so shameless as to force the princess whom he regards as a treasure to him. Even if Luoshi is still the main wife, Sheen does not think that everyone in the kingdom will be happy about Luoshi marrying him. After all, Luoshi is the treasure of the kingdom, the most beautiful woman of the human race, the spiritual pillar of everyone in the Mitra kingdom, and an idol-level existence admired by men, women, old and young, those who have their hearts set on Luoshi. I am afraid that many people want Luoshi to break up the engagement with Sheen as soon as possible, so that their family will have the opportunity to continue to pursue the princess in order to get promoted. Therefore, after thinking about it again and again, Sheen decided to act more high-profile and tough, so that many people would wake up and realize how to weigh it in advance if they want to go against him. As for Luoshi, well, Sheen was worried about being chopped off before, but now that he is back, he doesn't think so much, and just wants to take this beautiful girl home as soon as possible. With such an impulse, Sheen did not return to Bostut's house immediately, but went to the palace first. Under the gaze of everyone in the capital, the pitch-black dragon flew over the capital and came to the lake island where the palace was located. When he was still in the capital, Sheen often did this, riding Yulin directly into the palace. Now it is the same. He is not polite at all, even if the palace's barrier is much more stable than before, and the guard is unprecedentedly strict. Sheen also drives Yulin and flies straight to the palace, until he is about to touch the barrier, and then he uses the ability of instant movement to transfer himself, Lilith and Yulin, to the inside of the barrier and successfully enter the palace. After entering the palace, Sheen did not let Yulin stop in the familiar monster square, but continued to fly inside, until I saw the familiar bedroom. Suddenly, Sheen was surprised and doubtful. Yulin also suddenly stopped and looked at the bedroom in front of him, as if all the scales on his body were standing up. He subconsciously let out a low roar. Even Lilith couldn't help but raise her head and looked in the direction of the bedroom in surprise. There, an indescribable aura was fluctuating. Chapter 796. Luoshi's temperament has changed. Dong 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 dong. At this moment, the rhythm in Sheen's chest seemed to become stronger. Sheen even felt that his arm was getting hot, so he couldn't help but roll up his sleeves and look at his arm. This look stunned Sheen. I saw that on his arm. A mysterious and ancient mark was glowing and even hot, and it fluctuated with the rhythm of his chest. Xian naturally knew what this mysterious and ancient mark was. The tooth mark left by Luo Shi. Yes, this is the mark that Luo Shi left on Xian's hand before. The same mark is also on Xian's other hand. That is the mark of Lilith's true seal. Xian still remembers that when he was at Nian's place, the goddess told him that the mark left by Roxy on him was also the true seal, the core of existence that symbolizes the goddess of the gods. But Roxy is obviously a serious human being. Why does she have the core of existence that only the goddess of the gods has? This question once existed in Xian's heart for a long time. But seeing that Roxy didn't want to explain and didn't even mention it again, Xian suppressed it in his heart and chose not to ask. Gradually, Xian almost forgot about it. Unexpectedly, today, this true seal produced such an inexplicable reaction. No, this is not an inexplicable reaction. The reason why this true seal has such a reaction is entirely because of the breath lingering in Luo Shi's bedroom. Xian has only seen that otherworldly holy aura in one kind of existence. That is the goddess. And it's not an ordinary goddess. What happened? Xian was in doubt. Not to mention Xian. Even Lilith stared at the direction of the bedroom, with a trace of seriousness on her face. And Yulin almost roared to intimidate. From this, we can see how strong and powerful the spirit is. After thinking about it, Xian really spoke. Let's land. Yulin. Xian didn't plan to take Lilith and Yulin indirectly. Master. Yulin spoke in a low voice, as if she wanted Xian to be careful. Don't worry. Xian whispered. I have a feeling that this won't be a bad thing. Hearing this, Yulin hesitated for a while, then nodded the dragon head and descended. Bang. With a dull sound, the dark dragon landed heavily in front of the door of the bedroom, raising a cloud of dust. Xian hugged Lilith and jumped off Yulin. Clang. Yulin immediately burst into magical light all over her body, gradually shrinking in the light, and finally turned into a beautiful girl with long black straight hair, and fell beside Xian. At the same time, the door of the palace was also opened. A group of female knights rushed out of the door and came to Xian and the other two. It was the female knights of the Holy Sword Knights. Count Boztut. The female knights all saluted Xian. Xian nodded and said, Where is Luo Shi? He only cares about this matter now. A female knight walked out of the team and saluted Xian again. His Highness has been waiting for you for a long time. Obviously, this pomp was all arranged by Luo Shi. The serious, rigorous, strict and solemn atmosphere filled the entire palace at this moment. To be honest, the pressure was not small. Fortunately, Xian is no longer a person who has never seen the world. He has seen many more grand occasions than this one. So Xian did not waste words. Take me there. Xian said so, and handed Lilith to Yulin, touched her little head, and said, Wait for me outside. Yes. Lilith is undoubtedly very sensible and obedient. Seeing that the situation seems very serious, she immediately nodded obediently. Be careful. Master. Yulin was still a little worried and could not help but say this. The divine aura that permeates here brings a strong sense of deterrence to this dragon. And the fact that Yulin, who has reached the extreme level, successfully transformed into a human, and awakened the unique skill of dragonization, can bring such a strong sense of deterrence proves that the owner of this divine aura, even if it is not a transcendental existence, is much more terrifying than the general extreme level. Yulin even suspected that the three goddesses and the goddess of justice appeared here, deliberately releasing their momentum to provoke herself and others. Therefore, even Yulin, who was always fearless, could not help but feel a little scared. On the contrary, Xian, feeling the rhythm of his chest and the heat of the true seal, was not worried at all. Don't worry. He only left such a sentence. And then, greeted by a group of female knights, he entered the bedroom. Yulin and Lilith were left behind. Of course, the two were also concentrating, focusing all their attention on the bedroom in front of them. Once there was any movement, the two would definitely rush in at the first time. However, this seemed to be unnecessary. After 2 months, Luo Shi's bedroom would naturally not change much, and it was still so magnificent and luxurious, without the many noble young masters he saw when he first arrived, and without those eyes that seemed to be staring at the damned rival. Xian almost walked in the quiet and solemn hall corridor as if he had stepped into a temple. Along the way, one female knight after another saluted to Xian. They kept one person every 3 steps and one guard every 5 steps, filling every corner of the entire palace. The strictness and solemnity of the guards were completely different from the past. Seeing this, Xian was thoughtful. If it was the Holy Sword Knights in the past, it would definitely not be possible, because the number of the Holy Sword Knights in the past was not large, and it was impossible to occupy every corner of the entire palace and have people standing guard in any direction. Therefore, the female knights of the Holy Sword Knights basically only guarded the corridor leading to Rosie's room, instead of having people in every corner like now. What does this mean? Has the scale of the Holy Sword Knights been expanded? Moreover, it is not just a little bit. Those female knights, who looked a little strange, were telling Sheen that the scale of the Holy Sword Knights now is probably much larger than before. There are definitely more than hundreds of people. There may be thousands or even tens of thousands. A private knight group of this size is already far larger than the private knight groups of ordinary nobles. You know, even the Kingdom Knights only had tens of thousands of people at their peak, and the Guards Knights only had 77 people. If Rosie's Holy Sword Knights had thousands or even tens of thousands of people, then this force would be enough to become the kingdom's open military force. However, it is not so easy to prepare this group of female knights with at least thousands of people. Sheen found that the highest level of these female knights was only 60, and the lowest was only 30. Only among the female knights who went out to greet Sheen at the beginning, the one who stood out had a level of 73. And Sheen had never seen this female knight with a level of 73 before. In other words, she was recruited in these 2 months. It seems that Rosie's status in the kingdom is even more special. Sheen saw such a thing from this phenomenon. If not, how could the kingdom suddenly give Rosie the authority to organize such a large-scale private knight group? This can only be because Rosie's status has become more special. On the one hand, the kingdom attaches more importance to her. So for her safety, it intends to increase the garrison around her. And on the other hand, it allows Rosie to have greater power and do more things. Thinking about this, Sheen was finally led to Rosie's door. Here, there are actually 3 female knights above level 70 guarding the door, including this female knight who led the way. There are 4 female knights above level 70 in the Holy Sword Knights under Rosie. As far as the kingdom of Mitra is concerned, such a garrison force is already the highest level, comparable to the knights under the dukes who own territories. Duke-level treatment? Sheen murmured, interesting. Just then, Your Highness, Earl Bastutu has arrived. The female knight who led the way came to the door, knocked on the door, and reported to the inside in a low voice. The next second, an extremely familiar, yet extremely indifferent voice sounded. Let him in. As the voice fell, the door was opened. Please come in, Earl Bastutu. The female knight made a gesture of invitation to Sheen. Sheen walked into the door slowly without saying a word. Bang. The door was immediately closed, letting the silence fill the room. Sheen walked into the familiar room, raised his eyes, and looked forward. There, the figure in his dream was clearly imprinted in his vision. Are you back? Her Royal Highness, who was standing by the window, turned around. Her face was still delicate and beautiful. Her figure was still slender and graceful. Her voice was still pleasant to the ears. Her temperament was still extraordinary. However, her voice was indifferent and ruthless. When she looked at Sheen, the wine-red color of the past had disappeared, replaced by a pair of noble, bright, elegant and indifferent golden eyes. Being stared at by those golden eyes, Sheen felt an indescribable pressure and courage coming towards him, as if to crush him. What was even more stressful was that the delicate face of the princess, who was once extremely attached to Sheen, had completely lost the liveliness and spirit of the past, and stared at this side expressionlessly. That look was just like looking at an insignificant stranger, not looking at her lover. Sheen's heart sank. Luo, she spoke faintly, as if she was doing routine work. I'm glad you're back. That's all. No more words. This performance was extremely cold. Sheen fell silent. Then, he couldn't help it, and he moved in an instant, appearing in front of Luo. Then, Sheen stretched out his hand and grabbed Luoxi's head. Iron claws, activated instantly. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. The cold and ruthless princess was instantly defeated and screamed. A pair of golden eyes disappeared without a trace. Chapter 797. Is Sheen already frightened? Ah! When the rather pleasant screams rang out from the room and reached the ears of all the female knights outside the door. Most of the female knights, who were loyal to their duties, were startled, and their faces changed drastically. Your Highness! Your Highness! Your Highness! Your Highness Rosie Lusty! Several female knights above level 70 were even more anxious, and they immediately drew the swords they wore at their waists and prepared to rush into Rosie's room. However, when these female knights were terrified, Those female knights who were like the elders of the Holy Sword Knights stopped them. Don't go in. Your Highness is fine. Now is not the time for you to break in. Those female knights stopped the frightened female knights, sighing and speaking with a serious look like experienced people. That look made all the female knights confused. Why can't we break in? A high-level female knight, who speaks out loud, asked. Your Highness has already screamed. I have never heard of that Highness Rosie Lusty screaming like that. Something terrible must have happened. Right? All the new female knights were very worried. In their eyes, Rosie was the perfect princess, the treasure of the kingdom, high above, and only short of being the mother of the world. How could she scream like that? Unless she encountered a very terrible danger. When they thought of this, these female knights, who undoubtedly admired Rosie, were very anxious. But several veteran female knights still sighed and spoke with deep concern. You don't understand. Yes, you don't understand. How could Her Highness Roxy and Lord Bosteth not call out a few times when they were alone together? It was normal for those two to hear any sound when they were together. That's right. We are all used to it. A group of veteran female knights acted like this. Not surprised at all? A group of new female knights could only type question marks one after another. Is this driving? No. Then why do you feel like your face is being run over by a wheel? Although there is no evidence. Do you really think this is serious? Anyway, we don't think so. The new female knights were all confused. But a veteran female knight said something that was enough to convince them. You have all felt how powerful His Highness has become now. And with the hero himself in it, and the two of them being an unmarried couple, do you really think that His Highness is still in danger under such circumstances? This is a very convincing argument. But those new female knights still want to say something. Unfortunately, the veteran female knights don't give them a chance. Okay. Everyone go back to their posts. It's okay. We are all experienced people. You have to get used to it in the future. It's okay at ordinary times. But when your Highness is alone with Count Bastutu, don't pay attention to what you hear. That's right. Today it's screaming. Tomorrow it's wailing. And the day after tomorrow it may be wailing. Get used to it. Understand? The words of the veteran female knights made the eyes of the newbies jump. It seems that those two have a lot of fun in private. Many female knights obviously thought wrongly, listening to the screams that kept coming out of the room. Their pretty faces turned pink. It's really worthy of being a brave man. He can get into the main show within less than 10 seconds after entering. And he plays so intensely. A group of female knights were secretly impressed. Of course, they didn't know that this time, Luo she was really in danger. Because Xian obviously wouldn't let her go so easily. It hurts. It hurts so much. Let go. In the room, Luo she, whose head was held by an iron claw and whose entire skull was crackling, was already dancing with pain. And tears began to flow from the corners of her eyes. But Xian didn't even have a little sympathy. And there was only a gradually rising murderous intent in his heart. Good fellow. You dared to go up to the roof and tear up the tiles after you haven't been back for only 2 months. Xian said expressionlessly. You still acted cold and ruthless to me, making me feel like I was going to the palace to meet the queen. Do you really think that you can pretend to be true after hiding your true nature for 17 years? You are not a drama queen. Right? As he spoke, Xian continued to exert force, making Luo Shi's screams louder. And the new female knights outside the door were frightened. Luo Shi could only struggle and complain with tears. Who told you to do so many things inexplicably after being out for 2 months? And you kidnapped such a terrible fiancé. Do you know how hard it is for me to clean up the mess for you? Luo Shi was also very aggrieved. Xian was not completely without guilt. But guilt aside, this guy dared to put on such a scene to his man when he finally came back. If she is not properly disciplined, she may really go up the roof and do things like kneeling on a durian for no reason. This is not okay. So, Xian forcibly removed his conscience and spoke mercilessly. One thing is one thing. I can take responsibility for my mistakes. And you naturally have to take responsibility for your mistakes. Luo Shi was furious at Xian's sophistry. You were trying to get away with it. Not only did you not want to admit your mistake, you also wanted to blame others. Damn it! Are you still a man like this? As soon as she said this, Luo Shi regretted it. There was no way. With her understanding of Xian, it was clear what would happen next. As expected, after hearing Luo Shi's words, Xian showed a trembling smile on his face. Are you a man? You can find out by verifying it. Xian's smile at this moment seemed so kind and friendly. But Luo Shi saw it and just wanted to shout. Help! Before she could finish the word help, the poor princess was dragged away. Outside the door, all the female knights had quieted down. And it was still the kind of quiet that was scary. Whether it was the veteran female knights, the new female knights, or even the 4 high-level female knights above level 70. They were all quieter at this time. And only one face was red and almost dripping blood, after listening to the faint and itchy screams coming from inside the door. A senior female knight, who had tried to dissuade them, said something after a long time. I said, "It's normal for those two to be together, no matter what sounds they hear. Right?" Upon hearing this, the new female knights blushed and nodded. So, from this day on, there was a rule in the Holy Sword Knights that only internal members would know. That is, when Xian and Luo Shi were alone, no matter what sounds they heard, they could not break in. At the same time, in the king's bedroom, Anqi was waiting for Xian to come. He certainly couldn't have missed the scene of Xian riding a black dragon straight into the palace. Anqi knew that at this moment, Xian must have gone to his precious daughter first. After such a big incident, the other party must be very guilty now that he is back. That's why he was so impatient that he didn't even go home and went to his precious daughter's bedroom first. Right? Anqi expressed his understanding of this. After all, my precious daughter is the most beautiful woman in the human race and the treasure of the kingdom. Even if the opponent is a demon and her fiancé is a hero, how can she be underestimated with her beauty and excellence? So what if she is a hero? He must not be willing to give up my precious daughter. Right? Isn't it? Don't you have to go there and ask for forgiveness honestly first? Anqi was secretly proud in his heart. Anqi was still very confident in the charm of his daughter. And he knew that men were greedy. Even if it was out of possessiveness, they would not watch such a beautiful woman leave them. Therefore, he didn't believe that Xian would mistreat his daughter because of the engagement with the dragon demon. Rather, in terms of personal charm, my daughter is obviously more attractive than His Highness Dragon Demon. Right? My daughter is beautiful and has a great figure. Although His Highness Dragon Demon is also very cute, he is still a toddler. How can he compare to my daughter in charm? At this time, Anqi still didn't know the seriousness of the matter. That man will definitely be eaten alive by his daughter. That's right. But my precious daughter is no longer the same as before. Hero Xian. Even if you want to get her forgiveness easily, it is not so easy. Anqi sneered. Although it took her so long to finally get to this point today, she still has a special liking for the man who secretly made a lifelong commitment to another woman. She is unwilling to cancel the engagement no matter what, and even beat those guys who advocated the cancellation of the engagement half to death. But Anqi can naturally see that her daughter is not without resentment. Even if she is a member of the royal family, she has long accepted the reality of polygamy, and can understand that her formerly engaged fiancé has engaged to someone else without her consent, and is engaged to someone with a greater background and ability than her, which makes her situation so embarrassing. This will definitely cause complaints. I want to see if you can make Luo Shi admit defeat now. Anqi could already see the fate of that hateful boy. Seeing the reborn Luo Shi, the boy must have been scared. Right? If it was the current Luo Shi, even if the opponent was the dragon demon, it would not be impossible to have a good fight. Thinking about it, Anqi couldn't help laughing. I give up. With such an exhausted begging for mercy, Xian finally let go of the little suicidal expert in his arms with satisfaction. Luo Shi lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling, feeling weak all over, and couldn't help crying. Why am I so disappointing? I really don't have the face to see my fellow countrymen again. Hate it. Chapter 798 Blessings and Prayers. Afterwards, he turned his head upside down, as happy as a god. Even Xian himself did not expect at this time. When he came back, he would get such a good thing first, instead of being chopped. If it weren't for the fact that his own princess loved to die, he would definitely not have achieved such an achievement. After all, I am a person with conscience. Don't you think? Xian hugged Luo Shi and sought consent with a natural expression. Luo Shi didn't want to talk, and even wanted to kill someone. She could see that this guy was proud now. And he was super proud. After all this trouble, her original questioning, which was justified, has now become unjustified. She has been dealt with. Is it meaningful to settle the score now? No. So, Luo Shi also regretted a little, regretting why she had to act and make a scene, deliberately scaring her own animal. I should have known that this guy is a soft-hearted person. Luo Shi regretted it so much. But a certain animal, who took advantage of everything, still promised like he was satisfied. Don't worry. I won't give up on you. Even if I get engaged to the top of the demon clan, you will be the first person to enter my door. Xian still has to make such a promise. After all, Luoshi was the first one to come. And Xian didn't want to make a scene of learning in vain. Luoshi still didn't say anything. But she began to hate herself a little in her heart. Why? Why did she feel relieved and even most of the resentment in her heart disappeared just because of this guy's words? Could it be that she was so easy to deal with? The treasure of the kingdom, who was known as the most beautiful woman in the human race, began to doubt her life. It was really embarrassing that the treasure of the kingdom was so easy to deal with. But there is no way. It has come to this. What else can I do? I still have to get married? It is better to say that if I can't get married, I will also be very troubled. The princess, who was eager to get married, felt melancholy. Finally, after holding it in for a long time, the princess could only hold back one sentence. Your Highness Lanmo doesn't mind you marry me first? Luoshi said faintly. If Luoshi married first, her position as the wife would be stable. Would Lanmo be willing to see this? Luoshi was a little skeptical. Xian nodded with great certainty. This is what she said. Not what I said. Xian told Luoshi like this. Yes. This is what Aie said to Xian in person. Not something he made up. The human race does have many customs and etiquette, although they seem very boring to me. Your princess should be particularly particular about them. Just tell her that I don't care about them, and she can do whatever she wants. Aie once said this to Xian. After all, the demon race does not have any concept of a main wife or a concubine. Nor does the god race. Only the various ethnic groups of the human race have various rules. Especially humans whose lifespan is generally shorter than that of other ethnic groups. Xian told Aie this. In the demon world, as long as you are strong enough and your level is high enough, you can easily marry a basket of women. Of course, if others are stronger than you, they can also make you a part of her harem. Therefore, the demon race only looks at ability and strength, not status. As a well-known brave man, Xian's strength can now be regarded as a demon-level existence. In the eyes of the demon race, he can naturally do whatever he wants. In view of this, Aie didn't care about these things. She also said that you are qualified to let her follow the first come first served rule. Xian said in amazement. In other words, you are recognized by the dragon demon. So, Aie can take a step back for Luoshi. Is that so? Luoshi murmured. But a big stone was put down in her heart. Although she had made up her mind to marry Xian, she had always been aiming for the position of the main wife. And it can be said that she had been thinking about it for a long time. In this case, if someone intervened, Luoshi would hardly be in a good mood even if she didn't turn her face. Besides, Luoshi still considered her own position. From her own standpoint, she didn't want her family to lose face, which was too ugly. Thanks to this, Luoshi was even mentally prepared to compete with Aie. Now she barely has the qualifications to compete with Aie. In other words, although Luoshi had resentment and complaints against Xian, she had no intention of doing anything to Xian for this matter. She wanted to fight with Aie more. To let the dragon demon, who had been recorded in history, know that she was not a vegetarian. Who would have thought that before she had even exerted her strength, she was tossed around by Xian? And then the enemy took the initiative to give up the fight. This wave was a show in her own little theater. But it turned out to be useless. Thinking of this, Luoshi couldn't help but feel a little bit depressed while feeling relieved. She also understood why this bastard dared to come back before the three tribes meeting. Feelings. He was able to give an explanation. So he had the confidence to come back. Luoshi hardened her fist. I really want to hit someone. She naturally didn't know that his own slacking princess was caught up in her own little drama again and couldn't extricate herself. He seemed to suddenly remember something and sat up. By the way, what happened to you? Xian looked at Luoshi. What happened? Luoshi glared at him and pulled up the quilt that had fallen, covering the beautiful naked scenery. Xian glanced at him and almost couldn't help but pounce on him again to show his respect for beautiful things. But he still held back. Now, compared to this, he cares more about another thing. What happened to your eyes? Can you change color suddenly? Xian said in confusion and astonishment. Also, your current strength is also a world apart from before. Not to mention the extraordinary aura that he felt when he arrived here. Xian now saw an incredible scene with the identification power of external awareness of destiny. Specifically, it is Luoshi's current level. That's right. At this moment, Luoshi's level was displayed as an incredible symbol. Such a situation, Xian had never seen it before. If you say that you can't see through the level, Then Xian can't see through the level of the super-level existence. However, that kind of an ability to see through means that you can't see anything. And the vision is all blank. Not like this. There is a situation. What is going on? Luo Shi naturally knows that Xian can't ignore this matter. So, Luo Shi asked a question very straightforwardly. Do you know what my unique skill is? This question directly asked Xian. Xian has never known about Luo Shi's unique skills. I only heard that you, like Tyr, were born with very powerful unique skills. But I don't know what the unique skills are. Xian honestly told his situation. The main reason was that Luo Shi didn't say it herself. And Xian didn't ask, which resulted in it being delayed until now. Luo Shi was not surprised. My unique skills have always been a secret deliberately hidden by the royal family. Except for some people who are interested. No one knows it. They only say that my unique skills are very strong. And I haven't encountered a situation where I need to use it. Luo Shi gathered her hair, exuding a lazy and amazing beauty, and slowly spoke. In fact, before this, my unique skills were still unusable. As soon as these words came out, Xian was stunned. Unusable unique skills? Xian stood up in surprise. Luo Shi nodded, looked at Xian, and said, because my unique skills need a very long time to shape. As she said, Luo Shi stretched out her jade-like slender hand, and took out a scroll. That was an encrypted document. The day I was born. This document was written out. And then it was sealed in the magic library under the palace until it was released not long ago and handed over to me. Luo Shi handed it to Xian. All the descriptions of my unique skills are on it. You can read it yourself. Hearing this, Xian didn't hesitate to take it directly and untie the beeswax and rope on it. Xian found that in the process of untying the beeswax and rope, some magic residue appeared. This shows that this document is not only encrypted physically, but also sealed at the magical level. And looking at its old appearance, it must have existed for a long time. Xian has reason to suspect that it has been lying in the magic library under the palace for a full 17 years. Then, Xian unfolded the scroll, and a parchment filled with words from another world appeared in front of him. The parchment contained the following content. In the 983rd year of the peaceful calendar, the legitimate descendant of the royal family of the Mitra kingdom, the second princess of the royal family after the first princess of Lyadila, was born. When she was born, the world seemed to be happy for her appearance and trembled. After testing, the kingdom discovered that the newly born second princess was born with extremely powerful magic power. That magic power penetrated the barriers of the world and spread to the gods, the demons, and even to every corner of the human world. On this day, the holy sword that had been passed down for 1,000 years in the kingdom responded. And the goddess of fate, Lidas, also came in person to bless the second princess. Afterwards, we were extremely shocked to find that the second princess, Rosie Lusty, not only had a strong innate magic power, but also had a unique innate skill. The power of that unique skill surprised the goddesses of the gods, and also amazed the goddess of fate, Lidas. Its name is Blessing Prayer. It is a unique skill that can trace the origin of the blessing received by the holder, and finally create a power consistent with the origin of the blessing. In other words, with this unique skill, Her Highness Rosie Lusty will be able to exercise the power of the goddess of fate who blesses her. The power of the strongest person in the world who controls fate will be in the hands of Her Highness Rosie Lusty. Seeing this, Xian suddenly opened his eyes wide. You can use the power of the goddess of fate? Xian looked at Luo Shi in astonishment. Seeing this, Luo Shi smiled suddenly. That's right. Her Highness gave such an answer. Xian was speechless for a long time. Chapter 799, This is the real genius. The power to manipulate fate. This is the power that is recognized by the world as the closest to omnipotence. The power to manipulate the fate of everything, and to make it come true to a certain extent has made the goddess, who controls fate, the existence second only to the devil and the supreme god. Now that the devil has passed away and the supreme god has retired, she is recognized as the strongest person in omnipotence, and the power that the other party relied on to be called the strongest is now in the hands of Luo Shi. Blessing and prayer. This unique skill that can trace the origin of blessing and create a power consistent with the origin of blessing makes Luo Shi the second existence that can manipulate fate after the goddess of fate. If the one who blessed me was a lower level god, then my unique skill would create the power of a lower level god. If the one who blessed me was a higher level god, then my unique skill would create the power of a higher level god. This is not an ability I can control, but a nearly passive effect. When the blessing of God appears on me, it will work automatically. begin to trace the origin of the blessing, and shape the ability consistent with the origin. This process will only happen once in a lifetime. So, if the goddess who blessed me at the beginning was not strong, or even had no combat power, then my unique skill would be equivalent to being useless. Luo Shi revealed this secret. Fortunately, I was born with powerful magic power, so strong that it even alarmed the god realm, and finally let the goddess Lidas come in person to bless me. It was from that moment that Luo Shi's unique skill was activated, and her future became limitless. In order to shape the power of the goddess of fate, my blessing prayer ran for a full 17 years, and it was not until more than a month ago that it finally succeeded. Luo Shi said so. Thanks to this, part of my concept of existence has also been transformed to be somewhat similar to the goddess. So it has become like this. As she said, Luo Shi pointed to her eyes. The wine-red eyes suddenly turned into a bright, noble and cold gold. Xian understood. Is it because part of the concept of existence has been transformed into the same as the goddess that you have the core of existence, like the true seal? Xian touched the ancient mark that appeared on his arm. Yes. Luo Shi nodded and said, although I am not completely transformed into a god, I do have the same nature as the goddess of the god. This true seal appeared when I was 15 years old and has been hidden in my body. It was not until she identified Xian that Luo Shi entrusted the true seal to him. In this way, even if she died unfortunately, Luo Shi would be resurrected by Xian's side, until Xian died, and the true seal symbolizing existence was destroyed. Luo Shi would die in the true sense. No wonder. Xian finally understood. No wonder you have such a special status in the gods. Nian once said that although Roxy was excellent, she became the darling of the entire gods, and was loved by the goddess of destiny, as if she were her own daughter. Not just because she was excellent. Until this moment, Xian understood that Roxy was respected by the goddesses above, and loved by Lidas, because of the unique skill blessing and prayer. This unique skill allowed Roxy to inherit the power of the goddess of destiny, and even transform part of Roxy's concept of existence into the gods. Such Roxy, even if she is a goddess, it is not an exaggeration. Facing such Roxy, the goddesses of the gods naturally regarded her as their own, and even respected her as the second goddess of destiny. Lidas was the same. Knowing that Roxy would become like herself sooner or later, she would definitely love her like a real daughter. But, since you have successfully mastered the power of the goddess of fate, why is the level so strange? Xian was very confused. Logically speaking, since Luo Shi has inherited the power of the goddess of fate, it is possible for her to become the real second goddess of fate and enter the super level. If she enters the super level, Xian should not be able to see Luo Shi's level. However, Luo Shi's level is in such a strange state. What does this mean? Xian did not understand it for a while. In response, Luo Shi smiled bitterly. Although I have the power of the goddess Lidas, it does not mean that I have become the goddess Lidas. Luo Shi said something meaningful. What you mean is that power is the power that only goddesses can have. Although you have a part of the concept of goddesses, you have not become a goddess completely. You are still a human being in essence. So you can't exert this power without obstacles? Xian thought about it. That's it. Luo Shi agreed with Xian's guess. Luo Shi's current concept of existence itself is not very stable. She is partly a god, but essentially a human. However, she has the goddess core like true seal, and can use the power of the goddess of fate. In terms of her own power and nature, she is closer to a goddess than a human. But in terms of the concept of existence, Luo Shi's part as a goddess is not much. The concept of being a goddess is not much. And she has such obvious characteristics of the gods, which leads to Luo Shi's power and state being quite unstable. Therefore, Luo Shi's level becomes so strange. Now, when I use the power, the goddess part will appear directly and expand rapidly, allowing me to have power comparable to a transcendent existence. But because I am not a goddess after all, when the goddess part expands to a certain extent, it will be like a flood blocked by a dam, being suppressed tightly and finally leaking out. After leaking out, the goddess part will drop rapidly until it disappears completely. If it becomes like that, my power will also plummet in one breath until I can't even use my power, or even my own power. And I am extremely weak. Luo Shi told Xian about her biggest weakness. Luo Shi didn't tell anyone about this matter. Probably only the goddess of fate, who has the same power, can guess a little. Xian also figured it out. Luo Shi's current state is similar to that of the half-demon in Original Demon. Both of them are incompletely transcendent. The difference is that the half-demon is in an unstable state at any time and place. Sometimes he is a transcendent demon, And sometimes he is an extreme demon. He jumps back and forth between the extreme and transcendent levels and cannot be controlled at all. Luo she can decide whether to use this power. Once she decides to use it, she will become stronger and stronger as time goes by, and more like a goddess, until she reaches a certain critical point. And then she will suddenly drop until it drops to zero, becoming extremely weak and without any fighting power. When blessing prayer was completed, I went to the god realm and met the goddess Litas. It was also at that time that the goddess Litas helped me to conduct an evaluation. After the evaluation, the goddess Litas believed that when I reached the critical point, my power would be completely not inferior to hers. Luo she said so. But after reaching the critical point, I probably only have a few seconds to match the goddess Litas. In other words, I can only make a blow comparable to the full force of the goddess Litas in the battle. And then I will drop sharply and fall into weakness. As for the switch to enter this state, it is the power. Once Luo she starts to use her power, her goddess side will begin to show. And the expansion speed of this side of the goddess will be determined by the number of times, time, intensity, and other factors of using the power. The faster the expansion speed, the stronger Luo she will become, but the faster she will reach the critical point. On the contrary, if the expansion speed is not fast, Luo she will naturally not reach the critical point so quickly, and the power she can exert will not be too strong. What about normal times? Xian asked. Normally, when you don't use your power, what level are you at? Luo she answered this question immediately. Obviously, Luo she has also tested this aspect, because part of my existence concept has become a goddess, and my state is unstable. My level can no longer be regarded as normal. Luo she said with some entanglement. Now, even if I don't use my power, I have some of the characteristics of the goddess, and my power has become stronger than before, which is roughly equivalent to a legendary strongman. If I use the holy sword, I can fight against the extreme strong. However, my own life form is in an extremely unstable state, and goddess Litas believes that I may break through the limit of life at any time and enter the real transcendence level. Goddess Litas believes that if I am lucky enough to break through the limit of life and enter the transcendence realm, then my state will be completely stable after breaking through the limit of life. At that time, I will be able to completely control the power of fate and truly become a being at the same level as goddess Litas. Hearing this, Xian was speechless again, looking at Luo she with a tangled face. Xian really wanted to say that this girl didn't realize the seriousness of the matter at all. According to her, what should be most shocking is not that she can compete with the goddess of fate Litas after entering the transcendence, but that she has the possibility of breaking through the limit of life and entering the real transcendence level. You know, under the constraints of reason, the limit of life is level 100. Except for the brave, no one can really break through this limit. But Rosie has such a possibility. This is the kingdom's treasure. This is the second princess of the Mitra kingdom, which is famous in the 3 realms. Xian also understood why Mitra's holy sword recognized her. All this is because this princess has the potential to catch up with her ancestor, the brave Mitra. Genius. This is the real genius. Chapter 800. I'll wait a little longer. Seeing that Luo she was still struggling and distressed, Xian had the urge to knock her on the head. This girl is simply not knowing how to appreciate the blessing she has. The possibility of breaking through the limit of life and entering the transcendent level is simply greater than any other gains. Moreover, once this girl breaks through the limit of life and enters the transcendent level, the gains will become even greater. Not to mention that she can completely solve her own problems. She can become a being at the same level as the goddess of fate after entering the transcendent level, which is enough to make others envious. Not to mention, this girl has inherited Mitra's holy sword and possesses the power of a brave man. Once she enters the transcendent level, the holy sword will also transform, and the power will only be stronger. Originally, Mitra was praised as an existence that could rival the goddess of fate, Litas. It is conceivable how powerful the holy sword will become after he enters the transcendent level. If Roxy enters the transcendent level, then at that time, she will not only have the power equivalent to Mithras, but also the power equivalent to Litas. The effect of this +1 is definitely not just 2. Of course, Mithras has extremely powerful unique skills in addition to the holy sword. The combination of the two can only be comparable to Litas. Roxy only has Mithras's holy sword, but her unique skills also allow her to have the power of the goddess of fate. As a result, when Roxy enters the transcendent level, she can only be stronger than Litas, not weaker than Litas. By then, the position of the strongest person in Omnipotensen will have to be replaced. Suddenly, Sheen remembered something. I wonder if my blessing can be immune to Rox's power. What she remembered was Rox's various unscientific skills that ignored her resistance in the past. At that time, Sheen thought Roxy had some skills that ignored defense, like dragon breath. But now think about it. Luo Shi may not have used any skills at that time, but may have used some power to manipulate fate. Although Luo Shi's unique skills at that time had not been fully formed, since it had been formed for 17 years. And Luo Shi had the concept of true seal at the age of 15. It is not surprising that she could use some power of fate. Right? If it is this power, it only needs to determine the fate that resistance skills cannot take effect on herself. Luo Shi wants to ignore Xian's resistance skills and pinch him. Isn't it a piece of cake? And if this is the case, it proves that my blessing has no effect on Luo Shi's power, and is immune to the influence of her power. From this point of view, my blessing should be ineffective only for Luo Shi. Xian thought so. There is no way. The effect of blessing of the Supreme God clearly indicates that it is limited to the gods, and all interference can be avoided. In other words, only when the other party is a god can Xian be immune to the interference brought by their power. Luo Shi is not a god, and her power is also shaped by her own unique skills, not like other goddesses. From the Supreme God, it is not difficult to understand that the blessing bestowed by the Supreme God will be invalid only for this power. However, now Luo Shi's concept of existence has also been transformed into a god. So can the power of blessing still work on her? Xian thought for a while, and found that he could not think of an answer. So, Xian decided to do an experiment. Pa! Without any warning, Xian patted Luo Shi's pretty face. Luo Shi, who was still entangled and distressed, was stunned for a moment, and her eyes looking at Xian were full of disbelief. Seeing this, Xian became interested instead. Pa! The next second, Xian patted Luo Shi's pretty face again. The force was not strong, and it didn't hurt at all. However, although the damage was not great, the insult was extremely strong. Luo Shi felt insulted. At that moment, Her Royal Highness the Princess was angry. Bite you to death, you scumbag. Luo Shi threw herself on Xian and bit his shoulder. Hiss. Xian's face twisted instantly. It's confirmed. This woman's power can really work on him. Feeling the fluctuating spirit of the woman who bit his shoulder fiercely, Xian felt that his position was threatened. This woman's power can work on him. And to a certain extent, she also has a super-level combat power. Now I may not be able to defeat her. No! I have to revive my husband's authority, and let this woman's body remember the fact that she can't resist me. Thinking of this, Xian pushed the woman down without hesitation. Luo Shi just wanted to say that she couldn't see through the rapidly changing plot at all. There was only one thing that was certain. That was, I may not be a human anymore, but this man is really a dog. On the other side, the king's bedroom. Not done yet? Looking at the gradually darkening sky, Anqi doubted his life. He was still waiting for Xian to hit a wall with Luo Shi and then come to him for help. According to the script in his mind, Xian wanted to ask for Luo Shi's forgiveness, either to come to him or to Leah for mercy. But Leah was sent away by him to deal with the various impacts brought about by Xian's high-profile return. Now she is not in the palace, and he can't find her even if he wants to. In this way, Xian can only come to him? Could it be that Luo Shi is too soft-hearted and has forgiven him? And she thought so, and quickly shook his head to deny it. My daughter is not an approachable princess. She has been independent since she was a child, and completely disdains those young masters who come to her side. Now blessings and prayers has completed its mission, which has greatly increased Luo Shi's strength and made her personality colder. How could she easily forgive him? The old father who failed to see the drama-like nature of his daughter since she was a child swore that he believed it. It must be that boy who is pestering her and hasn't given up yet. Unfortunately, my daughter is so arrogant and strong that she can't be easily settled by sweet words. I'll wait a little longer. Wait until that boy comes to me crying and begging me. And she suppressed the doubts in his heart and became calm again. I beg you. Let me go! The arrogant and strong princess cried and begged as if she couldn't bear it anymore. Xian, who should have run to the old father crying, asked forcefully like a ruthless invader. Will you dare to bite me again in the future? No. Will you dare to resist again in the future? No. Do you have to open your mouth and say husband and shut up and say I want you in the future? No. Yes. After hearing this answer, she had let go of Luo Shi with satisfaction. Luo Shi burst into tears, with a face full of humiliation. It was you who slapped me first. Are you still being reasonable? Will I have to live like this with this dog man in the future? What should I do if I suddenly don't want to get married? Her Royal Highness is no longer able to think. In fact, Xian can hardly continue to toss and turn. This princess is not a pushover. Compared to before, she has made great progress in every aspect of her physique. It took Xian a lot of effort to deal with her. Fortunately, she was at the limit level, and her normal ability was comparable to that of a half-step transcendent. So she finally won. If it were Xiaofuni, Xian couldn't help but shudder. Seeing that it was getting dark, she no longer lingered and put on his clothes. I'll go home first and come to see you tomorrow. Xian poked Luoxi's rosy cheek with his finger. Don't get close to me. Luoxi, who was in a bad mood, opened her mouth and said something in her hometown dialect that Xian taught her personally. Xian raised his eyebrows, and his eyes were slightly cold. Luoxi's delicate body trembled. I know. Her Highness used the toughest tone to say the most agreed words. That's good. Xian nodded with satisfaction and kissed Luoxi's forehead. Then I'm leaving. After saying that, Xian turned and left the room. Only Luoxi was left, still lying there, doubting her life. Bang. As the door was closed, Xian walked out of Luoxi's room. But when Xian walked out, all the female knights in the corridor outside looked over and stared at him. They were silent, but their cheeks were pink, as if they were looking at some kind of animal. Their eyes were very complicated and very shy. This time, it was Xian who typed out question marks one by one, and was stunned there. Why do I feel that the eyes of these female knights are not right? Why are you so shy? Xian scratched his head, but didn't say anything, and walked outside. The female knights watched Xian leave all the way, allowing Xian to clearly feel the strong gazes from behind, which made him quite uncomfortable. What happened? Xian muttered and left. The female knights waited until Xian's back disappeared. Then they looked at each other, blushing and whispering. Lord Bastudu is quite powerful. Yes. The little girl smiled shyly there. Xian felt a chill coming from behind when he walked out of the bedroom. I always feel like someone is stabbing me in the back. Xian began to become suspicious. Master. At this time, a voice sounded and reached Xian's ears. Xian was awakened, raised his head, and looked forward. There, Yulin, who seemed to have been waiting for a long time, ran over with Lilith. Are you okay, Master? Yulin asked with concern. Although Lilith didn't say anything, she also stared at Xian with concern in her eyes. It's okay. Xian put aside all his doubts and smiled at the two of them. Okay. Let's go home first. Yes. Yes. Yulin and Lilith didn't ask anything and agreed obediently. The three of them left the palace together. Midnight. Anqi looked at the full moon hanging high in the sky in silence, his eyes hazy with sleepiness. Why haven't you come yet? The faint voice came out of his mouth without any trace, and he didn't get any response. That night, Anqi didn't sleep all night. Chapter 801. A bunch of scum. Today's capital will undoubtedly be as boiling as a frying pan. As the three-tribe meeting gets closer, more and more leaders of various forces arrive in the capital, which has already made the capital more lively and noisy than before. Not to mention the commotion caused by Xian's high-profile return today. People have been wandering on the streets, and some have gathered in various corners, constantly talking about Xian's return, including those top forces from all over the world. They are paying close attention to this matter. So, when Xian returned to Bostut's house, it was already crowded. I saw that the square in front of Bostut's house was a scene of traffic. Carriages rushed here one after another, and even lined up in front of Bostut's house. The knights guarding the carriages, the horses they rode, and even the monsters were all crowded together, creating a scene of being unable to get through. Xian noticed that many people dressed extremely luxuriously and obviously in high positions kept shouting in front of the door of Bostut's house. I am an important official under the king of the Eastern Magic Kingdom, and I want to see the brave Xian. I am the king of a remote small country, and I also want to see the brave Xian. My master begs the brave Xian to give me a chance to visit. Please come out and see me. Brave master. Such shouts were up and down, and Xian was confused. What's going on? Xian turned to Yulin beside him, and almost asked her if he had recognized the wrong direction of his home. Yulin pouted. This is indeed our home, and those people just want to visit you. The brave master. Yulin seemed not very interested in this. Xian thought about it, and then he understood it a little. So that's it. To make friends? That's right. To make friends. After all, the master is not only the fiancé of Her Royal Highness the Princess, but also the fiancé of Sister Ai, one of the top demons, and a hero. Whether it is strength or the power behind him, it is different now. Those big and small forces from all over the world naturally want to make friends with you. The master, Yulin, actually saw all this very clearly. In fact, Xian did understand this. Thinking back to the beginning, when he just became a noble, a lot of people came to make friends with him. Now his status is constantly rising, and there is a tendency to become the center of the three tribes. It is completely natural that these big and small forces from all over the world would want to visit him. But, isn't this too crazy? Xian was slightly shocked. He saw with his own eyes a man who claimed to be the king of some country, desperately squeezing in the crowd like a street vendor, shouting at his own door, and even acting like a dog who would do whatever he said, and would definitely nod and fawn on Xian as long as he could see her. This really stunned Xian. Is this really a king? Why do those guys who are crowded together sound like they have high status? I didn't know I had become so popular. Xian was speechless. Yulin was also disdainful, but she unexpectedly saw it very clearly. The current master is not only a legendary hero, but also has the potential to grow into a great figure who transcends the level in the future. He also has a demon and a legitimate royal descendant of the Mitrok kingdom as his fiancé. These two, one can determine the attitude of the demons, and the other can determine the attitude of the Mitrok kingdom, which has a very special status among the human race. In addition, the gods have always been a firm backing for the heroes. The master also has more or less relations with the elves, orcs, etc. All these forces added together are already on a scale that can determine the future situation of the world. If it is the current master, as long as he wants, he can send out the demons, gods, and even humans at any time. For such a master, isn't it normal for others to come and flatter him? Yulin was talking freely. Do you know all this? Xian was stunned again. Looking at Xian's extremely surprised look, Yulin was very proud and raised her head and chest. My level of transformation is very high among the dragons, and my mind is completely different from before. Don't think that I am still the same as before. Silly master. Yulin was almost angry. But that proud look not only did not destroy her beauty, but also brought out a kind of cute feeling. Lilith on the side seemed to be imitating Yulin. Also raised her chest and head, with her hands on her waist, and looked proud and complacent. Xian almost laughed. Don't be weird. Xian ruffled Yulin and Lilith's hair. Oh, don't mess up my hair. Silly master. Yulin protested and struggled. Hee. Lilith accepted it happily, as cute and well-behaved as ever. Just then, the door of Boztut's house was opened. The eyes of Xian and the other two were immediately attracted. No, not only Xian and the other two, but everyone at the scene was attracted. Is it the brave Xian? Is the brave Xian out? Lord Boztut. There was a burst of excitement and commotion in the crowd, causing the crowd to get even worse. Everyone was desperately pushing forward, as if they wanted to squeeze into Boztut's house. And it was very noisy. I came first. I came first. Do you know who I am? I'm not afraid of scaring you. But I'm actually oops. Don't step on my feet. The commotion was getting more and more intense, and the scene was a little out of control. Gradually, the knights and guards who were responsible for protecting the big shots began to get angry. Get out of my way, bastard. Get out. Several knights with bad tempers and bad upbringing broke out first, either drawing their weapons or releasing their magic power. This time, it was like a fuse was lit, making many people angry. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to make us get out of the way? I want to see how you plan to get me out of the way. The high-level knights stood up, and the magic power on their bodies shocked many people directly. But there were also many people who were not scared. Who is afraid of who? Do you think we will retreat? Let me teach you how to do things in normal times. With such remarks, the knights and warriors began to confront each other, making the atmosphere extremely sinister. The scene was completely out of control until this moment. That's good. Xian looked at them with a frown. A bunch of scum. Yulin seemed to be offended, as if she saw a group of ants doing stupid things in her territory, and her magic power was about to be released. In this situation, no one noticed that there were figures appearing in the gate of Boztut's house. They were fully armed knights of obviously high rank and extraordinary skills. The knights came out of Boztut's house and supported several figures. Seeing those figures, Xian's eyes lit up and smiled. The next moment, silence! With a cry, Everyone in the audience was subconsciously startled, turned their heads, and looked at the gate of Bostut's house. There, the figures supported by the knights exposed themselves to the vision of everyone in the audience. There were 4 of them. An orc girl wearing light armor and looking timid. An indifferent girl wearing a black robe and half a mask. A gentle girl wearing full armor and carrying a huge shield. An intellectual girl wearing extraordinary clothes and holding a high position. Lumia. Tyr. Vivian. Xian called out the names of the first 3 in a low voice. They were the 3 girls in Vivian's team except Melika. But the last girl surprised Xian. Because he didn't expect that this girl would appear here. The person who just spoke and made the whole audience silent was her. I am Riley Razahad, the acting president of the Adventurers Guild headquarters, and also the temporary external agent of the Bostut family. Miss Lazahad, Riley Lazahad, who once served as the president of the Adventurers Guild in Limijan, appeared here and introduced herself. We already know the purpose of your visit, Riley said in a businesslike tone. However, the owner of the Bostut family is not at home at the moment. So please go back. Obviously, Riley and others came out to clear the scene. The chaos at the door of the house is so chaotic that they have to come out to clear the scene. This is already a bit of an obstacle to daily life. If the scene is not cleared, I am afraid that the door of the Bostut family will be squeezed. Unfortunately, the people present are not willing to retreat easily. We are from. Several people opened their mouths like this, as if they wanted to say something, but Riley did not give them a chance. I know you are all of high status, but Lord Bastutu is not at home right now. If you keep pestering me, it would be a bit unworthy. Right? Riley threw out such a sentence, blocking those who were about to speak to introduce themselves. This made their voices stop abruptly, feeling a little embarrassed and angry. As a result, a few people just refused to give in. We have been waiting for so long. And he sent us back with just one sentence. Isn't this inappropriate? Lord Bastutu is also a person of status. Is it too ruthless to treat guests who have come from afar like this? At least he should invite us in to sit down. Right? Yes. Yes. Similar voices kept appearing in the crowd. Some people even expressed it in a weird way. I think Count Bastutu felt that our status was too low, and we were not worthy of talking to him. So he deliberately asked someone to come out to perfunctory us. Right? As a hero. Is it really good to have such power? The heroes we admire are not the kind of people who think highly of themselves. That's right. Such remarks made Riley frown. When Riley was about to say something, a cry of surprise suddenly came from the crowd. Chapter 802 now. Get out of here immediately. What are you doing? When such a cry of surprise sounded, everyone present was startled. Everyone looked over subconsciously. Then, they saw that in front of the person who just screamed, a very beautiful girl appeared without knowing when. Wow! Many people exclaimed the moment they saw the girl. There was no way. Suddenly seeing such a beautiful girl, everyone would subconsciously exclaim. Especially those men in high positions. Looking at the girl, inevitably showed a trace of surprise and desire in their eyes. Who is she? Layli and others were also surprised, wondering why such a beautiful girl suddenly appeared. In terms of appearance alone, the girl's appearance was 1 point better than theirs. This alone was enough to surprise Layli and others. But the girl didn't even look at the people present, ignoring the men who looked at her greedily and amazedly, and just stared at the person in front of her. That person was the one who slandered Xian in a sarcastic way at the beginning, saying that Xian deliberately sent someone out to perfunctorily deal with them because he thought their status was too low. What did you just say? The beautiful girl questioned the person in front of her in a baby voice that made people's hearts numb. What? The man was also amazed because he saw the full appearance of the girl, and was suddenly questioned by the girl. So he naturally couldn't react. The girl's patience was not so good. Just now, you are the one who slandered my master. Right? The girl said very frankly and frankly, who do you think you are? How dare you make up rumors about my master? As she said that, the girl slapped the man on the chest. Bang! With a loud and muffled sound that shocked the heart. The man didn't even have time to scream. Like a ball, he was slapped into the sky by the girl's playful slap and disappeared in the night sky in an instant. Such a scene frightened most of the people who were looking at the girl with fiery eyes. So strong. Both Layli and Vivian's faces changed. So powerful. Lumia also exclaimed. Teal, who had been standing aside with no interest, also raised her eyes and looked at the beautiful girl with a baby voice with great solemnity. The rest of the people present were even more so. All of them were shocked by the terrible power displayed by the girl. Who is she? When did such a young and overly strong person appear in this world? That power is at least legendary level. Who is the master she mentioned? All those who were interested had their thoughts turned rapidly in their minds, and had their own ideas. This made many people who had just stared at the girl with greedy eyes quickly restrain their evil thoughts, and dared not to make plans for the girl again. Of course, some people not only did not retreat, but their greed became brighter. If such a strong and beautiful woman could be recruited, wouldn't it be? That part of them had such an idea, causing the heat in their hearts to increase instead of decrease. But everything that happened next made the heat in these people's hearts cool down rapidly. You just said that my master is very powerful, right? The girl came to the other person and questioned him. I didn't. The man's heart shrank suddenly, and he seemed to realize that something was wrong, and hurriedly wanted to deny it. Unfortunately, bang! With a heavy bang, the man was slapped away by the girl's slender hand, turned into a star in the sky, and disappeared. Obviously, the girl was not here to listen to the other party's quibbling, but just to teach him a lesson. The evidence is that after she did all this, she came to the third person without looking back. You also said that my master would be proud of his noble status, right? The girl asked a death question. The staring eyes, the cute and beautiful expression, made the man tremble. I'm wrong. The man was about to admit his mistake, and he was greeted by the girl's strong slap. Bang! The muffled sound seemed to ring in everyone's heart, making everyone present change their faces and turn pale. Of course, the man also became a star in the sky after the previous two. The girl's unreasonable posture was deeply engraved in everyone's heart, and the group of people who were just plotting against her were horrified. At this point, people were still not clear about who the master that the girl kept mentioning was. Who are you? Vivian's heart moved, and she couldn't help asking. Under such circumstances, the girl finally stopped her violence. I am Yulin. This is the name given to me by the master. Yulin introduced herself in front of everyone with a proud baby voice. Yulin. Vivian and others naturally opened their eyes in astonishment. They naturally knew who the name Yulin belonged to. Yulin looked around the audience and spoke nonchalantly. Many people have also called me the Black Dragon of Adlu, although I don't like being called that. After he finished speaking, Yulin spread out a pair of dragon wings and slowly flew into the air. The terrifying dragon power on his body was like a physical gravity, sweeping the whole place in an instant. The pressure and momentum made everyone present terrified. Yulin looked down at everyone present. Now, get out of here immediately. Yulin's cold shout exploded in everyone's ears like a dragon's roar, making their heads blank. It must be said that this is an extremely offensive behavior. The people present were basically powerful figures from the top of major forces around the world. Some of them were even famous in history, and their names could be found in books. Such a group of powerful people gathered together. Even the Mitrak kingdom did not dare to offend them easily. But today, they were all insulted by a girl who looked too young. In normal times, even for the sake of face, these people would directly attack on the spot. But now, feeling the terrifying momentum and watching the dragon wings covering the sky, no one in the audience dared to resist, because they knew that it was a dragon that had turned into a human. Moreover, it was a very powerful dragon. What does this mean? It means that the opponent not only has the power to crush the whole scene, but also the entire dragon clan and even the entire demon clan behind him. In addition to the identity introduced by the opponent and the master that he kept mentioning, how could the people present not guess that it was the terrifying Black Dragon that returned today in a high-profile manner? The Black Dragon of Atrus. It has occupied the Atrus Canyon for hundreds of years, and has long reached the legendary level of the King of Monsters. Now that the opponent has turned into a human, it means that the strength of this dragon girl can easily crush the general legendary strongman. Such an existence is not something they can afford to offend. Let's go! It seems that at our level, it is difficult to see the hero himself. After all, he is the fiancé of the dragon demon. Even if he has not grown up yet, the power behind him is not something we can easily contend with. Let's go quickly. That's right. When the dragon clan gets ruthless, it is not ordinary scary. After all, a few people who know the situation can't withstand the pressure, and they retreat one after another. And someone took the lead. The others naturally no longer hesitated. One by one, and finally left reluctantly. One by one, the carriages gradually left, making the crowded square finally become spacious again. Not long after, all the carriages dispersed, And the visitors also left without a single one left. Without a single one staying. That being said, these powerful people naturally couldn't do nothing and run back in disgrace. Some of them left letters and handed them to Riley and others, while others arranged spies around so that they would not come in vain. Do you want to clear it? Teal seemed to have noticed something and asked lightly. Let's not do it. Vivian thought about it, then shook her head and denied it. Just pretend you didn't see it. Riley also said so. After all, they are visitors. Although some of them are not self-aware. It is not easy to kill them all, to the extent that it can be tolerated. Turning a blind eye is the best way to deal with these people. Moreover, everyone has no intention to care about these people. Compared with them, Riley and others are more concerned about the figure that folded up the dragon wings and descended from the sky. Where it fell, there was a young man holding a little girl. You are too violent. Aren't you? The young man rolled his eyes and slandered the dragon girl. Who made those guys so ignorant? Yulin looked dissatisfied and said, they came here to visit and build a good relationship with the owner. But they looked so arrogant and sarcastic that people who didn't know would think who invited them. After all, they came to build a relationship and intended to use the power behind Sheen to achieve some political and profit goals. Not Sheen, who wanted to make friends with him. In this case, if you don't put yourself in the right position and adjust your attitude, isn't it just asking for a beating? If she lets them in and meets them, it's giving them face. And if Sheen doesn't let them in and doesn't meet them, it's reasonable. It's not Sheen's obligation. Right? So it's normal for Yulin to be dissatisfied. Okay. Just take it as a lesson for those guys. Sheen didn't mention it again. Those people may be very powerful in the human world. But with Sheen's current status and strength, they really don't need to be taken seriously. Presumably, those guys didn't dare to say anything about it. Therefore, Sheen quickly put the matter behind him and turned his eyes to the girls, who showed excitement. I'm back. Sheen smiled. The girls also smiled. Chapter 803 The current situation of the Bostut family. The return of Sheen is undoubtedly the most sensational event for the people of the Bostut family. Because Sheen is the head of the Bostut family. A genuine earl of the kingdom. The return of the master is a sensational event no matter which noble family it is. And if this person is the fiancé of Her Royal Highness the Princess of the Kingdom, has an engagement with one of the top dragon demons, and is even a brave warrior who has been separated for 1,000 years, and has the support of both the gods and the demons behind him, then it is more likely to cause a huge sensation. Even if she returned in a high-profile manner during the day, the people of the Bostut family already knew about it and were already excited. But when she really returned home, the bustle and noise here was still comparable to a market. At this moment, countless maids, servants and even knights gathered at the gate and welcomed Sheen back with grand cheers. Sheen still held Lilith and Yulin, and was accompanied by Vivian, Layli, TL, Lumia and others, walking on the avenue to the main mansion. Along the way, servants, maids and knights looked at him with excitement, admiration and worship, which made him touch his nose. Why didn't I realize that they liked me so much before? Sheen accidentally complained. On the side, the girls who accompanied him looked at each other, and then they all laughed. It's not that they don't like you, but you just didn't notice it. Vivian said to Sheen softly in her usual gentle voice. You are the rising star of the kingdom. There are actually many young people who admire you. But the people who entered the Bostut family at that time didn't have that intention. After all, at the beginning, there were only Sheen and Vivian's team in the Bostut family, and at most Yi. And then, there were no others. And the first batch of maids and servants were all recruited by Laxia from outside. Those people were of high quality and extraordinary appearance. Sheen didn't know what means Laxia used to find such a group of top-notch servants and maids, so that they were willing to work in the Bostut family. The only thing that was certain was that those servants and maids must admire Laxia more than themselves. There was no need to question the face of the elder sister. At that time, the popularity of the Bostut family was almost concentrated on her. The servants and maids would only be reluctant to leave Laxia. And how could they have Sheen in their eyes? But it's different now. Now, the Bostut family is no longer just the first batch of maids and servants. And Sheen's identity is also different from the past. Sheen had been holding back for a long time. And only at this moment could he finally ask a question in his heart. Why are there so many more people at home? Sheen said in surprise. And there is also a night order. I clearly did not establish a private night order. As nobles of the kingdom, no matter the highest duke or the lowest baron, they all have the right to establish a private night group or even a private army. As the Earl of the Kingdom, She naturally has such rights. But he feels that he does not need it. So he did not form one. But looking at the current Bostut's house, not only the number of servants and maids has increased, but there are also fully armed knights lined up next to them, looking like they are obedient to him. This made Sheen puzzled. In response, Layli rolled her eyes. How dare you say that? Layli said in a bad mood. It is because you are lazy, and have not made sufficient preparations that we have been busy with these things recently. Hearing this, Sheen blinked. Can you blame yourself for this? As if seeing Sheen's confusion, Vivian explained. After your identity as a hero was exposed, the Bostut family once became the focus of all forces in the human world, attracting the attention of many people. The hero reappeared in the world, which was a great event in the entire Omnipotence, and not to mention in the human world and among the human race. If the world knew that the current hero was actually Count Bostut of the kingdom, how could the Bostut family not become the target of public criticism? Therefore, during the period when Sheen's identity was exposed, the Bostut family was indeed watched by many people with ulterior motives. Some people wanted to meet you, but they couldn't find you, so they had to look here. Some people wanted to find out whether this matter was true or false, which also made the Bostut family suffer a lot of difficulties. There are also some people with ulterior motives who want to find something valuable from the hero's home, or want to achieve the purpose of threatening you or using you by secretly controlling this place. There were even people from the old demon clan secretly spying on the Bostut family. Vivian's story made Sheen's face change slightly. People from the old demon clan actually invaded here? Sheen frowned. His face turned cold, and even his magic power fluctuated slightly, causing the temperature around him to drop a lot. Those damn scum flies. Sheen couldn't help but feel a little angry. Not to mention Sheen. Even Yulin was a little angry. If I were still here, how dare those scum be so presumptuous? Yulin was so angry. Yes, they are really a bunch of scum. Sheen's face became colder and colder. Looking at Sheen like this, Vivian and others felt a chill in their hearts and instinctively shuddered. Mr. Sheen? Lumia spoke timidly and fearfully. Don't worry. Ter was no longer silent, no longer pretending to be indifferent. He reached out his hand, held Sean's, and said, I have dealt with them all. This sentence successfully calmed Sheen down. Sheen tightened Ter's little hand and took a deep breath. Sorry. Sheen suppressed his emotional fluctuations, calmed his magic power, and his slightly cold face returned to normal. He smiled bitterly at the girls. It's okay. I understand you. Vivian comforted him softly, but she felt a little emotional in her heart. After 2 months, this man seems to have become stronger again. Lumia seemed to think so too, and there was some admiration in her eyes when she looked at Sheen that others could not see. As for Riley, she was even more shocked. To her, Sheen was still the rookie adventurer who had just left Lamijan and went to the capital half a year ago. Although, at that time, Riley had already glimpsed Sheen's identity to some extent, and together with Vivian, she provided Sheen with many covers and conveniences. Later, she also learned about Sheen's various feats and achievements through various channels, so she had already prepared for Sheen's current changes. However, when she felt Sheen's extraordinariness face to face, she was still shocked. He is really no longer just a new adventurer who knows nothing. Riley was full of emotion. Sheen, who didn't know Riley's emotion, returned to his usual appearance and said, in other words, because the Bostut family encountered many security issues, you helped to form the guard and the knights? Sheen seemed to understand. That's right. Layli also came back to her senses, nodded, and said, originally, without your permission as the head of the family, others had no right to form a knight group in your name. But after we reported this matter to Her Highness Rosie Lusty, Her Highness asked for privileges from the kingdom in the name of your fiancé. Therefore, Vivian and others were able to recruit knights and guards in the name of the Bostut family and Sheen, and formed a private knight group exclusive to the Bostut family. Are they all trustworthy? Sheen did not have any objection to this, but was worried about it. He did not want to form any knight group. Firstly, because he felt it was unnecessary, and secondly, because he did not want some crooked melons and cracked dates to mix into his family. Since he became famous, he has been at the forefront of the storm, whether before or after his identity as a hero was exposed. In addition, the power behind him is not bad, and there must be countless guys with ulterior motives. If you recruit people casually, it is inevitable that someone will take advantage of the situation and plant spies or even assassins in your home. This is definitely not what Sheen wants to see. Vivian and others will understand this. Don't worry. Vivian smiled and said to Sheen, those knights were brought by Lely. They are absolutely safe. Is that so? Sheen was slightly startled and looked at Lely. Why do you think I am here to be your agent? Lely spread her hands and said first, it is because of the entrustment of Her Highness Roxy. And second, the one in my family also wants to help you. Lely refers to her father, the head of the Rozhead family. The head of the family is very friendly to Sheen and others. He has taken good care of them since Sheen first came to the capital. He is a very friendly and trustworthy person. He also helped Sheen a lot. For example, when Sheen first entered the palace to meet, the Duke of the Stringham family was making all kinds of trouble for him. But Lely's father supported him and prevented him from fighting alone. In view of this, Sheen still has a good impression of the head of the Rozhead family. As a result, Lely, who had just returned to the capital, was entrusted with an important task. Not only did she take over the position of acting president of the Adventurers Guild headquarters, she also became the agent of the Bostut family. Vivian and the others lacked the means and brains to deal with the noble's tricks. They lived in the Bostut family as your friends. They wanted to become the agent of the Bostut family and set up a guard system and a knight group. But they were unable to do so. Lely said so. So, I was appointed by the princess and invited by Vivian to become a hard worker who helped you run around. At this point, Lely's tone inevitably carried some complaints, which made Sheen's expression become unhappy. Who made me the head of the family? Not very competent. I can only be blamed. Chapter 804 Humph. Afterwards, under the guidance of Vivian and Lely, Sheen toured the entire Bostut family and had a preliminary understanding of what his family had become. In general, the current Bostut family is undoubtedly different from before. In order to resist the evil intentions from all sides, with the support of Roxy and the power behind Sheen, Lely made drastic development and increased the power of the Bostut family. Not only did the number of servants and maids increase, but the knights who were carefully selected by Lely, Roxy and the Rozhead family were also better than one another. Sheen even found 2 senior knights with a level of more than 70, which surprised him. Such strength, in the kingdom of Mitra, is enough to join the knights of the guards. Even in the territories of other nobles, they are all the leaders of the knights, with high power. It is incredible that 2 people like this actually came to join the knights of their own family. Of course, if you think about it carefully, it is too early to say that this is incredible. Riley mentioned this matter. Those 2 people came to join because of their admiration. It is said that they grew up listening to the stories of heroes since they were young, and they worked hard to the present with the heroes as their role models. They suffered a lot in the past, but they struggled all the way because of their admiration for heroes in their hearts. They have never joined any forces, but just registered as adventurers in the Adventurer Guild and lived on this. They are well-known 7th-class adventurers in the kingdom. It was not until they heard about your story that they decided to join the Bostut family. That's what happened. In the demon world, although Sheen's identity as a hero caused a lot of sensation, it was not all good, because, for the demons, the heroes are their past enemies and nemesis after all. And there are very few demons who can have good intentions towards him. But it is different in the human race. Although many forces are also making some crooked plans. Otherwise not so many things would have happened during the time when Sheen was not at home. But more people still admire the brave and highly respect the brave. There are many such people in the knights of the Bostut family. And even many of the servants and maids came to surrender because this house belongs to the brave. Therefore, after Sheen returned to the Bostut family, the servants, maids and knights all looked at him with admiration. Vivian even mentioned this. In fact, there are still people who surrender every day and want to join the Bostut family. But the quality of these people is uneven. And some of them are not coming for you, but for fame, benefits and other things. And some are simply of unknown origin. So we naturally cannot accept them casually. If you want to join the current Bostut family, it is impossible without rigorous investigation and testing by Riley, Vivian and others. Only those who pass the endless investigations and tests and are finally qualified will be allowed to join the Bostut family, including servants and maids. If they are not of clean origin and good family background, they will never be recruited. Even so, there is still an endless stream of people coming for the title of brave. Now the Bostut family has a total of 131 servants and 102 maids. The servants are responsible for the management and maintenance of the garden, the repair of the mansion, and the work in the kitchen, while the maids are responsible for cleaning and shopping. Everyone has a clear division of labor. And none of them is mediocre. The knights have developed into 3 battalions, each with 111 people. A total of 333 people. 2 of whom are above level 70. 24 are above level 60. 87 are above level 50. And the rest are knights of level 30 to 40. In addition, we have set up a magician team. A total of 21 people. Although their levels are uneven. But they are all magicians who can use at least intermediate magic. Usually, they are also responsible for the maintenance and deployment of the magic protection system in the mansion. Laylee told Sheen these things bit by bit. This made Sheen a little emotional. In just 2 months, this family has changed completely. Now the Bostut family is like an aristocratic family. With complete internal talents and facilities. Power and influence. No longer like before. Relying only on Sheen's reputation to support it. It can be said that until this time, the Bostut family was complete, and became a noble family of the kingdom in the true sense. With the power of the Bostut family today, it is already worthy of the title of Earl. This is still under the deliberate control of Riley and Vivian, who have suppressed the momentum of development. Otherwise, if the restrictions are really relaxed, more people will join the Bostut family, and the power of the Bostut family will only be stronger. However, if it becomes like that, there may be some hidden dangers in the Bostut family. By the way, at this time, Vivian suddenly told Sheen something. TL and Lumia have joined the knights of the family, and decided not to take any more adventures. As soon as this was said, Sheen was instantly shocked. Is it true? Sheen was so surprised. Really? Vivian nodded with a smile. Then sighed and said, you are no longer the newcomer we needed to guide you. Instead, you have become someone who can influence the situation of the entire Omnipotency. As people around you, we may have been inevitably involved in the situation caused by you. It is not impossible to stay out of it. But we still want to do our part. Speaking of which, the fate between Vivian's team and Sheen is indeed quite wonderful. At the beginning, everyone in Vivian's team only regarded Sheen as a promising newcomer and wanted to help him grow up. Without too many other ideas. They didn't even want Sheen to stay in the team all the time, but planned to let Sheen go out independently after Sheen's wings were fully grown. Who would have thought that Sheen's momentum began to rise wildly during the trip to the capital? And it was impossible to stop it. As a result, when Vivian reacted, she was surprised to find that Vivian's team had completely become a part of Sheen's growth process. Absorbed. Several of us have moved into your house. And we are tied to this family. Vivian glanced at Sheen and said with a smile, in addition, Tyr and Melika have an extraordinary relationship with you. It's already difficult for Vivian's team to get out. Right? Hearing this, Sheen was inevitably embarrassed. Tyr on the side looked normal. Even if Sheen returned, the girl was not too excited. She had been following silently like this, as if she could remain calm even if the sky fell. She was really powerful. Lumia, however, was a little embarrassed and said, I have also received a lot of care from Mr. Sheen. And my sisters also live here. Lumia's 7 sisters were also brought here by her when Riley returned to the capital. Now, the 7 little cuties live in Bostut's house. Sheen just saw them and was almost surrounded by those excited little girls. Sheen was so scared that he drooled on the spot. He ran away in a panic. Lumia's family settled in Bostut's house. And under Riley's care, they entered the palace training facilities in the capital. In time, they may become more remarkable than their sisters. Under such circumstances, Lumia also regarded the Bostut family as her support and a family that shared honor and disgrace. And it was even more impossible to get away. In addition to the relationship between TL and Melika, everyone has a clear idea of what is going on. Seeing that her sisters can't leave this family, how can Vivian get away? Fortunately, Vivian is also a courageous person. Since you can't run away, then join. This sentence is used to describe her. So, Vivian decided on the spot that all the team members would join the Knights of Bostut, leaving only Melika, because she hasn't returned yet. It is temporarily impossible to decide where she will go. But can that girl escape from Sheen's 5 Fingers Mountain? Not possible. You are really amazing. You have brought in my proud childhood friends. I should say that you are really a brave man. Right? Riley complained to Sheen again. You know, although Vivian's level is not high and her strength is not strong, she has a very special origin and ability. In the eyes of many people who know her, her value is even higher than that of the genius Teal. If it is only about defense and defense, she will not lose to the legendary powerhouses, or even the extreme powerhouses. It is still unknown whether the transcendent existence can bypass her shield and attack her, and the things she is protecting. In the kingdom, only a very few people know that Vivian is regarded as the patron saint of the kingdom. In the eyes of the kingdom's high-ranking officials, she is a solid barrier to protect the kingdom. If not, Vivian would not have been adopted by the Lazahad family, whose status is comparable to that of the Duke's family, and would have become the childhood friend of the future heir of the Lazahad family. But this important childhood friend has now been abducted by Sheen. How could Layli not complain? But she also knew that it was only a matter of time before Vivian joined Sheen's army. Not for anything else. Just because Sheen is a brave man, and the center of various huge whirlpools that may appear in the future. Perhaps Vivian saw through this and thought that her shield should protect more people in this huge whirlpool. So she resolutely chose to join the Bastet family? The captains of the 3 battalions of the Bastet Knights are now the 2 level 70 knights in Thier. Lumia is weak, so she can only be the squadron leader for the time being. And because of Vivian's special ability, everyone recognized her role, and she became the leader of the knights. As for me, the temporary agent, I may be able to retire after you come back. How is it? Are you satisfied? Layli asked Sheen. Sheen didn't say anything, but just gave a thumbs up to show his admiration. The girls laughed as if they were praised. Only Yulin, while holding Lilith, who was looking around, curled her lips. According to the dragon girl, these coquettish Bexes are just worthless. With me, the knights are empty. The dragon girl felt that she had to establish her prestige in this family, and tell the people here who is the strongest guardian of this family. In the past, I was watching this family. And in the future, I will watch it. Whoever comes here is just a gift. Let's eat them one by one. Humph! Chapter 805. How is it? Are you happy? When the night was quiet, Sheen had basically finished touring his own mansion, and had a general impression of his current situation. Although, for him, this was just a very insignificant force, and compared with the forces that Sheen had previously been hostile to, it was nothing at all. But perhaps because these were all his own team. Watching the current Bastet family prospering, Sheen actually felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, this is the first home I have since I came to this world. Even, it may be the last one, and it will accompany Sheen for a long, long time. That's what Riley said. With your current status, the kingdom will never deprive you of your title, as long as you can handle Her Highness Rosie's affairs. They wish you could stay here forever. The kingdom of the brave where the brave live is a huge gimmick in itself, and it will play a very important role in the future development of the kingdom and the expansion of its reputation. In addition, as Sheen is a nobleman of the kingdom and the future husband of Her Royal Highness the Princess, with such great power behind him, the kingdom of Mitra certainly hopes to have such a nobleman. Under such circumstances, Sheen's position in the kingdom is as solid as a rock. Unless there are any major problems, the kingdom is definitely happy to see his existence. There is a major reason why the high-level officials of those big and small forces are so keen to build a good relationship with Sheen. That is, they believe that Sheen's momentum of rise is unstoppable, and his future status and power must be terrifyingly high. In this way, those people in those forces naturally want to build a good relationship with Sheen, and even win him over. A strong, powerful, strong and unfailing friend. What kind of attraction it has for those big forces, you can imagine. So, it doesn't matter if you are a hands-off shopkeeper, but you can't delay the development of the Bastuta family. Okay, Layli said, judging from your situation, even if it is limited to the kingdom, you will definitely be promoted to a marquis in the future, and even marry Her Highness Rosie, who has become a duke, and move towards the future of merging titles. The so-called merged title refers to a way of succession that will appear when the heads of two noble families are unable to pass on their titles for various reasons. This way of succession usually occurs in the heads of two noble families who are about to get married. When these two heads of families are unable to pass on their titles and decide to get married, they can choose to merge the titles of the two families after the marriage. For example, the head of a baron's family is going to marry the head of another baron's family. When both parties have their own families but cannot pass on the title, they can choose to merge the two barons' families together and take a new surname, or use the surname of one of the families, so that the power operated by the two families can be passed on to their next generation in the future. Families that merge titles usually gain power, and even their reputation in the kingdom would rise a lot, and eventually they would get a chance to be promoted. Xian and Luo Xi are likely to encounter this situation. After all, Xian is the first-generation head of the Bastet family. He has no children, no marriage, and no family members. His title cannot be passed down under such circumstances. The same is true for Luoshi. If she becomes independent in the future and is no longer a princess of the kingdom, but a duke like a royal relative, then as the first-generation head of this duke's family, her title cannot be passed down. In this case, if the two get married, which family should they choose to enter? Xian marries into the duke's family? Then, there will be no one to inherit the Bostut family. Luoshi marries into the Bostut family. Then the highest level title she got is equivalent to being thrown away. Of course, Xian can also choose to have a child with another woman first. Let that child inherit the Bostut family, and then marry into the duke's family. Luoshi can also choose to adopt a child, and let that child inherit the duke's family. But how can the two do such a thing for a so-called title? Therefore, if this situation occurs, then Xian and Luoshi basically have only two choices. One is that the two parties get married, but do not get married, and each continues to manage their own family. After giving birth to more than two heirs, let the two children inherit a family respectively. One is to merge the title. Let the Bostut family and the duke's family that Luoshi got together, and treat them completely as the same family. The advantage of the former is that the family surname can be retained, so that the family can be inherited. The advantage of the latter is that it can expand the family's power, and even be promoted to a higher position. In human countries, many nobles have encountered the above situation, and made two different choices. As for Xian and Rosie, they actually don't care whether this so-called family can be passed down, or whether the surname can be retained. If it is a wealthy family, like the Albion family, or the Razed family that has been passed down for hundreds or thousands of years, then in order not to disappoint the ancestors, and the countless people in the family for thousands of years, they will definitely not be willing to merge their own family into other families. But in the situation of Xian and Rosie, the merger of titles is very likely to happen. By then, merged with the duke's family, the Bostut family will be a genuine duke-level noble. Layli said quite solemnly, if it becomes the highest level noble, the Bostut family will need to develop its power, and even obtain fiefdoms, and become the lord of a territory. It can be said that the future of the Bostut family is full of light. Such a family with a promising future, Layli naturally does not want to be ruined. Not to mention, now, this family also includes his childhood friends and fellow adventurers, whom he has always cared about in the past. If you don't have the time to deal with these troubles, you can choose a trustworthy person to help you. Layli then said, think about it carefully. Leaving this, Layli returned to her room with Vivian and others. During this period of time, Layli has been living in the Bostut family, handling various affairs for the Bostut family as a temporary agent. Because of this, Layli knows the problems faced by the Bostut family. That is, a real leader is urgently needed. With a leader, the Bostut family can prosper and continue to grow. Originally, this person should be Xian, but Xian really doesn't have the time to deal with these troubles. In this case, I really have to think about who to find to be my agent and help me manage the family. Xian was thoughtful. He only had a few standards in his mind. First of all, this person must be someone I can absolutely trust, so as to avoid the Bostut family from breeding an ambitious intruder. Secondly, this person's business ability, management ability, and even political sense must be very sensitive, so as not to be eaten by those nobles who eat people without spitting bones. Next, this person must have enough time and even enough strength to protect his family. Finally, this person's character must also pass the test. I don't want to find a guy I don't like to annoy me, or even can't withstand the external temptation. Xian thought so. Thinking about it, Xian suddenly looked to his side, as if he had realized something. There, Yulin was holding Lilith's hand and talking happily. I used to sleep directly in the big courtyard. Now I have finally turned into a human. Can I have my own room? Yulin is impatient for this. She didn't notice the strange look in Sean's eyes. Sean looked at Yulin and began to measure silently. Someone who can be absolutely trusted square root. Yulin's loyalty is beyond doubt. Otherwise she would have defected to the Dragon Clan long ago. Business ability, management ability, and even political sense square root. This girl's mind has become smarter than one level after she turned into a human. She explained the mentality of various forces to herself before. She was not inferior to Grady and Bellotti when facing them. She even saw through some things more thoroughly than the two founders of the Dragon Clan. If she is trained well, she will not be inferior to Lely. Enough time, enough strength square root. Those who understand how long the lifespan of dragon species is. And this girl has reached the limit level. She is not afraid of anything except the transcendent level. Her strength is undoubtedly quite reassuring. Heart square root. Although sometimes he is childish, quarrelsome, irritable, and willful, it is easy to imagine that Yulin will not be tempted by external things, nor will he mess up the things he has entrusted. In summary, that is the perfect tool man. Thinking of this, Xian's eyes began to unconsciously become evil when he looked at Yulin. Master? Yulin seemed to feel something. Her body trembled slightly, as if she had caught a cold, and looked at Xian in doubt. Xian suddenly said this in front of Yulin. Dragon? Xian said earnestly, do you think that you still have some shortcomings now? What? Yulin blinked, not knowing why. Nothing. Xian patted Yulin's shoulder and continued earnestly. I just think that since your strength has reached the peak, shouldn't you pursue progress in other places? For example? Yulin was silent for a while, and then asked this question with a subtle expression. To be honest, Yulin was still very interested in the topic that Xian brought up. Pursuing progress? This is indeed attractive enough for Yulin, who has worked hard until now, and has reached the limit of life. But the wildness of being a dragon is telling Yulin that Xian has bad intentions. Sure enough. For example, you can read more books, study hard, make progress every day, and be a cultured dragon. Xian said this. Yulin slowly typed a question mark. Xian, however, started to make arrangements as if he had seen nothing. I will ask someone to find some books related to management, operation or politics for you to study hard. I will also assign you some homework every day so that you can apply what you have learned and really eat the knowledge into your stomach. If you need, I can also ask someone to teach you. 20 hours of study a day is not a problem. By the way, when you are free, you can go to Layli and Vivian to walk around and learn more. How is it? Are you happy? After a conversation, Yulin, who was full of question marks, finally fell silent. The look she gave to Xian was no longer like looking at a respectable master, but like looking at a devil. I am not a human, but you are a real dog. JPG. So, Yulin picked up the bewildered Lilith and ran away. Xian watched her leave with love in his eyes. Really like a little brat who doesn't want to go to school. Xian has many ways to deal with such a little brat. For example, spanking or something. In the middle of the night, the Bosta family had returned to peace and was no longer as noisy as before. Many people had stopped walking around, except for some night staff. The rest had returned to their rooms and were ready to rest. Of course, there were many people who did not rest at night in the Bosta family, like the knights who patrolled and stood guard at night. They were ready to stay up all night. Thanks to this, in the courtyard of the Bosta family, the scene of knights holding magic lamps and walking around could be seen everywhere. There were even many patrolmen in the mansion, which showed how well the Bosta family's protection work was done. Many spies from various forces arranged around the Bosta family were watching this scene and felt it was difficult. Presumably, among these people, there must be some people with thieves who wanted to sneak into the Bosta family and do something that would harm others and benefit themselves. Right? At this time, Xian was taking a bath for the first time in a long time. It is still more comfortable to take a bath in my own bathhouse. Xian covered his head with a towel, leaned on the edge of the huge bathtub, spread his hands, and looked very happy. The last time he was so comfortable was in the Elves' Land. Right? The hot spring-type magic source in the Elves' Land was good, and Xian still couldn't forget it. But after that time, Xian rarely enjoyed such a pleasure. Needless to say, the trip to the imperial capital was not so leisurely. At the beginning of the trip to the demon world, there were many problems. Later, because the lives of the demons were fully improved, they didn't take such a comfortable bath. The magic pool in the Demon King's Hall looks good, but it's a pity that it is not for bathing. So Xian really hasn't been as relaxed as he is now for a long time. After relaxing for a while, Xian's heart moved again. Splash. Some water sound suddenly came into his ears, bringing back his memories. That's right. When I took a bath at home, I had my own special bathing partner. Thinking of this, Xian immediately wanted to take the towel off his face. However, don't move. An unexpected voice interrupted his action. Chapter 806. Are you sure it's yours? This voice is. Hearing the unexpected voice, Xian was startled at first, and then surprised. Laixia? That's right. The owner of this voice is Laixia. How come you are here? Xian was surprised and subconsciously prepared to open his eyes. However, before he opened his eyes, a pair of hands reached out and covered his eyes tightly. Didn't I tell you not to move? Lai Xiao said unhappily. What for? Xian frowned and prepared to resist. Xian had no courtesy to this young lady, and there was no option of obediently listening. He had always been the only one who bullied her. Therefore, Xian would never be able to stop moving when told not to move. However, perhaps seeing Xian's resistance, Lai Xiao said something quickly. I'm already in the bathtub, with no clothes on. As soon as these words came out, Xian froze and fell silent. Huh? Lai Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. But it was obvious that Lai Xiao breathed a sigh of relief too early. After the silence, Xian suddenly increased his resistance. What are you doing? Don't move. Don't move. I told you I'm not wearing any clothes. You're not wearing any clothes. You bastard. Lai Xiao panicked, and the hand covering Xian's face was being pulled hard by him. And he almost didn't pull it open. Lai Xiao could only scream while struggling with Xian's hand, making the sound of water louder. Seeing that Xian seemed to be getting more and more excessive, and was about to use magic, Lai Xiao shouted in anger. If you move again, I will move you directly to the street, so that all the citizens of the capital can come and see the strong body of the hero. This threat worked on Xian smoothly. Thinking of this woman's amazing space magic, Xian, who was worried about his chastity, could only stop resisting reluctantly. Lai Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, but also gritted her teeth. You bastard. I clearly said that. But you still moved around. What are you doing? Miss Lai Xiao was so angry that she was about to explode. In response, Xian just snorted coldly and threw out a sentence lightly. There is a woman in front of me who is soaking in the same pool with me, and she keeps saying that she is not wearing clothes. At this time, I can feast my eyes as long as I look up. But this woman ran over by herself, took off her clothes by herself, and couldn't even beat me. If I don't accept this good thing that comes to my door, wouldn't it be unfair to the LSP in front of the screen? Xian's matter-of-fact remarks made Lai Xiao's lungs burst with anger. I just saw that you were back, so I found a quiet time when no one was around and came here. What Lai Xiao wanted to say was that, apart from this bathing time, she could hardly find any other such opportunity. So, she took the opportunity to transfer here in a space, instead of coming here specifically to give Xian benefits. Of course, you don't have to do this. Xian said so, in a tone that was so annoying that he couldn't pay for his life, and said leisurely, after all, someone might come over in a while. Don't think I really don't have good things to accept. The implication is that even at this time of bathing, there might be someone around you. As for whether it will be very quiet, guess? Lai Xiao has stopped talking, just staring at Xian, with a bitter and vengeful look, wishing she could bite off 2 pieces of meat from his body. You guy. You are still so shameless. Lai Xiao can only give such an evaluation. Thank you for the compliment. Xian naturally didn't take Lai Xiao's words to heart, and said leisurely, I just don't know what the young lady is planning to do by coming here specially and bathing with me naked. This sounds hateful, but it is also getting to the point. Lai Xiao could only resist the urge to move Xian to the street for people to watch, and snorted coldly. I just came to see what you have gained from your trip to the demon world. Lai Xiao said in a yin-yang tone. I heard that you also caused a lot of trouble in the demon world. What do you mean? Xian said unyieldingly. I did encounter a lot of things, but it was the things that found me, not me who found the things. You have to figure it out. It's all the same. Lai Xiao curled her lips and said, anyway, there must be no shortage of turmoil around you. In the words of your world, this is called the attribute of trouble. Right? You are very up to date. And you even know the word trouble. Xian was speechless for a while. Then he was too lazy to argue with Lai Xiao, and said directly, if you have anything to say, just say it directly. After hearing Xian's words, Lai Xiao hesitated for a while, and opened her mouth. But before Lai Xiao could speak, Xian added another sentence. Just don't ask me to do something thankless. As soon as this was said, Lai Xiao's eyebrows jumped up. That was because she was angry. What is a thankless task? Lai Xiao said angrily, all along. Haven't you asked me to do those so-called thankless tasks? For example, the time when Tira was there. It was Lai Xiao who followed up the whole process and provided assistance silently in secret. If it is thankless, this is indeed thankless. But you also fooled me to help you deal with the killer faction? What was the result? I scattered their ashes, and you didn't show up. Xian actually brought up such an old account. Lai Xiao was speechless. There was no way. That time, she did trick Xian into dealing with the old demons of Beidou. But she was absent on the spot, did not show up, and did not provide any help. If Xian was not strong enough and could deal with the entire killer faction alone, it would be fatal. When it comes to this matter, even Laixia can't help but feel embarrassed. What? Nothing to say? Xian's eyes were covered, and he couldn't see Laixia's expression at this moment, so he became expressionless. This made Laixia feel guilty. Helpless, Laixia could only bring up the old matter again. Then you also stole my Laixia. Laixia targeted this matter. That being said, when it really came up, Laixia still felt angry. But when Laixia mentioned it, Xian also sneered. How dare you talk about Laixia? Xian said with contempt. During this period of time, she has been kidnapped by you. Hasn't she? When Xian came back, he found that his home was not as clean and beautiful as before. Although the house was cleaned up without a speck of dust, it no longer had the feeling that the floor was shining. The flowers and trees in the courtyard were the same. Although they were trimmed well, they no longer had the amazing feeling of being like works of art. In addition, the number of maids and servants in the house increased, as if to fill some serious vacancies. Xian didn't know that when he was not at home, Laixia was also not at home. If the elder sister was at home, the house would definitely not be like this now. Those servants and knights who were shouting and screaming for his return, as if they were fans of a star, might not be worshipping him anymore. Looking up at the sky. Later, from Tyr, Xian learned that when he went to the demon world last time, Tyr, Lexia and Laixia who returned to the capital also separated. Tyr returned to Bostut's house. Lexia and Laixia did not come back and disappeared without a trace. So, Laixia had been taken away by Lexia. Thanks to this, Xian said so. Who would have thought that Lexia would say something with confidence? Laixia was originally mine, and I didn't want to go back here. I didn't know the people here very well. So wasn't it wrong to take Laixia away? Lexia began to claim sovereignty. This was indeed the case. Originally, there was no relationship between Laixia and the people in Bastuta's family. Not even friendship. Not only that, Laixia was also a wanted criminal in the kingdom of Mitra. Logically speaking, he and the people of the kingdom would only be enemies, and it was impossible for them to live in harmony. Laixia also didn't want to make friends with anyone. It can be said that if it weren't for Xian being here, and if the master and servant hadn't been deeply entangled with Xian for various reasons, then Laixia would have taken Laixia with her to travel the world again and wander around everywhere. In the past 10 years, Laixia has been doing this. It would be strange if Laixia would stay in one place. Especially here. Where is this? The capital of the kingdom of Mitra. The royal capital. As a wanted criminal who had attacked the royal capital, the royal palace, and stolen the remains of the demon king and his private residence. He actually lived here. If it weren't for his high skills and courage, and the space magic, almost no one could catch him. How could Laixia still be at large until now? This time, Xian didn't come back. So Laixia naturally couldn't want to stay in Bostut's house. So, she took Laixia away on the spot, but still stayed near the royal capital. Until today, when Xian returned, Laixia found an opportunity and slipped over alone. Xian just wanted to say, "Are you sure Laixia is yours?" The villain hero grinned and said meaningfully, "Haven't I made her mine?" Laixia was stunned when she heard it. And when she reacted, she was immediately furious. "How dare you say that?" Laixia was instantly furious, and she wanted to do something as soon as her hand moved. Xian seemed to feel it. Without any hesitation, Xian stretched out his hand and grabbed Laixia. "Ah!" Laixia screamed and shouted, "What are you doing? Of course I'm catching you." While Xian felt that the touch would last forever, he said righteously, "If you transfer me to the street, I will definitely die with you. As long as I catch Laixia, no matter where I am transferred, this girl will definitely follow me. Who wants to die with you?" Laixia realized Xian's sinister intentions, and immediately struggled and shouted, "Let me go. I won't." Xian not only did not let go, but held on tighter, and said, "I advise you not to struggle, lest I accidentally slip and touch something I shouldn't touch. I #% and Laixia couldn't help it, and destroyed her image as a lady, and spit out fragrance. The next second, Xian felt that the hand covering her disappeared, and the vision in front of her also recovered. Even the girl in her hand disappeared, making the whole bathhouse seem as if no one else had been there. Quiet and silent. But not long after, another figure appeared in front of the bath. Of course, it was Laixia. There was still some moisture on the body of this young lady. Her hair was also wet, and her skin was moist and red. At a glance, you can tell that she had just left the hot water. She was already fully dressed and standing on the shore, looking at Sheen with murderous eyes, like a master butcher who was considering where to start the knife. It was obvious that she had lost her mind. What do you want to do? Sheen stood up with a vigilant look on his face. This stand made Lycia's face twisted. This bastard. Doesn't he know how to cover it up? Lycia wanted to help him cut off the extra things on his body. But then she thought, this is also related to the lifelong happiness of her own Laxia. Thinking of this, Lycia wanted to squat down with her head in her hands. Why did I have to provoke a devil like you when I could have provoked anyone else? Lycia regretted it very much. This guy is here to piss me off to death. That's right. Thinking about it carefully, this seems to be what fate should be like. After all, I am the body of the devil. And this guy is the hero who conquers the devil. How can the hero and the devil not fight to the death when they meet? This guy is my nemesis. At that moment, Lycia glared at Sheen. I wanted to tell you something, but now I've changed my mind. Lexia said viciously, you guys can deal with those troubles by yourself. I'll wait and reap the benefits. Lexia was about to leave after leaving this. Wait. Sheen saw through this action and hurriedly called her. Even if you regret it, it's useless. Lexia was about to say something harsh to let Sheen know that regret is useless. But before she finished speaking, Sheen threw another sentence. If you want to leave, go ahead. And leave Laxia to me. Sheen blurted out this sentence without any regret at all. I #% at end. Lexia once again uttered a sweet word. And then she disappeared with a hideous space transfer. Before disappearing, Lexia was determined to be a bad master who broke up the couple. Even if my own Laxia stays by my side and hides, I will never let the soulless hero here get away with it. If I let Laxia come back again, I will jump from here and fall to my death. Laxia swore a poisonous oath. Only Sheen was left, looking at the place where the disappeared Laxia stood, and curled his lips regretfully. It's a pity that I couldn't seduce my elder sister back. As soon as Sheen finished speaking, a faint voice sounded. Who are you trying to seduce? The beautiful purple-haired girl, who had stripped herself naked and even took off the mask on her face, stood on the shore at some point, staring at him straight. Sheen laughed dryly and shut up. Chapter 807. This backyard is out of control. The arrival of Miss Laxia was like an inexplicable typhoon, coming fast and leaving fast. Although Sheen was somewhat concerned about what she mentioned, he knew from her expression that she had the leisure to quarrel with him and get angry with him, that it might be a big deal. But it was not too urgent. If there was really something big going to happen, that guy would tell me about it no matter how angry he was. After all, Sheen's safety involved Laxia's mood, with the degree of pampering of the maid. For Laxia, she would have to remind herself despite her displeasure. Thinking of this, Sheen did not take it seriously, and put it behind his mind in a blink of an eye. Fear, who broke in halfway, seemed to have noticed that someone other than Sheen was present here. But she said nothing. She just quietly soaked in the water as usual, and even threw herself into Sheen's arms, and became gentle with Sheen. Sheen would naturally not forget this taciturn little lover, who hid deeper than anyone else. He stroked her smooth purple hair, and spoke with satisfaction. How have you been recently? Sheen asked a little. It's nothing big. Thea shook her head and said concisely, most of the troublesome things are handled by Vivian and President lately. I just do what they tell me to do when they need me to help. So the things at home have basically not affected my life. The heir of the Albion family used this sentence to pass over all the turmoil in the past month, as if nothing big had really happened, with a flat and indifferent tone. But she knew that this girl had changed a lot. Is there anything different about you? Sean looked at Ter. He was not referring to her figure. The figure of the 16-year-old girl was still the same as before, and she had not fully grown up. Her breathtakingly beautiful face was still a little immature, exactly the same as in Sean's memory, without any change. But after returning to Bostut's house, Sean keenly discovered that Ter's feeling was different from before. In the past, Ter gave people a cold and sharp feeling, like a sharp blade that could be pulled out at any time. It was okay when you didn't notice her existence, and people would feel that this girl's presence was not high and not very eye-catching. But if you really notice her and realize her extraordinariness, you will find how cold and dangerous this girl is, which makes people shudder. But now, Teal gave Sheen the feeling of a dull, ferocious beast, as if it was taking a nap. At first glance, he looked ordinary, but at second glance, he would find something wrong. After the third glance, he would feel a chill rising up, as if he had seen an evil spirit, and his face would change drastically, compared with the feeling that Tear gave before. This feeling can only be said to be more restrained, but more dangerous. Compared with such changes, Tyr's rapid improvement in level did not surprise Sheen. He knew what kind of person Tyr was, and what a great genius he was. Roxy, who was hailed as the most talented person, has now been able to break through the limit of life and advance to the super level. Tyr, who is second only to Roxy, and is also favored and blessed by the goddess of fate, is not surprising even if she is not as perverted as Roxy. Not to mention, Tyr is also very hardworking. When Sheen first came to the capital, she had been working hard to seek improvement, and even regarded the nobles who were hostile to her as a tempering, and threw herself into battle every day. When she was in the imperial capital, this girl also overcame difficulties again and continued to grow in adversity. Now, back in the capital, Tyr also has no shortage of training environment. Didn't I say that when Vivian and Laylee needed her to help, she only needed to do what they told her to do? And the things at home had basically no impact on her? What this sentence means is that she is still as diligent in training as before. And even most of the things that need to be fought in Bostut's family are handed over to her, so that she still has many powerful enemies to fight, and constantly improves herself. Therefore, it is understandable that Tyr's level will advance by leaps and bounds. She has now reached level 78, and I believe that it will not be a problem to break through to level 80 in the near future. But even if she reaches level 80, it is just child's play in the eyes of Sheen now, let alone level 80. As long as it is not an existence that has reached the extreme level, it does not need special attention in the eyes of Sheen now. In this case, Tyr gave himself such a feeling, which really surprised Sheen. In response, Tyr looked at Sheen for a while, and then stood up. The water drops slid down from his body, forming a very tempting scene. Unfortunately, before Sheen could appreciate it more, what happened next finally made him stand up in astonishment. Buzz! The atmosphere around Tyr suddenly trembled. A large amount of magic power began to gather on Tyr's forehead, causing a horn to gradually grow on his forehead. Yes! At this moment, Tyr actually activated his dangerous unique skill Ghost Transformation. You? Sheen couldn't help but stand up. This is not something to joke about. Once Tyr's Ghost Transformation is activated, it will not only go out of control, but will also continue to absorb the surrounding magic power, converting the endless magic power into pure power, making himself stronger and stronger. That is an unlimited improvement. In theory, as long as there is enough magic power and enough time to absorb it, then Tyr can be strong enough to defeat any existence, including the Demon King and the Supreme God. Of course, that is just theory. If you want to absorb magic power to reach the level of the Demon King and the Supreme God, I am afraid that it will not be enough even if you drain the magic power of the entire world. The Demon King and the Supreme God are both existences above the world. If you want to drain the magic power of the world that is not as good as them to reach their level, you will know that it is impossible. But even so, as long as there is enough magic power and enough time to absorb it, then Tyr's power will sooner or later be upgraded to the level of the goddess of fate. In the past, Tyr only absorbed magic power for a period of time, and he could fight against Ahi twice, and even force Sheen at that time to unlock the first seal of the Holy Sword to deal with it. You can imagine how powerful this ability is. But because his mother cut off his horn on the day he was born and presented it to the Lephilet family, once this ability is activated, Tyr will go crazy and lose control. More than a month ago, Tyr went to the capital of the empire to find his horn in order to solve this problem. Unfortunately, the horn had been used and destroyed by Moro. In other words, Tyr has no way to make up for this defect. Knowing this clearly, Sheen was shocked by Tyr's sudden ability. Who would have thought? I'm fine. With that horn on his head, Tyr actually uttered unexpectedly sober words. Alas? Sheen was a little stunned. Tyr pointed to his horn as if he had guessed that Sheen would react like this. Didn't you notice that my horn is a little different from before? After hearing what Tyr said, Sheen realized that the horn that Tyr had gathered seemed to be much more real than before. Look! Tyr pinched the horn that had gathered on her forehead and lifted her bangs, allowing her to see her forehead hidden under her bangs clearly. The forehead was smooth, white and smooth, and it looked a bit tender. However, what really caught Sheen's attention was a short horn on the tender forehead. That was not a horn condensed by magic, but a real horn. Your horn. Sheen looked at Tyr in great astonishment. Tyr nodded, and with a calm expression and tone, confirmed Sheen's guess, and said, It has grown again. Sheen asked in a daze, When did it happen? Just this time. Tyr replied unusually calmly, To be more precise, it should be said that after my horn was destroyed by Moro, I had the feeling that it was growing back. In other words, because the original horn was completely destroyed, Tear began to grow a new horn. This horn is very short and small, and looks like a bud that has just broken through the ground. But it has indeed grown out. After it grew out, I found that even if I performed Ghost transformation, I would no longer lose control. The absorbed atmospheric magic power was no longer as difficult to control as before in the process of converting into power. Instead, it was neutralized and converted by this horn and became something that I could initially control. Tear said so. Now it has just grown out, and it is impossible to convert too much power. When it grows fully, I will probably be able to fully control the power I get after Ghost transformation. Although, I feel that it will take a lot of time for this horn to grow fully. But, at least, now Tear has the hope of fully controlling the power brought by his unique skills. Good guy. Sheen is completely at a loss. I have only been away from the capital for 2 months. As a result, not only my first wife has become so powerful, but even my second wife is developing quietly in secret? What do these two girls want to do? Why do they suddenly change their appearance? No, that's not right. It seems that there are more than just these two. Thinking carefully, Sheen suddenly remembered that Melika seemed to be in the god realm as well. With the help of the plug-in I gave her, she is becoming stronger at a very fast speed. Right? Not to mention Yi. She is already very strong. Even Xia Fun, who had a relationship with her by accident, is a demon-level existence. This. I originally thought that my current growth was very remarkable. But why did it feel like I couldn't control the backyard anymore? Sheen couldn't help but doubt his life. Chapter 808 TL's decision. What's wrong? Seeing Sheen's face full of doubts about life, TL frowned, canceling her ability while asking. Nothing. Sheen laughed dryly and suppressed the powerlessness in his heart. TL naturally didn't know how much pressure her breakthrough brought to Sheen. She was not a very thoughtful person. It's better to say that she was a bit straightforward and even stubborn. Seeing that Sheen didn't explain anything, she didn't doubt or ask too much, and directly expressed her thoughts. I want to challenge that man. As soon as these words came out, Sheen's eyes froze instantly. Of course he knew who the man TL mentioned was. Arida Elbian? Sheen murmured. That's right. TL nodded lightly, not realizing how shocking her words were. At least, if there is a third party here, they will definitely be scared by Tear's words. Do you know how strong the opponent is? Sheen reminded him. That is a top legendary strongman of level 98. The #1 person in the human race today. Are you sure you want to challenge him so soon? Sheen didn't find it strange at all that Tear wanted to challenge Aradia. With the disputes and fate between this girl and that knight, the emergence of this challenge can be said to happen sooner or later. Tear has said more than once that she wants to become stronger. Stronger than that man. In this way, she may be able to get rid of the shadow of her childhood and achieve true independence. Sheen has never doubted that one day, Tear will have the ability to challenge Aradia. After all, she is a blessing chosen by the goddess of fate. Even if she is not as special as Luoshi, Tear is undoubtedly a human genius, and her talent potential is even higher than Aradia. In addition, Tear is so independent and self-reliant that she will definitely grow stronger than Aradia in time. By then, it will not be too late for Tear to challenge the other party. But even Sheen did not expect that this day would come so soon. It was so fast that Sheen felt it was a little unreal and worried. So Sheen could not help but give advice. You are still young and your strength is in a period of rapid improvement. Even your horns have not grown fully yet. There is a lot of room for growth. Why are you so anxious? What Sheen meant was that he wanted Tear to develop for a while. After all, Tear is now just a superior strongman of level 78, which is still a long way from the legendary level of level 90. Not to mention the level of level 98, which is not far from the extreme level. Although level is not everything, the strength of unique skills is more important than level and skills. And the growth rate of each person when upgrading is also different. Some are big, some are small. It is not impossible for Tear to defeat Aradia. But in Sheen's opinion, this possibility is not great at present. Even if you have the ability of Ghost transformation, I think you should upgrade to legendary level first. This is what Sheen suggested. After level 90, with the ability of Ghost transformation, it will definitely not be too difficult for Tear to defeat Aradia. Unfortunately, I want to try. Tear did not refute Sheen's words, but she did not intend to back down. Instead, She stared at Sheen while saying this. From her eyes, Sheen saw a determination to break the wall without looking back. That is not a desperate gamble, but just challenging one's own goals and challenges one's own limits. Even if I lose, I believe that this battle will become the nourishment for my growth and make me stronger. Tear acted quite determined, but Sheen still had to say, your chances of winning are slim. Sheen met Tear's gaze, no longer beating around the bush, and said bluntly, even if the ability of ghost transformation is very powerful, it still needs time to develop. I don't think Arya will let you continue to become stronger. This is the disadvantage of ghost transformation. A powerful and unique skill. That is, even if it is not out of control and can be activated at will, it still needs time to absorb magic power and transform power before Tear can become stronger and stronger. Even if in theory, this is an ability that can ignore limits and continuously improve strength. But in reality, the improvement brought by this ability does take time to be carried out, and it is impossible to achieve it overnight. At the beginning, Sheen suppressed Tear's ghost transformation when she had not yet developed. As Tear's father, Aradia has been watching Tear from the side since he was a child because of his ability of demonization, and he brought Tear with him to prevent him from suddenly going berserk. He must be very aware of this weakness of demonization, and will never let Tear develop in battle. As long as Aradia reacts quickly, he can rush up to Tear the moment she activates demonization, and can completely defeat her when the demon in Tear's body is not too strong. Such Tear's chance of winning is really not high. Tear naturally understands this. But, I want to try. As if all his thoughts and considerations were compressed into these 4 words. Tear vomited them out again. Sheen was speechless. Tear stopped talking and just kept looking at Sheen. After a long time, Sheen sighed. All right. Sheen compromised and said, I will find the right time to help you make an appointment with him. Hearing this, Tear nodded heavily. The next moment, the girl threw herself into Sheen's arms again. Play with me. Simple and crude words were spit out from the girl's mouth. Sheen's hot blood was awakened, and he hugged Tear without hesitation. After a while, in the bathhouse, imaginative voices began to appear. At the same time, on the outskirts of the royal capital, Lycia appeared here, cursing. Damn soul. I want to remind you something with good intentions, but you still treat me like that. Curse you to have no toilet paper, no shoes when you go to the street, step on monster feces when you walk, and be stood up when you get married. The demon girl cursed Sheen very viciously. It can be imagined that she was really angry with Sheen. Until, are you scolding the unreliable hero in our family? With the sound of such a half-smile, Lycia froze, and her footsteps froze in midair, and she could never take another step. The sudden voice was so pleasant to the ears, like the sound of nature, like a ballad, making people feel itchy and throbbing in their hearts. This voice, unlike any other in the mortal world, made Lycia feel like being splashed with a basin of cold water, and the anger in her heart was soothed. But Lycia not only did not feel comfortable, but became a little panicked. Duh! A figure fell from the air, like a fairy descending from the sky, and landed lightly in front of Lycia. Looking at her with interest, Lycia saw the other person's full appearance almost instantly, and was also shocked by the other person's appearance in an instant. There was no way. The person who came was a beauty. A peerless beauty with an angelic face, a devilish body, and incomparable charm, like the embodiment of the concept of beauty. As far as Lexia knows, there is only one such peerless beauty in the whole of Omnipotensen. Succubus. Xia Fun. Lexia called out the other party's name in a hoarse voice. Shockingly, it was Xia Fun. As soon as Sheen returned, Xia Fun followed. You are the body in the rumors, right? Xia Fun looked at Lexia for a long time, and then she murmured in a sigh or lament, it's really like her. Who she is referring to? Everyone in the known knows. Looking at the other party's pitiful appearance, Lexia almost couldn't help but let down her guard. This woman is just as the rumors say, so beautiful that even women can't help but be attracted to her. Lexia smiled bitterly in her heart. She could only muster up the courage to speak to Xia Funi. I didn't expect that Her Highness the Succubus would come. It was really rude. As she said this, Lycia bowed to Xiafen. Xiafen seemed to see through Lycia's worries, and once again made a half-smile. Don't worry. I won't do anything to you. Xiafen said with a smile. We demons have an agreement with the 3 great gods of the god realm, and the royal family of the kingdom of Mitra. For your background, we will not interfere too much with you. So you don't have to worry that I will take away your little maid. Let alone worry about what I will do to you. Of course. If you want to follow me yourself, that's another matter. Right? Xian, who said this, appeared in front of Lixia at some point, and actually lifted Lixia's chin, looking at her familiar face, and showed a meaningful smile. You? Lixia was startled, but she didn't even dare to move. Her whole body was stiff. The reason was nothing else. Just because that breathtakingly beautiful face was less than 5 centimeters away from her. Looking at that face, Lixia had the urge to fall into it. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Xiao Funi let go at the right time and turned around, leaving Lixia with a back view. Lixia seemed to wake up at this time, and when she reacted, she was scared and broke out in a cold sweat. Just now, she was almost captured by this succubus. Understanding this, Lixia didn't even dare to look at Xiao Funi's back, and lowered her head directly. Thank you very much, Your Highness. Lixia spoke tremblingly. Xiao Funi seemed to have lost interest in Lixia, turned her back to her, and waved her hand. From the looks of you, it seems that you are also involved with the hero in our family. In this case, I believe we will have dealings in the future. Xiao Funi glanced at Lixia and said, if there is a chance, let me see what the maid you made with your mother's remains looks like. After leaving this sentence, Xiao Funi disappeared. Huh? Lixia breathed a sigh of relief and said with lingering fear, what a terrible woman. Such a woman actually appeared here alone before the 3-tribe meeting. I don't know whether it is a good thing or a bad thing. The only thing that is certain is that from the moment she stepped into the capital, the entire capital will not be at peace. Right? I hope that this rumored moody demon will not bring us too much trouble. Lixia can only pray like this. I just don't know whether this will work or not. Chapter 809 I Don't Believe You. The noisy day, with all kinds of unrest, finally came to an end. The next day, although the return of Sheen was still a hot topic, it was not as sensational as yesterday. After some people calmed down, they also began to pay attention to some realistic topics. For example, now that the brave Sheen is back, how is he going to deal with his engagement with Her Highness Rosie Lusty? Is he going to cancel the engagement? Or is he going to let Her Highness Rosie Lusty be his concubine? Will the royal family agree to that? Will we agree? Anyway, I will never agree. Similar conversations have appeared from time to time at the beginning, and they are getting more and more intense. People who are interested will find that these topics spread very quickly, as if someone is deliberately leading the rhythm, spreading rumors, and preparing to control public opinion, gradually pushing Sheen to the forefront. But it is undeniable that many people are indeed waiting for news from the royal family to see how they will choose to deal with the problem between them and the hero. Of course, the attitude of the hero himself is also very important. Although he is a noble of the kingdom, anyone with a discerning eye can understand that, given the other party's identity and specialness. The identity of a mere noble of the kingdom is just a piece of cake for the other party. If they are willing to admit it, that's fine. If the relationship is messed up, I believe the other party will not have too much nostalgia. If it becomes like that, the appearance of the hero in the kingdom will no longer be the glory of the kingdom, but the shame of the kingdom. Will the kingdom and the royal family compromise because of the power behind Sheen, so as to continue to win over this hero, who has only risen for half a year and obviously has no great sense of belonging to the kingdom? Many people have begun to pay attention to this. Of course, this does not have much impact on the upcoming 3-tribe talks. On this day, the capital still welcomed big figures from all over the world, creating a lively scene of traffic. These big shots from all over the world have special nobles to receive them. Some live in the nobles' homes. Some live in the high-end hotels prepared by the kingdom. And some live in the royal palace. It can be said that everything is available. Today, even big shots from the orcs, dwarves, and other foreign races have begun to appear. I believe that the closer the day of the 3-race meeting is, the more lively the royal capital will be, until even the big shots from the gods and demons will come. By then, the royal capital can be said to be extremely lively. Under such circumstances, the Boztut family, which has already welcomed Sheen back, is undoubtedly the place that attracts the most attention from all parties. Therefore, today, many people still come here without any effort, hoping to visit Sheen and the brave, and once again create a lively scene at the gate of the Boztut family. However, this time, these people would not be as rash as they were yesterday. After all, at the gate of Boztut's house, a black dragon had been lying there and taking a nap. The dragon's might emanating from its body made the horse's legs tremble, and they dared not approach. The big figures from all parties, and factions were naturally terrified and could only wait obediently, hoping to have a chance to see Xian. They didn't know that Xian had gotten up early in the morning and was not at home. He went to the palace early, and he used teleportation to hurry on his way. It would be a ghost if he was discovered. Xian didn't even report at the door with the royal token given by Luo Shi as before, and let people go. Instead, he teleported directly into the palace. Silently, quickly and conveniently, and very comfortable. His destination was naturally Luo Shi's bedroom. Lord Xian. Lord Xian. As soon as they entered the door, a group of female knights of the Holy Sword Knights knelt down on one knee in front of Xian very solemnly. The etiquette was so heavy that Xian was a little surprised. Why did they suddenly become so respectful today? Xian was confused and could only nod and walk into the bedroom. As a result, before they walked far, Xian heard such a whisper. Did Count Batuta come to see His Highness again? Wasn't it enough to torment His Highness for so long yesterday? It's really amazing. I thought that even a hero would have to rest at home today. Hush. Don't talk so loudly. Hearing such whispers, Xian couldn't help but face black. There is no doubt that Xian is not feeling well. What kind of tiger and wolf words are these sultry female knights talking about? Xian walked in the corridor with a dark face until he reached the door of Luo Shi's room. Sir! The attendants, led by 4 female knights above level 70, knelt on one knee and looked respectful when they saw Xian appear. But now, Xian not only did not feel happy, but felt that his privacy was being piqued. He always felt that these female knights were not respecting him as a hero, but respecting him as an LSP. It should be an illusion. Right? Xian chose to escape from reality, ignored these female knights who looked at him with strange eyes, and directly opened the door and walked into Luo Shi's room. When he came in, Xian found that someone had come to Luo Shi before him. Should I say welcome back? Sir, the hero? With such resentful words, Leah actually sat in the room, facing the door, and showed Xian an expression as resentful as her tone. Behind Leah, Sanai followed as usual, looking at Xian with a complicated and strange look, and a little admiration that she had never had before. Luo Shi was sitting opposite Leah, drinking tea with her. However, at this moment, the eyes of this princess were cold and golden, and the atmosphere she exuded was mysterious and holy. Xian knew at a glance that this drama queen was pretending again. She used to pretend to be a flawless princess, but now that she has shaped the power of destiny through blessings and prayers, she is pretending to be a cold and mysterious goddess? This guy is really good at playing. Instead of exposing Luo Shi, Xian looked at Leah, who was full of resentment, and smiled. From the look of you, it seems that you don't welcome me back. My first princess. Xian's teasing did not make Leah feel better. On the contrary, Leah sneered. If the former Earl of Batuta had returned with the identity of a hero, then Liad Ella would naturally welcome him. Unfortunately, Earl of Batuta not only brought back the identity of a hero, but also a marriage contract that was executed first and reported later. Leah's implication was quite yin and yang. Xian also knew that this girl was standing up for her sister, so she touched her nose and spread her hands. If I say that I was also executed first and reported later, would your highness believe it? Xian's words were met with Leah's sneer. That look, to interpret it with the words of the previous life, is that I don't believe you. I think so too. Xian knew that this would be the result. One of the top demons, the dragon demon Yi, who had killed 2 heroes and was known as one of the most brutal demons, would actually kill first and ask for permission later, in order to marry herself off. She even ignored the opinions of the person she was engaged to and directly decided on it. Who would believe this? The hero is great, but not so great that the demons would not hesitate to marry off their own demons to win him over. As for calming down the commotion caused by the hero's reincarnation, it is even more unnecessary. To be honest, if it weren't for the special nature of Xian and the fact that Yi himself did not object to this matter, and the relationship between him and Xian was already obvious, then Sarah would never have used this method to calm down the chaos among the 3 tribes. To calm down the commotion, marrying the Demon King's daughter to a human hero. That sounds fake, doesn't it? Therefore, Xian knew that no one would believe the truth he told. At the moment, Xian simply said so. You may not believe it, but my fiancée is a woman who wants to get married. Although she has called your highness all day long, she actually wants to get married more than anyone else. Xian said this very seriously. Luo Shi almost couldn't maintain her newly established aloof personality. I think you are implying me. And there is evidence. Leah naturally didn't think that Xian was talking about her sister, but thought that Xian was talking about Yi. However, upon hearing this, Leah wanted to laugh. You mean? A dignified dragon demon is actually a woman who hates to get married? Leah was almost laughing, and said, do you think I will believe such a ridiculous statement? In response, Xian's answer was very simple. Believe it or not. Xian rolled his eyes, and said unhappily, anyway, this is the case. You can do whatever you want. You, Leah, didn't expect Xian to be so fearless. And she was also very angry. Okay, Sister Leah. Luo she happened to stop him everywhere. And she didn't know whether she wanted to stop Xian from continuing to imply herself or speak for Xian. She said lightly, we have already discussed this matter. Don't worry about it. Leah snorted coldly, turned her head away, and stopped talking. Obviously, this princess still knows the limit. It's okay to say a few words to Xian, but if it really ends in a bad mood, it will be troublesome for them. Besides, Xian had done her a favor, helping her solve life-threatening issues and allowing her to live the life she has today. For this reason, Leah had once made up her mind to help Xian and Rosie reach the top of the world. This determination has not changed to this day. At this moment, Leah stopped. Xian certainly didn't take it to heart, and sat down next to the two princesses. I know you all care about this, Xian said very straightforwardly. Let's solve this matter today. Hearing this, Rosie, Leah and even Sinai turned their heads and looked at Xian. Xian shrugged and said, let's go and see your father. Chapter 8:10 Fencing Practice? King's Bedroom. When Xian, Luo Shi, Leah and Sinai arrived here, they were stunned by Anqi's state. Are you insomniac? Your Majesty? Xian spoke his thoughts frankly. There is no way. At this moment, Anqi, who was sitting in the room waiting for Xian and others to arrive, not only looked exhausted, but also had dark circles under his eyes. He almost had the words I'm sleepy, I want to sleep engraved on his face. He looked weak after a night of hard work. Aradia was beside him, as indifferent as always, holding the sword as always, standing there without saying a word. But for some reason, he also had some dark circles under his eyes. This made Xian have some evil thoughts. What are these two grown men doing here in the middle of the night without sleeping? Practice fencing? What a good hobby. Before Xian could even think of anything, Anqi was staring at him. That look was full of murderous intent. So, Lord Bastuto also knew that he had to come see me? Anqi's tone was particularly aggressive. This tone made Xian stunned, and also made the two sisters Luoshi and Leo look at each other. Why does it seem that my father is very resentful? Is he blaming Xian for his, Luoshi's, affairs? But this seems to be more than just a complaint, but can be called resentment. Right? Luoshi and Leo were puzzled. The three of them had no idea how bad Anqi's mood was. After all, he had been waiting for Xian to come, and he had been waiting all night. But Xian didn't show up for a long time, so he sat here all night without sleeping, in order to wait for Xian. Anqi didn't know how many cups of tea he drank, and how many times he went to the toilet. Sometimes he even deliberately held back until his bladder almost burst. But Xian still didn't show up. Under such circumstances, Anqi's mentality was naturally broken. It would be strange if he could still have a good face now. Xian didn't know this, but he could guess Anqi's mentality at this time. So, seeing that you are so tired, we are embarrassed to disturb you. Why don't we stop here today and find a chance to visit you later? Xian said these words very considerately and pretended to leave. Wait! Anqi couldn't help but call him. Find another opportunity to visit? In other words, we have to wait again. Don't even think about it. Just tell me what's going on. I can still hold on. Anqi could only hate secretly in his heart. And at the same time, he forced himself to look more majestic. Unfortunately, the thick dark circles under his eyes ruined everything. Not only did Anqi's serious look not become full of majesty, but it even had an indescribable sense of funny. Puff. Leah laughed very unkindly. Luo she was still maintaining her cold image, and only the slight shaking of her shoulders told Xian how hard she was enduring. As for Xian, he naturally showed his considerate side again. Are you sure you can hold on? Don't get excited to faint when you hear something too exciting later, Xian reminded him kindly. Anqi didn't want to talk to this guy, and even wanted to throw stones at him. Although this was a brave man and an incredible talent, Anqi had spent a lot of effort to win him over in the past. But now, Anqi actually felt a sense of regret. What was wrong with me that I left such a scourge in the kingdom? Isn't it just a punishment for me? Anchi wanted to sigh to the sky. At this time, Aradia, who had been watching Xian silently, suddenly spoke. You have become stronger again. The knight, who was known as the first among humans, suddenly spoke to Xian. After hearing what Aradia said, Anchi, who was a little slow due to sleepless nights, also reacted and looked at Xian seriously. At first glance, this Count Bostad seemed to have not changed much, and there was nothing outstanding about him. He looked like an ordinary young nobleman. Even if he could not be seen everywhere, he was not extraordinary. But as long as you feel it carefully, you will find that a trace of pressure and an indescribable sense of existence are slowly emanating from the other party, which makes people more and more frightened. In addition, the sword worn by Xian on his waist, although without any power fluctuations, is extremely gorgeous and extraordinary in appearance, and is very familiar to Anchi and others. In this way, anyone with a keen sense will know how powerful and extraordinary this is. Compared with when Xian left the capital 2 months ago, he is qualitatively different. In addition to what Xian did in the Empire a while ago, and his feat of going to the demon world, then anyone can guess that Xian has experienced some growth. What level are you now? Anchi couldn't help asking this question. Xian didn't answer the question directly. What level is not very important to the human race. Right? Xian smiled. Anchi understood what Xian meant. 2 months ago, Xian had defeated Aradia, the first of the human race, and became the strongest of the human race in the true sense known to only a few people. Now, even though Xian has become stronger, he is still the number 1 in the human race. For the human race, the difference is not big at all. But you, Captain Aradia, seem to have become stronger too. Xian's eyes flickered slightly as he looked at Aradia, because, when he came in, Xian had already discovered it. He found that Aradia's level had been improved. Yes, this top legendary strongman, who was supposed to be level 98, has now made another step forward and has been promoted to level 99. He is no less inferior to Grey, and is only 1 step away from the rumored extreme level. The captain of the Knights of the Guards has actually been promoted again, which is really something Xian did not expect. Aradia herself is still so indifferent. It's just that after losing to you last time, she has thought about it. In other words, Aradia did not gain nothing in the battle against Xian. He sorted out the reasons for his defeat, combined with the experience gained in that battle, and after some training, he successfully improved his level. Originally, I wanted to avenge my shame. As Aradia said this, he looked at the holy sword on Xian's waist, and his tone became heavy. Now it seems that you didn't give your all in that battle. Everyone knows what kind of magic weapon the holy sword is, and how much assistance and improvement it can bring to people. You know, if an ordinary person can awaken a powerful unique skill, it is enough to use this power to subvert the difference in combat power between the enemy and us. The holy sword is the real reliance of the brave, and the help it brings is definitely not less than an extremely powerful unique skill. It is precisely because of both powerful unique skills and magic weapons, like the holy sword, that the brave with 2 trump card means can have a lot more advantages than ordinary people out of thin air, leaving countless strong men behind. But what about Xian? He is a brave man and has a holy sword. But he did not use his holy sword in the battle with Aradia. Even so, Xian still won. So, in that battle, Xian hid his skills, and hid them deeper than the sea. If it were not for the legend that Xian's unique skill can adjust the level and skills it will under certain conditions, allowing him to fight against high-level beings at a low level, Aradia would probably be autistic if she did not find that Xian used his unique skills in that battle. Of course, Xian's unique skill is actually an auxiliary growth skill, not a combat skill, and cannot provide any assistance in battle. This matter is not known to anyone. However, in that battle, Xian did not use reincarnation destiny, a means that is comparable to the subversive improvement brought by the unique skill. It can indeed be said that he hid it deeper than the sea. As for now, Xian has reached the limit level, and his pure level is better than Aradia, not to mention his pure strength. Even in normal state, he is half a step beyond the level. In view of this, Xian did not choose to provoke the Knight Commander. In that battle, I just wanted to verify my growth and ability at that time, and I had no other ideas. Xian said so. Is that so? Aradia was silent for a while, then nodded and stopped talking. On the other side, Anchi's mood also inexplicably improved a lot. In any case, this kid is a rare talent. This is a fact. With such a brave man in charge, even if the Mitrok Kingdom cannot dominate the entire omnipotent forest, it can dominate the entire human world. From this point of view, my daughter and I have good vision. We have taken a fancy to him early, and kept him in the kingdom. Thinking of this, Anshi's resentment instantly disappeared a lot. And he looked at Xian more favorably. You came here to talk about the engagement. Right? Anshi took the initiative to get to the point. Everyone turned their eyes to Anshi. That's right. Xian nodded and asked, I want to know. What does the kingdom think of me? There are no outsiders here. Xian doesn't want to beat around the bush. So he asked bluntly. Anshi is also a straightforward person. In front of Xian, he told him the kingdom's thoughts. We don't think your engagement with His Highness Longmo is a bad thing. On the contrary, it is a great thing. Whether from the perspective of our relationship with you or from the perspective of the human race. Anshi's implication is very simple. That is, as a human being, being able to marry the top of the demon race is simply a great thing that can bring honor to the family. Moreover, the human race can have such a deep connection with the demon race. And the benefits are also unimaginable. Even if the human race wants to get this benefit, it depends on Xian's face. But at least Xian is a human. One of our own. And there is room for negotiation. Therefore, from the perspective of the human race, Xian and Yi's engagement is not bad. But, from the perspective of the kingdom, we really don't want the kingdom's treasure that we are proud of to become a foil for others, or even other races. Anshi looked directly at Xian and said so. If it was an ordinary princess, it would be fine. Compared with the demons, it is really nothing. Just be a concubine. But you don't understand how special Luoxi is? Indeed, Luoxi's status in the kingdom, and even in the human race, cannot be compared with other princesses. She is the blessing of the goddess of fate, the darling of the gods, a miracle person who can master the power of fate, and even has the possibility of transcendence. With the recognition of the holy sword, her future will definitely not be inferior to that of a demon. Such a woman is going to be someone's concubine? It's a waste of God's gift. Chapter 8:11 Is everyone satisfied with the result? It can be said that the problem lies precisely in Rosie's identity. If Rosie was just an ordinary princess, it would be impossible to compare with the demons of the demon clan. But Rosie is not. She is not only the successor of the holy sword of the brave Mitra chosen after thousands of years, but also the inheritor of the power of the goddess of fate. Even part of the concept of existence has been transformed into a goddess, causing the goddesses of the gods to regard her as their own. And even as the successor of the goddess of fate, behind such Rosie stands not only the kingdom, but also the gods. As a result, in terms of strength, Rosie has the possibility of catching up with AI, and may even become stronger than her. In terms of the power behind her, AI has the support of the demon clan, and Rosie also has the support of the gods. The two sides are basically on par with each other, and no one is inferior to the other. If such a Rosie really gets married, I believe that all the men in Omnipotence are willing to give up everything for her, and the kingdom will only treat her as a treasure among treasures. How could it be possible for her to wrong herself and become a concubine? Even Rosie herself, considering her own position, dare not compromise on this matter. Of course, she must get married, and not getting married is absolutely impossible. All my assets have been put on this dogman, and if I don't get married, it will be a real loss. Moreover, Rosie doesn't think that in this world, except for Xian, there is anyone else who is qualified to marry her. Not to mention the problems of status and strength and potential. Just talking about my own nature. If I marry someone else, I won't be able to fish in this life. Therefore, Rosie's attitude is very clear. How to solve this matter? You can discuss and come up with a solution that everyone is satisfied with. But in any case, our engagement cannot be invalidated. This is the original words Rosie threw to the kingdom. If it weren't for this, Xian hadn't come back for a while. And those high-ranking nobles, with ulterior motives, would have been doing something in secret. In that case, when Xian came back, perhaps the opportunity would have been lost. Now, Luoxi once again put forward her bottom line. And her attitude can be said to be quite clear. Luoxi. And Xi's face fell. My good daughter, you just throw out the established facts like this. Won't that kid be fearless? If he makes some rude demands based on this, what do you want us to do? It's true that a daughter who is married off can only turn outward after being poured out. And Xi's heart was cold. Such and she didn't know that Xian was actually fearless. Even if Luoxi didn't stand so clearly, he wouldn't be scared by Anshi. In this case, Xian spoke leisurely. Let me talk about my attitude first. Your Majesty. Xian raised his eyelids, looked at Anshi, and said, personally, I don't want to rank my women in order of age. I will definitely treat them equally. There is no need to say more about this. Otherwise don't be the protagonist of the harem. Just be a scumbag. Anshi nodded and didn't object to Xian's words. He is a king. And there is more than one woman. Of course. He knows Xian's mood at this time. It's just. That's your own business. You can decide for yourself. Anshi said, but in front of outsiders. You always need a legitimate status. This is not only a rule, but also a local custom and ethnic customs. Others may not take it seriously. But Luo Shi is a member of the royal family after all. The real princess cannot be exempted from it. This is related to the face of the royal family and the majesty of the kingdom. If not enough attention is paid, there will be more and more people who despise the law in the future. And the country will become more and more chaotic. This is something Anshi will not allow to happen. Gray used to be like this. He was so dazzling and prosperous, full of legends. But he did nothing better than to be a demon licker, which was a disgrace to the kingdom. If the people of the kingdom were to have the impression that the kingdom could only lick the demons, they would be disappointed with the kingdom and feel humble in front of the demons. Therefore, the former king abolished the once dazzling collateral prince without hesitation, did not recognize Gray's royal identity, and strictly prohibited the people of the kingdom from mentioning him again. Treating him as a shame. Face is something that is insignificant to some people, but if it rises to the level of the country in power, it can already form a substantial impact. In the past, I don't know how many companies had problems with their image, which resulted in a sharp drop in shares, inability to recover funds, and eventually went into decline. Xin himself knew it very well. Therefore, he did not impose his own ideas on the kingdom in a domineering way, and spoke out without regard for their scruples. But Xian also said so. His Highness Longmo said that this matter did not matter to her, thinking that this was the custom of the human race and had nothing to do with her as a demon. She would not care. Nor would she compete with Luo Shi for anything. She even told me that it was okay to marry Luo Shi first. Xian said this. Is this true? Anshi suddenly became excited. If this is the case, then Luo Shi's position as the main wife is settled. When Xian was engaged to Luo Shi and Aie at the same time, he married Luo Shi first. Then people would naturally think that Luo Shi was the main wife. And she was still recognized by Aie. Even the demons were willing to give in. It is conceivable how much help this would have for Luo Shi's reputation. By then, the reputation of the kingdom will also rise. Just when Anshi was excited about this, Xian poured a basin of cold water on him. It is true. But I don't want Aie to be so non-competitive, and finally be considered inferior to Luo Shi, so that the kingdom can achieve itself by stepping on Aie's fame. Xian said meaningfully, you should understand what I mean. Right? Your Majesty? Anshi had nothing to say. He knew that this was Xian warning himself. If the kingdom really made a big fuss about this matter, making the world think that Luo Shi stepped on Aie, and Aie could only serve as a foil for Luo Shi, then the kingdom would certainly gain great fame and benefits. But Xian and even the demons behind Xian would not give up. In summary, I will not clearly establish who is the main wife, nor will I clearly recognize who is the concubine. Xian finally expressed his thoughts. I will marry Luo Shi and Aie at the same time. This is my decision. That's it. Although Aie said she didn't care about this beforehand, her indifference didn't mean that Xian could do whatever she wanted regardless of her status. Dragon Demon Aie, the pinnacle of the demon race. Such a high-ranking person should have enjoyed the greatest reputation in the world, instead of being abused by him. In a nutshell, he didn't want any of his women to feel wronged. Now it's Luo Shi and Aie, and later Tyr and Melika. Xian will marry them one by one. Besides, Xian also has to consider the position of the demon race. Aie herself doesn't care. But it doesn't mean that the demon race is willing to see the demons they are proud of being used as foils by the human race to set off Luo Shi's status. If one thing goes wrong, it will cause trouble. Marry at the same time? Anshi frowned and said, this is not in accordance with the rules. Then please ask His Majesty to find a way to make it in accordance with the rules. Xian obviously would not compromise on this matter, and said directly, I think the kingdom is not willing to offend the demons in this matter. Right? Anshi was speechless. This is indeed the case. Whether Luo Shi is the main wife or Aie is the main wife, it is possible to cause dissatisfaction from the forces behind one of the parties. Xian said, I know that the kingdom has the support of the gods in this matter, and is not afraid of the difficulties of the demons. But once the gods and demons have friction, what impact will it have on the upcoming three-tribe talks? I think your Majesty will not be unable to think of it. This is not a human situation. Xian does not want to encounter it. Therefore, Xian's attitude is very firm in this matter. On the side, the people who have been listening expressed their opinions one after another. I think what Lord Bastuda said is still very reasonable. Father, Leah supported Xian and said, it is indeed not advisable to offend the demons because of this matter, and cause friction between the three tribes. This princess sister is still very aware of the overall situation. Even if she has some complaints about Xian, she still wants to stand on his side. Luoxi, what is your opinion? Anqi frowned deeper and deeper, and turned to look at Luoxi. Luoxi had a blank expression on her face, but she was shouting in her heart. My opinion? My opinion is that the position of the main wife is gone. Luoxi baby is very blue and thin. Mushroom. But can't mushroom out? But she actually guessed that Xian would do this. What is the main wife and concubine? For him, who came from another world, there is no concept. In addition, Luoxi didn't want to take advantage of Ai openly and offend the demons. As a result, she naturally chose to default. Anyway, if no one is the main wife, she won't lose much. At most, when I grow up in the future, I can compete with that dragon demon. It's okay to slack off. But I can't let others persecute me. Thinking of this, Luoxi nodded directly. I have said that, in addition to the annulment of the engagement, you can discuss and come up with a result that everyone is satisfied with. What I mean is that now, it is enough to be able to marry, and the requirements are not high. Anqi wanted to say that this result might not be satisfactory to everyone. But what else can he say? It is better to avoid offending the demons. Otherwise, even if there is the support of the gods, the strength of the kingdom alone will still feel very weak. Thinking of this, Anqi sighed and finally nodded. I will think of a way. Hearing this, Xian smiled. Chapter 8:12 How fast? At this point, everything was logical. The atmosphere between Xian and Anqi was no longer as serious and heavy as it was at the beginning, and it became relaxed. But before Xian wanted to leave, Anqi remembered something. By the way, it's time to raise your title. Anqi suddenly said this. Raise the title? Xian was surprised. Now? Luoxi and Leah were also a little stunned. Logically speaking, this should not have happened. You know, Xian has only been a noble for about half a year. In about half a year, Xian was first awarded the title of Viscount, skipping the lowest rank of Baron. And then he was promoted to Earl because of his engagement with Luoxi, becoming a genuine upper noble. The speed of promotion is so fast that it is outrageous. For ordinary people, it would take at least 100 years of accumulation and development, and sufficient contributions to the kingdom, before they can be awarded as upper nobles. Xian took half a year to complete this process. If it weren't for his own good achievements and extraordinary strength, he would have caused criticism and dissatisfaction. Even so, Anqi originally planned to wait until Xian and Luoxi got married before raising his title to Marquis, making him a great noble second only to the Duke. In other words, in the original plan, Xian should have settled for a few more years before being promoted. Now, Anqi has moved up the plan. There is no way. You are a hero, and everyone in Omnipotence knows it. If your title is not raised, not only will the foreign forces be ready to move, but the people of the kingdom will also feel uneasy. Right? Anqi sighed helplessly. This is a big problem facing the kingdom at present. Leah also said thoughtfully. Indeed, many people have visited the Bostat family recently, especially those big figures from foreign countries and ethnic groups, who are several times more than the visitors from the country. Among so many people, no one would believe that there would be no one who came to poach people. They will definitely be moved by the strength, potential and energy behind the hero, and then have the idea of poaching people. And judging from the current situation, it is clear what the other party will use as the #1 target of attack. So that's it. Luoxi murmured. It is really difficult to keep a dignified hero if he is just an earl. Those foreign and ethnic forces will certainly take advantage of this and extend an olive branch to Xian. They will say that with Xian's ability, staying in the kingdom as a small earl is a waste of talent and is buried. Not to mention the forces of foreign countries and races. Even the people of the kingdom will worry whether Xian will eventually abandon the kingdom and defect to other countries because of his low title. Such voices are still small at present, and only appear in the upper echelons of the kingdom. But if they are not resolved, they may indeed become a hidden danger. That's what Anqi thought. So, I want to upgrade your title now, and make you a Marquis. This is already the highest level title that people outside the royal family can obtain. The highest level Duke is only conferred to the royal family. And the next level marquis is the noble with the highest status outside the royal family. Among these nobles, there are even some whose power and strength are not inferior to the duke. For example, the Albion family. For example, the Lazahad family. These two marquis families are typical pillars of the country that even the duke family dare not provoke. Using this title to retain the hero is already an explanation. Of course, this will never be the end of Xin. Now think carefully. Given your and Luo Shi's situation, after marriage, there is a high probability that your titles will be merged. By then, you will be the duke's family, and it will be meaningless to upgrade your title to marquis at that time. And she said helplessly, in this case, it is a good choice to let you become a marquis while your reputation is at its peak. After Xian and Luo Shi get married, the two families will merge, and Xian will most likely become the head of the duke's family, unless Luo Shi wants to compete with him. But is it possible for Luo Shi to be the head of this family? She still wishes she could be free and fish at home every day. Although and she did not know Luo Shi's nature, he knew that his precious daughter was not a person who liked power. After marriage, the position of the head of this family would most likely fall on Xian. By then, Xian will be a real duke, marrying the royal relatives of Her Royal Highness the Princess, and with his sister Leah succeeding to the throne and becoming the queen. Xian will be able to cover the sky with one hand in the kingdom with such a sister-in-law. Such power may barely match Xian's status as a brave man. By then, no one will think that Xian will despise his position in the kingdom and leave the kingdom. Anqi just wants to give Xian a future that he can look forward to, so that he knows that the future kingdom is his world. Obviously, as the king of a country, Anqi still has to worry about whether Xian may be poached. Okay, Xian can see Anqi's concerns to some extent, but he did not refuse. He is not greedy for his noble status, but only regards this status as a destination in this world, a place to stay. If he really wanted to pursue status, the Bastuda family would have taken off long ago. Why would they need to wait for others to offer the title to them? But it has come to this point. As the saying goes, don't refuse it if it's not for nothing. If there is a benefit sent to you, no matter how big or small, take it first. In this way, if I suddenly get the urge to play a different world strategy game in the future, I can use this as a starting point to start conquering the world. As for whether a kingdom noble is worthy of me with my current identity and the power behind me, Xian will not do it for the time being. Otherwise, what else can I do? Found a country and be the king? It's not impossible. But Xian thinks it's troublesome. It's better to be a noble who lives a life of drunkenness and dreams. Throw all the troubles to others, and do what I like to do at home. Tease my wife, and develop new postures. Isn't it good? In the end, it's still the same sentence. I am an ordinary person, not the material to be the protagonist. Conquering the world, such a kingly goal, should be left to other travelers. So let's do it this way. You and Luo Shi's wedding date should also be moved up, and it's best to complete it as soon as possible. Anqi hesitated for a long time, and finally reluctantly said this plan. Now, Luo Shi was in high spirits. If you say this, I won't be sleepy anymore. Is the wedding date also to be advanced? Leah was just right to express her surprise. Otherwise, Anqi said unhappily, I don't want to have any more complications to make me worry. Xian is now different from the past. It can be said that he is a rare commodity and has become a hot commodity in everyone's eyes. If he and Luo Shi are not married as soon as possible, who knows if there will be another heartbreaking engagement in the future? If that happens, things will become more troublesome. In this regard, Luo Shi expressed her full agreement. It has to be as soon as possible. This fishing princess was there with a cold face and made crazy hints. And she just announced on the spot that she had turned into Xian's shape. On the contrary, Xian, how fast should it be? As if caught off guard, Xian put on the expression of a man who was not mentally prepared for marriage. It was as if he didn't expect that he would step into the grave so soon, which made Luo Shi and she and even Leah want to beat him up as fast as possible. And she even said such hard words in anger. Do you have any objection? Leah glared at Xian. Luo Shi didn't say anything, but just released a death gaze at Xian. Xian followed his heart. Okay, you set a date so that I can notify the demons. Xian could only accept his fate. Seeing his face full of emotion, the royal family present couldn't help rolling their eyes. If Xian hadn't been unable to beat him, his eyes would definitely be swollen by now. I will discuss the wedding date with Supreme Sarah in person after the 3-tribe meeting. Anqi thought for a moment and said, the 3-tribe meeting is almost here. and you will all be present at that time. Go and make good preparations. And don't embarrass yourself. Hearing this, Xian aside, Roxy and Leah nodded heavily. One of them is the heir of the goddess of fate and the brave Mitra, and the other is the next heir to the throne of the kingdom. It is reasonable for them to attend this three-tribe meeting, not to mention what to talk about with people from all races, countries, and forces. It is good to just show up there. After all, a meeting with all the forces and races of omnipotence, and if you show up on that occasion and leave a deep impression on people, it is a gain alone. The conversation of the group ended here. Seeing this, Arida seemed to have grasped the opportunity and stepped forward. I know that I am still not your opponent at the moment. Aridia looked directly at Xian, with a burning desire in her eyes, and said, but I still want to challenge you once. Aridia's speech made everyone present change their expression slightly. Leader, Sanai couldn't help but speak in front of the invisible man. Aridia. Anshi also called out. Teacher. Luo, she frowned. Lord Elbian? Leah was completely at a loss. No one would have thought that Aridia would suddenly challenge. Even Xian didn't expect it, which caused him to be stunned. But after a while, Xian shook his head. The person you should fight is not me. Xian actually said such a thing. Not you? Aridia frowned and said, who else could it be? Xian turned his eyes and looked at Aridia. The next second, Xian uttered a name. The appearance of that name made the whole audience suddenly change color. Chapter 8:13 The Rhythm of a Family Full of Loyal Heroes. After a while, Xian, Luo, Leah, and Shania left the king's bedroom. Anshi and Aridia watched them leave. But their expressions were different. Anshi was a little sad. Aridia was still expressionless. And only those who were familiar with him could see the slight fluctuations in his eyes. Is this okay? Anshi couldn't help it after all, and asked, you should know that the child is definitely not your opponent. Right? Thinking of the name of the person who Xian just mentioned who should fight Aridia, Anshi just felt absurd. He never thought that in the end, the person who fought Aridia would become that person. The problem is that Aridia actually agreed. This made Anshi really doubt his ears. But Aridia was obviously serious. Although the relationship is not very good, I still understand my daughter's personality. Aridia said calmly. She is not the kind of person who is overconfident and easily impulsive. Since she dared to challenge me through Lord Bastutu, she must have mastered some means to defeat me. Right? This sentence made Anshi stunned. He doubted his ears again. You said that the child is sure to defeat you? Anshi didn't believe this statement very much, and his face was full of disbelief. I think so. Aridia was still so calm and indifferent, saying, a while ago, that girl went to the Empire by herself. And it seems that she has made a lot of trouble. Maybe she has gained something extraordinary. Right? What extraordinary gains can make a 16-year-old girl who is less than 80 levels confidently defeat a top legendary strongman of 99 levels? Anshi thought about it, and finally could only think of one possibility. She wouldn't. Anshi seemed a little surprised. Not only Anshi. Aridia seemed to have some degree of speculation, which made his eyes flicker again. Immediately, Aridia murmured, let me see how much you have grown. Thinking of this, Aridia clenched the sword in her arms, and her breath surged. On the other side, Xian and others had just walked out of the king's bedroom, and Luo she couldn't bear it anymore and asked, is that child really going to challenge the teacher? The bright gold in Luo Shi's eyes has disappeared, replaced by the original wine red, and the inside is full of worries that ordinary people can easily see. Too reckless. Even Leah said this, obviously not holding out hope for the challenger. The leader is the #1 master of the human race. Although that person's talent is only lower than Her Highness Luo, she is still so young. And let alone the legendary level. She has not even reached level 80. How can she defeat the leader? Sanai, who had been watching, was shocked and said such words. As you can imagine, everyone present felt that the chance of winning this challenge was very slim. Especially Roxy. Even if I am now, without using my power, I have to unlock the holy sword to have a chance of winning against the teacher. And the chance of winning is not 100%. Only after using the power can I have the power to suppress the teacher and win. That child does not have the holy sword. Nor does he have the power of the goddess like me. How can he defeat the teacher? Roxy has already expressed her worries. Her Highness the Princess has always been very concerned about the childhood friend. She has asked Xian to help her take care of the other party more than once in the past. Now the other party has made such an amazing challenge. How can Roxy not worry? Of course, if it is just a challenge, It doesn't matter. With Iridia's strength, it is still easy to defeat the child while showing mercy. I believe that even Iridia would not be so cruel to her own daughter. The scary thing is that Iridia has to be cruel. Because, if that child really intends to go all out, she will definitely use the forbidden power. Roxy dare not think about what will happen then. No. I have to persuade the teacher to give up this challenge. Roxy is already worried and confused. Okay. Don't make things worse. Sheen grabbed Roxy and stopped her from turning back. Aren't you worried at all? Roxy blamed Sheen instead. In response, Sheen just said lightly, I am more worried that she will not achieve her goal and will do something that will make her heart sick again. Sheen's words made Roxy speechless. Based on her understanding of the child, if everyone stopped her from challenging Iridia, then she might really go her own way and do something. That child is like this. Calm, independent, self-reliant, very opinionated, and very persistent in her decisions. So, if it really hinders her, it may lead to a difficult situation. That girl. Leah seemed to understand this, and looked like she had a headache. Sanai even put on a distrustful expression, as if she heard someone was about to die. Is there no way out? Luo, she was very unwilling. She definitely didn't want to see anything happen to her childhood friend. Don't worry. Xian tightened Luo Shi's little hand and said, at worst, I will bring Yulin and Lilith. Plus you. And the four of us will watch together. Even if something happens, we can intervene immediately to avoid the worst situation. Yulin and Lilith? Luo Shi was slightly startled, and then relaxed a little. This is the best. Leah's eyes lit up. And she said, with the four of you watching, there won't be too many problems. Although Leah didn't know the strength of Xian and others, she had some idea. She didn't know how strong Xian was now. But Xian had defeated Iridia before. And now he has become stronger. And he has the holy sword in his hand. It shouldn't be difficult to stop Iridia. Luo Shi is even more of a successor to the goddess of fate. Even without using power, her strength is not inferior to Iridia. After using power, there is no need to say more. She can definitely suppress Iridia. Leah didn't know what level Yulin was at the moment. But she was already a famous legendary monster king before. And now she has become a human. So she will be even stronger. And may not be inferior to Iridia. Add to that the strongest evil god, Lilith, who is rumored to be able to compete with the devil. Leah suddenly realized that such a combination was a bit scary. Obviously, Iridia is already the best master of the human race. But some of these four people are not inferior to him. And some are just above him. When they are all gathered together, they are simply powerful enough to explode. But the relationship between these four beings is not ordinary. There is no doubt that the relationship between Xian and Luo Shi is a perfect couple of the Condor heroes. They will probably never be separated for the rest of their lives. Yulin is a mount tamed by Xian. She is still loyal to Xian, and will probably always accompany Xian. As a goddess, Lilith should be far away from ordinary people. But this innocent evil god is almost directly attached to Xian. Leah can't see the scene of her leaving in the future. If this family gathers together, there will be another dragon demon Yi in the future. Hiss. Leah felt her scalp tingling. This wave is preparing for a family of loyal martyrs. It seems that if she becomes the queen in the future, this family will be her biggest backing. Thinking of this, Leah felt fortunate again. Beside her, Sanai obviously noticed the expression of her own princess, as if she could understand her feelings, and looked at Xian and Luo Shi as if she was looking at a god. Originally, for Sanai, Arida was undoubtedly the strongest knight who could not be defeated. The pillar of the kingdom, and the person that all knights admired and yearned for. Now it seems that this family is the real boss, the future ruler of the kingdom, and even the human race. Should I also follow these two thighs closely? Sanai was tangled in her heart. In this way, the group also decided on how to deal with this matter. Remember to notify me as soon as the child enters the palace. Luo Shi instructed Xian. Got it. Xian would not refuse. That was what he had planned. Although he was confident that he could control the situation by himself, he had to take all the measures he could just in case. After all, it was about the safety of his concubine. So he could not be too cautious. If the demons were not here, Xian would have wanted to take all 6 of them with him. Oh, there are 3 goddesses. No, forget about them. Xian, who felt that he had seen a future of injustice, decisively abandoned the 3 pits. Ha-Chu, Ha-Chu, Ha-Chu. In the demon world, in one of the rooms of the Supreme Castle, 3 goddesses who were suppressed by an inexplicable force sneezed one after another. What? What happened? Sneezed suddenly. I always feel someone is slandering us. The 3 pig goddesses looked at each other, and then fell down helplessly after a while. Hey, Violet, Chiarity, when can we leave here? Didn't that abominable moon demon say that he would take us to return the goods when the 3 tribes meet? They are not goods. The 3 goddesses complained as usual. Unfortunately, they definitely can't run away. At the same time, on a street in the capital, an incredible scene was happening. All the men and women on the street seemed to have seen something incredible, and 1 or 2 of them were stunned there, unable to move. The whole street, which was noisy not long ago, was actually quiet and scary at this moment. On the street, only 1 footsteps echoed. Uh-huh. The charming laughter made countless people intoxicated and lost in thought for a long time. Chapter 8:14. You don't have any of the things that a princess should look like. Right? At this time, Xian didn't know how serious the situation was in the capital. After he came out of Anqi's bedroom, he went back to her bedroom with Luo Shi. Leah separated from the 2 halfway, and it seemed that she had official business to deal with. As the future queen who has clearly inherited the throne, Leah has gradually taken over some of the power in Anqi's hands. In addition, the power recovered from Luo Shi has been handed over to her. The first princess is usually quite busy. Now it is the time for the 3-tribe meeting. As the host and the designated host of the meeting, Leah naturally has to make all preparations for the meeting on behalf of the Mitra Kingdom. Under such circumstances, it is a rare thing for her to take time to come and scold Xian and look at Luo Shi. On the other hand, Luo Shi, the power has been handed over, and she is also waiting to get married. As a princess who is about to get married, basically no official business from the kingdom has been handed over to her. Now Rosie is much more relaxed than before, and can even be said to have nothing to do, which makes her very happy. Of course, Rosie is not completely idle. For example, Rosie still has to deal with the operation of the Holy Sword Knights. This is what I said. The Holy Sword Knights are my exclusive guard team, and they will have to go with me when they become independent in the future. In other words, this is Rosie's dowry group, or dowry. When you have time, get to know them more. After all, they will all be yours in the future. Rosie said such a sentence that made Xian's mouth twitch. He naturally knew that Rosie meant that the Holy Sword Knights would definitely be incorporated into the Basta family in the future. Rosie's own wishes are also very clear. After getting married, she will directly hand over the dukedom she deserves to Xian, and will not start a new family. She will just be a duchess peacefully. In this case, the Holy Sword Knights will naturally be incorporated into the Basta family, and become the private knights of the Basta family. At that time, Xian, as the head of the Basta family, will of course be the master of the Holy Sword Knights. But can't you use a nicer way of saying it? What do you mean by you are all my people in the future? Those who don't know would think that I am going to do something to the female knights. Prepare a harem group? It sounds beautiful. But Xian always feels that if he is so shameless, he will either be killed by the Holy Sword or burned to death by the dragon's breath, or even bitten to death by the ghost-like girl or the dragon-like girl. It's not worth it. Luo Shi didn't seem to realize how many suggestive words she said, and told Xian leisurely like this. I have already said in the Holy Sword Knights that when we get married in the future, the person they serve will change from me to you, or directly serve both of us, so you can consider whether to train them well. Luo Shi handed the decision to Xian. That is a great force. Xian thought thoughtfully. He has also observed that all the female knights in the Holy Sword Knights are very young and beautiful girls. Don't get me wrong. Xian is not looking at people and things with the eyes of LSP, but observing very seriously, regardless of whether they are beautiful or not. Just saying that they are young is worth Xian's great efforts to support them. After all, in such a prime time, they can raise their own level to more than 30. And there are even 4 people with more than 70 levels. This is undoubtedly a group of good seedlings with high talent and potential. If such good seedlings are cultivated with great efforts, it is not impossible to reach the height of the Guards Knights in the future. Even in Xian's opinion, the 4 female knights above level 70 all have the potential to reach the legendary level. Xian didn't know where Rosie found such a group of talented girls, but there was no doubt that with such potential and talents, wouldn't it be a waste if they were not well trained? Thinking of this, Xian made a decision. I will discuss with Layli and Vivian later to see how they want to train these girls. Xian made such a decision. You make the decision. Rosie naturally would not object. Although the decision was given to Xian, Rosie naturally hoped that the female knights under her command could be reused and have a bright future. After all, she had selected them from various talents with great difficulty. No matter their talents, appearance, courtesy, and character, they were all excellent seedlings. If they were not well trained, wouldn't it be a waste? In order to prevent the talents of those female knights from being wasted, Luo Shi, who is a lazy person, has been formulating various training plans and training guidelines for the Holy Sword Knights. Now that Xian is back, Luo Shi will of course directly throw this task into his hands. This way I can be free again, which is great. After returning to the room, Luo Shi's true colors were completely exposed. She threw herself on the bed and moaned in great comfort. Listening to the sultry voice, Xian glanced at the princess, who was showing her proud figure on the bed, stretched out his hand, and grabbed one of her jade-like tender feet. But the tender foot shrank away in an instant. "What are you doing?" Luo Shi sat up, holding the pillow, looking at Xian in a wolf-proof manner, with a vigilant look on her beautiful face. Obviously, this girl was afraid that Xian would torment her like yesterday. "I warn you, I don't want to be as tired as yesterday. If you mess around, I will scream this time," Luo Shi warned. Of course, Xian was dismissive. "It's as if you didn't scream when I messed around." Xian said this with a pout. Luo Shi felt that her face was run over by the wheels. Is this definitely driving? Although the speed is not high, because of the vivid memory. Luo Shi, who had thousands of shameful scenes flashing through her mind in an instant, was still hurt. ITM. At that moment, Luo Shi was ready to burst out the swear words that Xian taught her. Unfortunately. "You what?" Xian glared at this lazy princess. This guy, not learning good things, but learning a lot of bad things, dared to burst out such dirty words? Is this the kingdom's treasure? The idol in the eyes of all mankind? Perfect princess? I am afraid there is a misunderstanding deeper than the sea. I admit defeat. Right? Luo Shi was instantly scared, but still hurriedly said, "But I really can't do it today." It seems that this girl is really scared. Xian didn't force it, just hummed and said, "Okay. Then I won't touch you in the future." Luo Shi was stunned. Never touch in the future? That won't work either. Without thinking, Luo Shi directly pulled Xian's trouser legs and spoke pitifully. "Don't worry. It's just one day. Let me spend it leisurely today. Okay?" Luo Shi desperately negotiated. "How about this? Tomorrow. Tomorrow I will definitely satisfy you." Humble princess. Online courtship. If that pitiful begging look falls into the eyes of others, it is likely to be heartbroken. Is this still the proud princess? Is this still the noble treasure of the kingdom? Can you do something that is more in line with your status? The most beautiful woman in the human race. The flower of jailing in everyone's eyes. The dream lover in the hearts of countless men. Is so humble. It's heartbreaking and makes people vomit blood. Even Xian couldn't stand it. You don't have any of the appearance that a princess should have. Right? Xian pinched Luo Shi's face, pulling it, and said, "Can you leave some thoughts for people?" Hearing this, Luo Shi gritted her teeth. This bastard. When I played the role of the flawless princess and the cold and noble human goddess, he felt that I was putting on airs for him and made a fool of myself. Now I am so humble and obedient to him, just to satisfy his masculine self-esteem. But he still said that I don't have the appearance of a princess. Dogmen are so difficult to serve. Right? Luo Shi slapped Xian's hand away. Anyway, it won't work today. No means no. Luo Shi simply crawled into the quilt, covered her whole body with the quilt, curled up into a ball, and entered a defensive posture. Okay. I didn't want to do anything to you. Don't embarrass yourself there. Xian's eyes twitched, and he was speechless. To be honest, he is also a person, not a horse. He tossed Luo Shi so many times yesterday, and tossed here for a whole night after returning home. It's good that he can still have energy today. How can he continue to toss? This sage state will definitely not be able to recover in 2 or 3 days, unless he eats supplements like he did in the demon world. Thinking of that difficult period, Xian was not feeling well. As the saying goes, small is pleasant, big is harmful, and strong is annihilated. Xian once jumped back and forth on the edge of annihilation for a while, which is really scary to think about. Therefore, Xian thought that it would be better for him to cultivate his character for a while. Well, Chinese culture is profound and extensive. Cultivating the body and cultivating the character. Nice. Hurry up and get up. I will tell you something serious. Xian patted the place that was probably the buttocks, and let the princess in the quilt reluctantly stick her head out. The messy hair not only did not destroy her beauty, but also gave her an indescribable sense of beauty. It really made people sigh that people with good looks are pleasing to the eye in everything they do. And they are definitely blessed by God. What serious business are you talking about? Luo, she asked reluctantly. I ask you. Xian did not beat around the bush and said directly, how did you deal with those who had invaded the Bostut family? Especially the guys from the old demon clan. Yes. Xian came here for this matter. Luo, she also understood that Xian was indeed going to talk about serious business. So she responded without thinking. Some were captured. Some were executed during the battle. And some committed suicide. Now only a few people are still hanging on. But nothing can be learned from them. Luo, she answered honestly. Xian frowned. Chapter 8:15 Citizens falling into madness. For the old demon clan, Xian is disgusted and fed up with them. To put it nicely, those guys are called a terrifying underground organization. To put it bluntly, they are a group of flies immersed in their own delusions, who regard the so-called goals as ideals. In order to achieve them, they can openly ignore the feelings and even lives of others, and achieve their goals by harming others by any means. Xian has no idea how many times he has been involved in some unnecessary situations because of them, and has even been targeted by those guys many times. Even Moro has a close relationship with the original demon. It was the old demon clan Mirage that plotted against Lilith. In addition, the killer faction was the culprit that caused various tragedies in the capital 10 years ago. Lexia and Ter also had their life trajectories greatly changed because of the actions of this old demon clan. Those old demon clans have been like this, doing disgusting things. Xian is a man who holds grudges, and he has already recorded all these accounts one by one. Therefore, when he was in the demon world, Xian chose to capture Gold alive, intending to get information about the old demon clan from him. Unfortunately, Gold was ruthlessly abandoned in the end and disappeared. Xian was actually still quite upset about this matter. As a result, after returning to the capital, Xian learned that those guys took advantage of his absence to attack the Bostut family. In this case, is it possible for Xian to let it go? He came today, firstly to solve the problem of the marriage contract, and secondly to see the situation of those old demon clans. He couldn't wait to settle the account, so he would naturally not miss any opportunity to obtain information. Xian's idea was that since he couldn't torture Gold and didn't get anything from Gold, he would start to torture from here. As far as Xian knows, there is a master of the old demon clan that invaded Bostut's house, who is at a high level of 88, and is not far from the legendary level. Such a master must have a high status in the force he belongs to. Even if he is not as good as an apostle like Gold, he should be no worse than an ordinary messenger. Such a captive may really be able to ask something. Of course, the premise is that the other party is a member of the original demon. The old demon clan is not only the group of guys of the original demon, but also other large and small forces. If the other party is not an envoy of the original demon, but a member of another old demon clan, then even if Xian asks him about the original demon, he probably won't be able to answer. For this reason, Xian also asked Luo Xi a question. Which old demon clan faction did the captured old demon clan belong to? Xian only hopes that the other party is an old demon clan affiliated with the original demon. The reason is that the guys from original demons are the most hateful and the biggest threat. But, I said, we didn't get anything out of them. Luo, she said helplessly, those guys were originally planning to commit suicide, but they were discovered by the guards and stopped in time. So they stayed. It is conceivable that such a group of old demons will not get anything out of them, no matter how they are tortured. How can we get anything out of a group of fanatics who are not afraid of death? We even mobilize people with mental skills or magic to interfere with them mentally, trying to hypnotize them and control their minds to make them submit. Who knew that their will was so violent and terrible that it was impossible to control it? Luo, she sat up, stroked her hair, and said to Xian, of course, if you force it, it is not impossible to break in. But in that case, before you can ask anything, the other party will become an idiot. If it becomes like that, the other party will be happy instead. Because, if you become an idiot, you can't say anything. As a result, the interrogation process was deadlocked, and no progress was made. Luo Xi looked at Xian and said, can you think of any way? Xian immediately fell silent. It's not that there is no way. I know there is a person who can accurately make those guys sink into their hearts, expose everything about themselves, and obey her orders. Xian thought of the demon at the first time. Who? Luoshi didn't expect it, and asked hurriedly. Xian was about to say it, and a panicked voice sounded outside the door, which reached the ears of Xian and Luoshi. Your Highness. It seemed to be the voice of a female knight. What's wrong? Panic. Luoshi quickly restrained her expression, tightened her face, hid her true nature, and asked with a cold look. But this did not calm the female knight's voice. Something big happened on the street. The female knight hurriedly shouted, His Majesty the King and His Royal Highness Leah sent someone to ask Lord Bastutu to go to the street before the situation becomes unmanageable. Hearing this, Xian and Luoshi looked at each other, and saw some surprise in each other's eyes. Me? Xian was even more confused and had no idea why. Why did you call me? Is there a cat cake? After thinking about it, Xian stood up. Let's go and see what's going on. Hearing Xian's words, Luoshi immediately stood up. I'll go too. Luoshi is no longer a salted fish. Maybe she is also a little concerned about this situation? Xian did not refuse, but nodded directly. The next second, the two left the room without any hesitation. Royal Capital, Southeast District, Commercial Street. This was originally a prosperous scene, because the kingdom is a well-known magic potion power in the human world. The commercial district of the Royal Capital has always been the first place for outsiders to visit, and it is also a place where citizens in the Royal Capital often come. Some of them come to purchase goods. Some come to shop. Some are adventurers. Some are businessmen. And some are hired staff. It is one of the most lively areas in the Royal Capital on weekdays, especially now that the three-tribe meeting is approaching. Big figures from all over the world have flocked to the Royal Capital, bringing countless business opportunities to the Royal Capital. Therefore, these days, the bustle and hustle and bustle of the commercial district are getting stronger and more crowded day by day, as if a festival is being held every day, fully demonstrating what it means to be crowded with people. However, the bustle and hustle and bustle in today's business district are no longer the same as before. It can no longer be called bustle, but chaos. Beat them. Beat them to death. Don't let them run away. Who wants to run away? Do you think we will flee? Dreaming. A group of citizens, businessmen, workers, and even bigwigs from aristocratic families seemed to be crazy, fighting here in a group. Some of them held weapons. Some moved tables and chairs. Some were barehanded, and some even raised their wands and staffs. Their eyes were bloodshot, as if they had a deep hatred with others, fighting one by one. The scene was like a gang fight, making the whole street extremely chaotic and bloody. Stop! Stop it! Do you want to rebel? Stop! The Knights of the Kingdom Knights have already poured in here, shouting and scolding loudly, trying to stop the crazy people. But their obstruction not only did not make the situation better, but made the chaos worse. Do you want to stop us too? We just want to take a look at the goddess. Just take a look. Why? Why do you want to stop us? Are you the lackeys of the nobles again? Wanting to take the goddess for yourself? Dirty lackeys of the nobles. Don't think you can always be so arrogant. I have tolerated you for a long time. I won't tolerate it today. Come on. Come over and I will beat you one by one. If you have the guts, kill me. Those citizens who used to be law-abiding were really crazy at this moment. They even attacked the Kingdom Knights, who were holding weapons, and much higher than themselves. One by one, they seemed to be desperate and rushed towards those knights frantically. The knights defended themselves and resisted, but they were knocked unconscious by the crazy citizens. For a moment, they were completely unable to control the situation. Finally, the situation here completely alarmed the palace. After understanding the cause of the situation, the palace did not send anyone to stop it for some reason, but directly called Xian out. Xian took Luoshi and appeared in this area with the ability of instant teleportation. Looking at the chaos on the street, he was directly stunned. What is going on? Luoshi was also shocked. There was no way. She had never seen people in the capital get involved in such a crazy and bloody fight. Xian was also a little stunned. But then he seemed to feel something, raised his head, and looked in one direction. There, a trace of connection was bursting in Xian's heart. This feeling. No way. Xian opened his eyes wide. At this time, Luoshi also reacted from the shock. Boom! Without any hesitation, Luoshi released her own magic power. The magic power rolled up like a column of air, as if it could rush into the sky, and instantly rolled up heavier waves, sweeping the entire commercial district. All those who were caught in madness and fighting were breathing stagnant, and their faces changed wildly. The knights who came to stop them also changed their faces and turned their heads. Luo Shi's figure entered the eyes of everyone in the audience. Stop it! Luo Shi's cold voice spread like the wind and reached everyone's ears. The thunderous rebuke made many people sober up. Her Highness Luo Shi? It's Her Highness Luo Shi! Her Highness Princess! People were surprised and happy. And then, they knelt down one by one. In the commercial district, the chaos of the fight was replaced by a large crowd of people kneeling down. And the place became extremely quiet. Chapter 8:16 The Stunning Figure. The oppressive silence permeated the street, making everyone bow their heads in fear, not daring to look at Luo Shi's expression at this time. Luo Shi's expression at this time was naturally not much better. Looking at those people who were covered in wounds, either bleeding or bruised, and looking at the messy stalls and stores around, and the damaged goods scattered all over the ground. Luo Shi's face was full of frust. She was really angry. Who can tell me why it turned out like this? Luo Shi's cold voice enveloped the whole scene, and a pair of eyes had already turned golden, bringing unparalleled pressure. People could only stammer under this pressure, not even daring to breathe. Even those who came from afar were like this. Under the pressure from Luo Shi, they didn't dare to say anything more, even if they were not from the kingdom, but nobles from other countries. At this time when the three tribes were meeting, they had a large-scale fight in the royal capital, and the kingdom had reason to punish them. Therefore, after calming down, they all regretted it. But recalling that stunning figure, these people's hearts were hot again. Their eyes were intoxicated, and the regret disappeared, if it was for her. Even if they were sanctioned. What did it matter? Similar thoughts kept appearing in the hearts of each person, especially those noble children. The hot feeling in their hearts was no less than anyone else. After all, unlike ordinary civilians, they are more qualified to get something. If they could get the beauty, thinking about it, several noble children were excited. But dreams are beautiful. Reality is cruel. Even if they thought it was beautiful. Under the gaze of Luo Shi's cold golden eyes, feeling the pressure that made it difficult to breathe, they still didn't dare to breathe. Seeing this, Xian felt that he should stand up. Well, it's useless to blame them. Xian patted Luo Shi's shoulder. His voice also made everyone present discover him. That is, Hero Xian. Count Bastutu. He is here too? As expected, he is back. There was a little commotion in the crowd. Xian's return was originally a hot news in the capital. In addition to his identity, people were naturally shocked to see this legendary hero suddenly appear. If the situation was not wrong, there might have been a grand cheer at the scene. But now, damn, even the hero is here. Does the hero want to compete with us? He already has His Highness Luo Shi and His Highness Dragon Demon. Greedy guy. For some reason, some noble children or big figures from foreign countries and forces became anxious, and their eyes were full of hostility when they looked at Xian. Only Luo Shi frowned after being told by Xian. Why is it useless to blame them? Luo Shi looked at Xian. Xian's expression became a little subtle and helpless, because it would be strange if the guy who had seen that woman did not become like this. Luo Shi was stunned by Xian's words. No, it was not just Luo Shi, but everyone present also looked at each other. It sounds like this hero knows that person. The mood of many people suddenly became fluctuating. On the contrary, Luo Shi seemed to see something from Xian's expression, and her frown deepened. Do you know what's going on? Luo Shi looked at Xian in surprise. Well, I guess so. Xian still looked helpless, and said as if talking to himself, I just don't know what the woman is doing. She actually came here in advance and was so arrogant. She was just afraid that the world would not be in chaos. Even if Xian used his toes to think, he could roughly understand how the chaos and fighting here happened. The source of everything was all because of the arrival of that woman. The arrival of that woman made everyone here intoxicated and fell for her. In such a situation, attracting bees and butterflies is just a normal thing. Seeing the peerless magic girl, who was so beautiful that she could topple a country, no matter whether it was a man or a woman. They must have been captured at that moment. And with that guy's character, he would definitely turn a blind eye to it, and continue to walk along the street arrogantly. In this way, people would definitely chase after him like crazy. They may not dare to approach, but they will definitely support and embrace that woman. In this case, as the crowd becomes more and more dense, it is only natural that there will be crowding, pushing, and scrambling. Then, due to differences in status, class, mood, temper, and patience, conflicts are almost inevitable. If it were normal times, such conflicts would definitely end with the victory of those nobles or high-class people with higher status. Common people basically cannot, and will not fight with nobles. They don't have the courage, or the ability. But the bad thing is that the charm of that woman is infinite. And it is a terrifying charm that can make people willingly give everything for her. Even sacrifice themselves. In history, countless heroes bowed before her. And countless emperors also offered their countries to her with both hands, just in exchange for her smile. Even the heroic emperors were like this. Not to mention the common people, who must have gone completely crazy. So, the conflict evolved into a greater and more violent conflict. And the chaos evolved into an even more violent chaos, which ultimately led to all this. This was the only incident that Sheen could think of. And it was also the most convincing incident. Thinking of this, Sheen understood. No wonder your father and sister asked me to come and clean up the mess. It turned out that they had received the news a long time ago. Sheen rolled his eyes at Luo Shi. He knew with his knees that in such a mess, Anqi and Leah must have received the news first and investigated the incident clearly. So they sent him here. There was no way. If that person really came, who else in the entire capital could deal with it except Sheen? As a person of the same era as Gray, Anqi and Gray were cousins with a blood relationship. Naturally, he would not be unaware of how Gray fell after seeing that person. Leah might have been stopped by Anqi, thinking that if she came forward, it is very likely that she would not only fail to solve the situation, but also fall with him. That person's charm is universal, and can make everyone crazy. In other words, they were so scared that they dared not come forward at all, and could only send Xian, who had been to the demon world and had dealt with the demons, as someone's brother-in-law. Of course, Xian knew all this, but Luo Shi was still confused. What happened? Luo Shi could only ask Xian for an answer. Xian did not answer directly. Let's go, Xian said very straightforwardly. I'll take you to see her. Hearing this, before Luo Shi had time to react, many people present reacted. No, you can't go. Brave Xian. You can't go to see her. Several people who were obviously of high status stood up from the crowd. They had already lost their minds. They thought that once Xian went over and saw that person, he would definitely have evil intentions and attack that person. If that happened, with another brave competitor, how could they have any hope? Thinking of this, these impulsive bigwigs couldn't help but stand up to stop him. What a pity. Get lost. Xian didn't even bother to pay attention to these licking dogs, and directly released his magic power. Bang! In the sound of explosion, everyone who stood up let out a miserable howl, and was blown away by the exploding magic power. What they did reminded Xian of Gray, so he didn't even have the slightest bit of politeness. He knew that it was impossible to reason with them, so he just took action. The way he started fighting without saying a word shocked the others. Luo Shi even gave an order. Take all the people who participated in the fight back, and hand them over to His Majesty and Princess Leah for disposal. Luo Shi did not intend to let go of those who created the chaos. The three-tribe talks are coming soon. Such a bad large-scale fight during this period will only bring great negative impact to the kingdom. Therefore, no matter whether the people present have a reason or not, innocent or guilty, since they participated in the fight, no one can be let go. Take them all back and punish them. This is absolutely necessary. Yes. The kingdom knights who came to stop the fight took the order one after another. Many people still wanted to resist, but under the magic suppression of Xian and Luo Shi, they were all taken away one by one. Let me go! Don't let me leave here. Let me see the goddess again. Yes. Just one look. Those people were just like this, begging and pleading, struggling helplessly, and being taken away by the kingdom knights one by one. Goddess? When Luo Shi heard these words, not only did her doubts not get resolved, but they became even more intense. Seeing this, Xian just felt a burst of laughter. Don't think about it, Xian said. When you see her, you will understand why these guys are so crazy. After that, Xian took Luo Shi's hand, and did not use instant movement. Just walked slowly forward along the street. Luo Shi's heart was full of questions, but she didn't ask anything anymore. She was obediently led by Xian, and walked forward along Xian's strength. The two slowly walked on the chaotic and dirty street, and saw people who were taken away by the kingdom knights one by one, until the two came to a stall together. Here, there are still countless people. Here, even the arriving knights of the kingdom looked at the front in a daze. As expected, Xian noticed the stunning figure at a glance inside. As for Luo Shi, her pair of golden eyes had already been surging. Chapter 8:17 No. I don't know her at all. In a corner of the commercial street in the southeast district, a very strange scene appeared at this time. A demon enchantress who seemed to have gathered all the light in the world, with an angelic face and a devilish figure, stood in front of a stall, surrounded by people. The onlookers were excited and fascinated, just like seeing the goddess in their dreams, like a world-class idol star, and their whole bodies began to tremble. However, they seemed to be worried about disturbing each other. Even if they were excited, they still kept their mouths tightly closed and did not dare to make any sound, for fear of being disgusted by the stunning figure. This included those nobles who were dressed very well with knights and other bigwigs of other forces. When they first saw this scene, both Xian and Luo Shi felt it was absurd. After all, on the same street, the fighting in other places was so fierce and bloody. But here it was so quiet and peaceful. Just like two different worlds. Very incredible. But that was the fact. In order to prevent the stunning woman from showing even a trace of annoyance on her face, the people present, whether they were common people or nobles, were trying their best to restrain themselves. But the stunning woman turned a blind eye to it. This seems good. The beautiful woman took a snack that looked like an ice cream stick from the stall, licked it lightly, and smiled with satisfaction. It seemed that she really liked the taste, and the woman licked it several times, attracting everyone's attention to her small red tongue that stretched out from time to time, and her moist red lips that opened and closed. That action seemed so natural, but extremely tempting and charming. Gulu. Gulu. Without any suspense, the sound of swallowing saliva rang out from the crowd, especially the stall owner, who was closest to the woman. He was completely dazed. Give. At this time, the woman threw a gold coin to the stall owner, and turned away without even giving change. The stall owner came back to his senses. I don't want your money. If you like, I'll give you all of these. All for you. The stall owner held the gold coin excitedly, as if it were a treasure, and also picked up everything on the stall and raised it as if it was presented to the woman. Unfortunately, the woman didn't even look at him, and continued to wander on the street to the next stall. Of course, when the woman left, all the onlookers immediately followed her frantically. It was not until then that the conflict occurred extremely abruptly. Don't push. This is my seat. Get out of my way. Get out. A group of people who were trying to catch up with the woman quickly started fighting because of the conflict of rushing to be the first. The stall owner also abandoned his stall and tried to catch up with her with a fanatical look on his face, but was kicked down by someone. Ha ha. The gold coin that the goddess carries with her is mine. A young noble took the gold coin while his knight kicked the stall owner down, and his face was full of ecstasy. But the next second, the young noble was kicked down by the knight again. Get out. This is mine. The knight roared with a ferocious face and snatched the gold coin from his master. But soon, another group of people surrounded him. Give it to me. That's not something you, a knight, can have. I'll exchange 1,000 gold coins for the one in your hand. I'll use 10,000 gold coins. I'll use 100,000. Bastard. Give me the gold coins now. A terrifying fight happened. So, the people in front gathered around the woman and moved away together, while those who fell behind and had conflicts started fighting and even brawling in the back, completely separating the two scenes. If this is not weird, then what is weird? However, both Sheen and Rosie already understood why this weird scene appeared. Rosie stared at the beautiful figure going away in a daze, and her dazed look made Sheen a little worried. Give sleep. Sheen cast a magic spell, making all the people who were fighting look stagnant, close their eyes, and fall to the ground one by one, falling asleep. After doing all this, Sheen looked at Rosie and shook her. No way. Wife. You can't even resist the charm of that witch. Sheen was really a little panicked. Luo Shi came back to her senses. Her face was a little complicated and a little stunned. Succubus. Xia Fun. Luo Shi whispered and called out the woman's name. It was her. Xian stared at Luo Shi, looking nervous. Fortunately, Luo Shi didn't seem to be captured. She exhaled lightly, as if to ease her mood, and looked at Xian. Why is she here? Luo Shi was puzzled and suddenly realized. Puzzled because she didn't expect the rumored succubus to suddenly appear here. Suddenly because she finally understood what the chaos here was all about. There is no doubt that all this was caused by the charming demon princess. I didn't expect that she would come here in advance. After Sheen confirmed that Luo Shi was not affected too much, he breathed a sigh of relief without leaving a trace, and spoke helplessly. You guessed it was her? Luo Shi pursed her lips and looked at Xian. No. I didn't realize it was her until I arrived at the scene. Xian shook his head. Hearing this, Luoxi nodded, raised her eyes, and looked in the direction where Xia Fun left, recalling the other party's stunning figure, appearance, and infinite charm. Luoxi didn't know what she was thinking about, and there was a lot of sadness in her eyes. This was the first time she saw Xia Fun in person, because, among the demons, except for the moon demon Sarah, who would visit the human world from time to time for official business, the rest of the demons would not come to the human world casually, like AI. Sometimes she would sleep for hundreds of years, and she might not come to the human world when she woke up. It can be said that very few people in the human race have seen her true face. If one of the masterminds of the large-scale assassination in the capital 10 years ago was not a subordinate of Jacinta, nominally a subordinate of the dragon demon and a subordinate of AI, and if the appearance of the demon king's body and the loss of the demon king's remains had not caused the dragon demon to descend on the capital once afterwards, it would have been impossible for Roxy to recognize AI when they first met. The same is true for the other demons. There is information claiming that the beast demon Ladoma and the ghost demon Nilyapesh often go to places where demons gather, such as Tagore Forest, to fight against the old demon faction. But they have never appeared openly in places where people gather. The poison demon Carmina seems to have no interest in the human world, except for a few very limited special circumstances. She has not set foot in the human world for 1,000 years since the establishment of the three realms. The succubus Xiaofute appears in the human world even less often, except for sometimes when she suddenly has a whim and travels to the human world. She stays in the demon world the rest of the time. However, every time she appears, she will stir up a great stir in the human world and create legends again and again. Even history books have records that when this person appears, countless human countries will be shocked. Some people spend all their wealth just to follow in her footsteps. Some people risk their lives just to express their feelings to her. It is said that hundreds of years ago, there was an imperial nobleman who was rich enough to rival a country. After accidentally seeing Xia Fun once, he was completely obsessed with her, in order to be able to see the appearance of the person in his dream all the time. He took out all his money and hired a painter with a lot of money to draw Xia Fun's appearance. Unfortunately, countless painters who have seen Xia Fun claim that their clumsy skills were not enough to depict 1/10,000th of the beauty of Her Highness the Succubus. If they painted casually, they would only tarnish this beauty. Therefore, in the end, no painter was willing to stand up for this wealth that could rival a country and draw a picture. This is incredible, but it really happened during Shatten's trip to the human world. There are many similar legends. Anyway, no one who has seen the succubus Shatten has not fallen for her beauty. Some even dreamed of seeing her again all their lives and died of depression. Some never married in their lives, just missing the unattainable beauty. Even in the royal family of the Mitra kingdom, similar situations seemed to occur. Luoxi had never seen Shatten before, but when she saw her for the first time, all that flashed through her mind were the records she had read in the book. Therefore, Luoxi recognized Shatten's identity. But because of the recognition, the girl had a lot of worries in her heart. Not because of the chaos here, nor because of Shatten's sudden uninvited visit. But, are you familiar with her? Luoxi turned her head and stared at Xian. Me? Xian was stunned for a moment, looking at Luoxi's expression at this time. For some reason, he felt a desire to survive, which made him say without hesitation, "No, I am not familiar with her at all." That look full of desire to survive made Luoxi feel relieved. Yes, Luoxi was worried that her husband would be fascinated by the foul succubus. In history, there are many couples who broke up because of seeing the succubus Xia Fun. There are even several worse incidents. For example, a man who had seen Xia Fun peeled off his wife's face and intended to paste a face that looked like Xia Fun on her. Such things have happened in history. Luoxi was not worried that Xian would become like that, but she was also worried that he would be captured by the succubus and become a person that no one except her could see. If it becomes like that, I might not be able to help but stab you to death. Luoxi said this. Hiss. Xian took a breath and felt his kidneys hurt. Until, it's really too much. Saying that we are not familiar with each other at all. A very pleasant voice sounded. Chapter 818. How did you fail last time? When the extremely pleasant voice sounded, everyone present, whether it was Xian, Luoxi or those passers-by who were sinking, could not help but shudder. The reason was that the voice was too ethereal, and it almost gave people goosebumps. Xian and Luoxi turned their heads at the same time and looked at the source of the sound. I saw that Xia Fun, who had been walking forward as if no one was around, had come back without knowing when, holding the snacks in her hand, licking them, and looking at this side with a smile. That look and posture were both indescribably charming, which made Xian and Luoshi speechless for a while. And even Xian and Luoshi were like this. How the passers-by around them behaved can be imagined. Anyway, apart from being stunned, they could only continue to be stunned. Of course, seeing the goddess in their minds suddenly appear in front of Xian and Luoshi, the people present finally noticed the two people. At that moment, there were waves of exclamations. Then isn't that Her Highness Luoshi Luciti? And the brave Xian? How could they be here? Do my goddess and the two know each other? People were surprised and confused. This made Xian and Luoshi helpless. You know, in the past, they were basically recognized as soon as they appeared in public, and suddenly became the people who were in the spotlight. Who would have thought that this time, in their own capital, in their own territory, they would become the one who was ignored? Xian was fine, but Luoshi, the treasure of the kingdom, was really outrageous to be ignored. For a full 17 years, Luoshi was the most dazzling existence in the kingdom. I don't know how many people followed and supported her. In the past, in order to see Rosie every day, the palace also hosted countless appearances for Rosie. The scene at that time is still vivid in Xian's mind. The enthusiasm of the citizens of the capital at that time for Rosie was no less than that of today. However, because of the appearance of Xiaofuni, Rosie's pursuit was originally due to someone else. If a woman with a strong sense of jealousy were to face all this, I'm afraid that this matter today would not be resolved peacefully. Fortunately, Rosie is not an ordinary person, and her pursuit of fame is not as strong and eager as that of ordinary people. It is better to say that if she can be ignored, Rosie really hopes that she can be ignored all the time. In this way, she can go out and wander around the streets without worrying about causing a commotion. Thinking of this, Rosie looked at Xiaofuni. This famous demon would obviously cause a huge commotion if he showed up. But he just went about wandering the streets as he pleased. While Rosie was thinking this, Xiaofun was actually looking at Rosie. She was quite interested in Rosie. The reputation of this talented princess was not only widely spread in the human world and the divine world, but was also often mentioned in the demon world. The demons had actually been paying attention to this princess, the one who inherited Mitra's holy sword and was blessed by the goddess of fate, who was favored by the gods. So, Xiaofun spoke with interest. You are Rosie Lust Mitra, right? You are so beautiful. Not much inferior to my sisters. Xiaofun actually took the initiative to praise others. This is a rare thing. After all, Xiaofun is a demon who is famous for ignoring things that she is not interested in. Now she actually took the initiative to praise a human princess, which made Xian raise his eyebrows. Luoshi took a deep breath, looked at Xiaofuni's breathtakingly beautiful angel face, and spoke. Your Highness, you are too kind. When it comes to appearance, everyone knows that you are the best in the world. The other princes are also beautiful. Compared with you, I am just a common powder. Luoshi bowed to Xiaofuni, and while bowing, she said this lightly, which unexpectedly seemed so neither humble nor arrogant. Wow! Xiaofuni's eyes became more interested. This little girl is interesting. Not only can she resist in front of me, but she also has a vague divinity. Interesting. Really interesting. Xiaofuni looked at Luoshi inconspicuously. She really wanted to see if this rumored princess was really that outstanding. Xiaofuni finished the snacks in her hand and just wanted to go forward and come to Luoshi. But she encountered a roadblock. Oops. Looking at the familiar figure, Xiaofuni's expression became a little funny. The others looked at this scene, looking at each other, not knowing what was going on. Xian suddenly stood in front of Luoshi, protecting Luoshi behind him, and stared at Xiaofuni. What do you want to do? Xian said very unhappily. You don't want to play any tricks again? The impolite speech made many people stunned, and some even glared at Xian, as if blaming him for being rude to Xiaofuni. Xiaofuni's face was full of innocence. I didn't do anything. Xiaofuni blinked a pair of big eyes, as if trying to gain Xian's trust. Xian uttered the two-word truth, and it was clear that he didn't believe it. Is the desire to protect so strong? The innocence on Xiaofuni's face disappeared, replaced by a little resentment, making her say, after all, you and I are considered a family, and you are still worried that I will harm your little wife? That resentful look made Xian feel that he was being watched by countless angry and murderous gazes. But Xian was not a pushover. Feeling those gazes, Xian's eyes swept around, and the sharpness and coldness in them frightened many young people. After threatening, Sheen looked at Xiaofuni again. It is precisely because I know you that I have to guard against you. Sheen sneered. Who knows if you are going to do something because you are interested in Luo Shi? For example, you want to see how good she is? Hearing this, Xiaofuni was speechless. Well, I guessed it. Right? Sheen pointed at Xiaofuni, as if he was pointing at a criminal with solid evidence. This made Xiaofuni a little dissatisfied. I didn't. Xiaofuni was stubborn. No. You did. Sheen argued bluntly. I really didn't. Xiaofuni began to argue. No. You definitely did. Sheen naturally didn't believe it at all. Xiaofuni wanted to say something. At this time, Sheen suddenly asked a question. Then how many points do you give Luo Shi? As soon as Xiaofuni said this, the words on Xiaofuni's lips also rolled, and she blurted out what she was thinking. 90 points. After the words fell, Xiaofuni reacted. 90. Sheen was speechless on the spot. This must be a score given by full interest. Right? You have such a strong interest in the first meeting. If you say you don't want to do anything, who will believe it? Only Luo Shi looked at a loss. What score? What 90? Her Royal Highness said that she didn't understand anything, and Sheen did not explain, but said something to Xiaofuni as if giving advice. Don't blame me for not reminding you. The last time you were so interested in doing something. How did you fail? With one sentence, Xiaofuni's mind flashed hundreds and thousands of images. Xiaofuni's mouth twitched, and she didn't know what to say. She could only stare at Sheen, looking angry. Humph. Sheen crossed his arms, arrogant, as if he had won a victory. Very proud. On the side, Luo Shi really couldn't see through the conversation and the secret confrontation between the two, so she could only take the opportunity to stand up. Your Highness Xiaofuni, why did you come to the capital in advance? Luo Shi finally brought up the business. Yes. She had also remembered this incident and asked in confusion, did you sneak here alone? I sneak here? Xiaofuni glanced at Sheen and said with a smile, the person who sneaked over here was not me, but someone else. Right? Sheen was embarrassed. He knew that Xiaofuni must be referring to him. Didn't I leave a note? Sheen could only say this weakly. You mean? Leaving a note to perfunctorily deal with us is the right thing to do. Xiaofuni stared at Sheen and smiled murderously. You didn't even say goodbye. And you didn't even bother to say a word. Do you really think you are right? Okay. Sheen bowed his head decisively and admitted his defeat. This matter was indeed not kind enough for him to do. He had to bow his head. Anyway, the demon sisters were very good to him, including Kamina, who had been at odds with him at the beginning. The attitude of all the demons towards him and others was completely different. Sheen was not so self-aware. In addition, during his time in the demon world, it was basically these demons who took care of him. He was able to reach the limit level thanks to their generosity. This favor and treatment were really beyond words. Under such circumstances, leaving a note and leaving without saying goodbye, can it be considered honest? But? You didn't come after me because I left. Did you? Sheen's expression became inexplicable. Luo Shi was also stunned and looked at Xiaofuni. The people around were shocked one after another, and cast their eyes on Xiaofuni. Xiaofuni rolled her eyes in front of everyone, and then smiled and replied, That's right. It's for you. The extremely explicit speech stunned the whole audience. Sheen and Luo Shi were silent. Bang! 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 The passers-by around were heartbroken. So, did the goddess come to the capital to chase a man? Or was she chasing a hero? There are two fiancés, a kingdom treasure, and a brave warrior of the dragon demon Yi. Heaven is blind. Chapter 819. I think they are up to something. At this moment, Sheen clearly felt that countless murderous eyes were focused on him, including those who were scared away by him before. At this time, they seemed to have forgotten the pain after the wound healed, and glared at Sheen again with gritted teeth. This made Sheen sigh that licking dogs are indeed a species that cannot get the house. They are obviously a group of weak chickens, but they dare to be so murderous to him. If his temper is a little more irritable, I am afraid that the people here will never see the sun tomorrow again. No wonder it is said that succubus are so beautiful that they can overwhelm the country. That is not a metaphor, but they can really confuse everyone with their charm, make the country fall, and destroy the city. Right? With such thoughts flashing through his mind, Sheen also felt a little annoyed. Okay, no matter why you are here, Follow me first. Sheen, who didn't want to be watched like a monkey here anymore, directly grabbed Xiaofuni's hand and turned away without saying anything. Loxi was surprised at first when she saw this scene. And then she hurriedly followed. Wait. The passers-by around couldn't stand it anymore, seeing that Xian actually held the goddess' hand. They were so angry that they wanted to surround him. Give nightmare. Xian didn't bother to pay attention to this group of fools who had lost their minds, and released the magic directly. That was a higher level give magic, which existed as a higher level characteristic of sleeping. It not only had the effect of sleeping, but also made the sleeping person see the nightmare that he feared the most in his heart. Obviously, Xian had no patience for these irrational guys, and he also punished them severely. At that moment, all the passers-by who were watching were in anger, and were suddenly attacked by an irresistible sleepiness. Bang! 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 One by one, passers-by fell to the ground and completely lost consciousness. Ironically, among these people, there were actually knights of the kingdom who were supposed to stop everything that happened here. You really dared to do this to a group of civilians. Xiaofuni had been watching, and seeing this scene, she couldn't help but express her thoughts. Who do you think is to blame for this? Xian's mouth twitched, and his eyes became unfriendly when he looked at Xiaofuni, and said, You don't know what the consequences will be if you appear in public like this? Can't you restrain yourself a little? Xian expressed his indignation at the succubus's behavior of strolling on the street without paying attention to others. But Xiaofuni had a calm face. It's not me who created this situation. What they want to do is their business. I have no reason to sacrifice my own mood and freedom just because others will cause chaos. This kind of self-willed speech, it has to be said, really sounds like what this succubus would say. She has always been like this, disdainful of people who easily fall under her charm. And she is not interested in them at all. And she is not willing to pay any attention to them. And she completely ignores them. If this situation is caused by force majeure, then Shaft may still consider it. Like Carmina, if she appears in a human city, the poison on her body will definitely have a great impact. This is due to her own power and nature. So she still has to restrain herself for the time being. This is even more true for Lid. If she uses a certain degree of power, she must expand her body size. At that time, every move will cause damage to everything on the earth. Therefore, she can only maintain the appearance of a harmless little beast on a daily basis and dare not fight casually. But Shaft is not like that. Although she is a succubus, her own power has nothing to do with charm. People fall for her beauty and bow down to her pomegranate skirt, all because of Shaft's own charm, not the consequences of power. This woman is a unique work of art, the adjective of beauty itself. Every part of her body, and even every move seem to be formed for beauty. She obviously does not deliberately maintain any image, nor does she have any artificial behavior. She just reveals her own nature and exists naturally. As a result, she is like a real goddess of beauty. Every movement, every angle, and every behavior firmly pulls the hearts of others and makes people's hearts beat. For others, such a succubus is undoubtedly a high mountain flower to look up to. But for Xiaofuni herself, she did nothing at all. Just naturally did what she wanted to do. And the people around her gathered around them. This not only did not make Xiaofuni feel a sense of accomplishment, but even made her quite bored. No one would like flies that gathered around them and were reluctant to disperse. Right? Xiaofuni felt this way. So, it was good enough that Xiaofuni didn't get mad because of this. Why did she deliberately restrict her behavior and not go out openly in order not to cause a commotion? Overthinking. These insignificant humans are not qualified for Xiaofuni to consider so much. Therefore, Xiaofuni would not restrict her behavior at all. If she wanted to come here to stroll around, she would come here to stroll around. As for what other people want to do, it's none of my business. Xian could naturally see Xiaofuni's thoughts. Okay. You are the best. No one can restrict you. Okay? Xian said directly. Then will you go back with me? Xiaofuni blinked her eyes, and then smiled. Follow. So, Xiaofuni was obediently led away by Xian. Only Luoshi was left standing there, watching the two people leading hand in hand, and fell silent. Should I say, I was the first one to come? Luoshi said faintly. Unfortunately, Xian and Xiafun had already walked away, which made Luoshi grit her teeth and feel complicated. Not long after, under Luoshi's order, a group of kingdom knights were transferred to this commercial street again, and those who fell asleep and had nightmares and pain were escorted back. The remnants of the commercial street were also dealt with, by people sent directly by the palace, and temporarily blocked. After doing all this, Luo Shi returned to the palace and reported the matter to Anqi and Leah. Knowing that Xia Fun was taken away by Xian, the two of them first breathed a sigh of relief. And then, they couldn't help but worry. I didn't expect that the succubus would suddenly come to the capital, and still walk around so ostentatiously. Leah looked a little headache. Now, there will be a group of people in the capital who are depressed all day and crazy because they can't see the succubus. Right? Anqi is even more worried about this. At this moment, Anqi thinks of that cousin. Back then, that one was so brilliant. But because of seeing the succubus, he went on a road of no return. The succubus Xia Fun, without relying on unique skills or divine power, is enough to make people all over the world fall in love with her beauty and charm. How should such an existence be treated? Anqi is already worried to death. It can be said that Xia Fun's arrival has brought an impact on the kingdom that is no less than a catastrophe. Don't think this is an exaggeration. Think about it carefully. If those nobles and valuable talents, who are like pillars of the country, are obsessed with Xia Fun, and want to follow Xia Fun at all costs, and leave the kingdom, then will the kingdom be finished? Even if they don't leave, but miss that princess all day long, which leads to extremely poor mental and psychological state, it will have a great impact on the operation of the kingdom itself. Right? In history, there was even a king who was willing to give up the country with both hands to please Shafan. If such a thing happened in the kingdom, could the kingdom just declare GG? So, this is really not an exaggeration, but it is indeed a major event that may involve the survival of the country. Because of this, Anqi didn't dare to meet the succubus princess casually. That's right. He was afraid that he couldn't resist the charm of the succubus princess, and finally became someone's servant. In that case, he would be a sinner in the history of the Mitra kingdom. But soon, the three-tribe talks will begin, and he will have to meet the succubus princess at the talks. Right? Thinking of this, Anqi became more worried. That's right. Anqi remembered something and asked Luo Shi, how is Lord Bastuta getting along with Her Highness the succubus? Hearing this, Leah also looked at Luo Shi. Luo Shi's face was full of subtlety, even unhappy. That expression made Anqi and Leah feel depressed. Could it be that even he? Leah said with worry, and the implication was self-evident. Luo Shi shook her head. No, he was not bewitched by the succubus, but rather seemed very natural in front of her, as if he was used to it. Luo Shi's words made Anqi and Leah feel relieved. That's good. Leah was somewhat relieved. It seems that letting him go was the right thing to do. Anqi also nodded. He felt that Xian had been to the demon world, so he must have seen the 6 great demons and Xia Fun. After seeing Xia Fun, Xian was able to come back early, proving that he was not bewitched by Xia Fun like ordinary people. At least, Xian should not fall to the point of losing his mind and ignoring other things. Considering this, Anqi sent someone to invite Xian to see Xia Fun. Thinking this way, Anqi did not notice that Luo Shi's expression was still not very good. The princess looked at her father and sister, both of whom showed a relieved expression, and really wanted to say something, although he did not seem to be charmed. I think they are up to something. After all, the two of them walked away hand in hand in front of her very naturally. Every time Luo Shi thought of this, she had an impulse. Well, go back and sharpen the holy sword. It's time to use it to cut people. Isn't it? Chapter 821. To do something else? At this time, Xian had already brought Xia Fun back to Boztat's house. Needless to say, how much commotion was caused on the way, so Xian didn't dare to let his family see this charming succubus. But apart from Boztat's house, Xian didn't know where to take Xia Fun. So, after arriving at Boztat's house, Xian could only take Xia Fun back to his room instantly. Bang! With a muffled sound, Xia Fun was pushed to the bed by Xian. Lying there, stunned. Will she be honest now? Xian stood in front of the bed, looking at Xia Fun lying on it, showing off her hot body, but smiled triumphantly. You are probably the only one who dares to push me to the bed like this. Xia Fun was speechless. It can be said that Xian did something that everyone dreams of doing, but can't do. Of course, Xian was indifferent to this degree. What everyone dreams of doing, but can't do? He had done so many things to this succubus. This is called tit for tat. Xian folded his arms, looked down at Xia Fun, and said, it's not like you haven't done the same thing to me before. What's next? Xia Fun sat up, met Xian's eyes, and said with a smile, do you want to do something else? When she said this, Xiao Funi licked the corner of her lips as if unconsciously. That extremely tempting move really made Xian's expression become a little unnatural, and he cursed the goblin in his heart for more than a dozen words. Obviously, I had been tossing and turning all day yesterday, and I thought I should cultivate my character these days. But after being teased by this woman, I couldn't help but get excited. However, if I really pounced on her, I guess this woman would turn hostile on the spot. Right? So, unfortunately, my fiancé is here, and I have a concubine at home. There are many happy things to do, so don't worry about it. Your Highness the succubus. Xian said this provocatively. Oh! Xiao Funi was stunned at first, then narrowed her eyes and said meaningfully, in other words, the princess has turned into your shape? That extremely evil statement made Xian recall the fights with Luo Shi yesterday. As Xian was thinking about it, Xiao Funi's pretty face suddenly blushed and glared at Xian. Obviously, this woman read some nonsense through Lian Xinyao. Ahem. Xian could only cough dryly to cover up his embarrassment, and then said, in short, you better behave yourself and don't tease me. It's no use to me anymore. Is it really useless? Xiao Funi immediately said to Xian with a smile, but your princess may not think so? Xian was speechless. Indeed, after seeing Xiao Funi's foul beauty, Luo Shi must be worried that Xian would be like those heroes in history, fascinated by this succubus and unable to extricate himself. Right? This is not a special ability. Even the holy sword and the blessing of the supreme god cannot protect it. In this case, even the most tolerant and generous woman will be worried about this. After all, this is a succubus, not an ordinary woman. If you fall in love with an ordinary woman, it is not a big deal in this world that allows polygamy. But if you fall in love with a succubus, you may be completely depraved and even don't want your original wife. Luo Shi can accept that Xian has more than one woman, but she will never accept that Xian abandoned her. You just ignored her and took me away. Do you think the princess has started to have wild thoughts? Xiao Funi said this playfully, which made Xian really want to beat her up. If you hadn't suddenly shown such a strong interest in Luo Shi, would I have to isolate you two so quickly? Xian said angrily. That's why he wanted to take Xiao Funi away quickly to prevent Luo Shi from getting hurt. The charm of this succubus is the type that attracts both men and women. Luo Shi is afraid that Xian will fall, and Xian is also afraid that Luo Shi will fall. If his future wife falls in love with a woman and ends up ignoring him, Xian will probably be depressed to death. Thinking of this, Xian quickly took this woman away to prevent her from causing trouble again. I beg you, Lord Xiao Funi, just be honest and don't cause trouble for me. Xian said this, but his tone was full of threats. Of course, facing Xian's threats, Xiao Funi would not easily compromise. What if I disagree? Xiao Funi's smile did not diminish, and she seemed to want to know what Xian could do to her. Disagree? Xian narrowed his eyes, suddenly made a move, and threw Xiao Funi to the ground. You? Xiao Funi looked at Xian, who was pressing on her in astonishment, and seemed to be unable to believe that this man actually pounced on her. However, Xian showed a terrifying smile to the succubus. If you don't listen, then I can only tell you with facts what will happen if you don't listen to your man. Xiao Funi couldn't ignore Xian's threats. You dare? Xiao Funi could only try her best to suppress her accelerated heartbeat and disordered breathing, staring at Xian. If someone really dared to be so rude to her, Xiao Funi would definitely turn him into mincemeat on the spot. Unfortunately, Xian is not among them. Stop pretending. Xian then pierced through Xiao Funi's disguise and said directly, forget about others. But for me, no matter what I do to you, you can't refuse it. Right? After saying this, Xiao Funi was shocked again. How did you know about this? Xiao Funi couldn't stay calm. Guessed. Xian looked at Xiao Funi's expression, curled his lips slightly, and said with a smile, I only felt something was wrong later. With your temper, how could I succeed easily? Xian was referring to the time in the succubus castle, when he sneaked into Xiao Funi's room late at night, and finally had sex with this woman. According to Xiao Funi, the previous times he and her had sex were due to various coincidences and problems in the dream, so she couldn't resist and finally overturned. But that time, both of them were awake, and it was Xian who couldn't help but pounce on her in the end. So he did this and that. That time, Xiao Funi did not resist. Afterwards, Xian felt strange. Why did this woman not resist? Is it because it is not the first time? Impossible. Even if she was pushed down by him, she would tell him that she is only interested in those who are not too obsessed with her. If Xian fell, she would immediately turn around and leave. How could she give up resistance because of a few wrong experiences and let Xian succeed easily? Xian discovered this matter, and then felt the specialness of the ability of Ripple Heart Demon, and finally concluded that this unique skill may be a double-edged sword. The unique skill of connecting each other with the mind as the medium. Since it is a connection, you can interfere with the connected object, and the connected object can also interfere with you. Xian deduced so. Otherwise, only your ability to interfere with others unilaterally is too foul. Even though this ability is not without conditions for activation, the strength of the connection depends on the degree of the soul's fall. If there is no foul charm and beauty like Xiaofuni, it is not so terrible. But even so, the ability to ignore the will of the connected object and possess the other party's senses, appearance, memory, and even strength is still too strong. It is normal for such a strong ability to have one or two shortcomings. Not to mention, Parailan, who once wanted to attack you, also said that your Ripple Heart Demon connection is mutual. The person who falls for you will become your property. Then the person who can make you fall, you will naturally become the other party's property. Xian laughed very hatefully. In this way, how could I not guess that you can't resist me? As he said, Xian stretched out his hand and stroked Xiaofuni's angelic face. Feeling the smooth and delicate touch on it, the threat in his tone was obvious. You don't want to experience being put in a shameful position by me again, right, my succubus? Hearing this, Xiaofuni finally couldn't help it and gnashed her teeth at Xian. Aren't you afraid that I will complain? Xiaofuni still refused to compromise easily. And who is she complaining to? No need to think about it. It is definitely Ai. I don't care. Xian shrugged and said without any hesitation, as long as you are willing to let your little Ai or your sisters know that you have become my person, then you can say it. Xiaofuni was speechless. She really didn't want her sisters to know about this. The reason is nothing else. Just because it is too embarrassing. If her sisters knew that she, a succubus who disdained countless men, had turned over in the hands of a future brother-in-law who had only met for less than a few days, and was done whatever he wanted by him, then their first reaction would definitely not be shock, but speechlessness. Then, given her elder sister's personality, she might help her arrange a marriage. If that happens, will she still be able to stay in Omnipotentin? The most beautiful woman in the 3 realms. She actually has to marry someone because of an established fact? This is definitely an embarrassing thing that will go down in history. Xiaofuni's face began to become uncertain, until Xian was about to take action. Xiaofuni finally gave in.